Today marks the ninth day since the global outbreak of the zombie virus. Nestled alongside a winding mountain path, a scattering of villages can be found, with vast expanses of vegetable fields and trees flanking both sides of the road. Suyu rode his bicycle down the sloping road, greeted by the refreshing air infused with the scent of foliage. This is far more comfortable than driving. After days of smelling the stench of zombies in the village, my sense of smell has been tainted, Suyu mused, greedily inhaling the crisp, natural air, feeling as if his nose and olfactory senses were undergoing a cleansing sauna, savoring this rare moment in a refreshing natural oasis. On a mountain bike sat a young man of striking and resolute appearance, with a backpack slung over his shoulders, dressed in a leather jacket and athletic pants, an axe hanging from his waist. What seemed peculiar was the long object secured to the crossbar of his bicycle. Having just departed from home, Suyu rode along the serpentine provincial mountain road, heading downstream by the river, where he would pass by a primary school. He slowed his pace, carefully observing his surroundings, when he suddenly heard familiar low growls of zombies. He immediately slammed on the brakes and scanned the area, only to discover a figure moving within a blue sedan. Upon closer inspection, he realized a robust zombie was clawing and banging against the glass, its strength evident as cracks began to form on the car window. After a moment of contemplation, Suyu retrieved the long object, a red tassel spear, and raised his axe to strike the glass. In just 2 blows, the window shattered, scattering shards across the ground, and the zombie's head and hands eagerly reached out. What awaited it was a flash of gunfire, silencing the shrieks from within the vehicle. Using the spear's tip to prod the decapitated head, he pushed it outward before retracting his weapon, then swung the axe toward the head that remained lodged in the window frame. The zombie's skull was cleaved in 2, one half tumbling outside, while the other remained attached by the neck. The window's edge was slick with viscous fluid, but Suyu paid it no mind, donning a pair of rubber gloves to explore the inside of the head. And within moments, he uncovered a pink crystal the size of a broad bean. Indeed, there's a crystal. His heart swelled with joy in mere minutes. He had acquired this gem, a fortunate find indeed. This not only validated his instincts, but also promised great convenience for his future endeavors. After cleaning his weapon, he lit a cigarette and leaned against his bicycle to rest, contemplating the emergence of crystals while absorbing the energy from the gem. Eliminating stronger, larger zombies seemed to yield crystals more readily. After quenching his thirst, he set off once more, having fully absorbed the crystal's energy. Ahead, around a bend, lay a considerably larger village, with numerous shops lining the roadside. Suyu pondered momentarily, deciding to press on, and soon came upon a row of houses. Strangely, he only spotted a few zombies, slowing his bicycle to utilize the downhill momentum as he glided toward the village entrance. Suddenly, at a right turn, he stumbled upon a large horde of zombies. Realizing the proximity, he gritted his teeth and resolved to accelerate past them, having caught a glimpse of the horde, which numbered in the dozens. His instinct was to veer left to evade them, when a cry for help pierced the air. Turning his head toward the source, he noticed a business vehicle trapped among the throng of zombies, the car wedged against the roadside of the village exit, completely surrounded by the undead. The engine appeared to be dead, and the desperate cries emanated from within. Casting a quick glance back, Suyu did not hesitate to increase his pedaling force, veering leftward. He had maintained a steady glide downhill, but sensing danger, he surged forward, propelling himself more than 10 meters ahead in mere seconds. As his speed picked up, he glanced back, only to be startled despite having passed within 67 meters of the horde. Some zombies had reacted, but as he sought the source of the cries, his bicycle's acceleration had momentarily slowed, allowing the agitated zombies to lunge toward him. Among them was a particularly swift zombie, rapidly closing the gap. This zombie was short yet remarkably robust. Its speed could not be described as a mere walk or lunge, but rather a swift sprint toward his bicycle, now only 78 meters behind him, while the rest of the ordinary zombies lagged a good 17 or 18 meters behind. Damn it, this was a mutated zombie, akin to the agile ones he had previously slain, yet this one appeared even stronger, matching the speed of a running adult. His earlier acceleration had not been smooth, and he had nearly been caught by the pursuing creature. No longer able to afford complacency, he exerted greater force into his pedaling, the the bicycle emitting a creaking sound as it surged forward. After another 10 meters, Suyu glanced back once more, this time feeling a bit more at ease, as his speed had surpassed that of the pursuing zombie. The distance had now widened to about 10 meters, and he continued to ride while frequently checking behind him, the bicycle maintaining a relatively rapid pace. Yet that relentless zombie seemed to possess boundless energy, hot on his heels. Damn, it's fixated on me. Aren't there living people inside that car? Watching the tenacious, mutated zombie pursue him and recalling the trapped vehicle, he felt a sense of urgency. After riding several dozen meters, the zombie remained a constant 17 or 18 meters behind. This could not continue. Suyu resolved to press on, ignoring the zombie, bending low, gripping the handlebars tightly as he pedaled with all his might. Moments later, he finally managed to distance himself by over 30 meters. As if he had crossed an invisible threshold, the zombie gradually began to slow, swaying and roaring, yet appearing to be gasping for breath. Observing this turn of events, Suyu eased his pace, coming to a gradual stop about 50 or 60 meters from the mutated zombie. Surveying the surroundings for any further movement, he turned his gaze back to the creature. Noticing its disproportionately muscular legs and the speed it had displayed moments earlier, confirming it was indeed a mutated zombie. At this moment, Suyu felt a surge of excitement. Slaying a mutated zombie could yield crystals. These crystals were far more potent than the smaller gems. Having previously enjoyed such rewards, the allure of the crystals was akin to an addiction, drawing him irresistibly to seek them once more. Chapter 2. The shocking revelation of the apocalypse. Suyu surveyed his surroundings, contemplating the most efficient method to eliminate the mutated zombie. He ventured into the nearby thicket and discovered a wooden pole, roughly the thickness of a small arm and approximately 3 meters in length. He then approached 2 closely situated camphor trees, retrieving a length of nylon climbing rope from his pack. With a knife, he fashioned one end of the rope and secured the long wooden pole horizontally between the 2 trees. Additionally, he tightly entwined his bicycle around one of the trees and the wooden pole for added stability. After gathering a few stones from the ground, he commenced his approach towards the distant zombie. After advancing 7 or 8 meters, he carefully aimed and hurled a stone, simultaneously vocalizing to lure the creature closer. Though his pace began to slow, as the mutated zombie was drawn in by the sound of the stone striking the ground, Suyu began to retreat. He took a few steps back, tossing another stone, and upon observing the zombie's continued advance, he swiftly fell back again. This tactic resembled flying a kite, gradually enticing the zombie to a distance of over 20 meters. Finally, Suyu found himself near the 2 trees, having quickly exhausted the stones in his possession. He then brandished an axe in one hand, while lifting a red-tasseled spear in the other. With a mocking whistle directed at the zombie, he provoked it further. The mutated zombie responded with a fierce charge, its claws raised, and its intent clearly hostile as it lunged towards Suyu. In a mere span of over 20 meters, the zombie closed the distance within seconds, while Suyu had already taken refuge behind 2 trees. Between the trees, a long wooden pole was secured at a height exceeding 1 meter, leaving an empty space of over 2 meters below, where a bicycle was positioned as a barricade. The remaining gap was insignificant enough to worry about the zombie squeezing through. He had yet to encounter a zombie capable of burrowing. As the zombie approached within approximately 2 meters, Suyu sprang into action, swiftly thrusting his spear towards its head. In that moment, the mutated zombie seemed to sense imminent danger, extending a claw to swipe at the spear's tip with remarkable speed, embodying a reckless ferocity. However, Suyu's reflexes were equally swift. He retracted the spear by half a meter before thrusting it again. This time, the spearhead nearly grazed the zombie's face. Yet the creature appeared almost sentient, slightly tilting its head to evade the strike. The spear missed its target, passing alongside the zombie's visage. Although momentarily halted, the zombie charged forward, now merely a meter away from Suyu. With wide eyes, Suyu realized he could not retract the spear in time, resorting instead to forcefully sweeping the spear's shaft horizontally. The impact struck the side of the zombie's head, causing it to stagger, though it remained determined, stumbling forward towards Suyu. At that instant, the mutated zombie collided with the wooden pole before him. In this frantic moment, Suyu wielded his axe with precision, swiftly bringing it down upon the zombie's skull. The axe struck the zombie's head, which had been momentarily impeded, cleaving away a substantial portion of its scalp. along with the flesh of its cheek and its ear. The zombie, thus struck, tilted sideways, teetering on the verge of collapse. At this juncture, a look of stark terror washed over Suyu's face as he observed the zombie's right hand seemingly brace against the ground before its body could fully fall. With astonishing speed, it righted itself, poised to assault the wooden barrier once more. However, the crimson tassel spearhead had already reached the zombie's eye, piercing its skull. This assault finally brought the mutated zombie to a halt, and it began its gradual descent to the ground. Having thrust the spear with considerable force, Suyu hesitated to withdraw it immediately, instead using his left hand to press down on the shaft, pinning the zombie in place. His gaze remained fixed on the creature, unblinking, for a few seconds before he exhaled a sigh of relief. "How formidable this zombie is, so difficult to slay," he murmured, realizing how close he had come to being overwhelmed. Had it breached the barrier, his safety at close quarters would have been gravely imperiled. This particular kill had been fraught with peril, so much so that beads of perspiration had broken out on Suyu's brow, leaving his back clammy. After a respite of about 30 seconds, he circled around a couple of trees and approached the fallen zombie. He promptly cleaved open its skull and, after a brief search, unearthed a crimson, rhombus-shaped crystal core. He cleansed it with haste and began to absorb its essence. He then retrieved his water bottle, rinsing his mouth with a generous amount of water before hydrating himself. As he surveyed his surroundings, he withdrew a cigarette, lit it, and began to calm himself, alleviating the shock. This was the most formidable zombie Suyu had encountered. Perhaps it was due to his recent physical enhancements that he managed to vanquish this mutated creature without peril. After untying the ropes and organizing his weapons and belongings, he prepared to set off once more. With one foot firmly planted on the ground and seated at an angle on his bicycle, a thought suddenly struck him. He closed his eyes and focused his mind on his brow, where the spirit platform materialized. However, this time, an anomaly presented itself. 3 small crystal cores hovered within. Initially, there should have been 4 cores, yet now a diminutive red playing card floated instead. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be the 5 of diamonds, significantly larger than the crystal cores, radiating a similar crimson glow. This unexpected transformation left Suyu bewildered. How did 4 crystal cores morph into a playing card? The value appeared incongruous as well. He had just absorbed the crystal, which had indeed enhanced his strength and physical attributes. So why had the crystal turned into a playing card? What purpose did this 5 of diamonds serve? The image of the playing card puzzled his mind. Was he to become a gambling king? A headache began to form as he struggled to comprehend this bizarre change, which once again left him astounded in this post-apocalyptic world. This tale began a week prior, when Suyu completed a mission and boarded a high-speed train in the provincial capital. After more than an hour's journey, he finally returned to his hometown in a small county in Jiangnan. Irregular returns home signify a vacation for him. In the afternoon, Suyu pushed open the door and entered the familiar room. He was back. He murmured to himself as he placed his wheeled suitcase down and lay upon the bed, allowing his weary and somewhat disabled body a respite. His gaze traversed the well-known furnishings of the room, each item evoking a deep-seated memory. After resting for a while on the bedside, he slowly raised his right hand, grasping a playing card. As his fingers gently moved, the card began to rotate, twirl, and leap. Upon closer inspection, his right hand trembled slightly. The middle and ring fingers were missing a segment. With each turn of the card, Suyu's inner turmoil gradually subsided, and his thoughts began to crystallize. 2 years prior, he had sustained severe injuries abroad due to certain circumstances. A year ago, he underwent a disability evaluation, and as per the institution's assessment, he was classified as having a level 7 disability. He was now a person with disabilities. Lying quietly on the bed, he reflected upon the fleeting thoughts above. Playing with cards had become a habit cultivated after his injury, a unique form of training he had devised for himself. Chapter 3. Unconscious upon returning home. As Suyu diligently pursued his rehabilitation exercises, memories of the recently completed task resurfaced in his mind. In his contemplation, he gradually relaxed his body, feeling an overwhelming fatigue. Unbeknownst to him, his head grew heavier, and his thoughts began to blur. As night fell, Suyu lay in bed, but his body gradually began to heat up. The exposed skin glistened with beads of sweat, and his breathing grew labored, drifting into a haze of confusion. The phone beside him rang several times, but Suyu remained unresponsive, having slipped into a semi-conscious state, occasionally murmuring in delirium. He remained in this stupor for over a day. By the following evening, Suyu lay on his side. The surface of his skin had turned a shade of crimson, his mouth slightly ajar, and his breathing rapid. A layer of white salt residue clung to his left cheek. The air in the bedroom was thick with an unpleasant odor, a nauseating emlang of sour mildew and sweat. The window was ajar, yet the curtains were drawn, stifling the circulation of air and imparting a sense of mustiness to the room. Suddenly, in his dazed state, Suyu struggled to lift his left hand, slowly reaching for a glass of clear water at the edge of the bed. With great effort, he brought the glass to his lips, squinting as he drank the water with audible gulps, before collapsing back onto the bed. Time slipped by unnoticed. At last, Suyu's body began to spasm, accompanied by slight convulsions. Lying on his back, he emitted deep, labored breaths. Instinctively, he sensed an overwhelming discomfort. His muscles and bones ached, his body radiated heat, and his mouth felt parched beyond endurance, his throat ablaze with an unbearable dryness. Desperate to awaken, he struggled to open his eyes, which seemed sealed shut by a crust of sleep. At this moment, Suyu lay curled up on the bed, intermittently twitching and writhing. After a while, following a violent bout of muscular convulsions, Suyu unconsciously tumbled off the bed. Only when his cheeks and limbs made contact with the frigid floor did he slowly open his eyes, gradually regaining some awareness. He raised his hand to gently rub his parched eyes and, tilting his head, beheld the dimly lit bedroom. In a hoarse voice, he murmured, "What has happened?" After a considerable pause, Suyu, suppressing the aches and discomfort coursing through his body, gradually propped himself up and sat on the floor against the bedside. An overwhelming sense of fatigue and weakness enveloped him, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. At that moment, his singular desire was to quench his thirst and alleviate the searing dryness within. With gritted teeth, Suyu summoned all his strength to grip the edge of the bed and slowly rise to his feet. Barefoot, he leaned against the wall and cautiously made his way towards the tea station in the adjoining room. Clutching a kettle in his left hand, he tilted it towards his mouth and began to gulp down the water fervently. However, mere seconds after the liquid entered his throat, his stomach erupted in a violent spasm. The pain struck him so fiercely that he doubled over, expelling the recently ingested water in one swift motion. A mixture of water and various impurities splattered onto the floor, instantly enveloping the room in a nauseating, acrid stench. With one hand braced against the wall, Suyu's body quivered slightly, and he began to cough, ejecting more of the foul liquid. His pallid complexion turned towards the vomit on the floor, noticing the presence of dark red clumps mingled within. Am I ill? Why do I feel so wretched? It is akin to the agony endured after a severe injury. Suyu coughed, his mind racing with thoughts, his heart heavy with uncertainty and unease. After taking a deep breath, he sipped a small amount of water, finding a slight relief for his parched throat. He then began to feel his way along the wall towards the bathroom. At that moment, Suyu leaned against the edge of the sink, feebly standing before the mirror. The reflection that met his gaze revealed a flushed face, cracked lips with tiny fissures, sunken eyes laced with bloodshot veins, and a vacant expression. His skin bore pale marks and an oily sheen, causing him discomfort. He felt as though the skin on his face had become slack and dehydrated. His hair was disheveled, and stubble adorned his chin, indicating a significant loss of weight. Turning on the hot water tap, he grasped a towel with one hand, wetting it and haphazardly wiping his face, while his mind pondered, what on earth has transpired? After a while, Suyu slowly returned to the edge of his bed, instinctively picking up his phone from the nightstand. However, his eyes widened in disbelief as he counted 1, 2, 3. How could 3 days have passed? How could this happen? Suyu strained to recollect the events of the past 2 days, but his memory eluded him entirely. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming thirst, the dryness in his throat rendering his voice hoarse. Weakened and unwell, he leaned heavily against the bedside table, unsteadily donned his shoes, and staggered into the outer chamber of the bedroom. There, he discovered a carton of milk and drank it in one breath. At that moment, his throat and stomach experienced slight relief, yet his mind remained shrouded in confusion. Outside, darkness enveloped the surroundings. It was already past 7 in the evening. Suyu flipped open his phone, revealing several missed call notifications. Upon inspection, he found calls from friends, childhood companions, classmates, and 2 missed calls from his girlfriend. After a moment's contemplation, he attempted to return his girlfriend's call, only to be met with a notification indicating the call could not be connected. A closer look at the phone's signal icon revealed it was gray, strange, as the signal had always been strong in this area. Puzzled, Suyu glanced at the battery indicator, discovering a mere 3 remaining. He hastily connected the charger to replenish his phone's power. Setting the phone aside, he sat for a while before gradually making his way to the corner of the room, where the weighing scale awaited him. Stepping onto it, he saw his weight displayed as 66.5 kilograms. Standing at 179 centimeters, he had recently maintained a weight around 75 kilograms, rarely dipping below 148 g. However, over the past few days, he had succumbed to a mysterious illness, descending into a deep slumber, and upon awakening, he found himself alarmingly 10 pounds lighter. This peculiar condition stirred a sense of unease within him, prompting thoughts of perhaps scheduling an appointment with the doctor for a thorough examination. Enduring his physical discomfort, Suyu rummaged for some tablets and swallowed them with water. At this moment, he not only felt a slight fever, but also an overwhelming weakness engulfing his entire body, accompanied by a profound sensation of hunger. He picked up a bottle of mineral water and slowly made his way to the kitchen downstairs. From the cupboard, he retrieved several small packets of snacks and some bread, which he hastily consumed. The hunger was unbearable, and his thoughts raced as he ate. After finishing a few packets and drinking a box of pure milk, he still felt an insatiable emptiness in his stomach. Chapter 4. The sudden outbreak of zombies in the village. Suyu then rummaged through the refrigerator, finding 3 slices of steak, a few eggs, and a substantial chunk of butter, which he began to fry together. Within minutes, the half-cooked steak and eggs were devoured swiftly, accompanied by a bottle of carbonated drink. At last, he experienced a modicum of satiety, and a sense of reassurance settled within him. Despite having eaten, his body remained weary and lethargic. He had no desire to move even while seated at the dining table. After resting for 5 or 6 minutes, Suyu took a box of pure milk and slowly ascended to the second floor. However, the air in the master bedroom and the adjoining room was still thick with an indescribable, rancid odor. He chose not to address it and instead walked directly into the neighboring bedroom, shedding his soiled clothes before climbing into bed in a state of undress. Leaning against the headboard, he lit a cigarette, his mind involuntarily drifting to the abnormal occurrences that had transpired since his return home. Despite the injuries that had left him with lingering effects, he had diligently engaged in rigorous rehabilitative training over the past 2 years, guided by medical professionals who assisted with his diet, bodily conditioning, and regular health assessments. His current life and work bore no significant difference from that of an ordinary person. Could it be that he was unwell this time? It would be prudent to visit the hospital tomorrow. At this moment, the outside world had succumbed to darkness. Suyu faintly perceived the distant clamor of the village, yet within the confines of his bedroom, the sounds were indistinct, and he paid them no heed. He had satiated his hunger, but his physical condition was poor, rendering him susceptible to fatigue. After finishing a cigarette, Suyu succumbed once more to a deep slumber. As dawn broke the following day, he was roused by an unbearable pang of hunger and thirst. Struggling to rise, he made his way to the living area, where he downed 2 large glasses of purified water. He then proceeded to the bathroom, adhering to his customary routine of urinating before washing up. However, upon glancing into the toilet, he was taken aback to find that his urine exhibited an unusual dark yellow hue tinged with purple, accompanied by a foul odor. Suyu was startled, recalling that this was the first urination since his return. Not only was the volume scant, but the peculiar smell instilled a vague sense of worry about his health. The body's excretion of sweat and urine serves as a direct reflection of one's physical condition. Emerging from the bathroom, he passed by the master bedroom where he had slept the previous night, only to behold a scene of disarray. The sheets were yellowed, and the room was permeated with an unpleasant scent. Returning to the living area, he noticed that the stains on the floor had dried. Could it be that he had suffered from poisoning yesterday? Suyu's mind began to spiral into chaotic thoughts. Yet the gnawing sensation of hunger compelled him to prioritize nourishment. Thus, he made his way to the kitchen, boiling an entire package of noodles, frying several eggs, and slicing a generous piece of braised beef preserved in the refrigerator. A few minutes later, he consumed every last bit of the noodles and broth. Shortly thereafter, Suyu ascended the stairs and entered the bathroom, disrobing and turning on the shower. He initially sat on the toilet, lighting a cigarette, lost in contemplation. Suyu felt an unsettling disquiet, though he could not pinpoint its source. Once he finished smoking and attended to his physiological needs, he stood up to wash his hair and body. He noticed a considerable layer of grime on his skin, which emitted a pungent odor. Distinctly different from the usual scent of sweat, it bore an unusual and acrid essence. As he scrubbed his body, he dislodged numerous small clumps of dirt, which were subsequently washed away by the cascading warm water. Despite his repeated efforts, remnants of filth lingered. Resolutely, he scrubbed 3 or 4 more times and meticulously lathered himself with soap, ultimately achieving a semblance of cleanliness and refreshment. His pores opened, and he felt considerably more at ease. After more than 10 minutes, a piercing sound of car alarms echoed from outside, mingled with other collision noises. Just as Suyu emerged in his bathrobe, he approached the floor-to-ceiling window and peered outside through the partially opened pane. He discovered that the source of the alarms was several small cars parked to the left below. By this time, daylight had fully broken. Suyu observed individuals moving beside the vehicles, and in the distance, it seemed that more figures were slowly approaching the cars. At that moment, 2 silhouettes appeared on the right side below. Suyu recognized one of them as the brother from the neighboring house behind, his hair and physique strikingly familiar. "Hugo," he called out, peering down, his voice barely above a whisper. Almost simultaneously, the 2 figures below lifted their gazes towards the second floor. A chill coursed through him as he took in their faces, twisted and grotesque, their skin appearing parched and ashen, revealing an eerie pallor. Their eyes rolled back, mouths agape, exposing blackened, crimson fangs. Suyu instinctively recoiled, exclaiming, "What on earth? Are they even human?" He staggered back 2 steps, unable to face the window, for it was evident that the 2 creatures below were no longer human. What was happening? Had he crossed over? Was this the apocalypse? His mind raced with questions as he cautiously edged towards the corner of the window, peering down. He watched as the 2 figures turned and approached the small courtyard below, crashing against the metallic gate and railing. The entrance door of the first-floor courtyard was repeatedly assaulted, each impact resonating with a rhythmic intensity that shattered the morning's tranquility in the silent village. Anxiety gripped Suyu's heart. Turning to his left, he noticed several more figures staggering towards him, accompanied by low, guttural growls. Pressing himself against the wall, he dared not look again and hastily drew the half-closed curtains shut. His heartbeat began to quicken, thumping fiercely, accompanied by the resounding clatter of the iron gate downstairs. His mind was a blank slate. Outside, there were zombies. How could this be? What on earth had transpired? Such an unfathomable event was a first for Suyu in his 30 years of existence, though he was not rendered completely paralyzed by fear. The overwhelming shock left his thoughts in disarray, devoid of any clarity. Suyu swiftly turned and dashed into the master bedroom, retrieving a high-powered monocular telescope. Peering through the gap in the curtains, he focused on the figures near the distant vehicles and felt a jolt of alarm. The individuals beside the cars appeared equally disconcerting. Their faces were a pallid, withered hue, and the veins beneath their skin were starkly visible, writhing grotesquely like centipedes on the surface. All were akin to the monstrous entities lurking below. He adjusted the lens to view further and further, only to find that the countenance and demeanor of the distant figures remained unchanged. They were all zombies. Suyu's expression turned grave as he articulated this conclusion. Afterward, he turned once more to the window at the rear of the second floor to look outside, spotting several more figures swaying in the remote area. Observing through the telescope, he discerned that they too were zombies. One of them exhibited severe injuries on one side of its face and neck, with muscles grotesquely exposed. Yet it continued to stagger onward. Chapter 5. Trapped at home, power outage, and water shortage. Suyu quickly drew the curtains shut and rushed to the first floor, meticulously checking to ensure that both the front and back doors were securely locked. He proceeded to traverse the kitchen, methodically closing the windows on both the second and third floors. Finally, panting and out of breath, he ascended to the top floor, where he securely locked the balcony door before collapsing onto the staircase, gasping for air. Had his physical condition truly deteriorated to such an extent? A few minutes later, Suyu returned to the large window on the third floor, peering through the telescope to observe the situation below and in the neighboring vicinity. The surroundings were eerily silent. The sound of the iron gate being struck had ceased, and the 2 villagers, resembling zombies, had departed. Furthermore, the number of zombies near the car had diminished by more than half, their whereabouts now unknown. Suyu had sealed off all exits in his home, both front and back, as well as upstairs and downstairs. The windows were securely shut and the curtains drawn. He exhaled deeply, his expression weary as he settled into the dining room. Silently, Suyu lit a cigarette and then picked up his phone, attempting to call friends and family. yet there remained no signal, rendering him unable to connect. He then opened his social media app, scrolling through previous chats and messages in various groups, where lines of text continuously unfolded before him. Suyu attempted to reconstruct the sequence of events. It became clear that a mutated infection had erupted in various locations, the precise cause remaining elusive. Initially, the majority of individuals had succumbed to the infection, transforming into zombies. The symptomatic transformations included fever and convulsions, occurring within mere hours. Those bitten or scratched by zombies would also inevitably metamorphose, the time frame for their change being even shorter. Through his calculations, Suyu deduced that the initial outbreak had transpired 3 nights prior, coinciding with his return home, thus marking today as the 4th day since the onset of the infection. After perusing the information, Suyu lowered his head in contemplation of his predicament and turned back towards his bedroom. He eagerly opened his black-wheeled suitcase, extracting a large, dark square mobile phone and a sizable power bank. The phone, with its angular design, featured a modest screen and an antenna, serving as Suyu's satellite phone. The thick power bank boasted a grid of solar panels on its front, designed for outdoor use. Suyu picked up the satellite phone and approached the window, dialing a lengthy number that included the international area code. Moments later, the call connected, and a female voice emerged from the receiver, stating, "This is the Arab Bureau No. 2. Please provide your identity code." 9527. "I need to connect to 9201, he replied. After a brief pause of over 20 seconds, the female voice returned, "Please hold on. The call is being transferred." A few seconds later, a male voice resonated from the phone. "Is this lying? Where are you now?" "I am at home, having been unconscious for several days. Currently trapped inside with numerous zombies outside." Suyu swiftly reported his situation. "It is fortunate that you managed to evade the virus outbreak. The circumstances across various regions are dire, with many cities succumbing to the zombie infestation," the middle-aged man quickly responded. "The authorities have commenced rescue operations, though their efforts are primarily concentrated in major cities and key locations. It is likely that the military will also mobilize in your hometown. It would be prudent for you to seek refuge there." Suyu nodded in agreement, affirmatively responding, "Understood, leader. However, I am not familiar with the military division and station troops, so I must trouble you to assist me in establishing contact." "Boss, what is the current situation in the Bureau? What is the cause of the zombie outbreak?" Suyu inquired. "Our department is relatively well. The infection rate among zombies is not particularly high. The reason for the mutation remains uncertain. Currently, all we have are speculations. Countries around the world are experiencing zombie outbreaks, albeit to varying degrees. Please prioritize your safety over there. You may also return to join us," Suyu remarked. "All right, thank you, boss. I would appreciate your help in contacting them." The leader on the other end of the line promptly replied, "Sure, no problem. I will facilitate communication for you. Just be careful on your end and keep in touch." "Thank you, boss. I will be cautious." After that, the call ended. Suyu could sense that his superior was particularly busy during this period. Given the current circumstances, he needed to prepare himself as there were numerous uncertainties ahead, and the challenges would be formidable. The outbreak was widespread and rapid, leaving the authorities little time to respond, as zombies surged in densely populated areas. Once a person transforms into a zombie, they attack humans, lunging at and tearing apart nearby living beings, perpetuating this cycle of chaos. After compiling various pieces of information, he estimated that the number of survivors would be alarmingly low. In the past, Suyu enrolled in a foreign economic and trade university after his college entrance examination, majoring in international trade. Influenced by relatives, he chose to minor in Arabic during his university years. Not only did he pass the English CET 6, but he also achieved an intermediate level in Arabic. After graduation, Suyu enlisted in the military and, due to a unique selection process, was admitted into the Special Operations Unit. During his service, he underwent extensive training. And 3 years later, he successfully passed the assessments, subsequently being assigned to a foreign enterprise. He was then dispatched abroad, where he spent nearly 4 years in the Middle East. Ostensibly engaged in international trade, he was, in fact, an intelligence officer for the Special Operations Unit, primarily responsible for liaising on sensitive matters with countries bordering the Mediterranean and Red Seas, collecting and processing local intelligence. During a collaboration with a local faction, his team became embroiled in a conflict between 2 armed groups. Caught off guard, their team found it difficult to escape, resulting in the tragic loss of 1 member. Suyu sustained severe injuries from an explosion and was rushed to the hospital. After more than 10 days of critical care, his condition stabilized, and he was arranged to return home for further treatment. However, this injury left him with significant long-term repercussions, and he was reassigned to administrative duties within the Special Operations Unit. His experiences abroad remained largely unknown to those in his home country. The recent contact was Director Tang Zhou from the Special Operations Unit, who had been Suyu's mentor. Thus, Suyu sat in the bay window of his bedroom for over an hour, only to be interrupted by the growling of his stomach. Since waking the previous night, his appetite had drastically increased, leaving him perpetually unsatisfied. Yesterday's meal was 2 to 3 times the usual amount. Suyu helplessly opened the refrigerator in the kitchen, only to find that the light inside was unlit. Turning around, he pressed the light switch, but it too remained unresponsive. Was there a power outage? Or had the circuit breaker tripped? He pondered, deciding to head downstairs to inspect the circuit box. He pressed the circuit breaker switch repeatedly, yet the building remained devoid of electricity. When had the power been cut off? Suyu recalled that he hadn't paid attention to whether there was power this morning. However, when he awoke yesterday, the electricity was functioning, and he had even charged his phone. He quickly checked his phone's battery, which now stood at a mere 41. Given that he hadn't used his phone for long today, it was certain that it hadn't been fully charged yesterday. It was quite possible that the power had ceased while his phone was charging. Chapter 6. Encountering a male corpse, next door trouble loomed. Suyu muttered as he turned to the refrigerator to inspect the ingredients, swiftly retrieving beef balls, shrimp, and a pack of frozen dumplings. With the refrigerator lacking power, perishable items had to be consumed first. He checked the gas canister, which still had over half a tank. Water was not a concern. The villa district in the village utilized a dual water supply system. One pipe drew gravity-fed water from a spring several kilometers away, the quality of which rivaled that of mountain spring water. There was also a backup supply from the city's tap water, but at present, Suyu dared not use the city water. In the future, he resolved to rely primarily on bottled purified water, and if absolutely necessary, to ensure any water used was disinfected and purified. On the rooftop of his home, a capacious solar water heater had been installed, providing ample hot water for washing. However, Suyu noticed that the food supplies were dwindling. A brief inspection revealed only 2 to 3 pounds of rice, a single packet of pasta, a box of instant noodles with 2 additional packets, and a small portion of fine vermicelli. The refrigerator contained some sausages, several steaks, frozen buns, half a package of frozen flour rolls, and eggs. The remaining items included beer, liquor, and beverages, along with a few cartons of whole milk. Other edible provisions consisted of mung beans, tea leaves, and coffee, while he had a plentiful supply of cooking oil and seasonings. As Suyu prepared the meal, he contemplated his situation with calmness. Given his current appetite, these ingredients would scarcely sustain him for a few meals. Initially, he considered saving some for the next meal, but he ultimately consumed everything, washing it down with a large can of beer, which finally brought him a sense of satiety. His consumption was likely 3 times what it had been previously. Such an eating pattern was unsustainable, especially in this apocalyptic era, far removed from the resource-abundant times of peace. Afterward, Suyu donned a set of athletic attire and retrieved his cherished dagger, the Advancer G10. After inspecting the well-maintained blade, he secured it close to him, donned binoculars, and gradually ascended the stairs to the rooftop platform. Here, the rooftops of the adjoining houses were interconnected. Suyu climbed the ladder from his balcony to the highest rooftop, then traversed along the ridge to reach the rooftop of the first house on the right. The house of the neighbor on the right is situated at the forefront, being the outermost of a row of houses. Below, one can observe a small river meandering through, a natural stream that flows through the village. Opposite the river lies a gently undulating terrain, adorned with dense trees that flourish in vibrant greenery. At the foot of the hills by the riverside, a patch of bamboo forest can be seen, within which the villagers have enclosed a chicken coop, where free-range chickens can be seen wandering about. Upon witnessing this, a sense of longing and desire stirred within him. Suyu noticed, not far away, 3 zombies shuffling about. He zoomed in for a closer look. These zombies wandered aimlessly and erratically in the open space. Among them, an older zombie moved with noticeable sluggishness. The village where Suyu resides is predominantly inhabited by middle-aged and elderly individuals, as the youth generally work outside and have settled in various cities. They only return during festive seasons or when the village organizes communal activities. From the rooftop, overlooking the nearby riverbank, one can see small patches of vegetable gardens, where scallions, garlic, greens, and cabbages are cultivated. After surveying his surroundings twice, Suyu rose and stealthily retraced his steps, crouching low as he moved along the ridge. After traversing over 40 meters, he reached the opposite end of the row house. This end is in close proximity to a main road in the village, offering a broader vista where several scattered zombies can be observed wandering aimlessly by the roadside, around cars, and between buildings. The path extended into the distance, where a quaint little bridge caught Suyu's attention. He shifted to a corner and, peering through his binoculars, observed intently. The bridge and the adjacent area were marked by a rather prominent shop. This was a small supermarket in the village, and he could now see a considerable number of zombies lingering at its entrance, over 20 if he counted silently. This supermarket also served as a parcel station, primarily handling deliveries and selling various daily necessities. The rear of the store housed several mahjong and card tables, providing a service to the villagers. Suyu recalled that this place had once been bustling with activity. It is still quite lively here, he murmured to himself. If he could somehow acquire the supplies inside, he believed he could sustain his needs for an extended period. Standing at a vantage point, Suyu meticulously scanned the doorways and windows of several nearby houses, finding no signs of other survivors. After carefully assessing the surroundings, he quietly retraced his steps. As he passed by the rooftop of his left-side neighbor, Suyu noticed the outdoor staircase leading to the balcony. He paused for a moment, contemplating, and then attempted to crouch down and descend the balcony. The neighboring house was structurally similar to his own, and he was aware that it was inhabited by two middle-aged individuals, with their son and daughter-in-law residing and working in the city. Reflecting on this, Suyu had some recollections of the rooms and layout within the neighbor's home. Upon reaching the balcony, he first drew out his folding knife, opened it, and with it held firmly in his left hand, he stealthily approached the metal door of the balcony. He attempted to grasp the doorknob, applying gentle pressure. With a creak, the stainless steel door opened smoothly, confirming Suyu's suspicions that the entrance to the rooftop balcony was not locked. The villagers here are quite simple, and the security is commendable. In recent years, numerous surveillance cameras have been installed around the village, leading many villagers to cultivate the habit of leaving their doors unlocked when stepping out briefly. Suyu cautiously pulled the door open, and upon entering, he discovered that the top floor was merely a storage attic. After a brief observation, he noted nothing unusual and proceeded quietly down the staircase to the third floor. At the stairwell, he noticed that the security door to the third-floor room was firmly shut and no sounds emanated from within. Suyu refrained from attempting to open the door and continued his descent, aware that the third floor belonged to a neighbor's family. His objective was the kitchen. As he approached the corner of the staircase on the second floor, he caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor, foul and reminiscent of decay. He halted, immediately heightening his vigilance. Straining to listen, he discerned no noise from below. With a cautious tilt of his body, he peered through the gap in the stairwell towards the second floor. The security door at the stairwell was ajar, but the room within was obscured from view due to the angle. Armed with a dagger in one hand and his other hand gliding along the wall, he gently maneuvered onto the second floor. He gradually approached the doorway and began to peer inside. He observed a sofa and a coffee table within, with a bedroom door situated to the right upon entry. As he neared the doorway, the foul odor seemed to intensify, prompting Suyu to contemplate retreating upstairs. At that moment, he suddenly caught sight of a dark, purplish stain on the floor to the left of the small living room. Suyu advanced with a significant stride, turning to face the direction of the windowsill. There, a figure lay sprawled on the ground, completely still. One foot was bare, and the trousers on the outer side were torn, exposing the bone of the leg. The upper body clothing was also severely damaged, with some swelling apparent. The chest muscles were turned outwards, covered in a bloody mess, as if mauled by a wild animal. A large chunk of flesh was missing from one shoulder and the neck, and the head was almost severed. Suyu's eyes widened, and he audibly gasped. After several seconds, his initial deduction was that the person lying on the floor was likely the male homeowner, now a corpse. Chapter 7. The first slaughter of a female zombie. Immediately, Suyu surmised that there might be zombies in the house, and he prepared to retreat. Just then, a sudden movement occurred to his right. He immediately turned his head to see a disheveled, slightly overweight figure emerging from a bedroom doorway. As Suyu retreated, his eyes fixed on the bedroom entrance. What emerged was a fiend seemingly risen from the depths of hell. Its eyes were sunken, the eyeballs bulging, the pupils dilated and white, riddled with blood vessels. The face was ashen with a tinge of blue, and the area from the nose down was covered in dark bloodstains. The ghoul opened its mouth, reached out its hands, and lunged towards Suyu with a low growl. Startled, Suyu took 2 steps back and turned to flee upstairs, barely grasping the banister. He ascended the stairs 2 at a time. It was a harrowing experience. Had his reaction been any slower, he would have had an unwelcome close encounter with the zombie. The sight of the blackened, crimson fangs of the zombie, jagged and smeared with dark residue, was both repulsive and terrifying. Just moments ago, had the creature shifted its stance by but half a step, its claws would have grazed Suyu. He hastily fled to the 3rd-floor landing, akin to a refugee, and leaned against the iron door, tilting his head to peer downward. The zombie had ascended to the edge of the stairwell, resolutely clambering upward. Its hands and legs moved in a disjointed manner, rendering its pace slower than that of an ordinary person navigating stairs, yet it exuded an air of frenetic energy, imbued with a sense of madness. Raising its head, the zombie gaped upward, gnashing its teeth while emitting a low, hoarse growl, the sound mingling with the unsettling clatter of its chattering jaws. Judging by its attire, it appeared to be a female zombie, bearing an expression of vengeance, as if determined to devour him whole without respite. Upon discerning the situation, Suyu inhaled deeply and ascended towards the top floor once more. Soon, he reached the staircase's midpoint, where he could glimpse the balcony and the ajar entrance door. Breathing heavily, he cast another glance at the zombie below. Noting that it had yet to reach the corner between the 2nd and 3rd floors, its ascent was sluggish. Suyu compelled himself to calm down, reflecting that this female zombie was likely the former mistress of the house. Should he return home directly, or devise a means to eliminate the threat? If he were to close the balcony door and secure it from the outside, the zombie would be unable to breach it. Moreover, if he were to disable the outdoor ladder on the balcony, the threat would be neutralized. However, the streets outside are now teeming with zombies, and it is inevitable that one must confront them in the future. Today, it seems there is only one zombie within this building. Suyu thought to himself that he could not continue to evade. Perpetual avoidance would only lead to a dead end. Much like that unfortunate male protagonist who succumbed to a zombie bite and was devoured. Encouraging himself inwardly, Suyu deftly tossed the telescope hanging around his neck behind him, grasped his dagger tightly, and swiftly ascended the stairs to the rooftop exit. Upon reaching the rooftop, he first pulled open the stainless steel door, ensuring an escape route for himself. He then quickly slipped into the adjacent attic and began to search. In the corner, Suyu discovered a weapon, a black metal coat rack, approximately the height of a person. He cleared away the clutter surrounding it, lifted the coat rack, and assessed its length and weight, finding them satisfactory, though the base was somewhat cumbersome. Nevertheless, he dismissed the concern and turned to the balcony door. With wide eyes, he gazed down the stairs, where the female zombie was already climbing from the 3rd floor towards the rooftop. Suyu placed the dagger between his teeth, confidently descended a few steps, positioned himself against the handrail, and fixed his gaze on the approaching zombie. Grasping the lower part of the coat rack with both hands, he aimed the sharp top towards the zombie's head and thrust it forward. The coat rack's top struck true, piercing or sliding against the zombie's face, causing a chunk of flesh, along with half of its nose, to flip upwards. Seeing this, Suyu not only refrained from lifting the coat rack, but instead, with a vigorous motion, maneuvered the coat rack to strike the zombie's body, forcefully pulling it backward. The impact was significant. The upper half of the zombie immediately toppled backward, its back crashing heavily against the wall before it tumbled down the stairs. Witnessing this scene, Suyu felt a surge of exhilaration, rendering him oblivious to the foul stench permeating the air. He then retrieved the raised coat rack and descended a few more steps, leaning against the stair railing, subtly turning to the left while slightly protruding his head, mimicking the stance of a harpoon fisher. At this moment, Suyu positioned his feet alternately on 2 adjacent stair steps, his abdomen gently leaning forward, his body firmly pressed against the railing. With both hands gripping the harpoon, he focused intently on the zombie below, poised for another assault. The success of his previous attack had instilled a robust confidence in him, alleviating some of his pent-up emotions. Now, with a dagger clenched between his teeth, his gaze fixated on the zombie below, he noted that the female zombie had awkwardly risen once more, instinctively determined to ascend the stairs while emitting a series of guttural roars. If you refuse to back down, then come on, Suyu thought to himself, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on the staircase. As the female zombie climbed 3 or 4 steps, he aimed the coat rack directly at its face, and with a forceful thrust, he struck downwards, producing a sharp sound of impact. Suyu perceived that the coat hanger had impaled the zombie, penetrating its cranium. The upturned metallic edge of the hanger had also grazed the zombie's face, resulting in a splatter of gore. Subsequently, a resounding clang echoed as the coat hanger slipped from Suyu's grasp, plummeting downstairs along with the zombie. Swiftly, Suyu retrieved the dagger from his mouth with his left hand. Experiencing a momentary blurring of vision, he closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, finding relief. I must have been holding my breath, causing oxygen deprivation in my brain. Furthermore, I exerted excessive force, resulting in the loss of the harpoon. Disregarding further contemplation, Suyu anxiously leaned over the railing, peering down to observe the zombie. The stairwell was now eerily silent, with the zombie sprawled on the ground at the entrance of the third floor. The zombie lay prone and motionless, a coat hanger grotesquely protruding from its head. A viscous, dark reddish grime oozed out, emitting a pungent, putrid odor characteristic of decaying corpses. At that moment, several muffled growls echoed from outside the stairwell window, accompanied by the clanging of metal. Were the zombies outside alerted by the noise? Suyu wondered. Glancing out the window, he noticed several zombies had congregated and were shambling around downstairs behind the building, their growls resonating. The external zombies are unable to enter, posing no immediate threat. Suyu mused. He cautiously descended the stairs, approaching the fallen zombie. The female zombie was lying askew on the ground, her head visibly traumatized, the coat hanger still embedded within. She remained prostrate and unmoving. After a contemplative pause that spanned nearly half a minute, Suyu descended several steps further, arriving beside the cadaverous figure. He cautiously nudged the clothes rack with his foot, causing a slight displacement of the female zombie's head, yet eliciting no response. It appeared lifeless, inert. Chapter 8. A bountiful acquisition of modified armaments. Suyu surmised that this edifice harbored but a solitary zombie. The clamor of the fallen clothes rack had roused the attention of those lurking outside, while the building itself remained eerily silent. With cautious deliberation, Suyu, brandishing his dagger, stepped over the prone figure and entered the second-story chamber. There, he beheld the disfigured and somewhat bloated form of the male resident. His torso, shoulders, neck, and visage bore the unmistakable marks of savage mauling. Substantial portions of his flesh were absent, and the bones of one hand were exposed, marred by bite marks. The wrist was fractured, and the neck contorted at an unnatural angle, revealing a white, bony shard. The slightly swollen corpse lay amidst a crimson and black pool of blood, a scene of utter desolation. Splatters of blood adorned the adjacent wall and the lower reaches of the curtains, marking this as the epicenter of the gruesome event. Suyu was aware that the neighbor had been the linchpin of his family, silently bearing the weight of responsibility for his wife and children. To meet their needs, he had toiled tirelessly, dedicating himself to their well-being. Now, he had been devoured alive by his spouse. Suyu, contemplating this sanguinary and terrifying tableau, found himself strangely acclimating, his mind wandering in morbid speculation. He cast a glance into the two bedrooms, discovering nothing of note. As he emerged from the second floor, clutching a dagger, he descended to the ground level, inspecting both the living room and the adjoining kitchen for any signs of life. Finding the premises vacant, he began to rummage through the kitchen for provisions. Swiftly, he discovered a small bag of rice weighing over 10 pounds, a packet of flour, 2 bags of powdered milk, a box of cereal, and several packets of instant noodles. The refrigerator, now devoid of power, contained some pork, chicken, and withered vegetables, which he chose to leave behind. Selecting a few potatoes, 3 carrots, and some dried fish, he also gathered several bottles of mineral water and a sizable beverage container. With remarkable efficiency, he packed all the supplies into a large bag. Carrying the bag, he ascended the staircase, opting not to search the overly pungent second floor any further and proceeding directly to the entrance of the third floor. There, he extricated a coat rack from the body of a zombie, discarding the liquid that clung to it. Upon reaching the rooftop terrace, he inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. By this point, he was drenched in sweat, feeling utterly fatigued and somewhat faint, so he leaned against the laundry sink on the balcony, lighting a cigarette to take a brief respite. The stench of the decaying corpses and the metallic tang of blood had been overwhelmingly distressing, causing him to unconsciously hold his breath due to the unbearable odor. It took him 2 trips across the balcony to transport the gathered supplies back to his home. Once there, he meticulously categorized and organized the food items before becoming lost in thought as he gazed at the cleaned coat rack. After a brief period of reflection, he proceeded to the toolbox, loosening the screws of the coat rack's base while retaining the upper portion. After severing the unnecessary curved hooks from the top, only a solitary metal rod remained. The round hole at the head was battered into a flattened, ragged aperture. He then retrieved his trusty dagger, attempting to insert the handle into the opening of the metal rod. After a few trials, he whittled down 2 pieces of flat wood and gradually pounded them into the crevice of the hole. After considerable effort, the coat rack was transformed into a rudimentary spear. Suyu held the spear aloft, practicing a few flourishes. It felt remarkably adept, far more convenient than before. To ensure the stability of the connection, he drove in 2 iron nails and hammered them into shape, rendering the surface smooth. He then meticulously filed the joint, achieving a polished finish. Finally, he wrapped the connection tightly with red nylon rope, securing it with pliers, while interspersing several strands of loose twine, which dangled beneath the spearhead like a beard. Suyu also wound some hemp rope around the base of the spear, enhancing his grip and preventing slippage. After careful refinement, the weapon bore a resemblance to a traditional red tassel spear. At this moment, Suyu stood sideways, stepping forward with his left foot, gripping the shaft in the middle with his left hand while positioning his right hand at the rear. He aimed at the cushions on the sofa, thrusting at an angle. 1 thrust, 2 thrusts, piercing, striking, a double-handed lunge, and a one-handed jab. Suyu practiced repeatedly for over 10 minutes, growing more adept with each thrust, though the exertion began to take its toll, leaving his body somewhat fatigued. As the spearhead penetrated the soft fabric of the sofa's headrest, he experienced a distinct sensation of fluidity and smoothness. The tip of this long spear is a sharp-edged dagger, and at the juncture where the metal rod connects to the dagger, Suyu deliberately employed a triple-layered technique for reinforcement, ensuring that the entire connection is robust and reliable. The spear shaft itself is quite substantial. During the modification process, he meticulously shaped it by hand, expending considerable effort. Ultimately, the modified spear measures approximately 1.5 meters in length. Suyu is quite pleased with both its grip and readiness, finding it comfortable and convenient to use. This weapon is undeniably sharp, and as the spearhead features a pioneer dagger, Suyu has aptly named it the Crimson Banner Spear. After completing this task, he found that his clothes were once again soaked with sweat, making him feel rather uncomfortable. He went to the restroom to rinse off, only to realize that he was hungry again. It had barely been 3 hours since breakfast, and yet his appetite returned with a vengeance. Suyu boiled a pot of rice in a pressure cooker using purified water and unearthed a sizable sausage, slicing it to mix with the rice, resulting in a full pot. He also retrieved some carrots from his search and paired them with the leftover steak to create a generous platter. Although the variety of ingredients was limited, the quantity was substantial, exceeding 4 times his usual portions. After vanquishing zombies, Suyu was in high spirits and devoured everything in a whirlwind, complemented by a bottle of beverage. This time, he was truly satiated. Now, he considered himself a dedicated eater as he contentedly washed the dishes. Suyu, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, reclined on the sofa and once again took out his phone, leisurely perusing the chat history on various messaging platforms. He navigated through messages from classmates, comrades, property groups, work colleagues, fellow villagers, and community announcements. Groups that once lay dormant, such as those for advertisements, now buzzed with activity as people emerged to share messages during this tumultuous time. He clicked on his girlfriend Zhou Yue's profile, where the latest message read, "You. Where are you? Are you at the company?" Clearly, this was sent after her attempts to reach him by phone went unanswered. Judging by the timestamp, Suyu had long succumbed to a deep slumber, rendering him unable to answer calls or attend to messages. Their romantic relationship had blossomed for nearly 4 years. Yet recently they had entered a phase of Cold War. The shift in her family's stance had exerted pressure on both of them, while the girl, reaching a certain age, began to experience anxiety. The primary cause of this tension stemmed from Suyu's health issues and discomfort upon returning home, coupled with the changes in his environment that frequently left him irritable. Additionally, certain confidential matters bound him by secrecy, preventing him from confiding in others. The accumulation of suppressed emotions had gradually eroded his temper. Now, amidst the rampant chaos of a zombie apocalypse, one could only wonder what plight Zhou Yue found herself in. No one could foresee whether she would evade infection. Even if she miraculously escaped the initial wave, could she withstand the relentless onslaught of ensuing crises and emerge unscathed? Chapter 9. Observing the horde from the rooftop with these thoughts swirling in his mind, Suyu felt a surge of agitation. He yearned to venture outside to uncover the truth. However, the current situation outside was exceedingly dire. As the saying goes, one must see the living to grasp the dead. Though he was tempted to step out, he was acutely aware of the perilous conditions that awaited him. Rationality reminded him that the demise of that solitary female zombie had been facilitated by his advantageous position. He had struck her down from a height, exploiting the terrain to his benefit. If confronted by multiple zombies without such an edge, the likelihood of succumbing to their onslaught was high. He knew that should he venture out alone, he would inevitably meet the same fate as the unfortunate neighbor, becoming sustenance for the undead. Suyu understood that survival was paramount before contemplating any further plans. The weight of these thoughts caused him considerable distress. Although he had managed to evade infection and avoid becoming a zombie, his body had been behaving oddly over the past few days. What was once a robust physique now felt unwell. He had endured a torturous 3-day stupor, and upon awakening, he found himself easily fatigued and weakened. Moreover, he experienced an insatiable hunger, with his appetite greatly increased. His recent consumption rivaled what he would typically eat in a week. He suspected that this sudden malaise was linked to the viral mutation and surmised that perhaps he had been affected or even infected, though the specifics eluded him. As a survivor, he pondered whether other survivors were experiencing similar tribulations, which added to his frustration. After tidying up the kitchen, he returned to the second floor. Slowly approaching the window, he lifted the binoculars hanging from his neck and resumed his observation of the outside world. Upon observing the neighboring house across from him, he discerned no anomalies and detected no signs of human activity. Nearby the back door on the lower floor, a few zombies were aimlessly wandering. Likely drawn by the commotion that had ensued, they had lingered for over an hour, demonstrating an unwavering dedication to their grim purpose. Not far from where he stood, 2 more zombies were seen moving near a vehicle, their motions driven purely by instinct, intermittently emitting guttural roars akin to wild beasts attacking humans. They exhibited acute sensitivity to sound, reacting vigorously, yet they remained oblivious to the presence of individuals inside the house, separated by distance and obstacles. Furthermore, it was evident that a severe blow to a zombie's head would result in its demise. Death would suffice. If they could eliminate these fiends, they would do so with fervor, Suyu resolutely declared. The windows on both the front and back of the second floor were tightly shut, trapping a foul odor within the confines of the room. He gently cracked open a few windows to allow for ventilation. He also attended to the unsightly mess on the floor, stuffing the bedding and mattress from the master bedroom into a large bag. With this hefty parcel in tow, he ascended to the rooftop, where he utilized binoculars to survey the village below. It was midday, and the sun was not particularly bright. Suyu moved back and forth on the rooftop, continuing his observations. He soon discovered more scattered zombies, recognizing some as familiar neighbors and relatives. A wave of despondency washed over him as he grappled with an inexplicable sorrow. Those once simple, kind-hearted villagers had now transformed into zombies, mere shells of their former selves, turned into ravenous monsters. Lighting a cigarette, Suyu sat alone atop the highest beam of the roof, gazing out at the rows of buildings before him, all devoid of life. On the rooftop, a few solar water heaters bask in the sun, emitting warm vapors that rise into the desolate village sky. Where verdant hills stretch into the distance, their lush vegetation perpetually vibrant, a landscape that evokes a multitude of memories for Suyu. The cigarette clutched in his left hand slowly dwindles, its slender ash drifting down with the gentle breeze, only to be lifted again and scattered into distant, unknown realms until it vanishes completely. Having narrowly escaped death amidst the chaos of war years ago, he now finds himself sheltered from the horrors of a zombie apocalypse within the confines of his home. An inexplicable stroke of luck? As he contemplates the kind-hearted, simple folk of the village and his dear friends, most have met with misfortune, their lives extinguished, leaving only a scant few survivors who struggle in agony for existence. The world beyond is undoubtedly ravaged by the undead, relentless in their assault on the living. The city in which Suyu resides is merely a small, inconsequential one. Yet one can only imagine the stench of death pervading its streets, as the remaining inhabitants cower in their homes, windows tightly shut, afraid to make a sound lest they attract the terrifying hordes of zombies. Fear and despair are etched upon every face. With no knowledge of how long this grim existence shall continue, as food and water become increasingly scarce. Since calamity has struck, one must confront it with resolve. striving to adapt and endeavoring to alter this predatory world. Suyu discards the cigarette from his rooftop perch and lights another, lost in solitary contemplation. While contemplating the current circumstances and devising future strategies, a few ideas began to crystallize, and an unwilling determination gradually took shape. Suyu felt as though he had been sitting for an eternity. He touched his slightly numb legs and slowly rose, preparing for his next course of action. He had begun his first comprehensive transformation from the mindset of a peaceful era to that of an apocalyptic world. Returning to his balcony, Suyu picked up the soiled thin quilt and bed sheets, tying them tightly into a bundle. He then made his way to the end of the row house, gazing intently at the shop by the bridge for a moment before taking a few steps back. With his left hand, he grasped the bundle and, with a vigorous motion, hurled it towards the small bridge. The package traced a high arc in the air, landing several dozen meters away on the roadside with a resounding thud. After hitting the ground, it rolled a few meters before coming to a halt about 4 to 5 meters from the small bridge. Immediately, Suyu bent low, focusing his binoculars on the area near the bridge, observing intently without moving. The commotion caused by the package's descent indeed attracted the attention of nearby zombies, who turned and lunged towards the direction of the fallen bundle. Suyu noted that the movements of these zombies were predominantly instinctual and erratic. Those at the front moved with a swifter pace than a normal human walk, while the older ones lagged behind. Notably, one zombie, limping as it walked, moved at a significantly reduced speed. After several minutes of observation, the zombies congregated near the bridge, aimlessly milling about before gradually dispersing into the vicinity. He pondered for a moment, crouched down, and seized a red tile from the rooftop, hurling it forcefully in another direction. The tile soared through the air, landing on the concrete ground not far away with a resounding crack, shattering into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. The nearby zombies, disturbed by the noise, began to converge towards the source of the sound, their reactions evident within a 10-meter radius. In contrast, a group of zombies situated about 40 to 50 meters away near the bridge exhibited some response, but appeared somewhat disoriented, as if they could not discern the precise origin of the sound. They exhibited only slight agitation for a brief moment before gradually resuming their stillness. Chapter 10. Fully armed and out for search through careful observation, Suyu realized that zombies could be attracted by sound, with a considerable range of influence. Even those over 20 meters away were drawn in, possibly correlating with the volume of the noise. The speed at which zombies moved was influenced by their size and age. Robust, towering zombies moved at a pace akin to a brisk walk, while smaller, older ones were considerably slower. Each zombie exhibited slight variations in speed, and those with disabilities in their lower limbs demonstrated markedly reduced mobility. Among them was a zombie with bloodied, severed legs, crawling desperately on the ground using its upper body. Zombies appeared to have poor vision, unable to discern objects at a distance, and would only extend their arms slightly while moving, instinctively turning and shifting when their bodies encountered obstacles. Standing atop the 4th floor without concealing his presence and in motion, Suyu remained undetected by the zombies below. What, then, is the extent of the zombies' olfactory capabilities? The current circumstances remain uncertain and will require subsequent endeavors to elucidate. Suyu yearned to comprehend the characteristics and vulnerabilities of the zombies, facilitating future actions and enhancing his chances of survival. He tossed several shards of tiles in various directions, akin to casting stones to gauge the path ahead, creating disturbances that elicited minor unrest among the zombies, accompanied by a chorus of growls. However, the anticipated signs of survivors eluded him, compelling him to reluctantly cease his probing. After more than an hour, Suyu returned home, retrieved his power bank, and commenced charging his mobile device. Concurrently, he undertook the task of deleting unnecessary applications, retaining only messaging and mapping software, along with select images as mementos. Whenever he ventured into new territories, he habitually downloaded offline maps for convenience. Even in the absence of mobile signals, the maps remained accessible. He eliminated news, gaming, and fitness applications, clearing all work-related materials as well. Subsequently, he disabled the alarm, Bluetooth, and other functions, switching his phone to power-saving mode before turning it off to conserve battery life, as future recharging would pose challenges. Finally, he placed both the phone and power bank on the windowsill, allowing the power bank to recharge simultaneously. Suyu then proceeded with his preparations according to plan, meticulously scouring each room for useful items, clothing, shoes, a backpack, a roll of climbing rope, a mechanical watch, a magnesium fire starter, a small knife, and other tools. Among the outdoor gear and sports protective equipment, he discovered a cycling helmet that brought him joy, along with a set of metallic slingshots and some steel balls that he had long forgotten. In the event that certain items are lacking at home, one may take the opportunity to gather some while foraging for food. Suyu carefully arranged the items he had on the second-floor storeroom, then donned a sporty leather jacket. He slung a backpack over his shoulders, containing a mask, binoculars, and various other essentials. With military-grade leather gloves adorning his hands and a sharp kitchen knife secured at his waist, he finally fastened his cycling helmet snugly. Fully equipped, he seized the red-tasseled spear from the corner of the room and ascended the staircase to the rooftop balcony. His first target was the neighboring residence to the right. The balcony door was tightly locked. Suyu cautiously approached a nearby window and attempted to push it open, but it remained obstinately shut. Searching the balcony, he found a rag and wrapped it around the grip of his spear. With a decisive strike, he struck the edge of the window glass, producing a resonant crash. In an instant, a portion of the glass shattered, sending fragments scattering. Suyu reached through the opening to unlatch the window, clearing the windowsill with the rag before deftly entering the interior. Inside, he discovered a top-floor storage room filled with tools and miscellaneous items. After opening the door to the storage area, he descended the staircase and paused to listen intently. Silence enveloped the lower floor. Assured that all was calm, Suyu commenced his search from the upper levels downward. The third floor lay barren, suggesting it was seldom occupied. This villa was somewhat larger than Suyu's own home, boasting 3 bedrooms and 2 living areas on its first floor. Upon arriving at the second floor, Suyu noticed that the door was ajar. He paused for a moment and gently tapped the open security door with the barrel of his gun, producing a crisp sound. 1 knock, 2 knocks, 3 knocks, yet the entire building remained silent. Gradually, he stepped inside. The ambience was rich with the essence of daily life. The furniture and household items were adequately furnished. However, despite searching through 3 rooms and a small living area, he found no signs of occupancy. Eventually, he descended to the ground floor, where he discovered that both the kitchen and the living room were devoid of any inhabitants. It appeared that the residents were not at home. Upon attempting to turn the main door handle, he realized it was locked from the outside, confirming that the occupants had secured the door before their departure. Suyu commenced a meticulous search for useful items and provisions. This household differed somewhat from Suyu's own. The ground floor featured an elevated kitchen with ample space, which appeared quite open. The cooking appliances were neatly arranged, showing no signs of recent use. In the outer area of the kitchen, only a few beverages and alcoholic drinks were present, perhaps due to the larger size of the house or the long-standing habits of the villagers. There was also a smaller kitchen constructed within one of the compact rooms on the ground floor. This kitchen boasted a sizable earthen stove built into the end wall of the room. On the stove, there were 2 cast-iron pots, one large and one small, permanently embedded in the earthen structure, designed for wood-fire cooking. The chimney of the stove was constructed from bricks, curving from the wall to the outside, with the exterior adorned in white tiles. As Suyu approached the stove, he noticed a corner nearby piled with small, chopped pieces of wood. Evidently, the kitchen was in frequent use, evidenced by the presence of a double-door refrigerator and dining chairs situated near the periphery. Suyu entered the kitchen and meticulously gathered all edible items, placing them upon the table. He amassed half a sack of rice, several pounds of cured meat, a modest quantity of sausages, dried bamboo shoots, several bundles of dried vermicelli, a jar of Lao Gan Ma chili sauce, fermented bean curd and chili oil, a jar of pickled vegetables, and also collected preserved eggs and salted duck eggs. From the cupboard, he retrieved an assortment of biscuits, cartons of pure milk, several jars of fruit preserves, and a few apples. Additionally, he discovered an unopened case of Wangzai milk. The refrigerator contained an assortment of meats and vegetables. However, detecting a stale odor emanating from the unplugged appliance, Suyu selected only a few red chili peppers, leaving the remaining contents untouched. Subsequently, he ascended to the second and third floors, searching for any potentially useful items. Smaller objects were directly placed into his travel backpack. He successively unearthed some batteries, flashlights, a functional mobile phone, an alarm clock, and a paring knife. Even small items, such as a few candles, were added to the bag's contents. Upon returning to the kitchen, Suyu consumed Wangzai milk and biscuits while taking a respite. He mused on his current state as a voracious eater, noting that it was only midday. Yet he had already consumed 2 meals. After only a brief period of activity, he already felt the urge to eat again. After finishing 2 cartons of pure milk and some biscuits, Suyu pondered the available provisions, noting that the staples such as rice and flour were in ample supply. He also managed to secure a quantity of high-calorie, high-protein meats, but the supply of vegetables and fruits was notably scarce. Chapter 11. A direct encounter with the undead. Suyu lit a cigarette and slowly ascended to the end of the second floor, peering out of the window. Below, approximately 4 to 5 meters away, lay the village stream's embankment, bordered by small vegetable plots brimming with fresh produce such as garlic, scallions, and cilantro. He glanced to either side of the building and noted the absence of wandering zombies in the vicinity. Raising his gaze, he observed a bamboo grove across the way, where free-range chickens roamed. Several of these chickens were still visible, meandering about the poultry yard. Suyu recalled that as long as it did not rain and cause the water to rise, one could descend from the stone steps of the riverbank to the water's edge. The stream, measuring 5 to 6 meters in width, offered several stepping stones that would allow for an easy crossing. Having witnessed villagers in his hometown feeding these farm-raised chickens in a similar manner, he noted that the creek was currently clear and the waters flowed gentle, enabling a crossing without needing to wade through it. Though his body had yet to fully recover, acquiring a few chickens to bolster his strength seemed a prudent choice. However, this endeavor bore considerable risk, necessitating meticulous planning before proceeding. The adjacent vegetable patch could be accessed by exiting through the back door and walking approximately 2 meters to reach an open space, with the vegetable plot just a few meters ahead. Suyu estimated that a round trip for gathering vegetables would take about a few minutes, making it a feasible undertaking. He crouched by the front and back windows, observing the surrounding area and the village streets, where he discerned no signs of the undead. With determination, he resolved to act. As Suyu descended the stairs, he donned his helmet and procured a large snakeskin bag. With his left hand, he grasped the red tassel spear and approached the back door on the first floor. Gently testing the locked door, he slowly pushed it open a fraction, just enough to squeeze through. Grasping the doorknob, he cautiously leaned out, peering left and right. To his right, at a distance of approximately 30 meters, he spotted 2 zombies meandering aimlessly. Without hesitation, he gradually opened the door until it was nearly halfway ajar, allowing just enough space for him to slip through. With nimble grace, he darted out, pressing himself against the wall and taking light, careful steps towards the corner of the building. Upon rounding the corner, he arrived at the vacant plot at the end of the row of houses. With his back against the wall, he surveyed the surroundings for 3 to 4 seconds. Noticing the absence of any unusual activity, he crouched and dashed towards the small vegetable patch. He placed the red tassel spear on the ground and, bending slightly, began to harvest the vegetables with fervor, frantically gathering greens and cabbages. Suyu pulled up the vegetables with one hand while using a bag to catch them with the other. One by one, he forcefully uprooted the crops, displacing the soil and leaving behind small pits. He was directly yanking the vegetables from the ground, disregarding the withered yellow leaves and the soil clinging to the roots, stuffing them into a snakeskin bag. His actions were remarkably swift, accompanied by a hint of excitement, a sensation that felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of his childhood memories. After filling a large bag with vegetables, he intended to gather some garlic and scallions before heading back. As he bent slightly forward, a flicker of movement caught his eye to the right. Suyu immediately looked up and was startled to see a zombie advancing from the direction of the rear house. It was an adult male zombie, its mouth agape, revealing a set of blackened teeth smeared with blood, emitting a low, guttural growl. Its bulging, murky eyes were fixed on Suyu, and it lunged forward with outstretched claws. A jolt of fear surged through Suyu as he quickly dropped the bag of vegetables and retreated a few steps, grasping the red tassel spear lying on the ground. His gaze locked on the approaching zombie. At this moment, the zombie was merely 7 to 8 meters away, while the distance to the security door was also about 6 to 7 meters. 2 points form a line, 3 points create a surface. Was this not a triangle? Specifically, an equilateral one? The menacing zombie was already charging toward him, and Suyu realized that dashing back would not afford him sufficient distance or time. Furthermore, part of his route was directly in the zombie's path, increasing the likelihood of interception and the associated risks. If he were to retreat while dragging this zombie away, it would still pose a danger. Within the village, unseen and uncertain locations may harbor even more of these creatures. This time, he had no choice but to confront it directly in an open expanse, and it was imperative to resolve the matter swiftly. Suyu contemplated these thoughts briefly in his mind before he swiftly moved over 2 meters towards the wall of the villa, turning to survey his surroundings. He noted the absence of other zombies before cautiously retreating step by step along the wall. The zombie simultaneously adjusted its trajectory, lunging towards Suyu. Moments later, it reached the edge of the wall, positioning itself directly opposite him. They stood parallel to one another, close to the wall. By this point, Suyu had retreated several meters, with the zombie now merely 2 meters away. Gripping the red tassel spear with both hands, he raised it slightly, and, with a sudden thrust forward, stepped out with. However, at that moment, Suyu had already released his grip on the gun with his right hand. With a swift flick of his left wrist, the firearm retreated, and simultaneously, he took 2 small leaps to the side, deftly evading the oncoming assault of the zombie. With a vigorous swing of his left arm, the gun's barrel swiftly and skillfully jabbed at the zombie from the side. This time, the sharp tip penetrated through the zombie's temple, piercing through to the other side of its head. Suyu's right hand firmly grasped the red tassel spear, swiftly retracting it. The zombie began to topple forward to the left, collapsing softly against the wall, dark crimson liquid seeping slowly from its head. All of this transpired in a mere span of over 10 seconds. His performance was nothing short of exemplary. Beyond his speed, strength, and technique, it was Suyu's utter disregard for the fear of zombies that laid the foundation for his triumph. Chapter 12. Tomorrow marks the 5th day of the apocalypse. Suyu turned to survey his surroundings. Taking a few breaths as he picked up the large bag by the vegetable patch, he hastily approached the corner of the house, casting a glance at the positions of 2 distant zombies, before swiftly retreating back inside, securing the anti-theft door behind him, and exhaling a sigh of relief. After resting for over 10 minutes, Suyu cleaned the blood and grime from his weapon and washed the dirt from his hands. He then sat beside his provisions, cradling a large stainless steel basin, indulging in a homemade afternoon tea. Suyu opened 2 cans, delicately retrieving the peach pulp and lychee flesh, which emitted an enticing aroma. He poured the sweet fruit into the basin, mixing it with several cartons of pure milk, accompanied by a few small packets of biscuits, a delightful culinary encounter. In truth, Suyu was merely feeling a bit hungry and decided to gather some sustenance at hand. In the vast expanse, Suyu swiftly and decisively dispatched a robust zombie, and he felt a surge of elation, albeit marred by the lingering effects of his body's incomplete recovery. An incessant hunger gnawed at him, and he experienced a slight weakness following physical exertion. Clearly, he required ample rest and nutritional replenishment to adequately prepare for his forthcoming endeavors. After enjoying a delightful afternoon tea, Suyu meticulously organized his provisions, gathering several bags to transport his items back to his residence via the rooftop balcony. His bounty for the day was substantial. Not only had he successfully scavenged a considerable amount of food and daily necessities, but he had also vanquished an adult zombie in a direct confrontation. His expedition to the neighboring building involved multiple trips, each requiring him to ascend and descend over 20 flights of stairs, leaving him drenched in perspiration. Upon shedding his protective gear, he entered the bathroom for a refreshing hot shower. Clad in clean, casual attire and having forego drying his hair, merely towel drying it, he made his way to the kitchen. It was still just past 3 in the afternoon, and he set about preparing dinner. This time, Suyu had learned from experience. He decided to eat in advance, despite not feeling excessively hungry. He recognized that the frequent pangs of hunger were signals from his body indicating a need for energy. Given that his level of physical activity had not significantly increased, he surmised that his metabolism was unusually high, likely a consequence of his recent illness-induced coma. His weight, barely measured at 69 kilograms, further attested to his persistent feelings of fatigue. Thus, Suyu commenced by boiling a large pot of cabbage and greens to create a nourishing soup, enriched with some dried noodles and a drizzle of sesame oil, finally indulging in the taste of fresh vegetables. Another main dish consisted of a substantial piece of reddish-brown cured meat, marbled with fat and lean, stir-fried together with some rehydrated bamboo shoots, releasing an enticing aroma. After adding red chili peppers, Suyu gazed at the dish with satisfaction. A stainless steel basin brimmed with culinary delights, rich in color, fragrance, and flavor. He promptly retrieved a bottle of beer and commenced drinking. After consuming 2 bottles and a significant portion of the stir-fried cured meat, the sausage rice was also cooked. Suyu then served himself a generous bowl of clay pot rice made with sausage, accompanied by vegetable soup and the cured meat with bamboo shoots. eating with fervor until he was drenched in sweat. He found himself satiated, his belly round, as he languidly reclined in the armchair, indifferent to the leftover soup, beer bottles, and utensils strewn across the table. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and half lay back, quietly savoring the blissful afternoon. A beam of sunlight filtered through the partially opened curtains, casting a warm glow on the floor, and he found himself lost in thought. At that moment, Suyu's mind drifted to the Middle East, where the sky was perpetually shrouded in thick dust. During that time, he often ventured into dangerous territories, engaging with various individuals to acquire crucial intelligence. He would stroll alone through the streets of the bustling markets during twilight, absorbing the unique allure of foreign cities. He relished the local cuisine, exchanging pleasantries with vendors to better understand the customs and traditions of those places. His thoughts also wandered to the cherished moments spent with his girlfriend, Zhou Yue, while vacationing in Egypt and other locales. Suddenly, Suyu awoke from his slumber on the sofa, glancing hurriedly at his wristwatch, only to discover it was already 10 o'clock at night. Previously, he had dozed off on the sofa at dusk, only to awaken to the present moment. Rising in darkness, he groped for a small birthday candle, which he ignited with the faint moonlight filtering through the floor. Instantly, a gentle and warm glow enveloped the entire room. Although the light was dim, in this village reminiscent of an apocalyptic world, how many households could boast such a precious flame, symbolizing hope? Suyu picked up a flashlight and washed up in the bathroom before approaching the window to survey the nearby residences. He meticulously scanned the surroundings, noting that none of the nearby homes emitted any light, nor were there signs of human activity. Suyu extinguished the candle, secured a sharp kitchen knife at his waist, and grasped a pair of binoculars as he ascended the stairs. Clutching an old-fashioned flashlight, he reached the balcony, where the external illumination was slightly brighter than that within the room. Leaning over the balcony railing, he observed several solar streetlights along the road below, spotting a vague figure moving to the left. Judging by its movement, it appeared to be a zombie. After watching for a moment, Suyu turned and climbed to the rooftop, arriving at the farthest left corner with the best vantage point. The village was dotted with a few scattered buildings, their entrances illuminated by solar lights. He scanned the area, seeking any signs of light from within the rooms, hoping to locate any surviving souls. He took out his monocular to observe the village roads and discovered that the zombies continued to meander slowly, seemingly tireless, as they moved languidly in an endless loop. Just like during the day, these zombies wandered aimlessly. Yet, to Suyu's dismay, he found no traces of human activity that he had hoped for. He gazed into the distant fields, forests, and neighboring villages, but there were no obvious signs of human presence. After a brief slumber, he awoke refreshed, feeling considerably better in both spirit and physique. Sitting alone atop the highest eaves of the roof, he smoked a cigarette while contemplating his next course of action. The encouraging sign of his body beginning to recover heralded a positive omen. He resolved to indulge in some delectable food the following day, which would undoubtedly benefit his health. Yesterday, he had scoured 2 houses and unearthed some provisions and supplies. This row of villas contained 7 households, excluding one that had been uninhabited for years. He could also clear the supplies from the other 3 homes. Entering the neighboring houses from the rooftop balcony was both convenient and secure. Moreover, each neighboring household might harbor only 1 or 2 zombies, and Suyu felt confident in his ability to dispatch them. Encountering zombies while foraging for food was an inevitable experience, one he would likely face often in the future. After admiring the moon for half an hour and gazing at the stars, he gradually descended to return home. He lit a candle and tidied the kitchen, then paused to smoke, with a refreshing Wangzai milk beside him as he pondered his plans for the next day. The purified water at home was running low, so he quenched his thirst with milk and beverages. The beer was reserved for mealtime. His appetite had grown, necessitating larger portions in his cooking. A bit of beer was just right, providing a refreshing respite. As for the white liquor, it could serve as a disinfectant and ward off the cold, and its high purity could even ignite a fire. He decided to keep it for now, though the true reason was that Suyu was not particularly fond of white liquor. He pondered this indifferently. Tomorrow marked the 5th day of the apocalypse. Chapter 13. Continuing to scavenge for supplies, Suyu needed to devise a new strategy to gather more resources, especially high-calorie food. He also had to take the initiative to clear out a wave of zombies, making the search easier and facilitating the subsequent plans. It was crucial for him to maintain his health, requiring an increase in high-protein intake. The few free-range chickens in the bamboo grove had tantalized him. After all, no one was feeding them, and they would starve if confined. He also contemplated the supplies at the village's small supermarket, which could diversify his stock, significantly enhancing his chances of survival. Before sleeping, Suyu felt a twinge of emptiness in his heart and suddenly recalled that eggs could not be stored for too long. He quickly cooked 2 packets of instant noodles, added 3 poached eggs, and tossed in some vegetables, completing a delightful midnight snack. Naturally, it all ended up in his belly. After washing the dishes, he swiftly ascended to his room to rest. Lying in bed, he joyfully counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I actually had 7 meals today. Does that mean I've transformed into 7 times Lu? As Suyu pondered, he reflected, what did I consume for each meal today? Lost in thought, his body gradually relaxed, leading him into the realm of dreams. On the 5th day of the apocalypse, the morning sun gently kissed Suyu's face, awakening him from slumber with a growling stomach. Glancing at his watch, he noted that it was merely 5:30 in the early morning. After attending to his needs, he indulged in a refreshing shower, feeling considerably cleaner this time. Lathering his body with soap, he closed his eyes and relished the warm water cascading over him. He realized that such luxurious bathing would not be feasible once he stepped outside. A hot shower in the morning was truly delightful. It invigorated the spirit, alleviated fatigue, and relaxed his muscles. At that moment, every pore of his skin seemed to unfurl, a stark contrast to the sticky discomfort he had felt upon waking 2 days prior, when he had exuded an unpleasant odor. With a cheerful tune on his lips, he sang, "Wash, wash, I want to be clean." If it weren't for the persistent grumbling of his stomach, he might have lingered in the shower a bit longer. Clad in a bathrobe, Suyu dashed into the kitchen, retrieving steamed buns and flour rolls. He then sliced some sausages and tossed them into the steamer. Turning around, he fetched 5 or 6 preserved eggs, slicing them into pieces, and crushed a generous handful of garlic. He added a dollop of lao gan ma, soy sauce, and sesame oil, finishing with a splash of hot oil. As the sizzling sound filled the air, the aroma was released, and a simple dish of garlic preserved eggs was ready. Regrettably, it lacked a sprinkle of scallions. All thanks to that wretched zombie from yesterday. The scallions had been merely a meter away. If only he had taken 2 more steps, he could have brought back both garlic and scallions. The zombie had truly perished, yet I neglected to gather more, preoccupied with the pilfered vegetables as I hastily retreated indoors. Savoring a morsel of steamed bun, I took a generous bite of sausage, followed by a spoonful of garlic-infused century egg, and washed it down with a sip of Wangzai milk. This breakfast, consumed by Suyu, evoked an extraordinary sensation. Each delicacy boasted its own distinctive flavor, harmoniously blending into a remarkable culinary experience. Satiated and fortified, Suyu donned a protective ensemble, a leather jacket paired with tactical pants, waterproof high-top boots, and a cycling helmet adorning his head. A sharp knife was sheathed at his waist, while a sizable backpack rested on his back. His left hand was clad in tactical gloves, gripping a formidable weapon, the red feather spear. Ascending the stairs to the rooftop eaves, he surveyed the surrounding zombies, noting little change from the previous day, save for a slight alteration in their roaming territory. This time, Suyu made his way directly to the 4th villa from the right in the row of houses, the neighboring residence of the female zombie encountered yesterday. It appeared that this household was inhabited by merely 2 middle-aged individuals. Approaching the balcony, he tested the front door, which, like before, was not locked. He cautiously pulled open the metal door, leaving an escape route ajar. Upon entering the house, Suyu observed that the staircase lacked a railing, the stairwell merely revealing empty, ceramic-tiled steps. Not detecting the stench of decay upon entry, he proceeded to the attic on the top floor, which was cluttered with various items and old cabinets. As he prepared to exit, he seized a metal can of insect repellent, contemplating the empty stairwell before him. Yesterday, when he had dispatched the female zombie, the presence of a railing had rendered the descent both easier and safer. Let us give it a try, he mused, contemplating. He gently tossed the metal can at an angle towards the 3rd floor, producing a crisp and fleeting sound that echoed through the tranquil corridor. The can rolled down the staircase, while simultaneously, a deep, guttural growl emanated from below, indicating the presence of zombies. Suyu, standing motionless, discerned the unmistakable evidence of their existence. Fortunately, he had devised a clever strategy to lure them out of hiding. After a brief pause, the growling persisted, yet no zombies ascended the stairs. Gradually, Suyu approached the stairwell of the third floor, where he distinctly heard movement behind the closed door of an apartment, accompanied by the faint sounds of zombies below, though their exact location remained unclear. After examining the security door of the apartment and confirming its secure closure, he pondered briefly before slowly descending the staircase with his gun in hand. Throughout his descent, he encountered no zombies, only the metalkin lying on the ground. Upon reaching the second-floor landing, he found the door firmly shut. Listening intently, he detected the unmistakable sounds of zombies within the confines of that floor as well. It seemed this household harbored more than one zombie, with each level afflicted, yet fortunately, all were secured behind their respective doors. Suyu adeptly navigated to the first floor, where he was relieved to find no audible signs of zombies, and after a thorough inspection, he confirmed that all was normal. What to do now? Standing in the kitchen, he found himself torn between two choices. Should he seize the food from the kitchen and return home, or confront the zombies upstairs while simultaneously searching the upper two levels? Returning home would undoubtedly be safer and more convenient, yet encountering such a situation upon stepping outside would likely become a frequent occurrence. Given the present circumstances, was this not an opportune moment for practice? Moreover, he was quite familiar with the indoor environment. It would be a pity to forego this chance. Suyu pondered for a moment, resolutely deciding, now is the time to act. Yet, he needed to devise a method to swiftly and safely eliminate these monsters upon opening the door. Thus, Suyu commenced a thorough search on the first floor. Before long, he discovered a nylon rope measuring over 10 meters in length, with a diameter akin to that of a finger. After a brief contemplation, he also located a solid wooden dining chair with a backrest. He first placed his backpack in the kitchen, then carried both items to the entrance of the second floor. Upon arrival, Suyu carefully examined his surroundings. He began by securing one end of the rope to the doorknob, then extended it to the window at the corner of the staircase, binding the other end to the window's security grill. The central portion of the rope was intentionally left slack, allowing for some give. Subsequently, he positioned the sturdy wooden chair against the security door, pressing it firmly against the wall to obstruct the door's outward swing. Suyu understood that the security door opened outward, envisioning a strategy to hold it in place while dispatching the zombies through the narrow gap. With the rope tied and the wooden chair blocking the door's opening, both items provided a measure of protective assurance. Chapter 14. Crystals within the zombie's cranium. Once all preparations were complete, Suyu leaned the long gun against the staircase wall. Due to the narrowness of the stairwell, the weapon could not be fully extended. He grasped the long-handled axe in his left hand and cautiously approached the door. As he drew nearer, the low, guttural growls emanating from behind the door grew increasingly distinct, as though a ferocious beast were ensnared within, emitting a raspy roar. Suyu paused momentarily, his right hand gently grasping the doorknob as he attuned himself to the sounds beyond the door. At that moment, he abruptly pressed down on the handle, and with a creaking sound, he felt the door being forcefully pushed open from within. His right hand struggled to maintain its grip, while the toe of his leather shoe sensed a collision. Suddenly, a gap approximately half a foot wide appeared in the door. Almost instantaneously, a grotesque, terrifying zombie claw emerged through the opening. In response, Suyu swiftly raised the long-handled axe in his left hand, striking towards the gap at a deft angle. As he felt resistance upon entering the crevice, his aim deviated. Was he off target? A surge of alarm coursed through him as he quickly withdrew the axe and retreated 2 steps diagonally. In the blink of an eye, the door was thrust open with renewed vigor, the rope tethered to it tautening under the strain, producing a series of cracking sounds. As the gap, uncertain whether it was terror or rage that consumed him, Suyu struck down with a ferocity akin to a cataclysmic explosion of a miniature universe. This time, the axe embedded itself firmly into the zombie's cranium, cleaving it cleanly in two, and causing a splatter of putrid blood that stained the doorframe, walls, and corridor with dark, purplish splotches. Shortly thereafter, the zombie slid down through the crack of the door, its head resting at the threshold, nearly severed in half, from which a copious amount of brownish-red ichor oozed forth. Suyu gradually retreated, leaning against the wall, taking deep breaths to calm his racing heart, grateful to have narrowly escaped the recent peril. After a brief moment of waiting, he noted that the fallen zombie exhibited no further signs of life. He cautiously peered through the door's crevice, confirming the absence of any anomalies before untying the rope, preparing to enter the room. Narrowing his eyes, Suyu fixated on the nearly bisected head of the zombie, pondering to himself, The mutations had rendered the zombies' heads considerably more fragile. If an axe could so effortlessly cleave through their skulls, it seemed plausible that in the future, a similar approach with an axe or other heavy objects could effectively dispatch these creatures. As Suyu pressed against the doorframe, meticulously preparing to enter the room, he cast a sidelong glance at the corpse on the ground and noticed something peculiar. Within the split cranium lay a small, pale red object. Its size modest, yet strikingly prominent against the backdrop of the zombie's decaying grayish skull. With utmost caution, Suyu maneuvered alongside the zombie's head, using the axe with his left hand to gently dislodge the crimson crystal. Afterward, he wiped it on his pant leg and held it in his hand, examining it with intrigue. The crystalline fragment, resembling the size of a broad bean, is not overly rigid, possessing a certain softness, slightly firmer than jelly, yet exuding a subtle resilience. Its interior is somewhat opaque, lacking complete transparency. After cleaning it, a scent emerges that brings a sense of comfort to Suyu, as if it could soothe his somewhat irritable disposition. What could this object be? He is well aware that such a thing does not exist within the human mind. Could it be a peculiar byproduct of becoming a zombie, or perhaps something else entirely? As Suyu surveyed his surroundings, he swung his left hand to shake off the viscous liquid clinging to the axe, while his right hand continued to toy with the red crystalline fragment, finding a peculiar pleasure in its texture. His gaze swept across the second-floor living room, where no anomalies were detected. This modest lounge, furnished with a sofa, coffee table, and television cabinet, appeared rather disheveled but otherwise normal. He then entered the two bedrooms on the right, one of which was relatively tidy, while the other was in utter disarray, with blankets strewn haphazardly across the floor. At that moment, an unsettling sensation surged within him, prompting Suyu to curiously caress the crystalline fragment in his right hand. He keenly noticed that its size seemed somewhat off, as his fingers grazed its surface. The original volume appeared to diminish. Upon closer inspection, he was astounded. The crystal in his palm had shrunk to the size of a mung bean. Its size had nearly halved. Suyu, taken aback, hastily discarded the pale red crystal onto the floor, a wave of anxiety and confusion washing over him as he endeavored to recall the tactile sensations experienced while manipulating it. Lacking any sensation of moisture, it seemed unlikely that it had melted into liquid, Suyu murmured to himself. He shifted his gaze to his gloved right hand, meticulously inspecting it only to discover that his fingers bore no abnormalities, and the glove showed no discernible signs of dampness. What, then, could account for the sudden reduction of this crimson crystal by half? He fell into deep contemplation, recalling that he had held it for no more than 2 minutes, perhaps just over a minute. What had transpired during that fleeting moment? This enigmatic occurrence left him utterly perplexed. Could it be that the crystal concealed some arcane force or mechanism within? A cascade of questions flooded his mind, intensifying his confusion and curiosity. Was it possible that the crystal melted upon exposure to heat, and the liquefied portion evaporated into thin air? Filled with doubt, Suyu widened his eyes, fixated on the red crystal on the ground, endeavoring to glean some insight from it. However, upon closer inspection, he was met with further astonishment. The crystal was still diminishing. Once the size of a yellow bean, it had now shrunk to that of a green bean. This bizarre phenomenon left Suyu speechless. He could not comprehend why the crystal would autonomously shrink, or even vanish entirely, as if it had never existed at all. Moreover, all of this transpired with remarkable swiftness. After what he estimated to be 2 to 3 minutes, the pink crystal had completely disappeared from the floor, leaving not a single trace behind. The ceramic tiles remained as pristine as ever, devoid of any liquid or watermarks. Suyu found himself plunged into contemplation once more. What, indeed, was this mysterious crystal? Could it be some form of advanced technology, capable of silently and effortlessly dissolving? Chapter 15. Returning from an excursion to a hearty meal. Suyu was enveloped in a cloud of confusion, unable to suppress a sigh. Alas, I cannot fathom this. He resolved to set aside this conundrum for the moment. Casting a glance around before descending from the second floor, recollections of his recent skirmish with the zombie flooded his mind, and Suyu realized he had committed a grave error by underestimating the force of the undead. Had he not secured the doorknob with a rope and propped a chair to limit the door's opening angle, the consequences could have been dire. Slowly, he untied the rope binding the door, gripping the long gun firmly in his hand as he ascended the stairs to the third floor, where he finally sank down in exhaustion. As he gasped for breath, he contemplated how to confront the zombies on the third floor. Reflecting on his earlier brashness in single-handedly blocking the door, he recognized that given his current physical state and the lack of advantageous positioning, facing zombies at such close range would be exceedingly taxing. After a brief respite, Suyu retreated to the doorway of the second-floor room. Hoisting the red solid wood chair back up to the third floor, he cautiously positioned the chair against the wall, ensuring it effectively obstructed the door's opening angle. After meticulous adjustments, he determined that the door could only be pushed open halfway at most. Proceeding similarly to his previous efforts, he retrieved the nylon rope, fastening it securely to the doorknob and extending it towards the window of the stairwell. However, unlike before, this time he deliberately loosened the rope significantly, allowing it to hang loosely from the doorknob. Once everything was in place, Suyu took a deep breath, grasping the red tassel spear, with one end held behind him. With his other hand, he cautiously extended it towards the doorknob, and as his fingers made contact, he exerted force to press down and swiftly pulled it aside. With a crisp click, the lock yielded effortlessly. At that moment, Suyu quickly retracted his arm and dashed up the staircase. After ascending 3 or 4 steps, he turned and raised the red tassel spear. He aimed the spear's tip at the partially opened door, through the narrow gap of which he caught a glimpse of a zombie's head emerging. Suyu focused intently on the ajar door, locking onto the zombie that was beginning to squeeze through. With decisive precision, he thrust both hands forward, and in an instant, the spear's tip pierced the zombie's nose, penetrating deep into its skull. The entire motion was executed with remarkable efficiency, and as a foul liquid erupted forth, the zombie's body collapsed, utterly lifeless. Leaning against the wall for a brief respite, Suyu observed the stillness within the third-floor room. Once reassured, he settled onto the ground to recuperate. Inwardly, he reflected on how exhilarating the morning had been. Resting on the stairs, he gazed at the fallen zombie's head at the doorway. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly rose, discarded the blood-soaked rope, which he found repugnant. Taking out a long-handled axe, he pushed aside the wooden chair and fully approaching the supine zombie cranium. Suyu delivered a forceful cleave, the axe sinking halfway through. He extracted the axe and struck again at the same locus, bisecting the skull and spilling grayish-black cerebral fluid onto the ground. Yet, no roseate crystal was to be found. Suyu probed the cranial cavity with his axe, discovering nothing. Suspecting the axe's limitations, he retrieved a pin from within the residence and meticulously searched the remnants of the skull, but he was once again disappointed. Dejected, he ceased his efforts. Suyu scoured the third-floor chambers, gathering candles, an alarm clock, a timepiece, and other trifles, stowing them in his knapsack. He then descended to the second story, resuming his search for useful items. To his delight, he unearthed an assortment of blades of varying sizes. Among them was a sizable knife, reminiscent of an Ontario military knife, which captivated Suyu's attention. He gingerly unsheathed the blade, revealing a honed edge of unparalleled sharpness, ideal for self-defense. Without hesitation, he added it to his collection, along with the smaller knives, intending to sort them later. Burdened by his acquisitions and fatigued from the recent skirmish, Suyu found his ascent up the balcony stairs arduous. After considerable exertion, it took him over 20 minutes, in 2 trips, to transport all the items safely to his abode. At this moment, he felt somewhat fatigued. Suyu briefly rinsed himself, habitually sipping on Wangzai milk, and prepared to cook something to eat. Noticing that it was nearly 9 o'clock, he realized he should not wait until hunger struck him to begin cooking, for that would be detrimental to his health. Suyu contemplated taking out several eggs, which he cracked one by one into a large bowl. With dexterous chopsticks, he swiftly whisked the egg mixture, observing the rich and delicate foam that gradually broke apart as he stirred. He thought to himself that there were only 6 eggs, sufficient for just this meal. He rummaged through various disordered food items, but found no fresh meat or vegetables. Once the eggs were consumed, he would need to devise a way to procure some chickens to replenish his strength. The free-range chickens, unaccustomed to being fed, would not perish immediately, yet they would gradually lose weight. He added a pinch of salt to the beaten eggs and placed them in a steamer to prepare a steamed egg dish. He had soaked some dried shiitake mushrooms and bean curd sticks and had thoroughly cleaned a considerable amount of cabbage and greens. Then, he selected a generous piece of fatty cured meat, blanched it, and sliced it into large pieces, while also cutting several pieces of ham and pairing them with 2 onions and a few potatoes, all sliced accordingly. Next, he ignited the stove, heating oil to saute ginger and garlic, added chili and lao gan ma, and stirred them evenly. He then introduced the slices of cured meat and ham, frying them until they were crisp before adding the shiitake mushrooms, potato slices, and onion chunks, mixing everything together. He cooked them over high heat until they exuded a delightful aroma, thus completing a delectable he-style dry pot. With chopsticks in his left hand, he picked up a potato slice and popped it into his mouth, savoring its perfect crispness. With his right hand, he scooped a generous spoonful of steamed egg, savoring its delicate flavor, enhanced by a layer of savory sauce that adorned its surface, exuding a fragrant aroma and a smooth texture. Suyu stood effortlessly by the stove, adorned with an apron, with a pot of steamed eggs simmering on the right, while a large iron wok on the left brimmed with an enticing medley of ingredients, wafting delightful scents. The stove was set to a gentle flame, preserving both warmth and aroma. As Suyu relished his meal, he cracked open a beer, deftly balancing bites of vegetables with his left hand while his right hand scooped up the velvety steamed egg. He consumed his meal with fervor, beads of sweat forming as he took a sip of beer, then resumed his indulgence. After finishing more than half of the dry pot, he added a splash of purified water, turning up the heat until it began to bubble enthusiastically. He then introduced washed cabbage and greens, subsequently lowering the heat to a simmer, enjoying his meal and drink in tandem. Half an hour later, Suyu polished off the rice in his bowl, savoring the last morsel of steamed egg, gazing into the iron wok, which now contained only remnants of ginger and garlic, mingled with a few vegetable leaves. Chapter 16. Truly disgusting, truly repulsive. Having satisfied his hunger, Suyu returned to the second floor to rest, resolving not to wash the dishes today. In this apocalyptic world, who would bother with such trivialities? There were plenty of bowls and chopsticks. Every household's utensils were at his disposal, and the entire village's cutlery belonged to him, if only it weren't for those damn zombies. Sighing, Suyu contemplated tossing all the dishes from the upstairs down below, hoping to crush those monstrous creatures. He forcefully hurled the iron can of Wangzai milk from his hand, the crimson container crashing onto the wooden floor, spilling a portion of its white liquid. It then rolled to the wall, seemingly forlorn, remaining motionless in solitude. Suyu felt a deep resonance with that can. Amidst dozens of houses in the vicinity, he stood alone. The familiar comforts of the internet, mobile phone, computer, and even his electronic watch were rendered useless. Most of his fellow villagers, friends, classmates, and acquaintances had vanished, and the fate of his girlfriend remained uncertain. He yearned to seek her out, yet the opportunity to do so eluded him. Earlier, during his meal, he had felt a fleeting joy, accompanied by 3 cans of beer, but as silence enveloped him, his thoughts spiraled into discomfort, igniting an inexplicable restlessness that hinted at an impending outburst. He lit a cigarette, reclining against the sofa, one foot propped on the armrest, the other resting on the coffee table, his body languid, eyes cast askew towards the corner of the room, slowly reflecting, reminiscing, and hoping for. When Suyu gradually awakened from his slumber, the afternoon sun had already claimed its dominion. Struggling to rise, he stumbled to the bathroom, splashing cold water vigorously onto his face in a bid to revive his senses. He gazed into the mirror, observing a gaunt visage staring back at him. His eyes were bloodshot, dark circles accentuating his fatigue, and he appeared markedly older than before. Taking a deep breath, he silently urged himself to regain his composure. Resolute, he decided to adhere to the plan he had previously devised, setting out today to retrieve the few native chickens he intended to catch. Only by promptly restoring his health and regaining ample strength could he embark on his journey, for remaining stagnant in this place was not an option. Suyu swiftly completed his morning routine and consumed an entire can of Wangzai milk in one go. Following that, he deftly donned his various pieces of equipment. This time, he deliberately brought along a replica of the Ontario military knife for self-defense and carefully secured a long-handled hatchet to the right side of his belt. Afterward, he rummaged through his belongings to find 2 large snakeskin bags to stow in his backpack for later use. Once all preparations were complete, Suyu ascended once more to the balcony on the top floor and then climbed onto the roof using both hands and feet. From this elevated vantage point, he meticulously observed the distribution of the zombies along the eaves. He began to contemplate strategies to divert or eliminate a portion of the undead, aiming to create a safe, zombie-free zone by the riverside. After all, crossing the stream to capture those native chickens and returning would require nearly half an hour. Furthermore, once startled, the chickens would scatter and squawk, necessitating ample time and a secure buffer. At the same time, Suyu harbored a strong desire to acquire another pink crystal. He instinctively sensed that the crystal held benefits for him. Earlier in the morning, a fragment of the crystal had vanished from his right hand, and he had not noticed any adverse effects on his body. Instead, he felt a sense of comfort as the injured areas experienced considerable relief, though he could not articulate why. Upon observation, Suyu noted that the zombies were more sparsely distributed at the end of the house nearest the road. Among them, 7 or 8 were in close proximity, while some others wandered at a distance. Suyu effortlessly arrived at the balcony of the villager's residence, only to discover that the entrance door was securely locked. However, this posed no challenge for him. With deft skill, he shattered a glass window to gain entry into the attic. He then descended the stairs and expertly disengaged the locked balcony door, leaving himself an escape route before he commenced his search down the staircase. The entrance door on the 3rd floor was firmly shut. Suyu cautiously extended his hand and gently pressed against the door, only to find it locked. He could not ascertain whether it was bolted from the inside or secured from the outside. Unable to determine the situation, he proceeded to the 2nd floor. Upon arrival, he found the door ajar, yet the room inside was desolate, devoid of any presence. However, there were unmistakable signs of a search having taken place, prompting him to ponder. Had other survivors come here in search of supplies, or had the original occupants rifled through their belongings? Moving with utmost stealth, he crept toward the lofted kitchen and the 1st floor, meticulously scrutinizing every corner, yet finding nothing amiss. Particularly intriguing were the front and back security doors. The rear door was clearly bolted from within, while the front door was equipped with a smart locking mechanism, which typically does not require such measures. Thus, he was left to wonder, had all the residents vacated the premises, or was someone intentionally remaining on the 3rd floor? Suyu's mind swirled with myriad speculations and inquiries, leaving him unable to discern the precise circumstances. After a moment of contemplation, he remained uncertain about the situation on the 3rd floor. He mused quietly to himself. It seems that only by taking a personal risk can the truth be uncovered. I must not allow any potential threats to linger. Thus, Suyu took a deep breath and once again ascended to the 3rd floor with great difficulty. He gently placed his red tasseled spear beside him, then swiftly drew his military knife with his left hand while firmly bracing his foot against the security door. Subsequently, his right hand began to rhythmically tap on the door, each knock accompanied by a faint sound. After a few taps, Suyu lowered his voice and tentatively inquired, "Is anyone inside?" However, there was no response from within. Undeterred, he leaned closer to the peephole, attempting to glimpse the interior through the small opening. Unfortunately, the light he observed revealed no significant change. He then pressed his ear against the door, hoping to catch even the slightest hint of sound. Yet, all that reached his ears was a profound silence, devoid of any reply or movement. After a thorough observation and assessment, Suyu concluded that the 3rd floor was likely merely locked from the outside, alleviating his concerns. With this in mind, he felt emboldened to take action. Finally, Suyu entered the kitchen and surveyed the surroundings. Something seemed amiss. Aside from rice, noodles, and basic condiments, the refrigerator held scant food. Only some foul-smelling meat and other perishables remained, with no readily consumable items or fruit in sight. Some cabinet doors were ajar, clearly indicating signs of having been rummaged through, and a dining chair lay overturned, haphazardly sprawled on the floor. The wardrobe on the 2nd floor also bore traces of having been searched. Had this family fled in the wake of the zombie outbreak? Suyu arrived at the anticipated location, which was indeed this very household at the end of the corridor. In this household, a separate window was opened in the kitchen, directly facing the main thoroughfare of the village. The lowest point of the window was approximately 3 meters above the ground. Suyu approached the window and slowly drew the blinds all the way up. He observed that not far outside, there were 3 zombies. He then set down his backpack and proceeded to open the aluminum alloy window to its fullest extent, which startled the 2 nearest zombies below. The closest zombie was merely 5 to 6 meters away. Upon turning, it raised its clawed hands and lunged forward. At a closer glance, Suyu observed the zombie's head tilted back, its bloodied mouth wide open, howling at him in a grotesque and appalling manner. Suyu cursed inwardly. Chapter 17. Ingenious lure and slaughter of the zombie horde. At this moment, Suyu had extended the more than 1.5-meter-long spear, the red spear. Halfway out of the window, he leaned against the frame, aiming at the first incoming zombie. Initially, this zombie lagged over 2 meters behind the first one, yet it has now reached the wall. It raised its head, clawing at the wall as if to alleviate an itch. Suyu could distinctly see the grotesque and frenzied visage of the creature. Their gazes locked, mere inches apart. Adjusting the angle of his rifle, Suyu aimed it squarely at the bulging, vacant eye of the zombie, thinking fiercely, "You dare to stare at me? I shall pierce you." The shot was nearly silent, smoothly penetrating the eye socket of the female zombie, and the withdrawal of the rifle was equally seamless. The zombie collapsed against the wall, motionless, another one down. Just like that. Suyu noted that the distance and angle were perfectly suited for exertion and precision, prompting him to adopt this method for dispatching them. A slightly more distant zombie, disturbed by the commotion of the other two, began to approach, now just 3 to 4 meters away. Suyu remained calm, relaxing his tense shoulders while gripping the rifle tightly, awaiting the creature's arrival. The third zombie reached the wall, meeting the same fate as its predecessors, swiftly falling to the ground, lifeless. When Suyu had previously dispatched the zombies, his abdomen had pressed against the edge of the window, his head partially protruding. As the rifle extended outward, both it and his arm reached beyond the window's frame. This position allowed for a more fluid exertion of force, providing stability and enhancing accuracy in his shots. With a flawless trio of kills completed, 3 zombies lay askew beneath the window. The bloodstains on the ground melded into a grim tableau, and Suyu stood in close proximity, the stench of decay making him grimace. At that moment, another zombie emerged from the left, lunging at him with gnarled claws. True to his form, Suyu approached and aimed for its eyes. The creature crumpled to the ground with a thud, as if struck by an electric shock. A fourth kill. After piercing the eye, he withdrew the blade without casting a glance at the fallen zombie. He stepped back, retracted his spear, and flicked the blood from its tip with his left hand. Setting the spear aside, he swiftly opened the backpack on the table and retrieved 2 masks, donning one with haste. Taking a deep breath, he felt an immediate sense of relief. The corpses of the nearby zombies were far too close for comfort, their foul odor wafting towards the window, which he could scarcely endure. Suyu yearned for a breeze to disperse the noxious stench, yet the leaves of the trees outside remained eerily still, silently observing his grim task. In less than 2 minutes, he had completed the 4th kill. It was less fatigue and more the sheer fright that gripped him. Suyu understood that when confronting zombies, feelings of fear and anxiety were the enemies of survival. However, he found himself no longer afraid, having grown accustomed to the confrontation. Yet, the myriad of unpredictable situations during these encounters still instilled a degree of pressure, causing him to tense up. Thankfully, his physical response and strikes remained precise and unerring. Likely a testament to his past experiences, his adaptability and meticulous nature had always been his strengths. Taking a sip of water, Suyu pulled out a large cloth and meticulously cleaned the blade, inspecting it closely. It remained quite stable and secure. He returned to the window, where a zombie was merely 3 to 4 meters below him. In the distance, 2 more zombies had spotted him, swaying unsteadily as they hastened towards him. Suyu took aim and fired, his shot both steady and precise, the zombie collapsing instantly. He awaited the other 2 zombies to unwittingly approach. First, he dispatched the one closest, then observed the second trailing behind, a figure that appeared to be a young girl, perhaps a student. This diminutive zombie stood around 1.30 meters, her tattered clothing barely concealing the remnants of youthful vitality. However, her face was equally grotesque and menacing, with her mouth agape revealing teeth, small hands grasping towards the window. After assessing the situation, Suyu realized that the barrel of his gun could not reach this little zombie. He decided to wait until it was nearly against the wall, its hands raised, then leaned forward from the window, extending the gun's length to pierce the zombie's head and secure the kill. He had already dispatched 7 zombies, and the ones nearby had all been eliminated. To the left, at a greater distance of over 50 meters, 2 zombies were moving, while to the right, closer at over 30 meters, more zombies lingered. Further out, more than 100 meters away near a small bridge, several others wandered aimlessly. After careful observation, Suyu retreated and rummaged through the refrigerator, discovering a piece of pork that had completely thawed and emitted a foul odor. He wrapped it in a bag and approached the window, tossing the meat over 10 meters to the right, where it landed beside the road. The nearest zombie, approximately 20 meters away, responded to the sound, turning towards it, yet it exhibited no significant movement, slowly advancing in a dazed manner. After a few seconds of traversing a short distance, it appeared that the zombie had detected something, as it let out a guttural roar and lunged toward the morsel of flesh on the ground. Suyu estimated that the zombie was still over 10 meters away from the pork when he sensed its intentions. He then picked up a stainless steel basin and began to strike the window with a rhythmic bang, 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 carefully modulating the volume of the sound based on the zombie's proximity in order to gauge its responsiveness to both sound and distance. Suyu discovered that a forceful bang, bang sound, typically within a range of 50 to 60 meters, was necessary to capture the attention of the zombies. The noise startled the nearby zombies, causing them to join in the commotion, and the agitated creatures would subsequently become more sensitive to further sounds, drawn to them like moths to a flame. This strategy effectively lured 7 or 8 zombies toward the window, one by one, which Suyu dispatched with precision. At that moment, a pile of zombie corpses had accumulated beside the window, forming a small mound that obstructed the ground outside. Chapter 18. Acquiring 3 pink crystals. Unable to restrain himself, Suyu muttered, "Please don't block my way." Without hesitation, he pushed the glass window aside, creating an opening, and shifted his position slightly to facilitate easier access for the zombies. This time, Suyu discovered a collection of porcelain bowls, glassware, and a small pot in the kitchen. Subsequently, he cast these items one after another out of the window, each throw resonating with a crisp and resounding sound, effectively drawing the attention of 6 or 7 zombies from the surrounding area. Faced with these unsuspecting foes, Suyu effortlessly dispatched them all. Following this intense skirmish, he had already slain more than 20 zombies, nearly clearing the vicinity of their presence. After tossing out a few more bottles and jars, Suyu unceremoniously sank down, drinking deeply from his water supply, taking a brief respite of 2 minutes. He then rose again, approaching the window to continue eliminating the zombies that had been lured in. With vigorous determination, he hurled several glass cups, utilizing the persistent clamor to draw the zombies closer, dispatching them one by one. This back-and-forth strategy yielded another 5 kills. As 10 minutes slipped by, Suyu realized that tossing objects no longer attracted new zombies. Thus, he exited the kitchen and ascended the stairs back to the rooftop. Scanning the surroundings keenly, after a thorough examination, he discerned that there were no signs of zombies in the nearby clusters of houses. Suyu had achieved a remarkable victory, having slaughtered over 30 zombies in total. Through this encounter, he not only successfully tested and gained profound insights into the zombies' fatal weaknesses, but, more crucially, he enhanced his own combat skills in a practical setting. Now, he was nearly capable of ensuring a kill with each shot fired. This significant enhancement in his prowess greatly bolstered his confidence. Initially, Suyu embarked on this perilous endeavor merely to prepare for his clandestine operation, aiming to divert the fearsome zombies. However, after successfully dispatching several of these creatures, an exhilarating rush surged through him, rendering him insatiable. Thus, Suyu plunged into a frenzied spree of assassination, each strike executed with ruthless precision, piercing the zombies' skulls without remorse. At times, merely breaching their craniums could not satiate his bloodlust. On several occasions, he found himself yearning to seize an axe, intent on cleaving these wretched monsters in twain or shattering them into fragments. Even so, he remained haunted by the pink crystal he had discovered within a zombie's head earlier that day, a small, bean-shaped gem that seemed to possess a certain enchantment, stirring within Suyu a sense of yearning and longing. Swiftly, he descended to the first floor, armed with his weapon, and unlocked the smart lock of the main door. Stepping into the small courtyard outside, he surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of any zombies, before turning back to barricade the door with a small chair, ensuring it would not close and trap him inside. With care, Suyu opened the metal gate leading into the courtyard and turned left, where he beheld the pile of zombies he had just vanquished. To his right lay the asphalt road, and as he cautiously advanced, he donned a mask. Approaching within 2 or 3 meters of the heap of corpses, he leaned his red spear against the wall and donned a thin latex glove on his right hand. He then raised his left hand and, with a fierce swing, brought the axe down upon the skulls of the zombies before him. The heads of the zombies had indeed become fragile due to mutation, and with mere strokes of his axe, Suyu cleaved through 3 of them. He then crouched down, using his gloved right hand to sift through the bisected skulls. Amidst the dark, viscous brain matter, he began to search, and within one of the zombie heads, he discovered a red crystal, comparable in size to a broad bean. Elated, Suyu promptly extracted the crystal and wrapped it in a damp tissue to cleanse it. The translucent pink gem was now in his possession. He flicked off the residue from his right hand and carefully tucked the crystal into the palm of his gloved hand. Rising to his feet, Siyu surveyed his surroundings once more, finding no anomalies. He set aside his left-hand axe and began to drag apart the bodies of several zombies piled upon one another. With renewed vigor, he resumed his relentless hacking, cleaving through another zombie's head before reaching inside to explore. Within a particularly large zombie skull, he located yet another crystal. Thrilled, he meticulously cleaned it before hastily absorbing it into his right hand, feeling it melt away within him. With each crystal absorbed, Siyu could distinctly sense the transformation within his body. His right hand regained considerable strength and agility, and even the lingering nerve damage in his fingers felt somewhat alleviated. Observing approximately 20 more zombie corpses on the ground, Siyu felt a surge of determination. He diligently began to drag the bodies aside, arranging them to facilitate his head-cleaving endeavors. After a few minutes, Siyu had cleaved open the skulls of over 10 zombies, meticulously searching each one. However, he found no crystalline fragments within. Siyu rose, retreated a few paces, and observed the scene with labored breath. "Has my good fortune run out?" he muttered, noticing that the 2 crystalline fragments he held had been fully absorbed and dissolved. Undeterred, he disregarded the offensive odor and resumed cleaving open the remaining zombie skulls. This time, he searched each skull immediately after splitting it open before moving on to the next. He entered a frenzied state of skull splitting. While cleaving open the skull of a middle-aged male zombie, he discovered a pinkish crystalline fragment. As Siyu held it in his hand, wiping it clean, he frowned. This fragment was noticeably smaller. Its appearance was the same pale red as before, and it possessed the same soft texture, but its volume was significantly reduced, by about 30 to 40%. Siyu carefully held it in his hand, closely observing and sensing its changes. It dissolved in the same manner as before, gradually melting away, but this time the process was much faster, estimated to be only 2 minutes until complete dissolution. The dissolution time of this crystalline fragment, or rather, the time it takes for me to absorb it, is shorter, Siyu mused inwardly. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but feel perplexed by this smaller crystalline fragment. With a sense of perplexity, Siyu gazed at the zombie from which the crystal block had been extracted. Reminiscing, he recalled that this particular zombie had made an impression on him since the early days of his encounters, having been drawn to the window from the outset. Could this be the reason? Chapter 19. Physical strength increased by 30. Siyu glanced at his watch. It had been nearly 30 minutes since he had opened the window to lure and eliminate the zombies. The diminishing size of the crystal block led him to ponder whether it was a consequence of the zombie's demise, with the crystal in its cranium gradually shrinking over time, perhaps even ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Contemplating this, Siyu swiftly decapitated the remaining zombies, meticulously searching each head, yet found no crystals. Surveying his surroundings, he promptly returned to the courtyard, weapon in hand, and secured the gate before heading back to the upper floor of the building. Although his recent endeavors had involved considerable exertion, Siyu felt a surge of exhilaration. Having acquired 3 crystal blocks, one of which was relatively small, but all of which would undoubtedly prove beneficial to him. After a brief interval, during which he diligently washed the weapons and tools, Siyu settled into the redwood sofa in the living room on the first floor, a cigarette perched between his lips, leisurely polishing his axe with a cloth. Yet, his thoughts had already drifted to the recently discovered red crystal blocks, savoring the memory of the moment. As those red crystals gradually dissolved in his grasp, he was astonished to sense the remarkable transformation occurring within his own body. At that moment, Siyu abruptly raised his left hand, firmly gripping the axe, and forcefully brought it down upon the wooden armrest beside him, which was as thick as an arm. A sharp crack echoed in the air as the axe embedded itself deeply into the sofa's armrest, penetrating more than halfway. Without hesitation, Siyu swiftly withdrew the sharp axe and struck again into the fissure. In an instant, the once sturdy mahogany armrest splintered apart like bamboo, breaking into 2 segments. "Wow, this strength has indeed increased significantly," Siyu exclaimed, unable to contain his exhilaration, his emotions overwhelming. Normally, delivering several powerful strikes would scarcely suffice to sever it. He contemplated within himself and realized that his strength had indeed amplified considerably. Under ordinary circumstances, his strongest left hand could exert a force of about 100 kilograms. Yet, at this very moment, he surmised that this newfound power must have surpassed 130 kilograms. This transformation was not conjured from thin air. The force he felt while cleaving through zombies and the ease with which he maneuvered their bodies contributed to this realization. Moreover, Suyu perceived an enhancement in his agility and speed. The previously numb nerves in his right hand and the motions that had once eluded him now flowed with newfound ease. It could be said that his overall physical attributes had undergone a remarkable enhancement. Could it be that those mysterious red crystal fragments produced by the zombies possessed the extraordinary ability to be absorbed by humans, thereby augmenting strength, speed, and ultimately fortifying physical prowess? The thought lingered incessantly in Suyu's mind, fueling his curiosity and prompting him to delve into the mystery. Lost in contemplation, the cigarette he held in his mouth burned perilously low, yet he remained oblivious. After a moment, he discarded the smoldering butt and, feeling parched, rummaged through his backpack on the coffee table to retrieve a can of Wangzai milk. He popped it open and gulped it down in one swift motion. Then, with a fierce grip of his left hand, he crushed the metal can, twisting it into a grotesque shape. Holding the mangled can, he gazed at the broken armrest and a smile crept across his face. "Zombies, I am no longer afraid of you," he declared with fervent determination. Fueled by anger and resolve, Suyu vented his feelings. After a brief respite, he remained enraptured by excitement, his mind racing with future plans. If he could acquire more crystal blocks, his strength would soar, transforming his survival capabilities dramatically. Under such circumstances, the threat posed by zombies would diminish significantly, allowing him to adapt swiftly to this perilous world and seize the opportunity to fulfill the long-held desires that haunted him. With determination, Suyu descended from the rooftop, his steps steady as he returned indoors. Upon entering the room, he unloaded his heavy backpack and weapons onto the floor. At that moment, he became aware of a foul stench of decay emanating from his own being. Despite having bathed that morning, the unpleasant odor inexplicably lingered upon his return home. Suyu swiftly dashed into the restroom, hastily shedding his garments and seizing the soap to vigorously scrub his entire body, eradicating the unpleasant odor. After indulging in a soothing hot shower, he adorned himself in a comfortable set of athletic attire. He retrieved 2 apples and settled onto the sofa, savoring their crispness. During his recent venture, he had not only vanquished nearly 30 zombies but, more significantly, discovered 3 crystal shards, marking his greatest achievement. After a brief respite, as the clock approached 3 in the afternoon, Suyu rose, meticulously organizing his belongings before ascending to the rooftop once more. He confidently approached the building at the far end, standing atop the roof and surveying his surroundings. He scrutinized the nearby zombies, noting that only 2 were wandering aimlessly, one precariously situated on the riverside clearing adjacent to the left rear building, and the other approximately 40 to 50 meters away. Suyu entered the building through the balcony, making his way directly to the first floor of his neighbor's residence. Clutching a large snakeskin bag, he cautiously unlocked the back door and stealthily ventured outside. His footsteps were light and steady as he carefully approached the back of the nearby zombie. Holding his breath, he advanced step by step, his left hand gripping a long rifle, while his right slowly drew forth a long-handled axe from his waist. As he closed the distance, 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters, 9 meters, Suyu's heartbeat quickened, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure, uttering not a single sound. When he found himself roughly 7 meters from the zombie, whether it was the sound he made or the scent of humanity it detected, the male zombie began to react. The zombie slowly turned around, as if sensing Suyu's presence. This time, Suyu hesitated no longer. With a swift motion, he accelerated his pace, rushing towards the zombie with great urgency. As the distance diminished, Suyu began to run in circles, adroitly managing his speed and rhythm, always remaining just behind the zombie. However, the zombie's reactions intensified, as it seemed to perceive Suyu's intentions, frantically twisting its body in an attempt to capture Suyu's fleeting figure. When they were approximately 2 meters apart, the zombie finally succeeded in turning to face Suyu directly. It extended its claws, its visage grotesque, lunging towards Suyu with ferocity. Yet at that moment, Suyu abruptly altered his strategy. Instead of continuing to circle, he surged forward, raising his axe high above his head and bringing it down with tremendous force aimed at the zombie's face. This strike contained immense power, amplified by the momentum of his charge. The axe descended with the swiftness of lightning, striking the zombie's skull with pinpoint accuracy. The zombie was instantly jolted as if hit by an invisible force, its body stiffening and becoming immobile, as though it had collided with an unyielding wall. Simultaneously, Su Yu's expression grew grave. He swiftly lifted his left foot and delivered a powerful side kick to the zombie's waist. The blow sent the zombie crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yu extracted the axe embedded in the zombie's head, a wave of accomplishment swelling within him. As expected, the strength in his right hand had significantly recovered, nearly indistinguishable from its state prior to injury. Su Yu glanced at the head of the fallen zombie, the axe having nearly cleaved the skull in two, leaving only a sliver of the occiput connected. This time, he searched the zombie's head for crystal shards, but fortune appeared to have abandoned him. After rummaging through twice, he found nothing. Subsequently, Su Yu slowly approached the riverbank, descending along the steps until he reached the stream's edge. At that moment, an intriguing sight caught his attention. Zombies were present in the river. These creatures seemed utterly unafraid of water, which was indeed unexpected. Not far downstream, a zombie stood in the shallow stream, less than half a meter deep, clawing and lunging directly towards Su Yu. It struggled to advance in the water, sending splashes flying around. However, the zombie's movement was remarkably sluggish, constantly stumbling as if it were frolicking in the water. Witnessing this scene, Su Yu approached the riverbank and steadied himself atop a large stone. Before long, the clumsy zombie finally reached the river's edge. Taking aim, Su Yu lightly twitched his left hand and swiftly fired his gun. The zombie was instantly pierced in the head by the crimson spear, falling backward with a splash into the water. Having successfully eliminated this troublesome aquatic zombie, Su Yu stepped onto the stones in the water, and within a few strides, he reached the opposite bank. He then proceeded along the earthen dam steps, soon arriving in a grove of bamboo. Upon entering the bamboo grove, a modest poultry farm enclosed by a fence soon came into view, covering an area of approximately 30 square meters. Perched on a higher earthen slope was a chicken coop. From this vantage point, one could clearly observe 5 chickens foraging leisurely in the free-range area, while in the distance, the silhouettes of more chickens could be discerned within the coop. Without hesitation, Su Yu deftly vaulted over the enclosure, bending down to level his long spear and gently prodding the chickens towards a corner. Swiftly, he unleashed his hands, each movement precise and decisive, sending the flock into a cacophony of clucks and flutters. At that moment, Su Yu suddenly noticed 3 additional chickens within the coop. Upon careful counting, he was astonished to find a total of 8 native chickens, far exceeding his expectations. Elated, Su Yu wasted no time in reaching out to capture these fowls. His motions were rapid, akin to plucking vegetables, as he effortlessly ensnared each native chicken into a large snakeskin bag. With spear in hand, he skillfully herded the chickens, demonstrating remarkable agility, and in a mere 10 minutes, he had apprehended all the chickens, regardless of their attempts to flee or leap away. Each bird was accurately caught and stowed away in the bag. As more and more chickens were stuffed into the bag, it swelled with their struggles, the air filled with their frantic clucks. Seizing a nearby piece of rope, Su Yu swiftly secured the bag's opening, completing his task with finesse. Subsequently, beside the coop, he unexpectedly stumbled upon several native eggs. Without a second thought, he pocketed them, adding to his unexpected bounty. At this moment, he could no longer attend to other matters. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to prepare the chickens upon his return home. Should he create a delectable chicken stew? Or perhaps indulge in a sumptuous plate of braised chicken? Or might he try the authentic taste of steamed native chicken? Various ideas swirled in his mind, and he was so excited that his mouth watered profusely. After longing for so long, the farmhouse chickens were finally in his possession. Su Yu held a long spear in one hand and a large bag in the other, swiftly making his way to the riverbank. At this time, 2 zombies waded through the water, one of which had already reached the deep end, with only its upper body visible, flailing its arms like a drowning person struggling in the water. Su Yu felt little amusement at the zombie's comical appearance, mostly revulsion. He steadied the spear with one hand, raising it to chest height, and aimed at the zombie. With a powerful and swift motion, he thrust it forward. The spear shot through the zombie's skull like lightning, its tip clearly protruding from the back of its head. Su Yu was momentarily taken aback, leaning slightly forward, but he quickly regained his composure, gripping the spear tightly and yanking it back. In an instant, the spear withdrew from the gaping hole in the zombie's head. Simultaneously, the zombie's body toppled forward, sending water splashing in all directions. Su Yu hurriedly raised the snakeskin bag to shield himself, fearing the droplets would drench him. However, some splashes were inevitable, and he was filled with astonishment. How could I have such strength now, piercing the zombie's head in a single thrust? Suyu himself was a bit taken aback. Just a moment ago, he had merely waved the spear with one hand, and now his strength had increased so dramatically. Reflecting on his initial attempts, Suyu contemplated whether to employ various attacking methods, such as slashing or striking. However, after numerous practices, he discerned that the thrust of the spear proved to be the most effective. Suyu wielded this weapon with remarkable skill, though he found the force with which he now thrust was somewhat overwhelming for him. At this moment, he paid no heed to the zombie lingering in the water behind him, as its current pace posed no threat whatsoever. Without further ado, Suyu crossed the stream and, upon reaching the opposite bank, ascended the steps to the shore. After a meticulous survey of his surroundings, ensuring all was in order, he moved aside and swiftly gathered a generous handful of garlic, scallions, and cilantro. Satisfied, Suyu then returned to his neighbor's house. Chapter 21. The Iron Pot Stewing Country Chicken. Upon entering the house, Suyu set down his belongings and promptly began tidying up on the first floor. He then proceeded to the bathroom to fill the tub, and after doing so, he rinsed his weapon, leaving it to dry on the stairs. Suyu was still savoring the sensation of firing the weapon moments ago. He possessed an intimate understanding of his own body. Its strength, speed, and balance were all crystal clear to him. However, he had just experienced a noticeable enhancement in the force and precision of his left-hand shooting. A remarkable elevation attributed to merely 4 crystal blocks. He pondered the potential transformations that further absorption of crystals could bring, but decided to set that thought aside for the time being. Preparing a rustic chicken would require some effort, and his stomach was beginning to grumble. After a while, Suyu, carrying a squirming bag made of snake skin, made his way to the kitchen, where he procured a transparent, sealed container and filled it to the brim with pristine white rice. He then ascended to an empty room in the loft on the top floor, untied the bag, and released the clucking chickens into the space. He evenly scattered a generous amount of rice across the floor and filled the container with fresh water from the balcony faucet, placing it on the ground within the room. Once freed, the chickens scattered about, pecking at the rice hungrily. "You must be starving, little ones. Eat your fill and grow plump," Suyu thought with satisfaction as he watched them. He decided to temporarily keep the 8 chickens in the loft. There was more than enough rice to sustain them, and with a few days of care, they would surely gain some weight. Selecting 2 of the more lethargic chickens, he secured the door behind him and descended to the first floor. He had long been eyeing the traditional earthen stove in the neighbor's kitchen on the ground floor. The thought of using that stove and cast iron pot to prepare a rustic chicken dish made his mouth water in anticipation. He swiftly ignited the fire and placed a large iron pot filled halfway with water over the flames. With deft movements, he dispatched 2 chickens, collecting their fresh blood in a thermos for later use. Next, he cast the chickens into the pot, blanching them briefly in boiling water to remove feathers and entrails, then chopping them into small pieces and placing them in a smaller iron pot. He poured in pristine water from his backpack, filling the pot generously. Subsequently, he added a few slices of ginger, garlic, and spices such as star anise and fennel, rummaging through for some dried chili peppers, and splashed in a bit of cooking wine before covering the pot to let the chicken simmer. Meanwhile, he prepared a pot of rice using a pressure cooker in the kitchen and then wandered into the dining room, searching for something. He recalled that the last time there had been red wine left behind, which he had not taken, and this time he had no intention of fetching beer from home. Chicken paired with red wine would suffice. As he smoked a cigarette, he tended to the fire, adding wood as necessary. Noticing that the supply of firewood in the corner was dwindling, he ventured into the living room. Seizing 2 wooden chairs and unhesitatingly splitting them into a small pile with an axe, he gathered the chair legs, wooden poles, and scraps to fuel the fire. After 20 minutes had elapsed, Suyu leisurely added more firewood to the stove, occasionally stirring the simmering chicken with a spatula. At that moment, wisps of steam began to escape from the edges of the pot's lid. Cautiously, he lifted the lid and quickly sampled a piece of chicken, finding it aromatic yet slightly undercooked. Thus, he added a dash of soy sauce for flavor before recovering the pot to continue the cooking process. Simultaneously, he washed the garlic, scallions, and cilantro he had gathered, setting them aside for later use. Approximately half an hour later, the liquid in the pot had reduced significantly. Upon witnessing the scene, Suyu swiftly added an abundance of garlic, scallions, and cilantro into the pot, deftly stirring them with a spatula to achieve a harmonious blend. Simultaneously, he diligently reduced the flames in the hearth, poised to extinguish the fire and serve the meal at any moment. "Oh, This pot of stewed chicken is undoubtedly the most sumptuous and delectable feast Suyu has had in days. Just the thought of it makes one's mouth water. Gazing at the generously filled pot of chicken, one could estimate there to be around 10 pounds of meat, heavy and brimming with a delightful aroma. The chicken is simmered to perfection, each piece seemingly having luxuriated in the broth, and as Suyu takes a gentle bite, he experiences the tender, juicy texture. The pot is enveloped in a steamy embrace, with golden-hued chicken, vibrant green garlic and cilantro, complemented by a sprinkle of scallions, all exuding an irresistible fragrance that tantalizes the senses. This is not merely a dish, it represents Suyu's exuberant celebration of chicken. Without a moment's hesitation, he procured a chair beside the earthen stove, poured himself a glass of red wine, and began to relish the meat heartily. As he indulged in the exquisite free-range chicken, he couldn't help but reflect, this flavor is simply extraordinary. The stew boasts a rich, savory taste, with the meat firm yet yielding, each bite infused with profound richness. The satisfaction that cascades from his palate seems capable of banishing all worries and fatigue. Sipping another mouthful of red wine, its full-bodied essence gradually unfolds, intertwining beautifully with the chicken's succulence, enriching the flavor profile to a delightful complexity. As Suyu savors this authentic, rustic free-range chicken, he feels that every morsel is a true indulgence, and each recollection brings forth a blissful experience. Only half an hour had passed, and the pot contained only remnants of chicken feet, necks, and ginger and garlic. He had consumed more than half a bottle of red wine. This time, Suyu truly felt overindulged. He had only managed to eat half a bowl of the rice he had cooked. With such a feast before him, who would turn to rice? He was already feeling a bit lightheaded. Disregarding the somewhat chaotic kitchen, Suyu made his way to the living room sofa of his neighbor, where he reclined to rest and digest. Lighting a cigarette, he half reclined and mused. He had overeaten to the point of lethargy. The plan for this covert operation had been executed flawlessly. First, he had lured the nearby zombies to the far end and dispatched them, then successfully captured the free-range chickens, which led to this delightful meal. What still occupied Suyu's thoughts was the crystal discovered in the zombies' heads, pondering the potential effects it might have on his body in the future. When Suyu opened his eyes again, darkness enveloped him. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced at his wristwatch. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. With great effort, he rose and groped for the backpack nearby, retrieving a flashlight. Upon pressing the switch, a beam of light dispelled the surrounding darkness. Using the illumination, he meticulously organized his belongings. Once he had finished, Suyu ascended the stairs, crossing over the balcony to return to his home. He took out a can of Wangzai milk and, sipping it, strolled to the window seat in his bedroom to check his satellite phone for missed calls, only to be met with disappointment. The screen was entirely blank. Due to the inherent risks associated with venturing outdoors, Suyu chose not to carry his mobile phone, primarily fearing that an unexpected ring might inadvertently reveal his location. Additionally, he was apprehensive about losing or damaging the sole device that connected him to the outside world. After ensuring that both the satellite phone and power bank were sufficiently charged and free of any anomalies, Suyu carefully stored them away. He then proceeded to the bathroom to complete his grooming routine. Perhaps buoyed by a pleasant mood, he took up his razor and meticulously attended to his appearance, having neglected to shave for 4 or 5 days. At that moment, the reflection in the mirror revealed a rosy and refreshed visage, invigorating him and brightening his gaze. Chapter 22. Attending to the chickens at the villa's summit holding a self-crafted candlestick, Suyu began to organize the collected items, categorizing them into distinct groups in a corner of the outer room. Those currently useful, those potentially useful in the future, items of lesser importance, and those that would be essential later on. He then made his way to the kitchen to arrange the ingredients, diligently selecting perishable items that needed to be consumed first. It was then that he recalled the 6 free-range chickens locked away in the adjacent building, alleviating his concerns about fresh meat. Observing the neatly arranged rows of vegetables and garlic on the floor, Suyu couldn't help but marvel at the ample provisions available. Subsequently, he placed various jars of lao gan ma, fermented tofu, and other small delicacies on the dining table, while there remained a moderate supply of alcohol and beverages. The bottled purified water was dwindling. In recent days, Suyu had been remarkably frugal, subsisting mainly on purified water, to the extent that he had consumed nearly half a carton of Wangzai milk. In this village, the residents seldom purchase purified water. After all, it is far more convenient to utilize the mountain spring water, which boasts superior quality for daily use. Presently, the local supermarket is the sole source for a relatively abundant supply of purified or mineral water. Thus, Suyu resolved to visit the supermarket the following day. Otherwise, if he wished to prepare chicken soup, he would have no choice but to substitute purified water with beverages or alcohol. The red crystal fragment he discovered while vanquishing zombies had stirred a whirlwind of thoughts within him, leaving him in a state of eager anticipation laced with anxiety. Reminded of the chickens he had been tending to nearby, he suddenly realized they had gone several days without nourishment. Their condition appeared rather poor, and they were not particularly plump. Fortunately, after cooking dinner, he had a substantial amount of leftover rice, and the supply of rice was currently ample, allowing him to afford these chickens a hearty meal. However, with limited water at his disposal, he would have to make do with a simple late-night snack. Perhaps a stew made from the remaining free-range chicken, complemented with some vegetables and noodles. After a moment's contemplation, Suyu gathered some ingredients and purified water. Carrying a tote bag upstairs, he then slid a military knife into his pants pocket, took hold of a flashlight, and ascended to the rooftop chicken coop via the balcony. Upon opening the door and illuminating the interior with his flashlight, he couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, these chickens are still lively. The grains of rice had been devoured entirely, leaving only a few droppings behind. The pristine water that had been placed there was now spilled on the ground, and the glass lunchbox lay empty. Suyu felt a quiet sense of relief, grateful for his timely arrival. After all his efforts, he could not bear the thought of losing any chickens to mishaps or death. He swiftly closed the door and descended to the kitchen on the first floor, where he set down his burdens, retrieved 2 large stainless steel basins, stacked them together, and poured the leftover food from the afternoon into the bowls. He then measured approximately 5 pounds of rice from the sack and mixed it with his hands before hurriedly climbing to the top floor. Placing the basin filled with food in the center of the room, he fetched a large basin of clean water from the balcony faucet. Watching the chickens eagerly peck at their feast, Suyu expressed his satisfaction, proclaiming, "This time, you shall eat to your heart's content." The provisions should sustain the chickens for 2 days, and with a contented heart, he departed the room filled with the scent of chicken droppings. After completing his tasks, Suyu returned to the kitchen and cast a glance at the remnants of the stewed chicken upon the stove. Most of it consisted of scraps of meat, along with a generous amount of ginger, garlic shoots, and cilantro. He savored the memory of the fresh native chicken stewed over an open flame. The flavor was simply exquisite, leaving him yearning for more. Noticing the time, he realized it was already past 10 at night. Rubbing his weary eyes, he decided to indulge in a light supper to satisfy his hunger before heading home to rest. After all, a multitude of tasks awaited him the next day, necessitating an early rise to devise a plan. He first approached the clay stove and poured a full bottle of purified water into the pot. He skillfully added various seasonings, gently stirring them together before igniting the firewood and heating the water in the pot. After a while, the chicken stew in the earthen stove came to a boil, and the broth began to bubble, filling the kitchen with a rich aroma once again. Suyu lightly stirred the broth a few times to ensure an even boil. He then opened a packet of noodles and added them to the pot, allowing them to simmer in the fragrant chicken soup. After a few minutes, the noodles gradually absorbed the delectable flavors of the broth, becoming even more appetizing. Finally, he grabbed a handful of greens, along with some scallions and cilantro, sprinkling them into the pot before decisively extinguishing the fire. Suyu understood the importance of nourishing the body, thus paying attention to a balanced diet. Having consumed a fair amount of chicken earlier in the afternoon, he opted for a lighter meal in the evening. This approach not only satisfied his culinary desires, but also benefited his health. With this thought in mind, Suyu smiled contentedly, looking forward to enjoying this delightful late-night snack. Leaning against the stove, he picked up his chopsticks and began to savor the chicken noodle soup. One mouthful of noodles, a piece of chicken foot, a bit of greens, and a sip of chicken broth. What a comfort! He hastened to eat, wary of the noodles sticking together in the pot. Although the firewood had been removed, the residual heat remained considerable. This might be one reason why the chicken soup from the earthen stove tasted even more fragrant and sweet than at noon. Oh, how hot it was! However, the pristine water had been consumed, and Suyu suddenly recalled that there was still half a bottle of red wine remaining from the afternoon. He located the bottle, removed the cork, and tilted his head back to take a generous gulp. After a little over 10 minutes, Suyu felt a surge of joy as he hummed a cheerful tune. He then began to cheerfully tidy up the kitchen by the faint glow of a candle. At that moment, he remained preoccupied with thoughts of the delectable free-range chickens and contemplated, "I must stew chicken here again next time." This kitchen needs to be kept clean. Resolutely, Suyu sprang into action, gathering and disposing of chicken feathers and entrails, along with other food remnants, placing them into a plastic bag. He intended to casually discard this refuse from the balcony upon returning home, for cleanliness in the kitchen was of utmost importance. As for the areas outside the room, he chose to neglect them. After relishing a sumptuous late-night snack, Suyu strolled up to the rooftop to check on the well-being of his chickens. After a thorough inspection, he found no cause for concern. Subsequently, he disposed of the garbage bag and returned to his home. Upon his return, the satellite phone displayed a missed call. Without hesitation, Suyu pressed the redial button, yet there was no response on the other end. He pondered to himself that it might have been a call from his superior, glancing at the clock to find it was already 11:30 at night. After a moment's reflection, he decided against returning the call. Chapter 23. Fresh blood lures the zombies. Suyu habitually retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, extracted one, and ignited it, inhaling deeply before releasing a plume of smoke. He then stretched his weary body and languidly reclined on the bed, carelessly tossing the satellite phone to the side. To enhance his relaxation and rest, he had thoughtfully propped up several pillows at the foot of the bed, elevating his legs to alleviate the fatigue in his lower limbs. After all, the daily ordeal of ascending and descending countless flights of stairs had begun to take a toll on his knees. Moreover, today's meals had been remarkably satisfactory. Suyu reflected on his day, recalling that he had enjoyed a total of 4 meals. Each repast had been well-balanced, featuring a variety of meat and vegetables, leaving him feeling pleasantly full. Notably, 2 of those meals had consisted of free-range chicken, which, it must be said, was exquisitely flavorful when stewed. Not only did it satisfy his hunger, but it was also highly nutritious, an excellent source of sustenance. This thought made Suyu eagerly anticipate tomorrow's chicken dish. As dawn broke around 6 o'clock, Suyu gradually opened his eyes, the pangs of hunger stirring him from slumber. Rubbing his eyes, he internally mused that this marked the 6th day of the apocalypse. The memories of yesterday's feast lingered vividly in his mind. 2 free-range chickens, yielding an impressive 10 pounds of pure meat. What had been discarded were merely the necks, skins, and bones. Yet, the swift onset of hunger today prompted Suyu to ponder the reasons behind it. Could it be that the lack of 3 meals yesterday has led to this hunger? Perhaps today, I shall need to consume 6 or 7 meals to satiate my appetite. As Suyu pondered this question while brushing his teeth, he completed his morning routine and grabbed a can of Wangzai milk, drinking it as he walked to replenish the necessary fluids for his body. Upon entering the kitchen, Suyu deftly ignited the stove and commenced frying 5 eggs. Next, he boiled water for noodles, adding 2 packets of instant noodles along with some greens and cabbage. Once the water reached a rolling boil, he tossed in a generous handful of garlic, followed by 2 sausages. He then poured in his family's soy sauce and sesame oil, blending the ingredients harmoniously. Suyu possessed a unique habit regarding instant noodles. He would only retain the vegetable packet while discarding all other seasoning packets. Finally, he sprinkled some coriander and chopped green onions on top, and a fragrant bowl of instant noodles was proudly completed. Suyu devoured the noodles and fried eggs with remarkable speed, leaving not a drop of broth behind. In a world where fresh water resources are alarmingly scarce, every drop of potable water is invaluable and must not be wasted. Once everything was in order, Suyu ascended once more to the rooftop at the left end of the building. Gazing out, he noticed a few zombies scattered nearby and along the road. With the aid of binoculars, he observed that a large gathering of zombies still lingered near the bridge and around the small shops in the distance. The thought of dwindling supplies of pure water sent a wave of discomfort through him. At this moment, the prospect of drinking spring water filled him with trepidation, while tap water was utterly out of the question. After a moment of observation and contemplation on the rooftop, Suyu proceeded towards the floor-to-ceiling windows at the front of the second-story room. He effortlessly slid one of the windows open and gazed out for a spell. Subsequently, with a swift motion, he retrieved the sizable thermos of chicken blood prepared the previous day. Uncapping it, he unhesitatingly hurled the entire contents, along with the container, out the window, aiming directly for the courtyard gate below. A resounding clang echoed as the thermos impacted the ground, the stainless steel visibly contorted from the force. The chicken blood within splattered in all directions, staining the ground. Immediately, Suyu vigilantly scrutinized the surrounding zombies. Predictably, the ghastly creatures reacted as if jolted by a potent electrical surge, instantly becoming animated. They lunged and clawed, ravenously descending towards the lower level. One, 2, 3, 4. An increasing number of zombies were lured in. Their ranks swelled, and even those lurking in the distance began to stir. Abruptly, Suyu noticed a male zombie frantically clawing at the glass of a second-story window in a neighboring building, its maw agape in a desperate roar. Clearly, this confined zombie yearned to join the macabre feast below, yet it seemed incapable of comprehending how to open the window, left only to thrash in frustration. Below, the ashen-faced, white-eyed zombies, previously meandering aimlessly, lurched forward. However, when they caught the scent of the fresh crimson blood on the ground, they surged forward like ravenous wolves pouncing on their prey, embarking on a frenzied contest for dominance. The intensity of the struggle was so fierce that many zombies, in their uncontrollable frenzy, collided with nearby railings and iron gates, producing a cacophony of clattering sounds. Suyu silently leaned against the curtain on the second floor, observing the chaos below. With a pair of binoculars in hand, he meticulously scrutinized the movements of the zombies. Through the lens, their blackened, jagged teeth and blood-stained faces were rendered vividly, evoking an unsettling chill. After a moment of contemplation, Suyu resolved to act. He turned and descended to the first floor. He placed his backpack on the ground by the entrance and cautiously unlocked the smart door, gently pushing it ajar to peer outside, squinting to examine his surroundings. Upon confirming that the iron gate of the courtyard was securely closed, he exhaled a sigh of relief. He retraced his steps into the house, swiftly retrieving a chair, and returned to the door. With a firm push, he opened half of the large door and propped the chair against it, ensuring that it would not close unexpectedly, preventing his re-entry. Once everything was in place, Suyu stepped outside. He treaded softly to the imposing iron gate of the courtyard, where the zombies remained blissfully unaware. Seemingly lost in a trance, a sense of relief washed over him, accompanied by a wave of curiosity. Through his observations and analyses, he deduced that the blood possessed an immense allure for the undead. Despite being chicken blood, they appeared remarkably fresh, likely preserved within the insulated confines of the thermos. Perhaps it was the stimulus of this pristine blood that drove the zombies into a frenzy. With swift and merciless precision, Suyu thrust his red-tasseled spear, accurately piercing the head of a zombie through the apertures of the latticed iron gate, achieving an instant kill. Retracting the spearhead, he swiftly adjusted his angle, delivering another precise strike to the flank of another zombie, securing a double kill. At this juncture, the remaining 3 zombies detected Suyu's flanking maneuver and lunged in unison, abandoning their squabble over the chicken blood on the ground. Chapter 24. Discovering patterns in crystal formations, Suyu retreated a couple of paces, initially aiming for the eye of a zombie lunging at the gate. The spearhead found its mark with unerring accuracy, and the zombie collapsed limply against the door. Sidestepping to reposition himself, another zombie reached the gate, its claws barely touching the iron bars when a spearhead abruptly emerged from the aperture before it, penetrating its forehead with ease. The 4th zombie succumbed. The last zombie finally arrived at the gate, only to be impeded by the corpses of its brethren. Stumbling over an obstruction, it collided directly with the door. Suyu swiftly retreated a step, lowering the spearhead and thrusting it through an opening, this time piercing the zombie's right cheek, the tip of the spear emerging from its side. In a mere 2 minutes, Suyu, leveraging the element of surprise and the advantageous terrain, successfully impaled 5 zombies. He scanned his surroundings, confirming the absence of any further zombies, before promptly leaning the spear against the wall behind him. Subsequently, he deftly unsheathed the long-handled axe with his right hand and stepped toward the courtyard gate. With a vigorous pull of his left hand, the iron door swung open with a resounding creak. In an instant, 2 corpses of the undead toppled sideways. Observing this, Suyu unhesitatingly grasped the tattered clothing of one of the zombies with his left hand and began to drag it into the courtyard. He exerted little effort as he effortlessly pulled both corpses back within the confines of the courtyard. Following this, he turned around and repeated the process with a 3rd zombie. Each time, he employed his left hand for dragging while firmly clutching the axe in his right, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. When he approached the 4th and 5th zombies, which lay at a greater distance, Suyu swiftly stepped through the doorway, cautiously surveying his surroundings. After a brief moment, he returned the long-handled axe to the small courtyard, took a few brisk steps, and grasped 1 zombie in each hand, dragging them into the open space of the courtyard. Once inside, Suyu executed a nimble side kick with his rear foot, and with a resounding thud, he firmly closed the half-open door behind him. Throughout this endeavor, Suyu moved with seamless precision, quick and accurate. Gazing upon the lifeless forms strewn across the ground, they appeared emaciated, their weight seemingly diminished. At this moment, 5 corpses lay askew on the ground, their bodies gaunt, and fortunately, this time Suyu was thoroughly prepared. He donned 2 layers of N95 masks to mitigate the direct assault of the putrid odor. After confirming that the door was securely shut, he picked up the axe from the ground, gripping the handle tightly with his left hand. With all his strength, he brought the axe down with a fierce swing onto the head of one of the zombies. A dull thud resonated as the creature's skull split open like a ripe watermelon, sending gore and blood splattering in all directions. Immediately, Suyu, wearing thin latex gloves on his right hand, decisively plunged his hand into the gaping wound of the shattered skull, his mind racing with the hope of discovering a crystal shard. However, after a thorough search, he found no trace of the coveted crystal. Unwilling to accept defeat, he scoured the remains once more, yet still came up empty-handed. Undeterred, he swiftly shifted his focus to another zombie, once again swinging the axe to cleave it apart. He continued to delve deeper into the search, yet disappointment lingered. Without pausing, he quickly redirected his attention, stepping forward to confront a noticeably more robust zombie. With a determined swing, he brought the axe down onto the creature's head, splitting it in 2. This time, as the axe struck, a faint pink hue emerged from within, igniting a surge of excitement in Suyu. He hastily reached in to extract the crystal shard, wiping it clean with a damp tissue. It was a shallow red crystal. 10 seconds, then 20 seconds passed without a response. After 30 seconds, it seemed to diminish slightly. Suyu intensified his grip, even distorting the crystal's form. At the 50-second mark, he could finally discern with the naked eye that the crystal was indeed shrinking. The crystal in his left hand remained unchanged, and he felt no sensation of melting liquid upon his skin. With his hand half open, he could clearly observe the reduction in the crystal's volume. Its dissolution was slow and uniform, as if something were absorbing it. His palm and fingers exhibited no remarkable reactions, although Suyu appeared somewhat anxious, resulting in a slight perspiration in his palms. Previously, he had experienced a similar phenomenon, where the red crystal would gradually dissolve like ice. Suyu pondered whether there would be any changes once it completely melted. He harbored some conjectures and thoughts, eager to validate them. Within less than 2 minutes, the crystal in his hand had diminished by nearly half. As he continued to manipulate it, its size decreased further, first resembling a grain of rice, then shrinking to the size of a speck of dust. Ultimately, it vanished entirely, as if it had melted into the void. Suyu scrutinized his palm and the center of his hand, finding no trace or alteration in color. Bringing his hand closer to his nose, he detected a faint, indescribable scent wafting into his nostrils, neither foul nor fragrant, devoid of any pungency, yet it imparted a sense of clarity and comfort. In less than 3 minutes, Suyu remained standing, completely engrossed in watching the mysterious disappearance of the red crystal block in his hand. When Suyu finally regained his senses, he quickly wiped his left hand against his pant leg a few times before raising his axe and decisively striking at the 2 nearby zombies. As before, he repeatedly searched within the halves of the zombie skulls, attempting to uncover additional crystal blocks. However, despite his meticulous search, he could not find a single trace of another crystal block. Suyu pondered silently. Could it be that the appearance of these crystal blocks is contingent upon a certain probability? Why do some possess them while others do not? Or is it possible that they only manifest within the skulls of the more robust zombies? Such thoughts had fleetingly crossed his mind when he had been cleaving the zombies' heads. Consequently, when confronted with the 3rd zombie, he deliberately chose a stronger target. Indeed, he successfully discovered the red crystal block. Having slain 5 zombies to yield 1 crystal block, could it be that the probability stands at 20? Chapter 25. Masterful combat prowess. Just as he became lost in contemplation, 2 more zombies suddenly emerged beside him, one of which had already approached the door, its sharp claws grazing the metal surface, startling Suyu back to reality. Momentarily dazed, Suyu hurriedly stepped back a few paces, swiftly grasping the long spear propped against the wall, leveling it before piercing through the doorway. With unwavering steadiness and impeccable precision, the shot resonated with a sharp hiss as it pierced the zombie's visage, traversing its cranial cavity. Though executed with restrained force, the accuracy was remarkable, indicative of a recent surge in marksmanship. Unyielding, Suyu swiftly retracted the spear from the aperture of the doorway, his footwork nimble. In a seamless motion, he brandished the spear, lunging towards the female zombie's head with the velocity of a lightning strike. Following this decisive blow, Suyu inhaled deeply before cautiously opening the door. His gaze swept across the surroundings, vigilant for any lurking undead. Assured of the area's safety, he wielded his axe, cleaving the zombie's skull. Subsequently, a thorough search of both zombies' craniums yielded no crystalline formations. After meticulously inspecting his armaments, he retreated indoors, securing the smart lock with caution. A dozen minutes later, Suyu, having cleansed and arranged his gear, ascended to the rooftop with his backpack. This vantage point offered an expansive vista of the village's entrance, affording excellent visibility. He observed that the majority of zombies from the village entrance to the vicinity had been eradicated. The remaining undead congregated primarily on the small bridge and in front of the supermarket. Suyu's residence was situated in the fourth row of houses from the village entrance, preceded by 3 rows of similar terraced houses. Beyond these, 4 more rows of self-built dwellings led to the riverbank, adjacent to the highway bridge. These observations emboldened Suyu to systematically clear the village entrance area of zombies, employing the same tactics he had utilized in the small courtyard. This approach would mitigate the risk of being caught in a pincer movement while confronting the zombie horde at the bridgehead. Simultaneously, one can also discover certain crystal blocks, thereby enhancing one's strength, which instills greater confidence when confronting the multitude of corpses amassed at the supermarket entrance. Presently, faced with a horde of several dozen zombies, Suyu feels a twinge of apprehension regarding his own physical condition and safety. It remains prudent to exploit the advantageous terrain, systematically dispersing and eliminating the zombies. Such a strategy also proves beneficial for extracting crystal blocks. This time, Suyu descended from the rooftop to the neighbor's house by the riverbank. After a brief observation from the rooftop, he made his way downstairs and exited through the back door of the first floor. As he passed by the room housing the free-range chickens, he opened the door to behold the 6 cherished chickens, bustling energetically within their space, pecking at their feed and hopping about, a stark contrast to their previous lethargy. This sight filled Suyu with an indescribable sense of satisfaction and joy. Outside, the riverside appeared desolate, devoid of any trace of zombies. Suyu silently rejoiced, his gaze falling upon the small vegetable patches by the river, where fresh produce such as garlic and scallions continued to flourish. His heart swelled with happiness at the thought that should he require them, he could easily harvest some for himself. After traversing approximately 7 to 8 meters, Suyu arrived at the corner of this row of houses. Cautiously, he peeked out and noticed 2 zombies aimlessly wandering along the village path behind the row of houses, separated by a distance of about 10 meters. Tightening his backpack, he took a deep breath, grasped his long gun, and swiftly emerged, charging towards the nearest zombie. He lightened his steps, quickly approaching the undead creature. A few moments later, he bent down and swiftly dashed to a position approximately 5 to 6 meters to the side of the zombie. At that moment, the creature seemed to sense something amiss. Quickly turning its head with instinctive fervor, flailing its arms and lunging towards Suyu with a menacing roar, its visage grotesquely contorted. However, as the zombie surged forward, Suyu had already anticipated its movements, deftly shifting to the left with nimble steps to adjust his position. This maneuver disrupted the rhythm of the zombie's attack, causing it to lunge forward by less than half a meter before it was compelled to pivot and change direction once more. At this juncture, Suyu positioned himself at a diagonal profile to the zombie, steadily advancing as the distance dwindled to approximately 2 meters, where he deliberately slowed his pace. Simultaneously, he raised his left hand, brandishing the long gun, slightly pushing it forward to create a 30-degree angle, precisely aiming from below at the zombie's face. As the zombie lunged again, Suyu anchored himself, his right foot slightly advanced, and his body slightly hunched forward. In a swift motion, he thrust his left hand toward the zombie, the long gun stabbing forward with lightning speed, reaching the creature's jaw in the blink of an eye, before the tip penetrated upward into its head. Yet, Suyu did not wait for the force of the strike to dissipate. Instead, his left shoulder violently rotated backward, causing the G from the moment he initiated his action to the zombie's collapse. The entire sequence transpired in under 10 seconds. This series of maneuvers thoroughly showcased Suyu's commendable physical attributes and his exquisitely refined slaying techniques. He lifted his gaze towards another zombie in the distance, which had already been roused and was now lunging towards Suyu's position. At this juncture, it was merely 8 to 9 meters away. However, this time, Suyu did not surge forward to meet it. Instead, he retreated slightly, swiftly glancing behind him to ensure there were no anomalies. Only then did he commence a gradual lateral movement towards the right, deliberately circumventing the area occupied by the corpse on the ground to prevent being tripped or otherwise encumbered. As the opposing zombie progressively neared, closing to within 4 to 5 meters of Suyu, he once again sprang into action. Suyu began to shift slowly to the left, similarly angling himself to face the zombie, seeking an optimal striking position. Then, at a distance of approximately 2 meters, he swiftly thrust his spear, this time piercing the zombie's face, flawlessly dispatching the second undead creature. Suyu vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, confirming the absence of any immediate threats. He then leaned his spear against the nearby courtyard railing with his left hand. Immediately afterward, he drew his long-handled axe and advanced towards the heads of the 2 fallen zombies. At that instant, an ineffable sensation welled up within him. The 2 heads seemed to have acquired a certain endearing quality compared to before, tinged with anticipation and a hint of elation. Subsequently, Suyu unleashed an almost perverse display of violent behavior. With his left hand gripping the long-handled axe, he directly brought it down upon the 2 zombie heads, now coated in grime and viscous fluids. Instantly, both craniums were cleaved in twain. Subsequently, with a gloved hand, he rummaged through the cranial cavity. Chapter 26. Crystalline Dissolution. Precise timing. Suyu meticulously scoured the inside of the skulls, seeking the roseate crystal. However, nearly a minute elapsed, and his efforts proved fruitless. Moreover, he had transformed the scene into a veritable quagmire of repulsive effluvia. He expectorated in exasperation, reluctantly wiping the long-handled axe blade on the zombie's attire before stowing it away. Suyu retrieved the spear, turned, and ventured into the adjacent courtyard. Upon reaching the residence's entrance, Suyu gently rapped on the door, yet received no response from within. He then attempted to depress the doorknob, intending to gain entry, but discovered that the door was bolted, resisting all attempts to budge it. Suyu's present intention was to infiltrate a villa, establishing it as a stronghold. With this as a foundation, an entire row of houses could be accessed via their balconies. Therefore, Suyu exited and proceeded to the neighboring residence's courtyard. Alas, the gate was secured with an electronic keypad lock, leaving him no recourse but to retreat and seek an alternative. The third abode also presented a locked door, rendering it inaccessible. Finally, at the 4th dwelling, he cautiously opened the door, gently pushing it ajar to observe the interior before sidling into the ground floor living room. Moments prior, Suyu had contemplated resorting to brute force, shattering a window to gain entry. The furnishings in this residence's ground floor were sparse, leaving the space rather barren. Though somewhat disheveled, Suyu quietly secured the door behind him. He descended the staircase directly into the lofty kitchen, surveying his surroundings before placing his backpack down. With a casual motion, he slipped a cup into the pocket of his clothing, then drew forth a long-handled axe with his right hand while hoisting a red-tasseled spear in his left. He began his deliberate ascent up the stairs. Upon reaching the landing of the 2nd floor, he tossed the cup into the room where the door was ajar, followed by a dull thud echoing within, accompanied by a faint sliding sound. Simultaneously, the familiar low growl of a zombie resonated from within the room. Instinctively, Suyu shifted slightly to his right, leaning against the staircase railing as a figure squeezed through the half-open security door on the 2nd floor. He discerned that it was a male zombie, lunging towards him from the lower level with remarkable speed. In response, Suyu aimed his spear at the creature's head, choosing not to ascend the stairs, positioning one foot on the landing and the other on the next step, with the slanted railing before him. He hoped that as the zombie drew nearer, he would be able to strike it down with his spear. At that moment, the zombie's movements were awkward as it lunged downward. It misstepped, losing its balance and tumbling down several steps. This unexpected sight startled Suyu, his eyes widening in disbelief as the creature rolled down the stairs. He found it impossible to aim for the zombie's head, and the 1.5-meter spear proved unwieldy in the narrow confines of the staircase. Suyu could only use the barrel of his gun to jab at the zombie that had begun to tumble down the stairs. As he fired, he sensed a misalignment. The bullet struck the creature's left shoulder, piercing through flesh and skin and tearing a gaping hole in its clothing. This action slightly hindered the zombie's descent. Yet the deviation prevented Suyu from swiftly repositioning for a second shot. At that moment, a sudden clang reverberated as the gun was violently flung from his left hand, soaring horizontally towards the zombie and colliding with the stair railing. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu pivoted to the left, raising his axe with great speed to strike down at the zombie's head from the railing. The zombie, still unsteady, was struck by the flying gun just as the axe descended. With a sharp slice, several fingers of the zombie's left hand were severed, and the axe continued its relentless arc towards the left side of its face. In a gruesome display, a portion of the zombie's skull was neatly cleaved away, with viscous fluid splattering against the stairwell's wall. Suyu braced himself against the railing with his left hand while swiftly retracting the axe with his right. He then retreated 2 steps, half raising the axe and focusing intently ahead. The zombie gradually slid down the stairs, coming to rest awkwardly on the landing, motionless and bizarrely positioned. Suyu fixed his gaze upon it, ensuring it was indeed lifeless, as dark, grimy liquid pooled on the ground. Just as he prepared to ascend the stairs for a closer inspection, intending to deliver a decisive blow to the head, a deep, guttural roar echoed from above. There were still more zombies. Startled anew, Suyu swiftly advanced, retrieving the crimson-tasseled spear and pressed himself against the wall, his gaze fixed intently on the open doorway above. After a brief pause, a diminutive zombie emerged, crawling haltingly from the room. No larger than an elementary school child, its garments were besmirched with gore and filth. With guttural moans, it arduously descended the staircase. Its movements were unnervingly sluggish and disjointed. Observing this, Suyu retreated, craning his neck to examine the creature's midsection. To his astonishment, he noted the void where its waist should have been, the torso severed completely. A viscous, umber fluid trickled down its form, staining the floor. Deftly, Suyu placed his axe at the corner of the banister, then gripped the spear with both hands, precisely targeting the zombie's cranium, and thrust forward without hesitation. He swiftly withdrew, the impaled creature collapsing lifelessly. He exhaled deeply, reflecting on the encounter. The zombie's elevated position had presented a tactical disadvantage, its descent causing Suyu to falter momentarily. The near miss had left him shaken. He mused that brute strength and physical prowess alone were insufficient against the infected. Close proximity, a scratch, or a bite could spell transformation and, ultimately, demise. This was akin to dancing on a tightrope, fraught with peril, demanding utmost vigilance. The household was besieged by 2 zombies. Should they both charge simultaneously in that narrow corridor, retreat would be the only viable option, allowing for a gradual search for an opportunity to strike. Approximately half a minute passed, during which the room fell into an eerie silence, as if even the faintest sound of a falling needle would resonate. Suyu cautiously approached the platform at the corner, commencing his search for the red crystal. After a mere 2 scrapes, he was pleasantly surprised to uncover a vivid crimson hue. A surge of joy filled Suyu's heart as he promptly retrieved it, meticulously wiping it clean with a damp tissue. He then grasped the crystal tightly, standing beside the corpse on the platform, squinting his eyes in concentrated anticipation of the changes it would herald. Suyu silently fixated on the watch in his hand, calculating the passage of time. A minute elapsed, then 2, until the moment of 2 minutes and 35 seconds, he distinctly sensed the crystal in his grasp diminishing in size. Mere seconds later, the entire crystal vanished completely from his hand. Suyu deduced that the melting duration of this crystal was approximately 2 minutes and 45 seconds, suggesting that the previous crystals had likely dissolved in a similar time frame. Chapter 27. News from the military base. Suyu meticulously arranged his weaponry, gripping the rifle in his left hand and hoisting the axe in his right, as he resolutely ascended the staircase towards the 2nd floor. After stepping over the scattered remains of small zombies at the stairwell, he entered the room, which was steeped in ruin and chaos. What lay before him was a chilling sight. Desiccated bloodstains, remnants of a struggle, and tattered fragments of fabric, all contributing to an overwhelming sense of disorder. The conspicuous black handprints on the window particularly evoked memories for Suyu, reminiscent of a harrowing scene he had witnessed downstairs, where the zombie of this household had desperately pounded against the glass, striving to break free from its constraints. Suyu meticulously examined each room on the 2nd floor. Yet after a thorough search, he found no essential items. Consequently, he stepped outside, bypassing the small corpse at the threshold. However, this time, he refrained from shattering the zombie's skull to retrieve the precious crystal within. Armed and vigilant, Suyu cautiously descended the staircase, ultimately reaching the 3rd floor. Upon encountering the securely locked security door, he chose not to attempt to force it open, instead opting to retreat to the 1st floor. A few minutes later, after freshening up in the bathroom, Suyu settled at the table with a bottle of drink, reflecting on the building's peculiar layout. He recalled a faint image of the little girl. The two zombies he had encountered were likely a father and daughter, with the daughter having suffered grievous injuries inflicted by her father's transformation before succumbing to the same fate. As Suyu scavenged for food, a sense of gravity and subtle emotion weighed upon him. In the kitchen, he rummaged through the contents, but due to a power outage, he opened the refrigerator door only to be met with a nauseating blend of spoiled food odors. The state of the ingredients inside was disheartening, most of them moldy and decayed. However, he did manage to spot some noodles, rice, and a few edible dried goods in the cupboard. Suyu gathered some cookies, small bread rolls, and a few bottles of soda, preparing to take them with him. Ultimately, he discovered a bag of marinated spices tucked away by the stove. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to add it to his backpack. Checking the time, Suyu felt a wave of discontent wash over him, prompting him to head straight home. He set down the items he had collected and meticulously cleaned both his body and his weapons. About 10 minutes later, Suyu emerged from his home with some purified water, rice, and tea tree mushrooms among other ingredients, and made his way to the adjacent rooftop room where the chickens were kept. Gently pushing open the door, he was met with a pungent blend of chicken droppings and dust. The room was dimly lit, and upon closer inspection, he spotted 6 large live chickens huddled closely beneath a cabinet. Sensing his presence, they erupted into a cacophony of squawks. Carefully avoiding the chicken droppings, Suyu scattered some rice on the ground and replaced it with a basin of clear water. He then scoured the attic, finally locating an old quilt. Spreading it out beside the cabinet, he created a warm and comfortable nest for the chickens. Having completed this task, Suyu descended the stairs in high spirits. However, unlike when he entered, his left hand now held a pair of chicken wings. In the process of preparing the chicken coop, he had chosen a sizable hen. With swift reflexes, Suyu seized the bird and brought it along. Slowly making his way to the kitchen, he skillfully gathered firewood and placed it into the stove to kindle a flame. Before long, he began boiling water to cook the chicken. Once the water reached a rolling boil, he expertly dispatched the old hen, eviscerating it with precision and ensuring it was thoroughly cleaned. Subsequently, he chopped the 6 to 7 pound free-range chicken into small pieces. Suyu poured purified water into the pot, and, once it reached a boil, added the tea tree mushrooms to rehydrate them. After draining, he placed the chicken pieces into the same pot of boiling water for blanching, retrieving them with a slotted spoon for later use. In addition, he prepared chunks of ginger, cloves of garlic, scallions, and cilantro as seasonings, arranging these ingredients neatly to the side. Next, Suyu poured a generous amount of rapeseed oil into a large iron wok. As the oil gradually heated and began to sizzle, he first added the garlic and chili peppers. Once the aroma was released, he transferred all the chicken pieces into the wok. With a spatula in hand, he continuously stirred the ingredients until each piece of chicken was uniformly coated in glistening oil. Then, he poured an entire bottle of beer into the wok. As it bubbled and hissed, the beer melded seamlessly with the chicken, emanating an irresistible fragrance. Suyu continued to stir with the spatula, and after a few minutes, the originally clear beer was entirely absorbed by the chicken. At this juncture, he added a bit of purified water, just enough to cover the chicken pieces completely. He then tossed in the ginger slices and scallions, covered the pot with a lid, and commenced the simmering of the free-range chicken. Suyu approached the earthen stove, carefully extinguishing part of the fire to moderate the heat. He then allowed the chicken soup to simmer gently, enhancing its rich flavor while he sat on a small stool, patiently waiting for the delicious broth to reach perfection. At that moment, he retrieved a satellite phone and skillfully dialed a series of numbers. A few seconds later, a familiar voice resonated from the other end. "Hello, Fierce Eagle." Suyu promptly replied, "It's me, boss. My phone was charging yesterday, and I returned home rather late." The voice on the other end belonged to Tang Zhou, a leader from the Special Operations Bureau. Tang Zhou's voice resonated through the phone. "All right, be cautious while you are out there. I am aware of your capabilities. However, be wary in dealing with the zombies. You have sustained injuries, so your safety is paramount." Suyu quickly nodded in compliance, responding, "Yes, I understand. Thank you for your concern, Boss Tang." He then inquired, "By the way, Boss Tang, regarding the matter I previously asked you to look into." After a moment of contemplation, Tang Zhou replied, "Concerning the situation near your hometown, there are 2 military units nearby. Both locations have helicopters. So if you require assistance or wish to take action, you might consider collaborating with them." Upon hearing this news, Suyu felt a surge of excitement but cautiously asked, "What are the specifics regarding the locations and current status of these 2 units?" Will they be amenable to supporting my requests? Tang Zhou pondered for a moment before answering. One of the units is situated in a mountainous area of Liyun County, which is part of the neighboring city. The other is a bit farther away, located at a secret base to the north of your prefecture, Jintao City. However, further information on their current situation is still needed. Gratefully, Suyu remarked, "Thank you, Boss Tang, for this invaluable information. I will adjust my subsequent plans and itinerary accordingly." Tang Zhou advised, "Very well. Remember, should you encounter difficulties or need support, do not hesitate to contact me. Stay vigilant and prioritize your safety above all." Master Tang earnestly advised Suyu, who promptly replied, "Rest assured, I shall exercise caution. Should the need arise, I will indeed require your assistance." After expressing his gratitude profusely, the satellite communication was abruptly terminated. Chapter 28. A solemn approach to the bridge. Seated beside the earthen stove, Suyu gazed into the dancing flames, contemplating his plans for over half an hour. The savory aroma of chicken wafted from the iron pot, prompting him to retrieve a tender piece of chicken, which he added to the mix alongside tea tree mushrooms. After allowing the concoction to simmer gently for an additional 10 minutes, he seasoned it with salt, culminating in a simple yet delectable tea tree mushroom chicken soup. Opening a bottle of red wine, he poured himself a generous glass, the crimson liquid shimmering in the transparent vessel. With a sense of delight, he settled by the stove, filling a large bowl with the steaming broth and savoring each sip. The golden-hued soup exuded an enticing fragrance, harmonizing beautifully with the rich depth of the wine. He took a delicate sip of the wine, relishing the robust fruitiness that brought him joy, before selecting a piece of free-range chicken to savor. The meat was succulent and juicy, perfectly melding with the rich broth, leaving a lingering aftertaste of pleasure. With a sense of satisfaction, Suyu began to indulge in the red wine and the free-range chicken. Feeling somewhat famished, he eagerly scooped pieces of chicken into his mouth, losing himself in the delightful feast of chicken, tea tree mushrooms, and broth. Within approximately 10 minutes, the food swiftly disappeared into Suyu's belly, and amidst beads of sweat on his forehead, he reveled in the experience, while the wine in his glass remained substantially untouched. Suyu surveyed the remnants of fried chicken pieces and a modest portion of chicken soup. He rose to add 2 packets of instant noodles, sprinkled some chopped scallions, and stoked the fire to reheat the chicken broth until it reached a vigorous boil. After 2 minutes, a fragrant pot of chicken noodle soup was ready. With deft skill, Suyu wielded his chopsticks in his left hand, lifting a strand of noodles from the pot, letting them dance gracefully in the air. He leaned down to blow away the steam before swiftly savoring the noodles, while his right hand cradled a nearby cup, sipping a small amount of red wine to relish its flavor. As his chopsticks deftly traversed the pot, he efficiently consumed the noodles and chicken pieces. Before long, the once ample pot of chicken noodle soup was reduced to mere remnants of broth. Suyu set down his chopsticks, raised his wine glass, and drained its contents. Concluding this sumptuous lunch, while tidying up the kitchen, he couldn't shake the worry about his dwindling supply of purified water. It was imperative to procure some clean drinking water promptly. Aside from supermarkets, few places offered any significant supply. However, a venture into the supermarket at this moment posed considerable risks. Suyu believed that storming the supermarket alone would be a daunting task, especially with the burden of heavy bottled water to carry. A meticulously devised plan was essential to ensure a safe and successful acquisition of supplies from the supermarket. After ensuring the kitchen was orderly, he returned to his home. Presently, the rooftop of the neighboring building had morphed into a makeshift poultry farm, while the ground floor served as his kitchen and dining area. Here lies a unique clay stove, accompanied by iron pots and furniture made of various materials, all of which can be utilized for burning wood. Whether it be plywood or mahogany, Suyu cleaves them and feeds them into the stove as fuel. Perhaps it is a psychological effect, but Suyu feels that even climbing the stairs has become considerably easier. As he passes the balcony, he casually grabs a garbage bag filled with damp feathers, entrails, and food scraps, hurling it down from the height. He watches as the bag dances through the air before finally landing on the ground far below, and an inexplicable sense of relief washes over him. Turning back from the balcony, Suyu returns to his home, preparing to take a brief respite, for he still has numerous tasks to accomplish today. He lights a cigarette and habitually opens a carton of Wangzai milk to sip while pondering. The red crystal shards within the zombie skulls could greatly benefit his own vitality. Yet he is apprehensive about the potential changes that may follow. Suyu harbors both anticipation and concern. It has now become evident that not every zombie brain contains these crystals. They are typically found within the skulls of the more robust zombies. In the wake of the apocalypse, Suyu has single-handedly vanquished nearly 50 zombies, rendering the area littered with their corpses. Throughout this ordeal, he has amassed a wealth of practical combat experience, enabling him to effortlessly dispatch 1 or 2 encountered zombies, or to strategically lure and eliminate a dozen or more using the terrain to his advantage. These achievements are attributed to his acquisition of 6 crystal shards, which have not only significantly enhanced his physical abilities, but have also alleviated much of the lingering pain from the injuries he sustained 2 years prior, a development that fills him with great astonishment. With the ample food intake over the past few days, he felt his body gradually returning to its pre-injury state, with a noticeable increase in strength. The current method to rapidly enhance his power was to acquire more pink crystals, which would facilitate swift access to the supermarket for essential supplies, significantly improving safety. Suyu resolved to promptly clear the zombie-infested area at the village entrance to avoid being attacked from both sides during the assault on the supermarket, thereby preemptively removing obstacles for their eventual departure from the village. Ultimately, he aimed to collect as many pink crystals as possible to bolster his strength. After a brief afternoon rest, Suyu donned a complete set of leather attire, selecting a pair of climbing pants and donning a cycling helmet. In his left hand, he firmly grasped a red-tasseled spear, while a long-handled axe hung at his waist, and a sharp military knife was secured to his left leg. His backpack was filled with an array of essential items, including a metallic slingshot and several small steel balls. Fully armed, Suyu prepared himself for the challenges ahead. This time, he exited through the front door of his home on the first floor, marking his first venture outside since the apocalypse began. He cautiously left the door ajar. Moving to the edge of the courtyard railing to survey his surroundings, there were no zombies in sight. However, the road outside was littered with debris from the objects he had previously dropped from above, creating a rather chaotic scene. Navigating with ease, Suyu opened the gate to his courtyard and cautiously made his way along the railing towards the vacant area by the river at the end of the row of houses. He meticulously surveyed his surroundings, confirming safety before proceeding to the second row of buildings at the end of the terrace. In this narrow passageway, Suyu spotted 2 zombies wandering approximately 30 meters from the roadside. Without hesitation, he advanced swiftly. Clutching a long rifle firmly in his left hand and brandishing an axe in his right, he aimed directly at the nearest zombie and charged forward with determination. Moments later, as the zombie perceived the movement and took a couple of steps, the rifle's muzzle swiftly penetrated its skull. However, Suyu did not withdraw the rifle. Instead, he adjusted his angle, loosening his grip slightly while propelling his body forward, executing a powerful kick. The zombie, now limp from its fatal wound yet still pinned by the rifle's tip, was sent flying backward. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu extracted the rifle from the zombie's head, propelling the corpse at remarkable speed into another approaching zombie. The impact was tremendous, causing both zombies to collide violently before collapsing to the ground. The zombie at the rear found itself partially pinned beneath the fallen body, struggling to rise, its claws flailing aimlessly on the ground. However, before it could wrestle free, a glint of silver swiftly pierced through its face and into its skull, instantly dispatching it to the earth. Suyu approached the zombies with determination, dispatching one with a single gunshot before swiftly kicking the lifeless body aside, colliding with and subsequently slaying a second zombie. This seamless execution of foes transpired in a mere 5 to 6 seconds, imparting an exhilarating sense of accomplishment that alleviated much of the gloom within his heart. Without pausing, Suyu proceeded to cleave open the head of the fallen zombie, fortuitously discovering a pink crystal within the cranium of the first slain creature. This unexpected delight prompted him to clean the crystal and begin the absorption process, eliciting a broad smile as he reveled in the auspicious turn of events that his afternoon had taken. After securing the crystal, he promptly retreated to the riverbank, making his way towards a corridor behind a row of buildings. Upon reaching the corner, Suyu exercised caution, meticulously surveying his surroundings. He recalled his earlier visit that morning, during which he had dispatched 2 zombies, their remains now lying nearby. To his astonishment, he observed 4 tattered zombies wandering behind the row of houses. After careful observation, Suyu identified a small courtyard just a few meters ahead, noting that its large gate was firmly shut. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly stowed his axe at his waist and charged forward without hesitation. In just a few strides, he reached the entrance to the courtyard, deftly slipping inside. He promptly secured the metal door behind him, momentarily shielding himself from the dangers lurking outside. However, this action did not go unnoticed. The nearby zombies were immediately alerted, their growls echoing as they lunged towards him with outstretched claws and gnashing teeth. Suyu exhibited not a trace of panic. He first located a petite table and placed his backpack upon it. Subsequently, he seized a glass ashtray from the table and, without hesitation, hurled it towards the direction of the distant zombies. At that moment, the first zombie eagerly lunged towards the door, yet Suyu remained remarkably composed. He raised his red tassel gun and gradually moved to the railing, scrutinizing the movements of the other zombies. Indeed, the zombies were drawn to the ashtray he had cast, gradually congregating in this direction. Recognizing that the opportunity had arrived, Suyu stepped forward, advancing a few paces towards the entrance. When he was 1 meter from the threshold, he decisively fired a shot at the zombie outside, silencing its roar as it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. After a brief pause, as the second zombie approached the doorway, he similarly aimed and struck its vital point, resulting in its immediate demise. Approximately 1 minute later, the entrance was strewn with the corpses of 4 zombies. Observing this scene, Suyu donned his gloves, gently pushed open the door, and leaned his long gun against the railing. With an axe in hand, he resolutely struck at the heads of the remaining zombies. Soon, he discovered a pink crystal embedded within the cranium of one male zombie. Not a bad find. His efforts had not been in vain. Reflecting on this, he surveyed his surroundings while polishing the crystal in his grasp. He then this marked the 8th crystal block that Suyu had discovered. However, when he absorbed the 7th, he felt that the enhancement to his physical strength was rather negligible. Unsurprisingly, this crystal exhibited a similar effect. Yet, he noted some improvement regarding the residual effects concentrated on the right side of his body. Suyu felt a tinge of regret, as he had hoped for a significant augmentation of his capabilities to bolster his chances and security for entering the supermarket. Now, he could only meticulously refine his action plan to ensure absolute safety. A few minutes later, the crystal block was entirely absorbed. At that moment, no other zombies appeared in sight. The majority of the zombies from the 2 rows of houses had been lured to the windows along the roadside by Suyu over the past few days, and he had successfully eliminated them all. Compared to the initial encounter, the number of zombies had significantly diminished. Without pausing, Suyu proceeded to the far end of the road, where he slowed his pace. He observed that there were no zombies nearby on the right, only a heap of corpses with their skulls cracked open by the wall beneath a distant window. Not far to the left, a lone zombie was on the move along the roadside. Without a second thought, Suyu confronted it and ended its life. This time, he did not immediately sever the head in search of a crystal block. Instead, he leaned against the wall and took a few steps to survey the narrow. He then retrieved half a bottle of soda from his backpack. Taking a few sips as he rested and contemplated his strategy, he still believed that luring the zombies to the courtyard for elimination was the safest and most reliable approach. However, the zombies were now more dispersed, with 2 obstructing the route into the courtyard, positioned merely 3 to 4 meters from the entrance. After making a left turn, Suyu found himself 6 to 7 meters away from the door. Forcing a confrontation to eliminate them could potentially lead to entanglement with other zombies, thereby increasing the risk and proving to be a time-consuming and laborious choice. Surveying his surroundings, Suyu noticed several bricks nestled in the corner of the back wall. An idea sparked in his mind. He leaned his long gun against the wall at the corner and swiftly approached to pick up 2 bricks before returning to peek cautiously down the corridor. After carefully observing the zombies' positions, he reached out to grab 1 brick and hurled it into the pathway. The brick soared over 10 meters before landing, the sound startling the nearby zombies, who began to shuffle towards the spot where the brick had fallen, thus diverting the 2 troublesome zombies away from the courtyard entrance. After waiting a few seconds, Suyu swung his left arm with all his might, launching the second, slightly smaller brick into the air. This one arced high, following a similar trajectory as the first, but it landed over 20 meters away, rolling several meters upon impact. The commotion from the second brick caused the already agitated zombies to abruptly change their course, howling as they charged towards the new distraction. After Suyu threw the brick, he intently focused on the movement trajectories of the zombies. A few seconds later, wielding the red tassel spear, he darted out from the corner like a cheetah, swiftly racing towards the courtyard's entrance. At that moment, the nearby zombies were entirely drawn away by the brick he had thrown. Within mere seconds, Suyu reached the doorway, pressed down on the courtyard handle, and with a decisive click, the door opened slightly. He slipped inside, promptly slamming the door shut behind him. Chapter 30. The Harvest of Slaughter. Two crystal fragments. The noise of the door closing immediately alerted the horde of zombies, which began to turn and lunge towards him. However, the nearest zombies were still 7 to 8 meters away from the courtyard door, and Suyu had already entered the small courtyard. He skillfully executed this diversionary tactic, achieving the desired effect. Once inside the courtyard, Suyu calmly approached the main entrance of the building and attempted to unlock the door, but it was securely fastened. Undeterred, he set his backpack on a small table nearby. Then, with his left hand gripping the red tassel spear, he faced the approaching zombies outside the courtyard railing. Utilizing the gaps in the courtyard entrance's grill, Suyu began to eliminate the zombies with precision, managing to achieve a kill with each shot, targeting the head through the eyes, nose, and temples. In the intervals, he occasionally struck the railing with a nearby plastic pipe to lure a few more distant zombies for harvesting. After 4 to 5 minutes, 9 zombies lay scattered and defeated along the edge of the courtyard. Suyu did not hesitate. He equipped his left hand with an axe and donned a pair of rubber gloves on his right hand before stepping outside to commence his grim task. With a few swift strikes, he severed the heads of the zombies, and upon encountering the fourth, he discovered a crystal shard. He promptly cleaned it and carefully tucked it into the glove of his right hand, gripping it tightly with 3 fingers, while his index and thumb formed the shape of a sign language number 8. This method allowed him to absorb the crystal without hindering his right hand's search for more. Just as Suyu was about to strike the 5th zombie, one appeared at the far end of a nearby building, creeping along the corner. It began to roar at him from behind the garden's railing, frantically reaching its clawed hand through the bars. Remaining composed, Suyu ceased his chopping and retreated into the courtyard. He approached the zombie with several strides and delivered a decisive blow with his axe through the railing, causing the creature to collapse instantly. Without a moment's pause, Suyu turned away and resumed his hunt for more zombies and crystal shards. Unfortunately, despite his diligent efforts with the subsequent zombies, he found no additional crystals. Feeling somewhat discontented, he slowly made his way to the side of the courtyard, where the last zombie approached, seemingly eager for its demise. He met it with the same fate, delivering a fatal strike to its skull. He realized this was purely an unexpected windfall. A zombie came rushing towards him, and with a swift swing of his axe, it met its demise, its skull cleaved open, yielding a delightful crystal shard. Oh, what a stroke of luck. Even zombies can be charming. Suyu joyfully held the crystal shard in his palm, contemplating its significance. At that moment, the first crystal was nearly dissolved. As he absorbed it, he did not perceive any notable changes in strength or agility. However, he distinctly felt a remarkable recovery from his old injuries. Perhaps it was due to the crystal being held in his right hand. But he noticed a substantial improvement in the lingering effects of his hand injury and internal wounds. His right hand regained its strength to the level it had been before the injury, and his right ear's hearing also improved significantly. The overall condition of his body gave Suyu a sensation akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes, evoking a sense of returning to the vigor of 2 years prior. Shortly thereafter, he swiftly retreated to the courtyard, forcefully closing the iron gate behind him. He set down his weapon and sank into a metallic chair to rest. Eagerly, he removed his gloves and began to absorb the crystal shard he held tightly in his right hand. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. As he inhaled the smoke, he allowed himself a moment of relaxation. During this brief respite, Suyu began to quietly calculate over the past few days. During this period, Suyu seamlessly transitioned from attraction to execution, and then to the meticulous process of cleaving and excavating crystal blocks, demonstrating an impressive level of skill and precision. Moreover, he diligently searched for crystal blocks in the open areas, all the while swinging his blade with fervor and maintaining a vigilant watch over his ever-changing surroundings. In such a heightened state of tension, and after enduring intense physical exertion, even the enhanced Suyu could not help but feel a wave of fatigue wash over him. A few minutes later, he took a sip of soda, discarded his cigarette, and completely absorbed the red crystal block. He swiftly organized his backpack, grasped his weapon, and opened the door, retracing his steps along the right side back to the riverbank. Subsequently, he veered towards his home and casually collected some garlic and scallions to bring back. Upon arriving home, Suyu unloaded his backpack and meticulously cleaned his weapon. He then picked up a bottle of Wangzai milk and, as per his usual routine, drank heartily. Having worked tirelessly throughout the afternoon and successfully locating for crystal blocks was commendable. However, It was regrettable that he had not found any purified water, only a few bottles of soda. Witnessing the tragic transformation of that little girl into a zombie weighed heavily on Su-Yu's heart. The village now predominantly housed the elderly, and that delightful little girl was one of the few children known for her cleverness and charm, endearing herself to the villagers nearby. She would greet Su-Yu warmly whenever they crossed paths, and he occasionally engaged in brief conversations with her. This afternoon, he had dispatched around 20 zombies, resulting in considerable physical exhaustion. However, compared to the fatigue of his body, the weariness within his heart was far more intense. After resting on the sofa for a while, Su-Yu made his way to the kitchen to prepare rice, simultaneously slicing some sausage and ham to simmer in the pressure cooker. He then took some rice, broke off a few leaves of cabbage and greens, armed himself with a sharp military knife, and ascended the stairs. Passing through the rooftop balcony, he climbed over to the adjacent room where the chickens were kept. Upon seeing that the remaining 5 chickens were lively and in good condition, a wave of joy surged within Su-Yu. These chickens still had at least 2 days of sustenance left. He placed the ingredients he had brought in the center of the room and added a bit of fresh water for the chickens before exiting. Of course, Su-Yu also managed to capture the largest hen this time, which weighed over 10 pounds and was the most robust among the 5. He had attempted to catch it several times before, but its quick reflexes had thwarted him. However, this time, whether it was due to the hen becoming more accustomed to Su-Yu's presence after being fed for 2 days and thus less vigilant, or perhaps due to an improvement in Su-Yu's own reflexes, when Su-Yu suddenly lunged forward and grasped it, the hen surprisingly complied. Chapter 31. The secret of the zombie head crystal. Carrying the plump hen back from the balcony to the kitchen, Su-Yu found that the rice was already boiling. He first lifted the lid of the pot, added some lao gan ma seasoning, then replaced the lid, allowing the rice to simmer gently until fully cooked. Then Su-Yu carried the chicken to the restroom on the first floor. After slaughtering and cleaning the chicken, he returned to the kitchen with the free-range bird. He first stuffed the chicken's cavity with chunks of ginger, cloves of garlic, and segments of scallions, then secured the opening with toothpicks. Next, Su-Yu added olive oil and a splash of cola to a large iron pot, stir-frying until the sugar caramelized. He then poured in 3 bottles of beer, a measure of red wine, a substantial amount of cola, and a bottle of purified water. He placed the entire chicken into the pot, along with a bundle of seasoning and ingredients such as Sichuan peppercorns, dried scallops, and red dates, before adding a dash of dark soy sauce and bringing the mixture to a vigorous boil. Once it reached a rolling boil, Su-Yu skimmed off the foam with a spoon, covered the pot, and reduced the heat to a gentle simmer to braise the chicken. After more than 10 minutes, the enticing aroma of spices and wine filled the kitchen. Su-Yu lifted the pot lid to check, flipping the chicken to continue the braising process. The surface of the chicken glistened enticingly. Resisting the temptation of the succulent meat, Su-Yu felt his stomach growl with hunger. He served himself a generous bowl of rice, mixing it with some ham and a dollop of lao gan ma, and within minutes, he had devoured it all. After an hour, he had turned the plump hen several times to ensure even heating and coloration. The chicken now boasted a brilliant hue, a delightful blend of yellow and red. Su-Yu tested the meat's tenderness with chopsticks, finding it perfectly braised to a soft yet resilient texture. Noticing that the braising liquid had reduced by a third, he poured a large glass of red wine and delicately lifted the entire chicken onto a large platter. By this time, night had fallen, and a candle flickered on the table. With clean hands, Su-Yu eagerly dug in. He removed the toothpick, first extracting the chunks of ginger and garlic within, then gently pulling at a chicken leg, revealing the tender meat concealed beneath a delicate layer of skin. The texture of the chicken was distinctly visible, and the rich aroma of the marinade intertwined with hints of wine, instantly heightening his appetite. Su-Yu picked up a piece of chicken and, with a gentle bite, savored its succulent juiciness, the flavor rich and indulgent, a harmonious blend of the marinade's savory essence, saltiness, and the fragrant notes of wine, creating an unforgettable taste. He devoured nearly half of the enticingly aromatic chicken leg in one sitting, followed by a sip of red wine, and Su-Yu sighed in satisfaction, exclaiming, "Ah, this marinated chicken is simply exquisite." As he continued to relish the dish, he couldn't help but marvel. This marinated chicken is indeed a delicacy of the mortal realm. The tender texture of the chicken perfectly complemented the richness of the marinade. He felt not only an increase in vigor, but also an enhancement in his culinary skills. Could it be that my recent surge in appetite has awakened my pursuit of gourmet delights? Su-Yu mused as he ate. 20 minutes passed, and only a few chicken bones, ginger, garlic, and toothpicks remained on the plate. After thoroughly enjoying this delectable feast, Suyu remained entranced by the delightful flavors and aromas. He gently swirled the red wine in his glass, savoring the lingering bouquet, and couldn't help but reflect how astonishing it was that a single chicken could be consumed so swiftly, leaving him wanting more. After a satisfying meal, he refreshed himself in the bathroom, emerging rejuvenated, feeling as though he exuded a newfound freshness. He emerged from the bathroom clad in a bathrobe and stepped onto the scale, which displayed a weight of 142 gene. This marked an increase of 7 to 8 gene since he first regained consciousness. Notably, the atrophied muscles in his right arm had returned to their pre-injury state. Now, Suyu's physique began to exude strength and vitality, his muscles brimming with power. His skin, a result of consistent exercise, retained a golden hue, smooth and elastic. The restoration process had refined his demeanor, rendering him more radiant and composed. After changing into his sleepwear, Suyu made his way to his bedroom, preparing to retire early for the night, as tomorrow's tasks loomed large. During today's cooking session, he had utilized alcoholic beverages. Although he had been hydrating with Wangzai milk and other drinks these past few days, cooking still required pure water. Faced with a shortage of purified water while stewing marinated chicken, he was left with no choice but to improvise with liquor, resulting in an innovative dish. To his surprise, the outcome was exceptional, with the rich aroma of the marinade subtly infused with the fragrance of alcohol, leaving a lingering aftertaste. At that moment, the telephone on the windowsill chimed softly, breaking the tranquility. Suyu sprang to his feet and answered the call. "Hello, Liang?" The voice of his superior, Tang Zhou, resonated from the other end. "Boss, it's me," Suyu promptly replied. "Very well, there are two matters I need you to pay close attention to, as they are of great importance. Firstly, concerning the military base I reached out to on your behalf, after considerable effort. We have established contact with the military in Liyun County. If you require assistance, I strongly recommend you consider them as your top choice. The second matter concerns the discovery of red crystals within the skulls of certain slain zombies. Have you encountered such a phenomenon?" Upon hearing this, Suyu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and responded earnestly. "Chief, I have indeed encountered something similar. However, what I found was not red crystals, but rather pink crystalline blocks the size of broad beans, which gradually dissolve over time. Indeed, these crystals do dissolve within a specific time frame. Furthermore, they can be directly absorbed by the human body, resulting in notably significant effects. Currently, the authorities have initiated relevant research, although my understanding of the particulars remains limited." There was a brief pause on the line, as if the chief was contemplating. "Being alone at home may expose you to various circumstances. I personally suggest you consider absorbing some of these crystalline blocks. Thus far, research has not revealed any discernible negative effects." On the other end of the call, Chief Tang spoke with a calm demeanor. Suyu tilted his head, gazing out the window, filled with gratitude. He humbly communicated with his superior, sincerely expressing, "Thank you, Chief. I am truly grateful for the vital information you have provided. I will be particularly vigilant regarding this matter. Please rest assured. I apologize for any worry I have caused you." The chief continued, "It is good that you are aware. Few know of the crystals at present. In this current era, there are certain matters where one may adopt a bolder approach, unencumbered by excessive concern for their surroundings. It has always been a source of regret for me that you returned to the country injured in the line of duty. Moreover, your uncle, a former colleague of mine, has consistently urged me to keep an eye on you." Chapter 32. The crystals suspended at the forehead. Many regions outside have become isolated and the situation is quite complex. Should I receive any updates, I will inform you. With that, Boss Tang ended the call, leaving Suyu staring blankly out the window. The crystal indeed manifests in the heads of the zombies, and as I have experienced, its absorption is beneficial to one's health. Therefore, I must not let this opportunity slip by. Just absorbing 10 of these crystals has significantly aided in the recovery of my injuries. Now that I have concrete information, and with the boss encouraging me to absorb more, I must hasten to acquire as many crystals as possible. After hanging up, Suyu lit a cigarette and took a moment to rest. After tidying up the kitchen, he bundled the refuse from the bathroom and kitchen together and made his way to the second floor. Opening the window to dispose of the waste, he hesitated for a moment. It was just past 6 in the evening, and the light outside was still adequate. To his surprise, 2 zombies had appeared outside the courtyard gate, seemingly out of nowhere. Upon closer inspection, he observed that the two zombies were scratching at the ground, while a third one, slightly farther away by the riverbank, staggered toward him. With the sight of the undead, Suyu abandoned his plan to discard the garbage, peering out the window to scan the surroundings, but found no other zombies in sight. He intently observed the two zombies below, who were hunched over and rummaging about. After a moment's contemplation, he discerned the situation. The zombies were clawing and gnawing at a bag on the ground, from which several black and red bags had spilled open. Suyu quickly grasped the reality. These were remnants of refuse he had carelessly discarded from the upper floor. Within those bags lay the innards and feathers of several native chickens, along with traces of blood from the slaughter. In a moment of convenience and negligence, he had thoughtlessly thrown the kitchen scraps and remnants of butchery directly out the window. Now, he was facing the repercussions, having attracted nearby zombies with his carelessness. Amused yet resigned, Suyu shook his head. He realized that he could not afford to indulge in laziness and excess. This was a self-inflicted predicament. He decided against further littering and retrieved the trash to place it back on the first floor. Then, he swiftly equipped himself with weapons, a helmet, and leather attire before hastening to open the front door, stepping into his small courtyard. Now that you're here, you zombies shall not escape. Today, I shall ensure your presence remains. Suyu approached the aluminum alloy gate, wielding an axe, and began to rhythmically strike the metallic door. After 4 or 5 solid knocks, the two zombies shuffled to the fence, pressing against the entrance while emitting guttural roars. Pausing momentarily, he raised the red tassel spear and thrust it towards the decaying head of a zombie, skillfully and swiftly penetrating one of its eyes. The spearhead entered partially before he swiftly withdrew it, causing the zombie to collapse motionless. The same fate befell a second zombie, which he impaled through the mouth. After dispatching both creatures with such finesse, Suyu noted that another zombie had approached within 2 meters of the railing. He shifted his position slightly, and, as the zombie neared the fence, he waited a few seconds before launching the red tassel spear once more, piercing through the creature's skull, causing it to fall lifelessly to the ground. With a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Suyu slowly opened the courtyard gate, stepping outside to survey his surroundings. He then fully opened the door, propping it against a nearby object, muttering under his breath, "What brings you zombies here, delivering groceries? Have you grown so bold as to wreak havoc at my doorstep?" Upon exiting, Suyu grasped the red tassel spear in his right hand, while his left hand held another spear. With his right hand clad in a rubber glove, he seized a zombie's body and began to move to the right. After a few steps, he exerted force, sending the zombie flying from his grasp, akin to a canvas puppet thrown 8 to 9 meters before crashing to the ground. Then, from behind, he dragged 2 more zombies and hurled them away, all landing near the riverbank. Finally, Suyu returned to the first floor, took out a bag of garbage, and tossed it far away, also clearing the refuse at the entrance, ensuring to tidy up after himself. Throughout this entire process, he held the red tassel spear with his left hand, remaining vigilant. Having cleared the path before his abode, he ambled over to the 3 cadavers of the undead. Depositing his pike, he retrieved his hatchet and commenced the task of cleaving their skulls. With 3 dull thuds, he breached the craniums and began to rummage through the remains with his hands. Initially, it was a habitual search, yet this time, he unexpectedly unearthed a crystalline shard. This discovery served to alleviate his disgruntled mood considerably. He swiftly wiped it clean and stood by the riverbank to assimilate it. A few minutes elapsed, and having absorbed the crystalline fragment, Suyu, with his hatchet in his left hand, scrutinized his surroundings, slowly making his way back home. He contemplated expediting the eradication of all the nearby zombies on the morrow, followed by procuring some purified water and other easily portable provisions from the supermarket. However, at that precise moment, an indescribable sensation washed over Suyu. This feeling was subtle, as if something was surreptitiously transforming, yet its precise nature remained elusive. He gazed perplexedly at his raised right hand, clenching and unclenching his fist, yet discerned nothing peculiar. Subsequently, he palpated his neck and chin, equally to no avail. Suyu shook his head in resignation and retreated from the courtyard into his dwelling. After ablutions, he ascended to the 2nd floor and settled upon the sofa. Reclining against the cushions, he ignited a cigarette and intended to rest for a brief interlude. However, mere seconds after closing his eyes, he abruptly opened them. His gaze fixed askance upon the ceiling. Immediately, Suyu closed his eyes once more, but this time with remarkable swiftness, reopening them after merely 2 to 3 seconds. In a sudden jolt, He straightened his back as if electrified, shaking his head slightly from side to side. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed ahead, seemingly struck by an overwhelming shock, rendering him momentarily frozen. Earlier, when Suyu discarded the remnants of his cigarette, his eyelids inadvertently flickered towards the chandelier above. After a brief interlude of 2 to 3 seconds with his eyes shut, he was astounded to discover an irregular red crystal materializing in the air, suspended a few inches before his brow, aligned parallel to his eyebrows. This multifaceted crystal, slightly translucent, evoked a sense of familiarity within him. It bore a resemblance to the crystalline formations he had previously observed within the skulls of zombies, albeit significantly smaller, with greater transparency and purity. In less than a minute, Suyu engaged in reflection and recollection, subsequently closing his eyes again to concentrate his mental energy, directing his focus to the spot between his brows. True to his expectations, the irregular crystal reappeared, now resembling a minuscule grain of rice, radiating a delicate shade of transparent red. This time, Suyu scrutinized it with exceptional diligence, even attempting to shake his head, yet the crystal remained steadfast, seemingly anchored in place before his third eye. Undoubtedly, this small gem bore a significant connection to the crystalline structures found within the zombies. From the form, texture, and luster it exhibited, it was truly astonishing. Suyu murmured softly to himself. Chapter 33. The three-dimensional projection pressed closely against his forehead. Suddenly, Suyu rose to his feet and strode swiftly towards the bathroom. He stood before the mirror, scrutinizing his face repeatedly, then closed his eyes for a moment to concentrate on the granule-like crystal. With both hands braced against the wash basin, he gazed intently at his reflection, plunging into profound contemplation. As seconds turned into minutes, he remained absorbed for over 10 minutes. During this time, he lit and smoked 2 cigarettes, the curling smoke shrouding him as his brow remained tightly furrowed. After meticulous observation, Suyu began to grasp a preliminary understanding of the sudden changes occurring within him. He was almost certain that everything was linked to the crystalline blocks he had absorbed. The small crystal suspended just beyond his forehead was invisible to the naked eye. Suyu had attempted numerous times to perceive it, ultimately discovering that it could only be seen through thought and spirit. This sensation was remarkably vivid, akin to a three-dimensional projection hovering mere inches from Suyu's forehead, impervious to his attempts to shake it away. As time elapsed, his head shaking grew increasingly frequent, for he sensed a dull ache beginning to throb in his mind. No, I cannot dwell on this any longer, Suyu murmured, pondering the specifics of his predicament. At that moment, he decided to consult with Tang Laoda. Suyu turned on the faucet, resting his hands on the edge of the wash basin, and watched as the clear water gradually filled the basin. He then submerged his face in the water, feeling the cool stream glide across his skin, bringing a refreshing sensation. After washing his face, he did not reach for a towel, but carelessly wiped his face with the corner of his clothing. Subsequently, a low rumble emanated from his throat as he expelled a thick phlegm. Having completed these actions, Suyu stepped out of the restroom. Merely a few minutes later, Suyu found himself seated once more on the sofa, clutching a bottle of Wangzai milk. He sipped it slowly, his gaze somewhat distant, as if he had fallen into a deep reverie. At that moment, his drowsiness had completely dissipated. Even the delicious aroma of the marinated chicken that had previously tantalized him faded from his thoughts. A multitude of questions incessantly surfaced in his mind. The gem on his forehead was related to the absorption of crystal blocks. Yet why had it only manifested today? He had absorbed 11 crystal blocks in succession, and none had elicited any response before. What could be the reason for this? These inquiries lingered in his mind, ensnaring him in contemplation. Unconsciously, Suyu withdrew a cigarette, preparing to light it. However, as the lighter drew near to his face, a sudden realization struck him. No, he exclaimed, swiftly setting the lighter down. I absorbed 11 pink crystal blocks, but the first one was only half absorbed before it was discarded on the ground. Moreover, another one was significantly diminished due to a delay in the search, leading to a much smaller acquisition upon retrieval. Suyu recalled the process of obtaining the crystal blocks. In truth, he had only absorbed 10. Could it be that reaching this number of crystals triggered his current transformation? For the moment, he chose to set aside this abrupt concern. At this juncture, Suyu was more preoccupied with the small, virtual-like crystal that had unexpectedly manifested between his brows. What purpose did it serve? What transformations might it bestow upon him? He needed to conduct some experiments to ascertain the specifics. Thus, there was no reason for excessive worry. Gradually regaining his composure, Suyu glanced at the cigarette in his hand, reigniting it and taking a drag. The sudden upheaval he experienced was as jarring as the mutations of a zombie. During the last transformation, he had been in a state of unconsciousness. When he awoke, he merely felt a sense of weakness, akin to recovering from a severe illness. However, Suyu had previously endured grave injuries amidst the chaos of war and had undergone multiple surgeries to achieve a semblance of recovery. This time, though, it was his own body that underwent a horrifying metamorphosis, particularly the unsettling changes to his head. Could this be a side effect of absorbing the crystal blocks? Or was he destined to become a living zombie? Contemplating this, Suyu felt an undercurrent of unease and fear. Now, he bore little psychological burden regarding the extermination of zombies, and he even found himself eagerly devising ways to eliminate those detestable creatures with every encounter. However, the prospect of him transforming into a zombie was a reality that Suyu found utterly intolerable. Rather than face such a fate, he would prefer to choose self-destruction. Consequently, during his routine of exterminating zombies, Suyu was always exceptionally cautious, diligently ensuring his own protection. Lost in thought, he glanced at the watch adorning his wrist. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he was delighted to discover that not only had his physical condition improved, but it had also grown stronger. Although he harbored concerns regarding the small crystal that had appeared on his forehead, he felt no discomfort and was uncertain of its potential effects, leaving him to explore and comprehend its significance in due course. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, as dawn broke with a pale light, Suyu eagerly rose from his bed. Following his usual routine, he opened a can of Wangzhe milk and consumed it in one swift motion. He then proceeded to open a carton of pure milk, complementing it with a packet of cookies, some bread, and a few snacks, hastily devouring them as his makeshift breakfast. After donning his gear, Suyu armed himself and stepped outside. His itinerary for the day mirrored that of the previous day, commencing from the front gate and winding his way along the riverbank towards the vegetable patch at the village's edge. Throughout his journey, Suyu maintained a heightened state of vigilance, his eyes scanning the surroundings incessantly. Upon reaching the first row of houses at the back, he felt a sense of relief, as this area had been cleared the day prior and no wandering zombies were in sight. Nevertheless, he did not lower his guard, continuing to advance with steady and measured steps. Before long, Suyu arrived at the front of the second row of houses behind the dwelling. This was the location he had meticulously cleared the previous day. From a distance, he could discern several corpses of zombies lying in the alleyway. At that moment, in the center, a wandering zombie caught his attention. Suyu remained still, merely retrieving his axe to gently tap against the neighboring security door. He initially struck it lightly twice, then paused for 2 to 3 seconds before increasing his force and striking again twice. The zombies over 20 meters away began to respond. After a slightly longer wait, Suyu once more intensified his strikes, prompting the zombie to immediately turn toward the source of the sound. After more than a minute, Suyu severed the fallen zombie's head, groped for a moment, then rose to continue forward to the third row, which was the first row of houses at the village entrance. He had also dispatched around 10 zombies in this vicinity yesterday. Presently, no zombies were found in the village path, yet he perceived movement in the distance. Suyu chose to disregard it and pressed on. As he rounded the end of this row of villas, he beheld to his left the riverbank and the stream flowing beneath it. Not far ahead was another embankment. Nestled beside the river, there lay a vast expanse of vegetable fields in the village. At present, there were no rice paddies, only vegetable plots and hilly terrain. The mountains were adorned with fruit trees, bamboo groves, and extensive public woodlands. Suyu slowly turned his gaze to the right at the corner, his eyes resting upon the vacant land behind a row of villas. This expanse was quite spacious, approximately the size of half a football field. The ground was not entirely covered in concrete. Rather, a significant portion was adorned with granulated stones, amidst which tender green blades of grass thrived in the crevices. At that moment, this once desolate area was haphazardly occupied by more than 10 vehicles of various kinds, including private cars, SUVs, and small trucks. Typically, this served as a concentrated parking spot within the village. A little further away lay the edge of the road, where the village's entrance archway stood prominently, displaying the village's promotional banner. Suyu counted and discovered 12 zombies wandering aimlessly in the parking lot. On the other side of the entrance archway, he could vaguely discern the silhouettes of several more zombies. Due to the obstruction of vehicles and the trees bordering the parking lot, even with binoculars, It was difficult to ascertain the precise situation. After a moment of contemplation, Suyu realized that there were no houses further back, indicating the absence of any small courtyards. If he were to recklessly charge out into the open and engage in combat with nearly 10 zombies, it would prove exceedingly challenging, not only inefficient but also perilous should he become surrounded. With careful discernment, Suyu identified the approximate positions of the zombies and then quietly retreated towards the front door of the last row of houses, swiftly traversing the 50 meters of corridor. He circled around to the other end of the row of houses and soon arrived at the entrance of the small courtyard where he had dispatched 10 zombies the previous day. Suyu observed that there were no zombies near the asphalt road ahead. Subsequently, he re-entered the adjacent courtyard, removed his backpack, and swiftly exited the courtyard once more. Cautiously, Suyu advanced along the road, taking out his binoculars for a closer inspection. In the distance, approximately 40 to 50 meters away at the village entrance's archway, he spotted several cars parked askew beneath the trees, while around 4 to 5 zombies wandered nearby. Assessing the situation, Suyu concluded that it would be prudent to lure the 10 or so zombies from the parking lot over first, before dealing with those at the village entrance. With his mind made up, he turned left and moved to the back of the house, gripping his axe tightly as he struck the nearby security window with force. The sound of thudding shattered the tranquility of the village entrance, and the zombies in the parking lot seemed to awaken in response to the sudden noise, turning towards Suyu and rushing in his direction. These zombies, with claws outstretched and howling, appeared exceedingly agitated, as if they had caught a whiff of delectable prey. At that moment, Suyu remained composed, continuing to strike and produce noise while intently observing the zombies' reactions and positions. Before him, 7 or 8 zombies appeared to be utterly enraged, swiftly lunging in his direction. However, 2 or 3 others, situated at a greater distance, reacted to the sound but remained bewilderedly circling in place, as if they had yet to ascertain the precise origin of the noise. Observing this situation, Suyu summoned his strength in his right hand, amplifying the cacophony, while simultaneously emitting a series of sharp whistles from his lips. After 2 or 3 seconds, the previously disoriented zombies finally turned their heads and began to advance towards Suyu's location. Meanwhile, the nearest zombie was now merely 5 or 6 meters away. Instantly, Suyu ceased his striking motions, pivoted, and fled in a frantic dash. In that fleeting moment of turning to escape, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye that another zombie at the village entrance seemed to be charging towards him as well. With his left hand gripping the long gun and his right hand tightly clutching the axe, a singular thought consumed his mind: to hasten back to the small courtyard, replicate yesterday's swift resolution of the zombies, and search for the crystal shards. However, just as he was sprinting with all his might, a sudden unease gripped his heart. Something was amiss. He couldn't help but glance back as he ran. To his horror, the zombie at the village entrance was clawing its way towards him with astonishing speed. It moved at least twice as fast as an ordinary zombie, exhibiting exceptional coordination and agility. In his brief glimpse, Suyu could have sworn it resembled a creature in full flight. Suyu couldn't help but glance back for a few seconds, unconsciously slowing his pace. He observed the zombie rushing towards him, mentally estimating the distance between them. Initially, the creature lingered by a car at the village entrance, but now it was a mere 20 meters away. It is noteworthy that the distance had once been nearly 50 meters, and the zombie's speed even surpassed that of an adult jogging. Moreover, the sound echoing from such a distance should not have immediately attracted the zombie. It would have only elicited a slight reaction at most. Based on this observation and contemplation, Suyu resolved to first lure and eliminate the zombies that were closer in the parking lot. This particular zombie exhibited an unusual demeanor, distinctly different from the others. As Suyu turned to reflect, he continued to sprint forward. In no time, he maneuvered around the courtyard's railing, reaching the entrance and swiftly shutting the door. Once inside, he halted and turned to gaze outside. Unbeknownst to him, his running speed had indeed increased recently. Mere seconds later, the zombie at the forefront of the horde arrived at the railing, closely followed by the remarkably swift zombie, which quickly emerged just outside the courtyard. Suyu immediately focused intently on the peculiar zombie before him. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of an ordinary zombie, yet it was notably smaller, approximately the size of a 14 or 15-year-old adolescent. The strength it exhibited while lunging at the railing was not significantly different from its counterparts, but its speed and agility were markedly superior. Suyu first directed his firearm towards a nearby zombie, and the muzzle of the gun accurately penetrated the creature's skull. However, his gaze was fixated on the other two zombies, with most of his attention drawn to the swift, slender one. Consequently, his action to withdraw the gun was somewhat delayed. At that moment, the lithe zombie swiftly struck the firearm with its claw, transmitting an unexpected force through the gun, which startled Suyu considerably. Chapter 35. Eliminating the agile zombie without hesitation, Suyu forcefully swung the gun, successfully retracting the muzzle. Although he had previously dispatched dozens of zombies, this was the first time he encountered such an agile foe. The speed and reflexes of this particular zombie suggested that, in an open space, achieving a clean kill would likely pose a challenge. Even though Suyu's physical capabilities had been enhanced, allowing him to effortlessly eliminate 2 to 3 zombies at a time, he found this agile creature to be a formidable opponent. At that moment, 3 more zombies surged forward from the side, all crowding outside the courtyard fence, growling softly at Suyu while their claws flailed incessantly, as if poised to tear into the living within. Among them was a particularly agile, diminutive zombie, which, despite its outward appearance, exhibited a swiftness that set it apart from its counterparts. Suyu took 2 steps back, his focus unwavering as he scrutinized the peculiar zombie's movements and lunges. Suddenly, he lunged forward, seizing the opportunity when the slender zombie was momentarily sandwiched between the other two. He swiftly drew his firearm and aimed directly for its face. This was the pinnacle of Suyu's shooting speed, a calculated strike born of careful observation. The muzzle flashed like lightning, accurately targeting the zombie's head. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. While the bullet successfully penetrated the zombie's right temple, it only managed to pierce through half upon witnessing the grotesque visage of the zombie. Its half-destroyed face adorned with swaying fragments of flesh, Suyu's resolve hardened. Gripping the red tassel spear tightly in his left hand, he summoned every ounce of strength to thrust it fiercely into the creature's chest. This time, the spear penetrated the zombie's body entirely, its tip protruding from the back. Simultaneously, with his right hand, he swung the sharp axe down decisively towards the zombie's head. With his left hand firmly clutching the spear, he restrained the zombie's movements, allowing the axe to strike accurately upon its head, embedding itself deeply until it severed a significant portion. Taking a deep breath, Suyu withdrew the axe and swiftly retreated 2 steps, pulling the spear with him. At that moment, the peculiar zombie collapsed to the ground, rendered immobile. The tension in Suyu's body finally eased, and he exhaled slowly, retreating cautiously while maintaining a vigilant gaze upon the fallen creature, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Outside the courtyard, 8 or 9 zombies surrounded the gate, frantically gnawing at it, yet this chaos held no significance for Suyu. He paid no heed to the encroaching undead, instead immersing himself in thoughts about the recent encounter. Moments later, as if struck by a sudden revelation, he set down the axe, grasped the spear with both hands, and his gaze became resolute and focused. Then, Suyu's figure flickered as he swiftly charged towards the horde of zombies. The spear in his grasp struck with the precision of lightning, piercing the skulls of the undead outside with remarkable accuracy. Nearly every thrust found its mark. In less than 2 minutes, a heap of lifeless bodies lay scattered across the ground. Suyu hurriedly donned his gloves, seized the axe beside him, and cautiously pushed open the aluminum alloy gate of the courtyard. Upon stepping outside, he aimed his spear at a peculiar zombie, striking it several times. Seeing it remain unresponsive, he finally set the spear aside and swung the axe with force, cleaving through its skull. Unable to contain his eagerness, Suyu immediately reached inside the cranium, searching the left side in vain before shifting to the right, where he finally discovered the coveted red crystal. He swiftly extracted it and meticulously wiped it down with a damp tissue. However, upon his first glance at the crystal, he sensed something amiss. As he rubbed it between his fingers, the differences became increasingly apparent. The crystal had a slightly angular shape, lacking the smooth roundness of the previous pink crystals. It was also considerably smaller, much less than the size of the previously encountered broad bean-sized pink crystal. Additionally, it felt significantly harder, akin to jade, and its color was a shade deeper, exhibiting a faint red hue. Furthermore, it appeared to possess a higher degree of transparency with multiple facets. Somewhat familiar, Suyu exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the crystal in his hand. Is this not strikingly similar to the small gem on my forehead? He murmured to himself. At this moment, Suyu could no longer afford to be concerned about the other corpses of zombies. He swiftly cleaned the crystal and hurried back to the courtyard, securing the door behind him. With the small crystal firmly clasped in his left hand, he began to attempt absorption. Standing quietly, he gazed out at the door. Yet his focus was entirely on the crystal in his hand, while he kept a vigilant eye on the time displayed on his watch. 30 seconds passed, then a minute, but he did not perceive any significant changes. After a minute and a half, Suyu sensed the crystal he was absorbing diminishing in size. This sensation ignited a flicker of excitement within him. 2 minutes elapsed, followed by more than 3 minutes, and the transformation of the small crystal became increasingly evident. It continued to shrink, and after 4 minutes and a few more seconds, Suyu slowly opened his palm, revealing that the crystal had completely vanished, having melted away. Drawing a deep breath, he gradually attuned himself to the changes within his body, particularly after recently absorbing the crystal. The strength that had previously plateaued now seemed to have experienced a renewed enhancement. He couldn't help but murmur to himself. Could it be that this small crystal is more potent than the previous ones? However, Suyu did not dwell excessively on this question. He was acutely aware of the pressing time, with greater dangers lurking outside, awaiting his confrontation. After pausing for only a moment, he decisively turned and dashed toward the door, preparing to deal with the loathsome zombies. Each time he completed a kill, Suyu habitually searched the remains of the zombies for any crystals. This time, perhaps due to the depletion of good fortune, outside there were about 10 zombies, and only within the cranium of a single female zombie did Suyu discover a crystal. After clearing the area, he returned to the sanctuary of the courtyard. Chapter 36. The transformation of the second crystal seated in an outdoor rattan chair in the courtyard. Suyu rested while sipping water, beginning to absorb the recently found pink crystal. During the intense battle, he was astonished to notice a transformation in his right hand. It had become remarkably more agile, brimming with strength, and even old injuries seemed to have vanished. He closed his eyes, attempting to concentrate and perceive the state of his body, but merely a few seconds later, he opened his eyes in astonishment. To his surprise, as he focused his mind, the ethereal platform before his forehead materialized once more, yet this time the scenario had shifted. The small crystal within his spiritual platform had doubled from 1 to 2. Gently suspended in place, resembling 2 red gemstones of identical size, radiating the same luminous sheen. Faced with such an uncanny sight, Suyu found himself utterly bewildered. What was going on? His gaze fixed ahead, his heart swelled with confusion and disbelief. Could it be that the unique polygonal crystal he had just absorbed manifested directly on the spiritual platform? Yet even so, what purpose could it serve? Suyu sat in contemplative silence for a moment before closing his eyes again, meticulously attuning himself to the condition of his body. As his respiration regulated, he commenced to focus his mental acuity, diverting his attention to the fasciae and musculature throughout his corporeal form. Ere long, Suyu was delighted to discover that the sequelae of prior injuries had been almost entirely ameliorated. However, the 2 phalanges severed by the explosion remained unchanged, and upon palpation, the cicatrices upon his shoulder retained their original form. Furthermore, Suyu perceived an unparalleled sense of invigoration and ease throughout his being, as though each individual cell was exulting with vitality. More exhilarating still, his physical strength and fortitude had undergone a marked augmentation. Merely 2 days prior, Suyu's power had plateaued at approximately 150 kilograms, yet at this juncture, he experienced a renewed breakthrough, estimating his capacity to be nearing 200 kilograms. Concomitantly, he sensed an enhancement in his agility and corporeal resilience. Confronted with this abrupt transformation, Suyu was consumed by an insatiable curiosity, akin to the tickling caress of a kitten's paw, compelling him to seek out the multifaceted crystalline formations once more. A scant 10 minutes elapsed before Suyu briskly departed the courtyard, making his way to the parking area. After effortlessly dispatching a lone, lingering zombie, he instinctively gravitated towards the roadside. Adopting a monocular telescope, Suyu commenced scrutinizing the automobiles and adjacent zombies stationed at the village entrance. Through meticulous observation, he ascertained the presence of 5 zombies, with no other undead entities in the vicinity of the domiciles or thoroughfare. Suyu cautiously approached the arboreal giants lining the roadside, advancing incrementally towards the village's commemorative placard. His inquisitiveness regarding this location was unyielding. Why did a speed-mutated zombie appear in that place? What left him even more perplexed was the fact that after dispatching the creature, he discovered a crystal that bore an uncanny resemblance to his own spiritual crystal, which subsequently sprang forth from his spiritual platform. This peculiar phenomenon solidified Su Yu's resolve to delve deeper into the mystery. He cautiously navigated along the trees lining the roadside and approached a position adjacent to the vegetable patch, roughly 30 meters from several vehicles parked in the distance. At this moment, Su Yu positioned himself closely behind the side of a large tree, his gaze piercing as he fixated on the distant figures. He silently observed for several seconds, his mind racing with strategies. Suddenly, Su Yu bent down to pick up a slightly larger stone from the ground and, without hesitation, hurled it with all his might. The stone soared like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling through the air with remarkable speed, tracing a high arc before crossing over the vehicles. Within a mere second or two, it plummeted to the ground with a resounding thud, rolling to the roadside. The unexpected noise immediately stirred a commotion among the zombies, and in the blink of an eye, 5 zombies of varying sizes lunged fiercely from around the vehicles. Su Yu, equipped with a monocular, remained intensely focused as he meticulously scrutinized the movements of these zombies. He noted that their speed did not exhibit any anomalies. They appeared clumsy and uncoordinated in their actions. This peculiar phenomenon left Su Yu filled with doubt. If that were the case, why had such an unusual situation arisen previously? Was it truly possible that speed-type zombies did not exist here? Yet, if that were indeed the case, how could one account for the events that had just transpired? Countless questions swirled in Su Yu's mind, refusing to dissipate. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to investigate further. Without hesitation, he rose to his feet and, with agile movements, navigated forward, relying on the tree trunks lining the roadside. In less than half a minute, he stealthily approached the cluster of vehicles. Through the gaps between the cars, he could clearly observe the zombies gathering approximately 10 meters away from the vehicles. So you picked up a few small stones from the roadside and cautiously tossed one of them a few meters away. The faint sound successfully attracted 2 or 3 nearby zombies, which began to shamble slowly toward the spot where the stone had landed. After 2 to 3 seconds, Su Yu threw another stone a few meters to the side. By this time, 2 zombies had been lured beside the cars, clawing and growling ominously. At that moment, like a flash of lightning, Su Yu sprang from behind one of the vehicles, his spear slicing through the air with precision as it plunged into the skull of one of the zombies. Immediately, he sidestepped, swiftly retracting his spear. At that juncture, another zombie lunged forth with suddenness. However, obstructed by the vehicle's rear, the ghoul could only gesticulate its claws and howl madly at Su Yu from across the barrier. Yet, before it could utter a second cry, it was met with the exceedingly keen tip of a spear. Lo! The spearhead in Su Yu's hand pierced the zombie's frame with unerring accuracy, and the ghoul collapsed forthwith. As Su Yu dispatched the second zombie, the others in the distance were roused. One, in particular, had already maneuvered into the crevice between the vehicles, poised to circumvent the car and pounce upon Su Yu. Nevertheless, without hesitation, Su Yu skirted the automobile and sprinted forward, swiftly traversing half the vehicle's length to circle around to the side opposite the zombie. Then, lifting his spear with alacrity, he thrust it at the zombie across the car. This time, the spear was raised high, its tip finding purchase in the zombie's temple with unwavering precision, instantly impaling its skull. In short order, Su Yu had successfully and swiftly slain 3 zombies, while the final pair surged toward the car's vicinity. Deftly, Su Yu exploited the narrow chasm between the cars as a shield, dispatching the last 2 ghouls with relative ease. Chapter 37. Familiar greetings at the village entrance. Having eradicated the zombies, Su Yu did not immediately seek out crystal fragments. Instead, he circumambulated the vehicles with measured steps, scrutinizing every detail. After a period of observation, he discerned that there were but 3 cars, all bearing conspicuous marks of collision. Traces of blood were discernible in 2 of the vehicles, while a dismembered child's corpse lay within the van. Upon gingerly opening the sliding door, a pungent, sickening reek of blood assaulted Su Yu's senses. The rear seats were saturated with gore, a revolting sight. Dispersed throughout the vehicle were articles of clothing and food. Yet these held no allure for Su Yu. Uncovering nothing of particular note, and failing to ascertain the genesis of the agile undead, Su Yu was beset by a sense of helplessness. Resigned, he seized his axe and commenced his search for crystalline fragments. Fortune favored him when, upon cleaving the skull of the second male zombie sprawled upon the road, he unearthed a crystal, a stroke of unexpected luck. Buoyed by this discovery, Su Yu set to his task with renewed vigor. His movements grew increasingly adept as he swiftly examined the remaining cadavers, though the results proved less gratifying. yielding nothing beyond the initial roseate crystal. Nonetheless, Suyu clutched the crystal with elation and ambled along the highway toward the village outskirts. In the distance, the T-junction marking the adjacent village came into view. A small shop stood at the entrance, its doorway haunted by a contingent of zombies, their precise numbers obscured. Suyu shook his head, hoisted his spear, and retraced his steps. To purge the undead, I must first cleanse my own village, he mused as he walked. On this path, once trod countless times, Suyu's figure now evoked an inexpressible solitude. He could not help but recall. Suyu walked alone, wielding a long spear, casually traversing the center of the village road, making his way slowly towards home. It was nearing 9 a.m., and Suyu intended to meander around the village entrance to assess the situation. After numerous cleansing operations, the number of zombies in this area had significantly diminished. Even if one or two stragglers remained, they could only wander aimlessly on their own. Under the favorable visibility of daylight, these presented merely minor inconveniences for Suyu. As he reached the edge of the parking lot, he glanced around without lingering, continuing his straight path forward. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard a call, "A you?" "A you." The voice was faint, yet it sent a shiver down his spine. He hurriedly turned in the direction of the sound. Before him were several cars parked in the open space, and a line of houses further ahead. Suyu swiftly altered his course, quickening his pace diagonally towards the first row of houses at the village entrance. "Is it a you?" "Over here." The voice grew increasingly distinct, a male's voice imbued with a strong sense of nostalgia. This address was all too familiar to Suyu, as it was how the people of his hometown referred to him. His heart surged with excitement, and he quickened his pace to a jog, maneuvering around two cars in pursuit of the sound. At last, he spotted it. In the center of that row of houses, at the elevated kitchen window, a hand was waving, and the sound emanated from there. Suyu fixed his gaze upon the building, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. "Oh, this is Aunt Xiaozhen's home. The matriarch of this household is a dear friend of his mother's from the same village and a close companion of similar age. She is the one who has watched Suyu grow up since childhood." At this moment, a surge of joy propelled Suyu to break into a light run. And within mere seconds, he arrived at the back door beneath the window. He slightly raised his head and clearly saw a middle-aged man leaning out from the window. "Aunt Jiang, are you all well? Would you kindly open the back door and let me in?" Suyu urged, his heart racing with excitement as he recognized the man before him as Aunt Xiaozhen's husband. Given the man's status as an elder, Suyu typically referred to him respectfully as Uncle Jiang. In the local dialect, children usually called him Uncle Jiang Jiang, while older ones might simply refer to him as Aunt Jiang or affectionately as Jiang. This marked the first occasion since the calamity that Suyu had encountered and heard the familiar accent of his hometown. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, he hastened towards the back door, standing cautiously at the entrance while glancing around. At that moment, a voice responded from within, followed by the sound of footsteps descending the stairs mere seconds later. Suyu's anxiety intensified. He gently placed his hand on the handle of the security door, patiently awaiting the arrival of the elder within to open it. The surroundings were enveloped in a serene stillness, but suddenly, a sharp click echoed as the door was unlocked from the inside. Suyu, unable to contain his eagerness, pulled the door open with vigor. At last, he beheld the middle-aged man, an elder in his 60s, slightly stooped, with flecks of white in his hair. Suyu affectionately called out Jiang, then stepped aside to enter the room, while the uncle hastily ushered him into the living room on the first floor. Upon entering the living room, Suyu surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of any other figures. Naturally, he leaned the long gun against the side of the sofa and inquired, "Jiang, where is Aunt Xiaozhen?" "Xiaoyu, your aunt went to the city some time ago to help your sister Xiaowen care for her child. She just gave birth to her second child, and there is no one else to look after her," replied the uncle in a somber tone. "Alas, we have no news of her now. We can't reach her at all." The middle-aged uncle, looking despondent, slowly sank onto the sofa, his hand pressed against his forehead, his face etched with worry and unease. Suyu gazed at him, his own heart heavy as he said, "Given the current situation, you must have some understanding of what has transpired in recent days. Outside, mutated zombies are roaming about, viciously attacking people." Suyu spoke calmly and patiently, explaining to the elder, "We are currently experiencing a power outage here, and the conditions outside are likely similar. I have also attempted to reach out to the outside world. Yet thus far, I have been unable to succeed." Chapter 38. Experiences of the Apocalypse Uncle. He spoke at a deliberate pace, ensuring that the listener could comprehend clearly. Jiang, have you been staying at home these past few days? How have you managed to evade the mutations of those zombies? Have there been any unusual occurrences? Subsequently, Suyu continued to inquire. Jiang, what have you been eating these days? Is your food supply still sufficient? Additionally, have you encountered any other survivors in the vicinity? As Suyu's words quickened, a hint of urgency permeated his voice. He eagerly expressed the multitude of questions swirling in his mind and earnestly conveyed to his elder the information he had gathered. After spending half an hour inside, Suyu had garnered a fair understanding of Aunt Xiaozhen's household situation. It turned out that this aunt had predominantly remained in the city recently, assisting her eldest daughter in caring for her second child. Aunt Xiaozhen's younger son, who was slightly older than Suyu, had been working away from home. During this period, Uncle had stayed behind to guard the house, while also tending to the vegetables cultivated in their garden and attending to various agricultural tasks. Occasionally, he would venture into the city for a couple of days, bringing along some produce to deliver to his daughter and grandson. On the fateful day when the zombie virus erupted in full force, my uncle experienced adverse reactions in his body, though he merely fell into a slumber for approximately a day. As he was alone at home, he resorted to taking some medication when he began to feel unwell, initially mistaking his condition for a common cold or flu. However, he was ultimately roused by the sounds of car crashes and the tumultuous shouts from the outside world. His home afforded a clear view of the village's main thoroughfare, where he had witnessed numerous vehicles speeding past, unaware whether they hailed from his village or neighboring ones. Furthermore, my uncle recounted with trepidation how he had witnessed villagers in the parking lot attempting to drive away, only to be besieged by a horde of grotesque beings, the so-called zombies. In mere minutes, those two individuals were overpowered and viciously torn apart by the savage creatures. Frighteningly, after a brief interval of about 10 minutes, he is advanced in years, already in his 60s, and dares not step outside his home even a single inch. Each day, he can only gaze longingly through the window, hoping for the appearance of rescuers. However, for the past few days, he has merely heard indistinct sounds of objects falling in the village, but due to the distance, he could not discern the specifics. He cannot help but wonder if there are any other survivors like himself. Just yesterday, he noticed unusual activity among the zombies in the alley ahead, but they all vanished without a trace. Yet, he is too fearful to venture outside to investigate, as yesterday. Suyu had dealt with the zombies at the far end of the courtyard, a location that is not visible from his window. This morning, however, he suddenly heard a resounding clanging of iron gates at the end of the road. This sound captured his attention, and he fixated on the window at the back of the house, observing the vacant parking lot, where he saw zombies frantically rushing towards the road. When Suyu eliminated the last zombie lingering in the parking lot, he finally caught sight of him. Yet, due to Suyu's complete and thorough armor, he could not immediately recognize him. Nevertheless, he understood that anyone capable of dispatching and diverting over 10 zombies from the parking lot must be extraordinary. Despite his initial trepidation, a sense of relief washed over him, for this meant he could finally step outside. Just then, however, Suyu circled around the village entrance and leisurely made his way back along the main road. At this moment, the uncle finally recognized Suyu and realized that he was also present in the village. He attempted to call out to him. Usually, Suyu spent most of his time away from home, and the uncle had not anticipated his return. What was even more astonishing was Suyu's audacity to venture out alone to confront the zombies, a display of courage and strength that was truly commendable. As Suyu and his uncle communicated and pondered over the information, a sudden thought struck him. He promptly interrupted his train of thought and inquired of his uncle, Jiang. I would like to ask, where have you been sourcing your drinking water from these past few days? Is it from the deep well spring drawn from the mountains in the village? Upon hearing Suyu's question, the uncle appeared somewhat taken aback, but responded truthfully, yes. We have always been drinking the water drawn from the mechanized well. We hardly use tap water. Suyu nodded in acknowledgement. Then with a serious tone, he cautioned his uncle, that's good to hear. However, Jiang, unless absolutely necessary, it would be best to avoid drinking tap water in the future. Opting for bottled purified water would be safer. With genuine concern etched on his face, Suyu added, your food supplies are limited. I can fetch some for you from my home. He continued, the zombies near the village entrance to the supermarket by the bridge have mostly been cleared, although there are still some around the supermarket and the bridge. He reassured, as long as you refrain from entering the nearby houses, you should not encounter any active zombies. The elder, upon hearing Suyu's words, displayed an expression of profound astonishment. Initially, he harbored doubts about whether anyone was truly vanquishing those monstrous creatures. However, upon learning that Suyu had single-handedly eradicated nearly half the village's zombies and was even retrieving provisions from a small supermarket, how could he not be taken aback? After all, as a lifelong resident of the village, he was acutely aware of the population density in the area. Although most villagers do not reside in the countryside year-round, nearly 200 individuals inhabit the vicinity from the village's entrance to the riverbank, with even more likely on the other side of the highway bridge. Furthermore, winding along the road past a small rocky hill, there exists a substantial expanse of housing. These village homes, having undergone renovations, now stand in a row of pristine rural townhouses adjacent to the road. Little you, could it be that all those monsters by the bridge, the ones you refer to as zombies, were truly slain by you alone? The uncle could no longer suppress his curiosity and posed the question. After all, he had personally witnessed the zombies' ferocity, brutality, and their terrifying capabilities. Chapter 39. The pair venture outdoors indeed. The zombies outside are truly fearsome, yet they possess vulnerabilities. Striking, cleaving, or piercing their heads can lead to their demise. Suyu patiently instructed his uncle, adding that typically, zombies move at a slower pace than humans. However, one must exercise caution to avoid being surrounded and, above all, not to allow oneself to be scratched or bitten, for such an encounter would result in becoming a zombie. Moreover, it is of utmost importance to note that the movements and attacks of the undead are driven entirely by instinct, akin to that of wild beasts, devoid of any semblance of intelligence. Suyu continued, as the clock edged closer to noon. He became acutely aware of an urgent predicament. Aunt Zhang's supply of food was nearly depleted. Consequently, he resolved to address this pressing concern first. Aunt Zhang, please wait at home for a moment. I shall return shortly with some provisions, he stated decisively. No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly grasped his long gun and proceeded toward the front door. Upon reaching the entrance, he opened the imposing security door and cautiously nudged it ajar, peering intently outside to gauge the situation. Truly, the issue of food is not pressing. We can still manage with what we have at home. Aunt Zhang's voice drifted from behind. You should not go alone, especially not with a weapon. It would be inconvenient. I wish to accompany you. I haven't ventured outside in a week and would like to assess the circumstances. Suyu pondered for a moment before responding. That is acceptable, but Aunt Zhang, you must heed my instructions once we step outside. He added, you should also find something a bit longer to serve as a makeshift weapon. It would be unwise to venture out empty-handed. Would a wooden stick suffice? The only longer items available are a broom, some bamboo, and a hoe handle. I recall there is a sturdy jujube wood stick. Let me fetch it for you to see. As he spoke, the uncle turned and ascended to the second floor. Suyu, without objection, settled down, extracting a cigarette to indulge in a moment of comfort. He felt a surge of joy upon seeing a familiar elder from the village, one of the fortunate survivors. A few minutes later, the uncle returned from upstairs, carrying his staff. Upon closer inspection, Suyu discerned that it was a reddish-brown walking cane, less than a meter in length, adorned with a T-shaped handle that felt quite comfortable to grasp. Holding it in his hand, Suyu remarked, this length is suitable, but it needs to have a pointed tip. What shall we do then? There is nothing else available at home. The uncle furrowed his brow. Not to worry. I can sharpen the tip for you. For now, it will serve as a means of self-defense. A metal point would be even better. Suyu replied as he removed the rubber tip from the cane, taking out his military knife to begin meticulously shaping the red jujube wood. With his right hand firmly gripping the cane's handle, pressed against his thigh, he wielded the knife in his left hand, gradually whittling away the excess wood. Suyu's arms were strong and steady, and with a sharp knife, the task was effortless, akin to slicing through a carrot. In less than a minute, the base of the cane had been fashioned into a smooth, triangular point. Here, give this a try. Use it for self-defense for now. We can think of a better solution later. Suyu said as he handed the pointed. Suyu noticed his uncle staring intently at the corpse of a zombie and took the opportunity to explain. Jiang, those are the zombies we eliminated yesterday, and today, the ones from the parking lot are over there. He guided the two men to the riverbank on the right, where the approach was closer and the number of zombies was sparse. As they passed through the second and third rows of alleyways, they encountered only a few fallen bodies, with not a single zombie wandering about. This alleviated his uncle's anxiety, and he praised Suyu, saying, you are truly remarkable. It is no wonder you have served in the military and seen the world. He added, "If I were 30 years younger, I doubt I could achieve the same." As Suyu continued to lead the way, attentively observing his surroundings, he graciously responded to the compliments. "Jiang, I, too, was once afraid of zombies. Even the act of killing one would make me break into a sweat. However, upon understanding their characteristics and realizing that these mindless creatures posed no real threat, I learned that dispatching them is not particularly challenging. The key is to not fear them and to decisively aim for their brains." With patience, Suyu walked alongside his uncle, offering guidance and reassurance, understanding that it would take time for him to adapt to the situation, especially given his uncle's advanced age, though he remained in good physical condition from his agricultural work. As they conversed, they passed the third row and caught sight of Suyu's home in the distance. Along the path, they came across a corpse lying on the ground, its head completely shattered. The ground was stained with dark, dried remnants, still bearing a faint odor after several days. This was the first zombie that Suyu had slain with an axe before his attempt to steal chickens. He pointed at the corpse and remarked to his uncle-in-law, "Even zombies emit a foul odor, rather unpleasant. Currently, there are fewer humans than zombies, so we must adapt." As they were in the Su family residence, even the back security door of the neighboring house was securely locked from the inside. Hence, entry and exit were exclusively through the front door. They proceeded cautiously, passing the small vegetable patch adjacent to the riverbank. As Suyu walked by, he swiftly harvested some garlic, green onions, and a large cabbage, placing them into a supermarket shopping bag he had retrieved from his backpack, preparing to take them home. After taking a few steps and preparing to turn left to return through the small courtyard in front of the house, Suyu noticed, a mere 10 meters ahead, a zombie staggering out from the alleyway in front of the fifth row of houses. The creature swayed unsteadily toward the riverbank, oblivious to the presence of Suyu and his companion. If Suyu were alone, he could easily evade the zombie by quickly turning left towards his home. However, with two of them present and so close to home, evasion was not a viable option. He scanned the alleyway by his front door for any anomalies, then handed the bag of vegetables back to his uncle-in-law, cautioning him, "Stay here, I'll be right back. Do not move." Without waiting for a response, he grasped the red tassel spear in one hand and drew an axe with the other, quickening his pace as he advanced toward the approaching zombie. Within 2 to 3 seconds, the zombie sensed the presence of the living and turned its head to lunge at Suyu with a fierce bite. The uncle observed as Suyu swiftly sprinted towards the zombie. Upon noticing Suyu, the zombie lunged in his direction, and in a mere instant, collision seemed inevitable. Suyu deftly sidestepped to the left, and in that moment, the zombie's head was impaled by the spearhead, its roar abruptly silenced as it collapsed forward onto the ground. In a brief span of 5 to 6 seconds, a single zombie was dispatched. The elderly man was taken aback. Suyu's decisiveness and lethal prowess dispelled any lingering doubts he had initially harbored, and he fully believed Suyu's account of having cleared nearly half the village of zombies. Chapter 40. At noon, Uncle Jiang had become intoxicated. However, rather than retracing his steps, Suyu set aside the spear and, with his left hand, grasped an axe. He donned a somewhat translucent glove on his right hand and approached the fallen zombie. Raising the axe, he struck down upon the creature's head, which shattered like a watermelon, splattering blood across the ground. Strangely, Suyu immediately reached within, meticulously feeling around for 3 to 4 seconds before standing up. He then scraped the axe against the zombie's body a few times and shook off the foul liquid from his right hand. With an air of nonchalance, he stowed away his weapons and gloves and began to return. The uncle was impressed by Suyu's earlier actions, yet the subsequent behavior left him perplexed. As they walked, Suyu addressed the elder, saying, "Jiang, let us hasten our return. We left early this morning and did not have much for breakfast. My stomach is rumbling." Uncle Jiang replied with a wry smile, "Very well, we shall return. Little you have worked hard these past few days. At noon, I shall prepare a meal for you, uncle. I cannot simply partake of your provisions without contributing." Suyu cheerfully remarked, "Very well. It has been quite some time since I have savored your culinary delights. I am indeed fortunate today." The two of them joyfully exited the small courtyard and entered Suyu's home. Upon arrival, Suyu promptly made her way to the bathroom to freshen up, then accompanied her uncle to the kitchen. She retrieved a box of pure milk for her guest, while she herself opted for Wangzai milk. She also presented the freshly picked vegetables, along with garlic and scallions, and naturally informed her uncle, "Jiang, today we shall not cook in my house. Instead, we will prepare our meal in the kitchen next door. The nearby zombies have been mostly cleared out. I observed upon our return that there are no zombies in sight, which will make things considerably easier for us." Her uncle, taken aback, inquired, "Cook next door? At the Wu family's residence?" "Indeed, at Aunt Wu's house. There is currently no one there, and she has an outdoor stove. I shall surprise you shortly," Suyu responded with a hint of playfulness. "Jiang, could you please wash these vegetables and ingredients for me and place them in the stainless steel colander nearby? I will change and then head next door. Please unlock the back door for me when I arrive." Having spoken, he disregarded whether his uncle had agreed and ascended to the second floor. He meticulously cleaned and organized his gear, then proceeded to the restroom for a thorough wash. After changing into a fresh jacket, he quickly made his way upstairs to the balcony and climbed to the rooftop of the adjacent building. His first stop was the chicken coop he tended, where he was greeted by the cheerful clucking of 4 native chickens. Upon entering, he replenished their water supply and began to observe the plumpest hen, ready to make a move. However, he was suddenly struck by the sight of 2 eggs nestled in a makeshift nest nearby. This discovery prompted him to approach and seize the eggs. They were not particularly large, but resembled the native eggs he had collected previously. It appeared that after several days of care, the hens had begun to lay eggs again, likely having refrained from doing so when food was scarce. Now, with ample nourishment, they resumed laying, suggesting they were also gaining weight. It seemed prudent to continue raising them. Elated, Suyu placed the eggs into the pocket of his coat and, before stepping out, stealthily captured the lone rooster. With satisfaction, he descended the stairs, gripping the hefty rooster that weighed around 8 to 9 pounds. Navigating his way with familiar ease, Suyu reached the first floor, swiftly bound the chicken's legs, and tossed it into the bathroom. He then cautiously opened the back door, surveying the surroundings before stepping outside. Gently, he closed the security door behind him and walked a few meters to the right, arriving at the rear of his own house. Lowering his voice, he called out to his window, "Jiang, I'm back. Please open the back door for me." Within seconds, the back door clicked open from the inside, and with a swift motion, Suyu slipped back into his home. "Jiang, we have brought some ingredients next door to prepare a meal. Could you assist me with carrying a few items?" Uncle certainly has no objections. Suyu busied himself in the kitchen, gathering an assortment of accompaniments including sausages, vegetables, mineral water, beer, and liquor, all neatly packed into bags. He also thoughtfully retrieved a thermos for the occasion. The two of them then made their way back to the kitchen on the first floor next door, a mere 7 to 8 meters apart, easily traversed under the eaves. Upon discovering the large rooster he had inadvertently locked in the bathroom, Uncle was more astonished than when he had witnessed Suyu effortlessly dispatching a zombie. While others were fortunate to remain hidden from the undead, Suyu actively pursued and vanquished them, returning home with a fine rooster to prepare. He even had the audacity to insist on using a wood-fired stove to stew the chicken. It finally dawned on Uncle why Suyu had mentioned earlier that he would not be cooking at his own home. The flavor of chicken stewed on a wood stove is indeed unparalleled. This time, Suyu deftly handled the chicken, having gained experience. He utilized hot water from the heater to scald the feathers, conserving precious drinking water. With great care, he collected the blood from the rooster into the thermos, sealing it securely as if it were a cherished treasure. Meanwhile, Suyu had already instructed Uncle to use the pressure cooker to prepare rice, adding some sausages into the pot as well. Then, Suyu began to gather large bundles of chopped firewood from outside to start the fire. He assisted his uncle in preparing the ingredients while his uncle took charge of the cooking, stirring, and simmering the chicken. In truth, Suyu was not accustomed to this rustic stove. It was predominantly favored by the older generation, particularly his parents' peers. He found simmering dishes acceptable. Yet when it came to stir-frying, the stove's limitations prevented him from tossing the pan and required careful management of the firewood to regulate the heat. Once the dish was cooked, the painstaking process of ladling it out began, and the most cumbersome task was cleaning the cast-iron pot, which could not simply be rinsed under a tap, but had to be scraped out spoonful by spoonful. In his childhood home, there was a similar rustic stove, and his fondest memory was sitting behind the stove in winter, helping his mother add firewood. He often buried sweet potatoes in the ash of the fire to roast them, a task he frequently undertook and one that left a lasting impression on him. After more than 40 minutes, a pot of delicious cast-iron stewed rooster was ready to be served. This rooster's flavor was on par with the previous free-range hen, and it was even more tender and flavorful. The two of them moved their stools to sit by the stove, one enjoying white wine while the other savored beer, chatting and feasting with great delight. As they neared the end of the chicken, they added some cabbage to the remaining broth, heating it while continuing to eat. The meal lasted nearly an hour, and in the end, Suyu even served himself 2 bowls of rice with sausage to finish. Uncle was sipping on white liquor, slightly inebriated, when Suyu suggested that he rest in the bedroom on the first floor of their neighbor's house. Meanwhile, Suyu had only consumed 1.5 bottles of beer, choosing to recline on the sofa for a respite. In this apocalyptic world, having someone familiar, akin to a father figure, to share a meal with brought a profound sense of tranquility to Suyu, who had grown up in a single-parent household. It seemed to alleviate some of the negative emotions he had been grappling with due to the recent killings of zombies. He had already cleared out all the wandering zombies at the village entrance and was determined to procure supplies from the small supermarket on his agenda. During their earlier conversation over drinks, Uncle expressed his weariness of the outside world, admitting that at nearly 70 years of age, he was no longer suited for such endeavors. His wish was to remain in the village, at home, content even in death, as he would be found by his loved ones should they return to their rural roots. Chapter 41. Targeting the village supermarket station, Suyu harbored some reservations about directly consuming spring water. He contemplated whether the ongoing absorption of crystal blocks would enhance his physical constitution, pondering if such improvements might grant him resistance against harmful substances in ordinary water sources. After enduring so many days of restraint, he aimed to swiftly clear the zombies outside the supermarket, ensuring access to safe drinking water thereafter. He understood that the elderly man had been living in fear within the confines of his home during these uncertain and terrifying times, likely losing many nights of restful sleep. Thus, he sought to coax the elder into enjoying a fine drink at noon, hoping to soothe both his body and spirit. After a brief respite, Suyu silently returned home without waking his peacefully slumbering uncle. Once equipped, he grasped his weapon and swiftly exited through the front door to the riverside at the edge of the property. He intended to navigate along the riverbank towards the village bridge, disregarding the corpse of a zombie he had recently dispatched during his midday return. As he maneuvered around the corner of a row of small courtyards to the left, he observed 4 zombies wandering aimlessly. After contemplating their positions, he quickly hurled a small stone to divert their attention and dashed out to open the gate of a nearby courtyard, successfully luring the zombies towards him. Utilizing the courtyard's fence and gate as barriers, he dispatched the wandering undead with ease. A few minutes later, with a hint of regret, Suyu retrieved his backpack and exited the courtyard. His luck in the afternoon proved less favorable than in the morning. The 4 zombie heads yielded nothing but putrid brain matter, with not a single pink crystal to be found. He retreated back to the riverbank, cautiously advancing towards the second row of houses. Suyu was aware that the second and third rows typically had fewer residents, with many houses lying vacant. Some villagers had not even completed renovations on their homes, resulting in a lower population in this area. Upon reaching the corner of the second row's courtyard, he noted that the narrow alley between these 2 rows contained only 4 zombies. However, they were widely dispersed. The farthest stood by the road at the end, while the closest was approximately 5 to 6 meters away and appeared to be moving towards him, likely disturbed from their slumber by the previous skirmish in the alley behind. Without hesitation, Suyu peered around, rounded the corner, and charged forward. In mere strides, he stood before the zombie, silencing its guttural roar with a swift thrust of his spear through its maw and into its skull. The creature crumpled to the ground, lifeless. He mused with inner satisfaction at his markedly increased celerity. Yet, without pause, he advanced toward a second zombie. The second undead, situated a dozen meters away, had stirred, lunging towards Suyu in a grotesque parody of life. With practiced efficiency, he replicated his previous maneuver, dispatching the zombie with his spear. This time, he eschewed a glance at the mangled cranium, instead darting into a nearby courtyard, securing the gate behind him. He then commenced a measured percussion upon the metal door with his axe. Within moments, 2 zombies were drawn to the sound, only to meet their demise at Suyu's hands. He emerged from the courtyard without divesting himself of his pack and proceeded to the grim task of decapitation. Though 2 or 3 zombies pose little threat now, it is far better to dispatch them safely and with minimal exertion. He mused as he severed the heads of 4 more undead. This time, within the skull of a male zombie, he discovered a fragment of rose quartz. Elated by his discovery, Suyu absorbed the crystal's essence as he retreated toward the riverbank. He could sense that his physical prowess had grown, allowing him to confront and eliminate the undead with increasing ease. Suyu pressed on, reaching the third row of houses. Only a single row of buildings now stood between him and the highway bridge. He cautiously peered around the corner, noting only 3 zombies meandering through the alleyway before the houses. Gripping his spear tightly in his left hand, Suyu surged forward, his right hand drawing his axe and holding it defensively across his chest. As he stood 7 to 8 meters away from the zombie, it detected his presence and immediately shifted its stance, flailing its arms and lunging with an open mouth to bite. Suyu reacted swiftly. At a distance of 1 to 2 meters, he thrust his long spear upward with precision, driving it into the upper jaw of the zombie. He then forcefully pushed forward with his left hand to block the zombie's attack, taking 2 steps to the right. With a flick of the spear, a gaping wound appeared in the zombie's head, from which thick, oozing pus flowed. The creature pitched forward, collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. Glancing down at the fallen corpse, Suyu wasted no time and charged toward the other 2 zombies. The distance between the 2 was minimal, prompting a change in strategy this time. The moment he stirred the 2 zombies, he deftly maneuvered to the side of one, resting the spear against its chest without exerting force. He then swiftly turned to the right, gripping his axe tightly, and with all his might, delivered a powerful strike to the zombie's skull. The spear's position immobilized the creature, allowing the axe's momentum to deliver a devastating blow, cleaving a significant portion of the zombie's head. It toppled backward, lifeless. In less than 3 seconds, Suyu's strength, speed, and coordination converged to achieve a swift kill. Meanwhile, the zombie to his left, originally about 3 meters away, was drawn by his movement and altered its course to charge furiously toward him. However, it had barely traversed a meter before Suyu swiftly felled the last zombie with a decisive axe blow. Immediately thereafter, Suyu unhesitatingly directed his axe towards the cranium of the nearest zombie. Fortuitously, upon cleaving the first zombie's head, he discovered a roseate crystal. Suyu promptly produced a moist towelette, meticulously cleansing it before grasping it to initiate the melting and absorption process. Minutes later, having assimilated the crystal in his hand, Suyu surveyed the surrounding alleyways, noting that a row of terraced houses led to the vicinity of the highway bridge. At this juncture, Suyu retracted his axe, and with his spear in hand, approached the rear entrances of the adjacent terraced houses, endeavoring to unlock their security doors one by one. After attempting 3 to 4 residences in succession, he managed to open the security door of a dwelling situated in the middle. He cautiously opened a narrow aperture, only to promptly close it, retreating to the side to search for an object. Discovering a modest brick near the eaves, Suyu gingerly reopened the security door and swiftly hurled the brick inside, the sound of its impact resonating audibly within the silent abode. Suyu shut the door once more, listening intently for several dozen seconds. Detecting no further sounds, he finally opened the door and darted inside, securing the security door behind him. Chapter 42. Ascending to observe the horde at the bridgehead. Upon entering, Suyu immediately observed no anomalies on the ground floor. He then turned right, ascending the staircase to the kitchen. Finding the kitchen relatively tidy, Suyu circumambulated within, deposited his bag, and, armed with his weapon, cautiously commenced his search of the second floor. Ascending to the second floor, Suyu found the door firmly shut. After a moment's contemplation, he deftly bypassed it and proceeded to the third floor, only to discover that the door there was likewise closed. Undeterred, he made his way to the top floor, meticulously inspecting the attic and balcony of the third floor for any anomalies. Habitually, he unlocked the balcony's security door, ensuring an escape route for himself. Having returned to the third floor, Suyu cautiously tested the doorknob, sensing that it might yield easily. He paused momentarily, inhaling deeply to prepare himself mentally, then took a step back. In a swift motion, he pressed down on the doorknob with his right hand and forcefully pulled the door outward. Simultaneously, he nimbly retreated, ascending the staircase in just 2 or 3 strides. Quickly turning, he gripped his long gun tightly, aiming its barrel directly at the ajar security door. Yet, there was no response from within. Patiently, Suyu waited for a few seconds before gently nudging the security door with his gun and cautiously descending the stairs. He retrieved an axe from his right hand and began to step slowly into the room, meticulously searching each chamber, but found nothing amiss. Not wishing to disturb any items intentionally, he returned the axe to its original place and descended to the second floor. Following the same procedure, he opened the security door once more, but this time he immediately retreated to the staircase. The shadow finally fully materialized. It turned out to be a diminutive zombie. This was an elderly creature, with hair streaked with gray and a visage that bore the marks of age. It staggered forth from the doorway at a slow pace, exuding an eerie aura while emitting a low, guttural growl as if to challenge Suyu. Witnessing this somewhat indescribable and bizarre scene, Suyu felt a surge of apprehension and fear. As the aged zombie revealed its head, one of its hands reached out from the entrance, grasping at the air. In that moment, Suyu's red spear mercilessly pierced through its face. With both hands firmly gripping the weapon, he thrust it with such force that it sent the zombie crashing back into the room. Upon the spear tip embedding deeply into the creature's skull, he distinctly sensed a resistance, a sensation unlike anything he had experienced before. A flicker of doubt crossed Suyu's mind, and just then, he heard the low growls emanating from within the room. To his astonishment, there was yet another zombie. Initially, he had assumed there was only one, having perceived the commotion within the room and witnessed the emergence of the first zombie. However, after swiftly dispatching this one, the growls from the chamber startled him into a momentary stupor. The prospect of multiple zombies emerging from a single doorway, lining up to spill forth, left him surprised yet not panicked. With a swift flick of his spear, he retracted the weapon and adeptly retreated up the staircase. At that moment, the anti-theft door on the second floor had been completely unlatched, revealing a zombie whose head had been pierced, now slowly collapsing against the door frame. Trailing closely behind was a diminutive female zombie, who erupted from the doorway with frenzied desperation, her gaze malevolently fixated on Suyu as she lunged forth. As the zombie assailed the staircase, Suyu had already ascended to the landing. He advanced a few steps more, circumventing the corner of the landing, positioning himself to strike the zombie from above, leveraging the stair railing. The zombie's ascent was marked by ungainly movements, its pace considerably slower than its terrestrial locomotion. Scarcely having surmounted a few steps, the creature's cranium was impaled by Suyu's spear from an oblique angle, precipitating its lifeless descent. Upon entering the abode, Suyu initially ascended to the uppermost balcony, methodically initiating his search from the apex downwards. This strategic maneuver afforded him a commanding vantage point, facilitating a potential retreat via the balcony. Subsequent to the successful dispatch of two zombies, Suyu paused, attuning his senses to the ambient sounds, ensuring the absence of any further anomalous noises within the edifice. Assured of the silence, he gingerly descended the staircase to the second story. There, he cleaved the skulls of two more zombies, yet a meticulous search yielded no crystalline fragments. With circumspection, Suyu stepped over the cadaver at the threshold, entering the second-floor chamber. His gaze swept across the scene, revealing a state of utter disarray. With detritus strewn haphazardly and the ghastly sight of desiccated bloodstains, grim testaments to a prior violent struggle. With a cursory glance, Suyu unhesitatingly descended to the ground floor. In the elevated kitchen, he conducted a meticulous search, ultimately selecting only a few bottles of water, a bottle of juice, and some chocolate cookies to stow away in his backpack. The other items, such as rice and flour, were deemed cumbersome to carry and thus remained untouched for the time being. He then ascended back to the balcony, reaching the rooftop of the row of houses. Suyu cautiously maneuvered to the left along the rooftop, treading lightly to avoid attracting the attention of the surrounding zombies. He halted at the edge of the row of houses, adjacent to the road. This particular spot was situated close to the bridge, with a meandering stream flowing just 4 to 5 meters below. The road at the left end of the row required crossing the stream, where a bridge spanning over 10 meters stood prominently ahead. The gentle stream flowed silently from left to right along the row of houses, making a sudden near-right angle turn at the right end, continuing downstream alongside the edges of the houses. The water would pass through the village's parking lot, skirt past the vegetable patch at the village entrance, and ultimately meander into the neighboring village. Approximately 5 to 6 meters beyond the roadway bridge lay another row of houses on the opposite bank, with the first house on the ground floor serving as both the village's small supermarket and a parcel station. At this moment, around 10 zombies aimlessly wandered at the bridgehead, along the roadside, and in the vacant lot across the road. Near the supermarket on the opposite bank, including those on the bridge and the road, there were over 20 zombies meandering about. Furthermore, due to obstructed views, there could be additional zombies lurking in unseen areas. A rough estimation suggests that the total number of zombies exceeds 40. In Chapter 43, titled Securing the Assault Stronghold, Suyu stood atop the building, his keen gaze scanning the surrounding movements of the undead. The sunlight bathed the rooftop, enveloping him in a comforting warmth, prompting him to take a moment to rest. He reached behind him to retrieve a bottle of juice, sipping it leisurely, before pulling out a chocolate biscuit to savor slowly. At this moment, his thoughts transcended mere consumption. They were predominantly focused on strategizing the forthcoming operation. He understood well that luring the zombies for extermination was no trivial task. It required meticulous control over their numbers to ensure a swift and secure elimination, ideally facilitating a rapid and convenient search for crystals. Suyu fell into deep contemplation, striving to devise an impeccable plan. After satisfying his hunger, he lit a cigarette and rose to pace, contemplating his observations. Yet, he found no ideal terrain or flawless strategy. Undeterred, he resolved to continuously adjust his tactics during the operation, testing out several methods he had just conceived. The immediate priority was to clear the building, as this location was pivotal. If utilized effectively, such as by transporting supplies from the shop, it could transform into a secure transit station. With a firm resolve, Suyu committed to organizing this place thoroughly, preparing himself for the formidable task ahead. He approached the balcony and gently pushed against the security door, which surprisingly opened with ease, revealing that it had not been locked. This fortunate turn of events facilitated Suyu's access to the top loft. After a brief search through the attic cluttered with various odds and ends, Suyu gradually descended the staircase to the third floor. The third floor featured only a single threshold, lacking any security door. As Suyu reached the top of the stairs, he beheld an unfinished, bare room. The entire floor was strikingly vacant, save for a haphazard assortment of items strewn about. Suyu cautiously entered the space, meticulously inspecting each room until he arrived at the window. From this vantage point, he could clearly observe the small river below and the position of the bridge. Frowning, he fell into deep contemplation, and after a considerable time, he continued to shake his head in silence. Subsequently, he picked up a short wooden stick from the corner and, without hesitation, stepped outside, casting the stick down the staircase. He then stood quietly, listening intently to the sounds within the corridor. After approximately 3 or 4 seconds, a distinctive groan emanated from below, characteristic of the undead, though it seemed somewhat muted, as if it were at a distance. After listening carefully for a few more seconds, Suyu began to descend the stairs slowly and cautiously, his long gun held in a state of readiness, angled forward to confront any potential danger. Upon rounding the corner, Suyu pressed himself against the right wall, scrutinizing the activity at the second-floor entrance. Once he confirmed that there were no anomalies at the door, he carefully stepped inside the room. With his long gun held defensively in front of him and an axe drawn in his right hand, he proceeded to inspect each room with vigilance. The entire house was imbued with the essence of ordinary life, devoid of any disorder, and no trace of zombies could be found. Could it be that the undead lingered downstairs? Suyu pondered silently, then turned and quietly exited his room, making his way slowly to the first floor. As he walked, he cautiously angled his body to inspect the kitchen, yet found nothing amiss. Suddenly, a noise erupted from the living room on the first floor. Suyu's heart raced as he hurried to the kitchen, stealthily grasping a cup, which he then tossed over the stair railing, producing a sharp sound as it shattered upon impact. Almost instantaneously, a couple of guttural sounds emanated from the living room, accompanied by a shadow darting towards the direction of the fallen cup. Observing this, Suyu gently tapped the stair railing with his axe, creating a resonant sound that immediately drew the zombie's attention. It swiftly turned, charging aggressively towards Suyu's position. In mere moments, it had reached the edge of the staircase and began its ascent. However, awaiting it was a remarkably sharp spear. Suyu, wielding it without hesitation, thrust it towards the zombie's forehead. In an instant, the creature's movements came to a halt, its previously flailing arms dropping helplessly, ultimately collapsing beside the staircase. Suyu descended the stairs cautiously, meticulously navigating around the corpse of the middle-aged male zombie. He surveyed his surroundings with vigilance, confirming that only this solitary zombie resided within the house. Once he ascertained that the environment was secure, he resolutely proceeded towards the front door. He stood before the door, gently grasping the handle, attempting to nudge it open just a crack. Through the narrow opening, he meticulously surveyed the scene outside. He noticed that the metallic entrance gate to the courtyard stood ajar, and not far beyond, 2 or 3 grotesque zombies aimlessly wandered along the riverbank. Scattered within the courtyard were various disordered items and a few pots of greenery. Suyu lingered for a fleeting moment, then resolutely yanked open the ground floor door and swiftly dashed out, his movements agile as he took 2 steps at once, reaching the exterior door in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick, slamming the aluminum door shut with a thunderous bang. The abrupt sound of the door closing acted like a magnet, instantly drawing the attention of the zombies in the open area. They lunged towards the entrance like agitated beasts, baring their teeth and clawing at the door. In the blink of an eye, a throng of zombies amassed at the threshold, furiously battering against the sturdy iron door, producing a cacophony of distressing clangs. Suyu stood still for a moment, observing intently, before turning on his heel and striding toward the living room on the ground floor, where he placed his backpack atop the coffee table. He then approached the fallen zombie, extending his left hand to grasp the creature's belt while gripping his rifle tightly in his right, just in case. With a firm upward motion, he effortlessly lifted the lifeless body off the ground. Not too shabby, he mused. It didn't feel overly heavy, perhaps just a little over 100 pounds. Suyu pondered inwardly, feeling that his strength had significantly increased. Lifting the corpse felt effortless, and he swiftly made his way towards the door. As he approached, he suddenly quickened his pace and exerted all his strength to hurl the zombie outside. During the process of throwing, he released his grip with his left hand, and the body flew out like discarded refuse, crashing heavily beneath the courtyard's railing. Chapter 44. Suitable Methods for Clearing Zombie Hordes. I never anticipated my strength would grow to such an extent. As Suyu gazed at the fallen zombie in the courtyard, a wave of joy surged within him. At that moment, a humorous thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he could utilize objects to dispatch these zombies in the future, especially when several gathered together. By throwing heavy items or dropping objects from heights, he could potentially incapacitate them even if he couldn't kill them outright. This would make dealing with those detestable zombies considerably simpler. As Suyu reveled in his clever ideas, a smile involuntarily graced his face. He stretched his body, reveling in the power coursing through him, and a satisfied grin appeared. Without hesitation, he stepped outside, disregarding the agitated zombies that thrashed beyond the railing. With a firm grip on his axe, he swung down, cleaving the head of a fallen zombie in two. He then bent down, meticulously searching the skull for the coveted crystal. Seconds passed, yet Suyu found none of the crystals he had hoped for. He furrowed his brow, yet undeterred, promptly cleansed his weapon against the zombie's attire to expunge the grime. Subsequently, he commenced enumerating the agitated zombies outside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He discerned the tally to be somewhat meager. The more distant zombies appeared yet unlured, merely exhibiting a heightened state of animation, their movements amplified. A surge of resolve coursed through Suyu. With his left hand, he once more hoisted the cadaver of the unfortunate zombie, its cranium bifurcated and its cerebrum emulsified, and hurled it with vehemence, akin to discarding refuse, projecting it in an arc toward the bridge's edge. Furthermore, Suyu persistently gathered detritus from his vicinity, such as flower pots, and cast them forth as well, endeavoring to entice a greater number of zombies. Thus, Suyu unremittingly flung corpses and sundry objects, concurrently striking the railing with his axe, emitting a crisp resonance. Upon heeding the sound, the zombies assailed the metallic door with augmented frenzy, yearning to breach it. Through Suyu's endeavors, an increasing multitude of zombies were drawn hither, coalescing into a spectacle of considerable magnitude. This time, Suyu conducted a cursory count, ascertaining the presence of 13 or 14. These zombies hailed from diverse locales, encompassing not only those to the left and right, but also those from the more distant bridge and the vicinity nearer the dwellings. Let the labor commence. Suyu rhythmically struck the metallic railing, taunting the zombies with provocative gestures, eliciting their incessant howls. Form a queue, refrain from jostling. Await my assistance in liberating you. Suyu whispered incessantly as he lifted the formidable red tassel spear, preparing to showcase his prowess. His movements were swift and precise, each thrust finding its mark, dispatching numerous zombies with a single shot. As he continued to maneuver and strike the railings, the agitated undead were successfully lured outside. Scattering in disarray, Suyu adeptly adjusted his position and angle, effortlessly eliminating one zombie after another through the railings. After a span of approximately 3 minutes, the ground outside was strewn with the fallen, several corpses blocking the courtyard entrance. This brief yet exhilarating skirmish finally came to an end. Once more, Suyu directed his gaze toward the open space by the riverside, meticulously observing his surroundings and leaving no detail overlooked. Within a radius of several dozen meters on either side, no traces of zombies were detected. Following careful consideration, he braced himself with one hand and vaulted over the right side barrier, gracefully landing in the neighboring courtyard. This small front yard mirrored the layout of his own home, and upon entering, Suyu swiftly set his plan into motion. He hastily opened all the metal gates of the courtyard and propped one with a piece of wood to prevent it from closing automatically, which would hinder his subsequent strategies. In quick succession, he darted outside, skillfully maneuvering to the side of the fallen zombies. With his right hand firmly gripping a sharp axe, he swung it like a whirlwind, each arc striking true against the heads of the undead. Simultaneously, he donned a pair of disposable rubber gloves on his left hand and began fervently searching for crystals. After searching through one or two corpses, Suyu would lift his head, vigilantly surveying his surroundings, his ears finely attuned to any unusual sounds nearby. He remained perpetually alert, prepared for the sudden emergence of new zombies. Having shattered the skulls of 5 or 6 undead, he finally discovered a crystal within one of the decaying heads. Swiftly, Suyu produced a damp tissue to cleanse it, then quickly tucked it into the rubber glove on his right hand. Subsequently, he partially grasped the crystal to absorb its essence, using only his thumb and index finger to explore the remaining zombie skulls in hopes of unearthing more crystals. As he meticulously searched through the last 7 or 8 corpses, he found no pink crystals. Resigned, he rose to survey the area, noting the absence of any zombies in the vicinity, and prepared to retreat to the courtyard to absorb the crystal in hand, taking a moment to rest. However, when Suyu cast his gaze upon the highway bridge and riverbank, he suddenly froze. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of something moving beneath the bridge. With a hint of curiosity, he took a few steps forward, resting his hand on the railing by the river's edge for a closer look. To his astonishment, 2 zombies were submerged in the water, their heads and shoulders protruding above the surface, flailing their arms in a futile attempt to break free from their restraints, as if ensnared by the mud at the riverbed. Then, Suyu lifted his gaze once more, directing it towards the riverbank on the opposite side. This time, he discovered that a considerable stretch of the area lacked railings. Instead, it was cluttered with an assortment of disarrayed items, such as dilapidated flower pots and discarded furniture, haphazardly strewn about, barely serving as a makeshift barrier. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Suyu's mind as he recalled a grave collapse incident that had previously occurred along the riverbank, resulting in a section of the embankment crumbling and plummeting directly into the water. Although the village later filled in the collapsed portion, the railings had yet to be reinstated. Suyu suddenly remembered an event from a few days prior when he had gone to pilfer chickens. He had been strolling by the creek when he caught sight of several zombies struggling in the shallow waters. Their movements were grotesque and distorted, as if they had lost their balance. Simultaneously, their speed in the water was markedly slower than on land, allowing Suyu to easily dispatch 2 of them. How could I have overlooked this approach? Suyu lamented, murmuring to himself while fixating on the steep riverbank, towering at least 4 to 5 meters high. Chapter 45. The frantic lure of the zombie horde at the bridgehead. If he could entice those detestable zombies into the river, even if they did not succumb to drowning or fatal falls, they would become ensnared in the riverbed's silt, rendering their escape nearly impossible. There were no steps leading up or down the embankment nearby, ensuring that if they fell, they would struggle to ascend the riverbank with ease. This strategy could effectively disperse the formidable horde of zombies on the opposite side, which numbered between 20 to 30, swiftly and efficiently diminishing their overall strength. In this manner, the eradication of these zombies becomes a task devoid of overwhelming difficulties, simultaneously facilitating the removal of the most significant obstacle obstructing the path to the small supermarket. Although such an approach may result in the loss of a few crystal fragments, the entire plan is rendered simpler and safer, undoubtedly a most advantageous transaction. After all, the number of survivors aware of the beneficial properties of the crystal fragments on human health is likely quite limited, and by a twist of fate, I have already acquired over 10 such fragments, along with a notably distinct small crystal, which is indeed fortuitous. Presently, I not only feel that my physical condition has completely returned to the level it was before my unconsciousness, but I am even in a state superior to my peak performance during my tenure with the Overseas Special Operations Agency. While possessing this initial advantage is undeniably crucial, one must avoid insatiable greed, as there are throngs of zombies lurking outside, and crystal fragments are surely present as well. As Suyu pondered this in silence, he glanced down at his right hand, only to discover that the crystal fragments had been entirely absorbed. He then proceeded towards the location where he had dispatched the zombies, disregarding the filthy brown stains on the ground, bending down to grasp each of the zombie corpses at the entrance. and subsequently tossing them into a small heap by the nearby bridge. After efficiently disposing of the bodies that blocked the courtyard entrance, Suyu forcefully removed the disposable rubber glove from his left hand, now smeared with dirt. Shortly thereafter, he approached the courtyard of the foremost house, effortlessly pushing open the aluminum alloy gate, and upon entering, he secured the sturdy anti-theft door of the first floor, ensuring that he remained in a temporarily safe environment. Immediately after, he entered the bathroom and began to wash up with great care. First, he let the water cascade over his weary face, washing away the grime and fatigue of battle. Then, with practiced ease, he meticulously cleaned the dirt from his weapon. Once refreshed, Suyu slung his backpack over his shoulders and made his way to the kitchen. The recent exhilarating skirmish had allowed him to attract and eliminate numerous zombies, casting aside more than 10 corpses in the process. Despite the rush of enhanced physical prowess, he still felt a tinge of weariness after such a fierce confrontation. At this moment, he needed a brief respite to contemplate his forthcoming course of action. Suyu sat quietly at the kitchen table, extracting a half-full bottle of mineral water from his backpack and sipping it slowly. The cool liquid flowed down his throat, soothing his parched mouth and throat. As he drank, Suyu continued to refine his plans in his mind. He was acutely aware that if he ventured into the supermarket today, his somewhat precarious supplies could be significantly improved, providing ample provisions for his uncle as well. Once he acquired the resources from the small supermarket, he would begin to organize his belongings, preparing to embark on a new journey. 10 minutes passed. After quenching his thirst, he savored some biscuits, relishing a few more sips of purified water, feeling utterly rejuvenated. He then leisurely lit a cigarette, enveloping himself in a cloud of smoke. Unable to resist, he stole another glance at the nearly depleted cigarette pack, and a sigh of resignation escaped him. Only a handful of cigarettes remained. These are the few packs of cigarettes he painstakingly managed to procure. Yet the brands are not to his liking, leading to a rather awkward smoking experience. Now, even these unfamiliar cigarettes are nearing their end. Both water and cigarettes are running low, and it is imperative for him to enter the supermarket by afternoon. Suyu resolutely commits to this plan, beginning to contemplate his subsequent course of action with utmost seriousness. He fully comprehends the significance and peril of the task at hand. Thus, he meticulously considers every detail to ensure the successful and safe acquisition of the necessary items. With resolve outweighing hesitation, Suyu swiftly organizes the contents of his backpack, setting aside a slingshot, steel balls, and a thermos for immediate use. He then scours the room for potentially useful items: glass cups, stainless steel basins, various bags of differing sizes, and more. Furthermore, he casually retrieves several bottles of chili and pepper from the kitchen for emergency purposes. Once all preparations are complete, Suyu takes a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with determination. With his left hand grasping a long gun and his right hand clutching a hefty bag, he confidently pushes open the door and steps into the courtyard. Cautiously surveying his surroundings for any anomalies, he then strides toward the railing by the riverbank. Standing beside the railing, Suyu moves to the right along the riverbank until he reaches the bend of the small river, where a row of small vegetable plots lies nearby. He carefully inspects the riverbank, finding no trace of zombies. Subsequently, he raises his binoculars, gazing intently at the flowing water, and indeed spots 2 or 3 zombies struggling in the river. After numerous sweeps, the number of zombies in this area has significantly diminished, and even around Suyu's home, there are scarcely any undead roaming about. Satisfied, Suyu returned to the riverbank, moving to the opposite side of the collapsed embankment. He swiftly produced 2 stainless steel basins and began to strike them together, producing a crisp and resonant sound. Simultaneously, he shifted his body from side to side and shouted loudly across the river, "Come here, you foolish creatures." Moreover, Suyu casually picked up some small cups and plates, aiming carefully before hurling them towards the railing on the opposite bank. With each clang, an expletive, and each thrown object, the zombies by the supermarket began to shuffle towards the riverbank, with 4 to 5 of them leading the way, while several more emerged from the store. The zombies at the bridge also stirred, inching closer to the railing. As Suyu continued to strike the stainless steel basins, creating a rhythmic clanging, he took a few steps to the right. Before his eyes, a gathering of approximately 20 to 30 grotesque and decaying zombies began to coalesce. Most of them moved directly towards Suyu's position, and upon reaching the riverbank railing, they extended their sharp claws, thrashing wildly, accompanied by a chorus of chilling roars and howls aimed at the opposite shore. The zombies soon formed a line, their eerie wails rising and falling, evoking an unsettling sense of dread. After careful observation, Suyu discerned that only 3 to 4 zombies, drawn by the sound, chose to traverse the bridge to the opposite bank, clinging closely to the railings, their bodies angled as they reached out with claw-like gestures, attempting to bite into the air. Chapter 46. The Marvelous Weapon. Chicken Blood Slingshot. Witnessing this scene, a sense of secret delight surged within Suyu. He continued to strike the railing with the object in hand, creating a cacophony that attracted the zombie's attention, while gradually shifting a few steps to the right, then coming to a steady halt. From his pocket, he retrieved a metallic slingshot, his gaze fixated on the unguarded section of the riverbank across. He then launched 4 hard steel balls in quick succession. 2 of them accurately struck the heaps of debris piled at the riverbank's edge, while one shattered a dilapidated vase with a resounding crash. The vase fragmented instantly, its shards scattering along the riverbank with a crisp sound. At that moment, Suyu ceased his clamor and curses aimed at luring the zombies. The sharp crack of the shattered vase had successfully captured the attention of the surrounding undead. They turned their bodies, staggering forward towards the source of the sound. The closest zombies were now less than half a meter from the riverbank. At this juncture, Suyu opened the thermos, carefully placing it on a metallic table by the riverside. He retrieved a small dish, pouring a portion of the chicken blood from the thermos into it, before tossing in several steel balls from the slingshot to soak in the crimson liquid. With his gloved right hand, he stirred the mixture in the dish a few times, and then, satisfied with the blood-infused steel ball ammunition he had crafted, Suyu passionately seized his slingshot and began to unleash a barrage towards the opposite riverbank. One by one, the crimson steel balls soared towards the embankment and the scattered debris surrounding it, producing a cacophony of varying sounds, both loud and soft. In swift succession, Suyu stowed away the slingshot and grabbed a stainless steel basin, striking it forcefully against the railing beside him, while simultaneously emitting a sharp, piercing whistle. Stimulated by this unusual commotion and the blood pellets, 4 or 5 zombies that had already crawled up the collapsed riverbank instantly reacted, clawing and lunging towards the source of the noise. Alas, fortune was not on their side. These unfortunate beings had not anticipated that just beyond the riverbank lay a small river, spanning 8 to 9 meters wide, with the embankment towering 3 to 4 meters high. Consequently, these 4 zombies tumbled down the steep bank one after another, crashing into the muddy ground and murky waters below in a series of grotesque and distorted poses. As a few more zombies began to advance, Suyu retrieved his slingshot once again, launching another 5 or 6 blood-infused steel balls, followed by several powerful strikes against the stainless steel basin, punctuated by occasional whistles. At this moment, it became evident that the zombies across the river had begun to plunge into the water, their numbers exceeding 10. Observing this, Suyu resolutely picked up his thermos, twisting the lid at an angle, and took 2 steps back. Subsequently, he sprinted forward with all his might, forcefully hurling the thermos towards the newly reinforced river embankment on the opposite bank. In recent days, Suyu's strength had increased significantly, and the thermos, propelled with his full power, tumbled through the air before striking the riverbank wall with considerable force. Upon impact with the unyielding stone embankment, the lid of the thermos detached and scattered as expected, with both the cup and its lid falling into the river. However, the opened thermos released a significant amount of chicken blood, which splattered onto the embankment wall. This action, sound, and scent immediately and noticeably attracted the attention of nearby zombies, causing them to swarm towards the riverbank without railings. In this manner, after 2 or 3 rounds of such enticements, the number of zombies plunging into the river rapidly approached 20. Concurrently, only 3 zombies remained on the bridge, with another 4 or 5 congregating near the bridgehead and supermarket entrance, while a few more were sparsely scattered along the distant road. This time, Suyu exerted every ounce of his strength, not only shouting loudly, but also continuously throwing various objects, even resorting to transfluvial attacks with chicken blood-soaked steel balls and the thermos. Through these endeavors, the number of zombies he had lured into the river far exceeded the total slain that afternoon. Consequently, the massive horde of zombies initially gathered at the entrance of the small supermarket was finally successfully decimated and dispersed by Suyu. Suyu once again cast the remaining vials and jars in his grasp towards the embankment on the opposite bank. While the remaining few zombies were drawn in by this, they merely dispersed and moved slowly, without approaching the collapsed embankment. As he realized that he could not attract them all at once, Suyu resolutely approached the edge of the bridge. Upon reaching his destination, he gripped his spear tightly in his left hand while wielding the axe with his right, striking the bridge railing with force. The resounding clatter roused 3 zombies that had been standing on the bridge, and they began to shuffle toward him, pressing against the railing. When the first zombie reached the corner of the bridge, Suyu swiftly sidestepped, skillfully thrusting his spear through the space between the railing and the pile of corpses, piercing the creature with precision. After a brief pause, the second zombie followed closely behind, and Suyu employed the same tactic to effortlessly dispatch it. He then nimbly maneuvered onto the bridge, confronting the third zombie head-on, and with a single, decisive thrust, he eliminated it. Having completed the kills, he turned to survey the situation on the opposite bank, noticing that the zombies at the bridge's entrance began to exhibit signs of agitation. Consequently, Suyu quickened his pace to the corner of the bridge, successfully dispatching 2 more zombies through the railing. In the distance, 3 zombies were visible on the road, while 2 others squatted a bit farther to the right. Meanwhile, a multitude of zombies lingered menacingly at the entrance of a supermarket, seemingly aware of Suyu's presence as they lunged forward with outstretched limbs. In the face of this tense scenario, Suyu remained composed, continuing to swing his axe against the bridge's railing, producing a sharp and resonant sound to lure more zombies to him. He carefully retraced his steps, each movement imbued with vigilance and caution. 1-2. The zombies were drawn by the sound, converging towards this direction, including some that were relatively distant but successfully lured in. Suyu meticulously controlled his retreat speed, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor. At last, he reached the bridgehead and returned to that crucial corner. Here, the bridge railing served as a barrier, and the pile of zombie corpses obstructed the advancing undead, creating a favorable defensive terrain. After an arduous 5 minutes of attraction and fierce combat, Suyu successfully dispatched the 3 zombies he had drawn in, one by one. At this juncture, only an elderly zombie remained on the bridge. Despite its sluggish movements, it exuded a ferocious and malevolent aura, slowly advancing towards Suyu with outstretched claws. Sensing the urgency of time, Suyu ceased his waiting and swiftly emerged from the corner to confront the grotesque zombie head-on. He raised his long gun, aimed at its head, and delivered a decisive blow, instantly bringing the creature to the ground. With the immediate threat neutralized, Suyu began to scrutinize his surroundings. Chapter 47. Clearing the zombie horde at the bridge. He noticed that aside from 2 zombies aimlessly wandering on the distant road, all others had been eradicated. Of course, intermittent roars emanated from the river below the embankment, but those zombies that had fallen into the water were essentially trapped in the mud, unable to extricate themselves, posing no significant threat. Moreover, the embankment, towering over 4 meters, was exceedingly steep, with no stairs nearby for the zombies to climb ashore. Retreating swiftly to the edge of the bend, Suyu propped his spear against the railing, donning a disposable glove on his left hand. He wielded the axe in his right, commencing to cleave through the skulls of the encroaching zombies. 1, 2, 3, with each precise strike, he would swiftly probe the bisected cranium, his movements honed with practiced efficiency. After dispatching several zombies at the bridgehead, Suyu meticulously examined the remains, only to find himself disheartened by the absence of a single crystal. Frowning, he pivoted and charged towards the opposite side of the bridge, swiftly bisecting the skulls of the last 2 fallen zombies. Finally, within the cleaved skull of one, he unearthed a pink crystal. Elated, Suyu carefully enveloped it with a moist tissue, gently ensuring its cleanliness before gingerly depositing it into the glove of his right hand, clutching it firmly with 3 fingers as he began to absorb its energy. In that instant, an unforeseen event transpired. A guttural roar echoed from the direction of the nearby supermarket. Immediately following, a ravenous zombie lunged towards Suyu with the ferocity of a predator. Engrossed in the task of cleansing the crystal in his hand, Suyu remained oblivious to the approaching peril. It was only when the distance between them dwindled to a mere 3 or 4 meters that the unusual sound registered, prompting him to look up in alarm. Unbeknownst to him, a throng of snarling zombies had congregated along the riverbank below, their cacophony severely impeding Suyu's awareness of his surroundings, thus preventing him from detecting the stealthy advance of the lurking enemy. Suyu immediately rose to his feet, swiftly retreating several steps until he found himself on the bridge. Pressing against the railing, he cautiously shifted back a couple more paces. Meanwhile, the grotesque, foul-smelling zombies had already pursued him to the edge of the bridge, gripping the sharp, long-handled axe tightly in his hands. Suyu fixed his gaze intently on the approaching undead. As they drew nearer, he took a deep breath and, with a sudden burst of determination, stepped forward, channeling all his strength into a powerful swing aimed at the head of the nearest zombie. The axe descended with the ferocity of lightning, embedding itself deeply into the creature's skull. In quick succession, Suyu executed a nimble kick, striking precisely at the zombie's waist. The force of the blow sent the zombie flying 2 meters away, crashing heavily at the edge of the bridge. As he kicked, the axe was wrenched free from the zombie's head. Finally, Suyu exhaled in relief, though a lingering sense of unease remained. He had been overly careless, allowing the zombies to encroach within 3 meters before he recognized the danger. He admonished himself internally, vowing never to repeat such a grave mistake. While silently reminding himself of this lesson, he remained vigilant, observing his surroundings for any signs of threat. Once assured of temporary safety, Suyu glanced down at the zombie whose head he had just cleaved open and casually reached out to touch it. However, this seemingly innocuous gesture filled him with delight. He had stumbled upon a pink crystal. Heart soaring with joy, Suyu eagerly picked up the translucent pink gem. He cautiously pinched it with his fingers and immediately rose to his feet, slowly retreating. At the same time, he retrieved a wet wipe from his pocket and meticulously cleaned the surface of the crystal. Then, Suyu swiftly removed the grimy rubber gloves and grasped the 2 crystals in his right hand, beginning to absorb the energy they contained. Leaning quietly against the railing of the bridge beside his long gun, his gaze swept the surroundings like that of a hawk. The rows of buildings behind him lay in utter silence, and the road bore no trace of any wandering zombies. Only beneath the window of a house at one end lay a heap of dozens of zombie corpses. It was there that Suyu had first stood at the window, wielding his weapon from above to slaughter the undead with abandon. He shifted his gaze to the left under the bridge, where approximately 20 zombies were struggling helplessly in the murky sludge. They thrashed about desperately, emitting a cacophony of roars that echoed through the air, transforming the once clear stream into a murky mess. After 2 or 3 minutes, Suyu felt the 2 crystals in his grasp dissolve completely. Thus, he ceased his observation of the surrounding zombies, reached for his long gun, secured his axe at his waist, and began to stride towards a nearby small supermarket. He treaded carefully, his eyes constantly scanning the riverbanks on either side of the bridge, leaving no corner unchecked. Only after confirming that there were no zombies in the vicinity did he exhale in relief, slowly making his way to the bridgehead on the opposite side. Once he stood firm, Suyu did not immediately enter the supermarket. Instead, he turned slightly to the side, using his peripheral vision to scrutinize the facade of the establishment. At the entrance stood a dusty and somewhat antiquated cash register, seemingly narrating tales of past hustle and bustle. Behind the counter, several rows of uneven and slightly disordered shelves loomed, some of which were severely tilted, while scattered goods lay strewn across the floor. Had others once frequented this place? Were they also in search of survival supplies? Suyu mused quietly, contemplating the possibility that other survivors might still be nearby. This thought invigorated him, yet also instilled a heightened sense of caution. With a hint of skepticism, he took a few steps to the right and turned slightly, directing his gaze towards the left side of the small supermarket and its deeper recesses. There, he observed a neatly arranged row of shelves designated for parcel storage, with what appeared to be several large delivery packages lying haphazardly on the floor. Peering further inside, he could vaguely discern a few card tables and chairs, yet there was no sign of zombies. At that moment, Suyu had nearly reached a point parallel to the left side of the supermarket entrance when, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of 2 zombies in the passageway outside the second row of houses across the street. Moreover, a few more zombies were swaying along the edge of the road at a greater distance. Suyu couldn't help but furrow his brow in distress. He needed to devise a plan to eliminate these zombies. Otherwise, retrieving supplies from the supermarket would prove exceedingly challenging. At present, the zombies remain oblivious to any abnormalities. Should Suyu emerge laden with supplies, only to be beset by their interference, a multitude of unpredictable scenarios could unfold, each fraught with peril. Chapter 48. Clearing the perimeter of the supermarket entrance with a firm grind of his teeth, Suyu resolved to take a chance. After all, there were merely 5 or 6 zombies present. With sufficient caution and care, he should be able to dispatch them swiftly. Moreover, he had absorbed over 10 zombie cores, and his strength had likely surpassed 200 kilograms. Although the recent cores had not provided a noticeable boost in power, they had enhanced his overall physical capabilities. The previously numb nerves in his right hand, injured by an explosion, were beginning to recover. Not only that, but his agility had also improved significantly. In that moment, As Suyu wielded his axe, the speed of his movements was astonishing, and his accuracy was nothing short of remarkable. At times, when confronting a zombie alone, a mere swing of the long-handled axe would suffice to deliver a fatal blow, his strikes both forceful and precise. This transformation in his physical prowess filled Suyu with immense exhilaration, his entire being brimming with strength, which in turn bolstered his confidence when facing the undead. Emboldened by his enhanced abilities, he resolved to act decisively. Without hesitation, Suyu swiftly crossed the road and reached the edge of the house across the way. He advanced a few steps and paused at the corner of the building, meticulously surveying the corridor before him. Indeed, not far away stood the very zombie he had just observed, while further down the corridor, 2 more zombies aimlessly roamed. Without hesitation, Suyu charged towards the undead, his spear striking like a bolt of lightning, the tip precisely piercing the zombie's skull. With a dull thud, the creature collapsed, motionless. Immediately, Suyu advanced swiftly towards the location of the 2 remaining zombies. He softened his footsteps, and after traversing a distance of over 20 meters, he quietly adjusted his course, moving closely along the railing of the courtyard. At that moment, he suddenly extended his arm, opening the outdoor door of the courtyard beside him, and stepped inside. With a resounding bang, the courtyard door was firmly shut, and a chorus of low, guttural growls from the zombies outside echoed, clearly indicating that this horde of the living dead had been roused. Entering the courtyard, Suyu made his way towards the main door of the building. He gently pushed against the door, only to find it securely locked. Without hesitation, he swiftly turned around, his keen gaze sweeping the surroundings. A few seconds later, 2 grotesque, decaying zombies came barreling towards the entrance like famished beasts. Yet, Suyu remained composed, standing his ground as if awaiting something. As the zombies drew nearer, their clawing, menacing visages grew increasingly chilling, but Suyu remained unfazed. Finally, when all 3 zombies lunged at the doorway, Suyu expertly calculated his angle and stepped forward, his movement swift and decisive. He tightly grasped the long spear, swiftly piercing through the door in a series of punctures. The red-tasseled spear struck with precision, sending the zombies crashing to the ground, utterly defenseless. After effortlessly and securely dispatching the 3 undead, Suyu nodded in satisfaction. He then opened the courtyard gate and stepped outside, skillfully wielding an axe to sever the heads of the zombies, in search of any crystalline treasures they might possess. However, fortune did not seem to favor him this time. After a meticulous search, he found nothing. Suyu slowly rose to his feet. Deep in thought, he was intimately familiar with the layout of the village's houses and roads. At that moment, a plan began to take shape in his mind. Perhaps he could use the courtyard gate and railing as barriers to systematically eliminate the zombies, clearing certain areas to aid his uncle's future survival. With this thought, a glimmer of determination flickered in Suyu's eyes. He took a deep breath, ready to confront the challenges ahead. Since the outdoor gates of each household's courtyard were typically left unlocked, he only needed to gently press the doorknob to gain entry. However, for the zombies, navigating through such a barred gate proved to be no simple task. This situation not only ensured his own safety, but also allowed him to swiftly and easily dispatch zombies while acquiring more precious crystals. I must thoroughly cleanse the surrounding area to facilitate the collection of resources. Furthermore, Suyu remained steadfast in his belief that there must still be survivors in the village. From the remnants left behind in a few rooms and the peculiar occurrences within the supermarket, it is evident that, following the outbreak of the zombie mutation, other survivors had previously visited this place. As for whether these individuals chose to flee or met their demise at the hands of the zombies during an unfortunate outing, or perhaps even became one of them, various possibilities abound. Initially, Suyu had meticulously observed the group of zombies congregating at the entrance of the small supermarket and was astounded to discover that many were not whole, bearing ghastly, mangled wounds. Suyu raised his hand to glance at the mechanical watch on his wrist, mentally calculating the time. Good heavens. He had anticipated that his outing had stretched nearly 3 hours. He mused silently. Subsequently, Suyu planned to eliminate the zombies situated close to the nearby road, before retrieving some supplies from the supermarket and making his way back home. It is rather peculiar that ever since his last bout of unconsciousness, both his physical condition and mental state seem to have undergone a subtle transformation, with a particularly pronounced aspect being his heightened sense of hunger. Furthermore, the quantity of food he consumed per meal and the frequency of his daily meals had significantly increased compared to before. To encapsulate his current state in a single phrase, He grew hungry quickly and consumed voraciously. In this apocalyptic world, he found himself in a state of both suffering and satisfaction. After a moment of reflection, Suyu turned back to the roadside, slowly advancing along the path. And after passing 2 rows of houses, he veered into the alleyway. Upon closer inspection, 2 grotesque zombies stood scattered not far ahead. While on the right side of the road, at a slightly greater distance, 3 equally hideous zombies loitered. Suyu meticulously surveyed his surroundings and gauged the distances. Subsequently, he gently pushed open the gate of the courtyard, slipping inside with utmost stealth, and promptly closed the gate behind him. Once within the courtyard, he ensured the front door of the building was securely shut, and then he discovered a hefty stone, which he hurled towards the zombies on the road. This time, employing his left hand, he concentrated all his strength into a vigorous throw. The stone shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, soaring over 20 meters before bouncing several times on the pavement and finally rolling to a stop. The sudden noise immediately captured the attention of the zombies, who began to roar as if activated by an unseen command. Meanwhile, Suyu did not cease his actions, gripping the axe tightly. He struck the metallic courtyard railing with force, producing a sharp and resonant clanging sound. Chapter 49. The first $0 shopping spree. The previously lethargic zombies now transformed into frenzied creatures, as if receiving an order, lunging towards Suyu with gnashing teeth. Simultaneously, the 2 zombies in the corridor were also roused and began to advance. In less than 2 minutes, 5 ferocious zombies lay lifeless on the ground, devoid of vitality. A splendid performance. These creatures were effortlessly dispatched. In the depths of his thoughts, Suyu contemplated silently. Soon after, he decisively pushed open the gate of the courtyard, wielding his sharp axe to cleave through the skull of the fallen zombie, meticulously searching for any hidden crystal fragments within. Fortune favored him this time. Upon flipping the second zombie's head, he discovered a shimmering crystal. Filled with exhilaration, Suyu promptly cleaned it and carefully held it in his hand, ready to absorb its energy. Simultaneously, while half-clutching the crystal to continue its absorption, he donned gloves to thoroughly inspect the other zombies' skulls, ensuring that no potential treasures were overlooked. Several minutes later, he successfully absorbed all the energy contained within the crystal. After completing his task, Suyu began to survey his surroundings, casually discarding the used disposable rubber gloves. He gently wiped the axe he held tightly in his right hand against the clothing of the zombies before sheathing it at his waist. Subsequently, he retrieved his backpack from the adjacent courtyard and stepped outside, contemplating a visit to the supermarket to gather some essential supplies. As for the other zombies and the collection of crystals, those could be addressed later. Upon exiting, Suyu turned right towards the roadside and scanned his surroundings. To his relief, no trace of zombies was in sight. Without hesitation, he strode towards the supermarket entrance, casually picking up a plastic basin along the way and tossing it inside. After waiting for about 10 seconds with no response, Suyu confidently stepped into the small supermarket. He first entered the tobacco and alcohol counter, his gaze swiftly sweeping across the array of cigarettes, quickly zeroing in on a familiar figure, Juan Lacune. Without hesitation, he reached for a pack, deftly tore open the packaging, and drew out a cigarette, igniting it and inhaling deeply. As the smoke enveloped him, Suyu couldn't help but emit a satisfied sigh. How comforting. It had been 2 or 3 days since he last indulged in this brand of cigarettes. Relishing the familiar flavor, it felt as though all his fatigue dissipated in an instant. He then stuffed every half-pack of soft liguang he could find into his backpack and casually grabbed a pack of huangalu, a pack of soft zhonghua, and a pack of furongwang. Completing this task, Suyu kept the still-burning cigarette clamped between his lips, his long gun leaning against the edge of the counter, while his right hand firmly gripped an axe as he began to scour the supermarket. Before long, he stumbled upon a shelf stocked with bottled mineral water. He swiftly approached, twisting open a bottle with one hand, tilting his head back to gulp down its contents, the sound of his swallows echoing throughout. After consuming half the bottle, he exhaled with relief, exclaiming, "Ah, finally, I can drink water freely," achieving the liberation of pure water. Poor Suyu had endured numerous hardships in these apocalyptic days, having to slay zombies to gather crystal shards, hunt for local chickens to nourish himself, and even scavenge resources from nearly 10 neighboring households. Yet, the truly unopened pure and mineral waters were alarmingly scarce. The supplies he had painstakingly collected were nearly depleted. Furthermore, due to insufficient water during the preparation of braised meat, even the liquor, which was meant for his own enjoyment, had been put to use. In ordinary circumstances, this gentleman is more accustomed to quenching his thirst with Wangzhe milk and various beverages. However, after indulging in the sweet delight of Wangzhe milk for several consecutive days, he gradually discerned that these concoctions fell slightly short when compared to the subtle, flavorless purity of plain water. Now, faced with the rows of Wangzhe milk on the supermarket shelves, he finds himself utterly disinterested, and as for the few remaining bottles at home, he has no inclination to consume them. After a brief selection process, Suyu first stuffed a few cigarettes into his backpack for later use, followed by a selection of dainty cookies, chocolates, and packaged delicacies. Additionally, he deliberately chose several bottles of bulk purified water and rummaged around for a few packets of marinated seasoning and a couple of windproof lighters to add to his collection. Approximately 4 to 5 minutes later, Suyu firmly gripped a long gun in his left hand while lifting an entire case of 24 bottles of mineral water with his right. With a bulging backpack slung over his shoulders, he strode confidently out of the supermarket. As Suyu ventured alone onto the desolate village road, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, so profound that it stirred an unsettling feeling within him. Only the occasional low growl emanating from the river and the gentle babbling of the water punctuated this oppressive stillness. Unavoidably, Suyu nevertheless. Suyu had grown increasingly accustomed to the unique odor of the zombies, even becoming somewhat numb to it. After frequent battles with the undead and contact with their brain matter, he occasionally forgot to wear a mask or merely draped it carelessly around his neck. On one occasion, he instinctively tore off the mask to wipe the crystal fragment in his hand, which was smeared with brain matter, completely oblivious to his actions at that moment. This gesture jolted him back to reality, making him acutely aware that he had gradually adapted to this cruel existence, an adaptation tinged with a sense of helpless sorrow. Since the onset of the world's transformation, every unexpected encounter with zombies had posed a significant test of survival. The sudden upheavals kept him perpetually on the brink of life and death. Yet, it was precisely these extreme and harsh experiences that facilitated Suyu's astonishing growth in a short span of time. His physique became increasingly robust, enabling him to adeptly navigate various perils. His spirit hardened, allowing him to face fear and pressure without flinching. Unbeknownst to him, Suyu had undergone a profound metamorphosis, shedding his former self and gradually evolving into a survivor and warrior in this post-apocalyptic world. Burdened with his spoils, Suyu strolled slowly back home along the narrow alley in front of his house. First, he meticulously arranged the items he had brought back, then refreshed himself with a simple wash, carefully cleaning and polishing his weapons. Once everything was in order, Suyu gathered some ingredients, including rice, fresh vegetables, and various seasonings, and made his way once more to the rooftop next door. Upon reaching the top floor, Suyu discovered that only 3 native chickens remained. Yet their spirits appeared remarkably vibrant, far more lively than just a few days prior. As was his custom, he first provided ample feed and fresh water for the chickens. In the subsequent chapter, titled The Arrangement for the Last 2 Chickens, Suyu adeptly captured one of the chickens, lifting it and making his way to the ground floor of his neighbor's home. Weighing approximately 6 or 7 pounds, he contemplated preparing a delectable braised chicken dish. As he descended the stairs, he reflected on the fact that the remaining 2 chickens were hens, which had begun laying eggs once again. With his uncle living in the village, where poultry is quite scarce, he decided to leave the 2 hens for him to raise. Had it not been for his considerable fatigue earlier in the afternoon, Suyu might have hesitated to take all 3 chickens with him. As he reached the restroom at the bottom of the stairs, the sound of the door opening startled a person inside the room, who inquired, "Is that you? "Yes, it's me, Jiang. I went out this afternoon and just returned," Suyu replied with a smile. At that moment, an elderly man emerged from a bedroom on the first floor, leaning on a wooden cane. His face lit up with joy as he engaged Suyu in conversation, revealing that he had woken from a nap lasting over an hour. The elderly man had been worrying about his meals while home alone, feeling anxious and overly cautious, fearing that any noise might attract the attention of the zombies lurking outside. Today, I encountered Suyu, who felt like a nephew to me. At noon, I savored the most sumptuous iron pot free-range chicken I had enjoyed in days, accompanied by 2 glasses of exquisite white wine. After indulging in delightful conversation and relaxation, I peacefully took a nap. Upon waking, I discovered that Suyu had vanished without a trace. Strangely, I felt neither surprise nor concern. Instead, I tidied up the kitchen and even cleaned the first-floor sanitation of my neighbor's home. Noticing 2 black garbage bags in the corner, Suyu chuckled and remarked, "Jiang, We are in an apocalyptic world now. There is no need for such cleanliness, and besides, this is not even our home. You should take a break. I can handle those matters casually. He then made his way to the sofa, placed several bottles of mineral water on the coffee table, and opened one to offer to my uncle. The elderly gentleman gratefully accepted the bottle, holding it in his hands, and kindly said to Suyu, Xiaoyu, I had a splendid rest today. I filled my belly and moved around a bit. Usually, I even tend to the garden. That's wonderful, Jiang replied. This afternoon, I've cleared the path to the supermarket. Most of the zombies at the entrance have been lured to the river beneath the bridge. Suyu took a sip from the mineral water and continued, I managed to gather some food, mineral water, and cigarettes. I will keep a portion of those supplies as I plan to venture out in the coming days, and I will assist you in bringing back the rest. Setting down the water bottle, Suyu expressed his concern, urging, Jiang, perhaps you should accompany me on this outing? To which Jiang responded, silly boy, at my age, I would only hinder you. Having ventured outside, I overheard Xiaoyu mention that going to Xiaolin's home would undoubtedly be perilous, akin to courting death. You have your own matters to attend to, and I certainly do not wish to perish in the open, potentially leaving no trace behind. Uncle's reasoning was remarkably clear. He even took the time to instruct Suyu, methodically analyzing their current predicament. It seemed evident that he grasped the present circumstances, having given it considerable thought and devised practical strategies. Upon hearing this, Suyu found himself both amused and exasperated, reiterating, I still have 3 chickens left here. I caught one earlier and placed it in the bathroom. He gestured towards the bathroom, explaining that the remaining 2 hens, which were capable of laying eggs, would be left under John's care. I fear that if I give you more, you might not have enough food. 2 should suffice, haha. He felt somewhat sheepish, primarily because he had exerted himself considerably today and was yearning for a hearty meal. No need for such formality, Jiang. I caught a total of 8 chickens today. We shall consume this one, and over the past few days, I have already slaughtered 6. Any more, and I shall grow weary of it, haha. Suyu jested. In response to his remarks, the elderly man could only acquiesce, yet he insisted on keeping the hens for Suyu, implying that while they could lay eggs, he would not resort to slaughtering them for meat. The old man's sentiment was clear. This place was also Suyu's ancestral home, and he would return. Thus, Suyu could only agree to it with some reluctance. The 2 of them sat on the sofa, smoking cigarettes and continuing their conversation about transporting goods from the supermarket before preparing dinner. Aunt Jiang hurried to the bathroom to prepare the chicken, while Suyu set about boiling a large pot of rice. He had already mentioned to his uncle that he would be making a dish of braised chicken today. After cooking the rice, he proceeded to gather the ingredients. In addition to the braised chicken seasoning packet, he also prepared ginger, garlic, green onions, dried chili segments, and Sichuan peppercorns. At this moment, his uncle had finished slaughtering the chicken and brought it back to the kitchen, cleaned and ready for preparation. So you picked up the kitchen knife and chopped the free-range chicken into uniformly sized pieces, placing them into a large basin. He poured in cooking wine and light soy sauce, gently massaging the mixture with his hands to marinate the chicken. This time, rather than chopping wood inside, Suyu cautiously opened the back door. After ensuring that no zombies lurked nearby, he stepped outside with an axe in hand. He walked over to the pile of firewood beside the small vegetable garden, secured the axe back at his waist, and carried a hefty bundle of kindling back inside. He tossed the firewood beside the stove, prompting his uncle to lend a hand in lighting the fire. Suyu poured cooking oil into the iron pot, and once the oil was sufficiently heated, he added the chicken pieces, quickly stirring them. The sizzling sound from the pot began to release a delightful aroma. When the chicken pieces turned a light golden brown, he added the previously prepared seasonings into the pot, continuing to stir until the flavors melded beautifully, emanating a richer fragrance. Subsequently, he introduced dark soy sauce and rock sugar, stirring for a moment before pouring in 4 bottles of mineral water. He then covered the pot with a lid, allowing it to simmer slowly over low heat. As time progressed, the broth in the pot gradually thickened, releasing an enticing aroma. Approximately an hour later, Suyu lifted the lid, stirred the chicken pieces with chopsticks, and tasted the broth, which was rich and delicious, embodying the very essence of the Huamin chicken he desired. Satisfied, Suyu nodded and sprinkled some chopped green onions as a finishing touch. After such a lengthy preparation, hunger began to gnaw at him, prompting him to invite his uncle to commence their meal. The 2 filled their bowls generously with rice, wielding their soup spoons to scoop out the delectable Huangmin chicken, drenching their white rice before diving into their feast. The vibrant golden hue of the Huangmin chicken was irresistible, its rich broth enhanced by the tender, flavorful chicken that had been simmered to perfection, falling off the bone with the slightest pull, while the thick, savory sauce wafted a mouth-watering fragrance. Suyu savored large bites of rice accompanied by the chicken broth, eagerly shoving pieces of chicken into his mouth, relishing every moment of the meal with unrestrained delight. As he voraciously consumed the steaming Huangmin chicken and rice, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, yet he paid them no mind. Chapter 51. On the 8th day of the apocalypse, while indulging in his meal, Suyu encouraged his uncle to partake in more chicken. Though the majority found its way into his own stomach, his appetite and speed of eating had notably increased, surpassing that of any elder. Perhaps hunger had driven him. As he approached his meal with a fervor that might suggest someone was competing for his food, most of the time, his uncle could only witness the swift dance of Suyu's chopsticks and spoon within the pot, as the chicken pieces and broth rapidly diminished. After a span of 10 minutes, the remnants of the broth in the iron pot consisted solely of chili peppers and a smattering of aromatics such as scallions, ginger, and garlic, while the chicken pieces had been devoured almost entirely. Suyu had served himself 4 portions of rice, whereas his uncle had only consumed a single bowl. "Are you satisfied?" Suyu inquired. Following their hearty meal, the two proceeded to tidy the kitchen while engaging in light conversation. Initially, his uncle expressed his intention to return home for the night, as older individuals tend to require less sleep and prefer resting in their own abodes. Suyu could have insisted otherwise, but opted to merely suggest accompanying his uncle home after the meal, and they could take some provisions back with them. Planning to venture to the supermarket the following day for further supplies. Now that they had finished dining, the sky was growing dim, and returning home sooner would be safer. Encountering zombies in the dark of night posed a significant risk. After a little while, Suyu escorted his uncle back to his own home. He procured 2 bags, one large and one small, and filled them with rice, dry noodles, cooking oil, and other essentials. He also gathered a flashlight, batteries, candles, and a small solar-powered lamp. Once prepared, they exited through the back, each carrying a bag, with Suyu brandishing a weapon at the forefront, making their way towards the village's entrance where a semblance of light still lingered. As they traversed the quiet alleyways lined with homes, the serene environment was inherently soothing. Yet, an overwhelming sense of solitude and desolation enveloped them. They were among the last 2 living souls in a village that had once thrived. Suyu harbored a tinge of apprehension regarding the external circumstances, but having made a decision, he resolved not to falter. A few minutes later, he arrived in front of the last row of houses, where, similarly, no zombies were present. Suyu noticed some corpses scattered haphazardly on the ground in the distance, pondering that his uncle must still be residing in his home. Thus, he resolved to move the nearby zombie bodies, as their prolonged presence would lead to decay, resulting in a foul odor that could have adverse effects if inhaled frequently. With this in mind, Suyu took the lead into his uncle's house, transporting food items to the kitchen before neatly folding and storing the bags. "Jiang, you should rest early. I will take my leave now," Suyu remarked. "Tomorrow, when we move the supermarket goods, I will call for you." His uncle quickly responded, "Come over tomorrow. I will take you there with my tricycle." Suyu cheerfully replied, "All right. Tomorrow we shall use the vehicle to collect everything from the supermarket. Haha." After their conversation, Suyu exited through the front door. He felt a bit troubled about the task of transporting supermarket goods, but after discussing it with his uncle, he learned that his uncle possessed an electric tricycle suitable for carrying items, making the endeavor much easier than if Suyu were to handle it alone. He understood that having Uncle Jiang accompany him would indeed be more convenient, yet safety remained a concern. After contemplating this, Suyu inquired, "That is indeed a possibility. However, Uncle Jiang, you must listen to my instructions during the trip. By the way, your vehicle's battery should still be sufficiently charged, right? Rest assured, just 2 days before the incident, I returned from your sister Xiaolin's house. Each time I come back, I always ensure to charge the battery fully in advance. In recent days, you need not worry about the issue of electricity in the village," the uncle assured him with unwavering confidence. Suyu was well aware that many households in the village owned electric tricycles, commonly referred to as 3-bumpers. These vehicles were exceptionally practical, capable of transporting agricultural goods with great convenience and affordability, whether traveling to the vegetable fields, the foot of the mountain, or into town for selling produce and purchasing supplies. This was particularly beneficial for the older villagers, many of whom possessed such a vehicle. Suyu himself had driven one in his youth, and the exhilarating sensation of that experience still lingered in his memory. As he pondered these thoughts, holding a long rifle in one hand, he made his way to the edge of the road. There lay a pile of zombie corpses approximately 40 meters from his uncle's home, their decaying presence undoubtedly posing a threat to the household. Approaching the back door of a nearby row of houses, Siyu cautiously attempted to open the security doors. Finally succeeding on the third attempt, he carefully tossed a stone inside, waiting to ensure there were no abnormalities within. After confirming the interior was safe, Siyu returned to the heap of corpses, setting down his long rifle. He then grasped the zombie by the leg with one hand and dragged it toward the open doorway. Upon reaching the entrance, he lifted one corpse and hurled it into the room with considerable force, his strength having more than doubled. The emaciated body sailed effortlessly through the air. In this manner, Siyu tirelessly made about 10 trips, disposing of all the corpses in that house's ground floor. After securing the anti-theft door, only a few desiccated black marks and a series of drag marks remained on the ground outside. Should an uninformed observer encounter this bizarre scene, they would likely be taken aback. This matter was beyond Suyu's control. He meandered homeward along the road, where the only remnants of his earlier encounters were the lifeless bodies of the zombies he had dispatched. Not a single living zombie was in sight. Furthermore, the distant highway bridge was devoid of any moving figures. It appeared that the surrounding area had been thoroughly cleared of the undead. As he had circled around without encountering a single one, Suyu felt a surge of joy, knowing that the safety of his uncle's household had been significantly enhanced. This was a small contribution he could make for the villagers, and he was genuinely eager to assist his uncle. A few minutes later, upon returning home, Suyu organized the items he had brought back and inspected his equipment and weaponry. He then stripped down and entered the bathroom for a wash. Today's exertion had been considerably greater than in previous days, yet he felt neither fatigued nor physically drained. Instead, he was brimming with energy. The only downside was his insatiable appetite, which seemed to have increased to 2 or 3 times its usual size. This stabilization at such a level left him somewhat vexed, as sustaining himself might pose a challenge in the future. On the morning of the 8th day of the apocalypse, Suyu awoke slowly, his muscles sore from a night of deep slumber. Last night, after taking a shower, he lay in bed and fell into a deep slumber until dawn. This was the longest and most comfortable sleep he had experienced in recent times. Now, in the morning, the intense feeling of hunger had subsided, along with some of the restless and lonely negative emotions. After getting up and freshening up, Suyu donned his gear, picked up his weapon, and made his way to his uncle's house. Chapter 52. The versatile electric 3-wheeled vehicle. Yesterday, his uncle had mentioned that breakfast would be at his place this morning. Suyu, up early, swiftly prepared himself and arrived at the village entrance within a matter of minutes. Upon seeing the thoroughly cleaned path in front of the door from yesterday, he felt a surge of joy as he approached to knock. However, noticing that the door was unlocked, Suyu simply turned the handle and entered the living room. At that moment, he heard his uncle's voice calling from the kitchen. "Ah, you, come over for breakfast." Suyu placed his backpack and weapon in the living room on the first floor and quickly ascended the stairs to the kitchen. There, he beheld a large pot on the table, evidently filled with a simmering porridge, containing rice, sweet potatoes, and red beans. Additionally, there was a sizable stainless steel basin filled with steamed buns, estimated to number over 20, accompanied by 2 smaller plates, one filled with deep yellow shredded radish and the other with a lesser amount of pickled vegetables. Recognizing the familiar tastes of his hometown, Suyu wasted no time. He grabbed a bun and took a bite. To his delight, the filling was fresh shredded white radish, warm and exuding a sweet fragrance. He devoured the bun in 2 bites and turned to his elder, saying, "Jiang, do you have so many radishes at home?" The elderly man chuckled and said, "We have finished all the radishes at home. These are the fresh radishes I picked by the river this morning. Aren't they delicious?" Suyu furrowed his brow and replied, "Jiang, it is still unsafe outside. You shouldn't wander alone, especially not to far-off places. I mentioned yesterday that there are still zombies lurking about, and they could easily be attracted." Noticing Suyu's concern, the uncle continued to smile and reassured him, "Worry not, Xiaoyu. I have checked the vicinity and found no zombies. Moreover, I brought my pointed cane with me. I was only gone for a few minutes to pull a few radishes, and look, nothing happened." The old man spoke with confidence, though his assurance stemmed primarily from Suyu's previous discussion about the characteristics of zombies and witnessing Suyu effortlessly dispatch a wandering zombie. The elder felt that if he were to encounter a zombie, he could still manage to flee back home. "Suyu, understanding the elder's mindset, chose not to press further. Aware that the old man had ventured out early to prepare a hearty breakfast for him, likely influenced by Su Yu's appetite and demeanor the day before. After washing his hands again, Su Yu sat down at the dining table and began to indulge heartily. Although today's breakfast was entirely vegetarian, the flavors were authentically local. Since his mother's passing, Su Yu had not savored such dishes for a long time. He had sampled them a few times at street food stalls in the city, but they always felt somewhat different. Some of these buns are steamed to perfection, while others are fried to a golden crisp in lard. The porridge is soft and velvety, with the sweet aroma of sweet potatoes lingering on the palate, complemented by the addition of red beans and peanuts, which enhance its complexity. After indulging in 1 or 2 vegetarian buns, savoring a few bites of salty dried radish shreds or pickled vegetables proves to be both comforting and appetizing. A large basin of buns has been devoured by Su Yu, consuming about 70 to 80% of it, alongside 4 bowls of sweet potato porridge, leaving not a trace of the side dishes. Observing Su Yu's contentment, his uncle leans back in his chair and offers him a cigarette. The elder accepts the cigarette, tidies up the bowls and chopsticks on the table, and places them in the sink. He then returns to the table, covers the pot with the remaining porridge, lights the cigarette, and engages in casual conversation with Su Yu. "Yu, I've noticed your appetite has significantly increased. I recall seeing you eat when you were younger. You weren't as voracious as you are now." Su Yu, feeling a bit bashful, replies, "Uncle, I cannot quite explain it. Ever since I regained consciousness, I've been perpetually hungry and have developed quite an appetite. I didn't mention that when I first caught the native chickens, I consumed 2 in one meal, totaling over 10 pounds of pure chicken meat." Such an exaggerated claim leaves the elder momentarily speechless, his mouth agape. That does sound like genuine hunger. It feels as though your body has been completely depleted. "There were times I woke up due to starvation," Su Yu continues. "However, I'm much better now. My appetite has diminished somewhat, and I no longer wake up hungry in the mornings." After pondering for a moment, his uncle responds, "I too slept for over a day and found myself eating more, but it has since normalized. Is it perhaps because there is not much food at home?" The elder remarked somewhat jokingly. Meanwhile, Su Yu pondered whether the absorption of crystals had strengthened his body, thereby increasing his appetite. Setting aside these thoughts, he took a puff from his cigarette and earnestly addressed the elder. "We can head to the supermarket to gather supplies, but Aunt Jiang, you must heed my directions when we go out. By the way, is your vehicle parked at the back of the house?" "Indeed. It is right next to the parking lot. I checked this morning, and the tires are inflated," the elder replied confidently. "Excellent. Then I kindly ask you to drive slowly. I will be in the back of the truck, and should we encounter any zombies along the way, I shall take care of them," Su Yu declared, as he made his way to the back door on the first floor, cautiously opening it while remaining alert to the external surroundings. A few minutes later, Su Yu settled into Aunt Jiang's electric tricycle, which buzzed as it made its way down the village road. Exiting the parking lot, they turned right at the end and joined the asphalt road. As they continued forward, a disturbing sight came into view. A heap of corpses lay at the end of a nearby building. Remnants of the horde Su Yu had dispatched from the window days prior, their heads gruesomely cleaved in two. Aunt Jiang stared intently at the fallen zombies, her expression tense and decidedly uneasy. Su Yu, leaning against the railing of the tricycle, gently reassured her, "Aunt Jiang, you have encountered zombies before. Familiarity will serve you well. Indeed, once you comprehend their habits and vulnerabilities, a single individual can effectively eliminate 1 or 2 zombies. However, Jiang, it is imperative to possess a reliable weapon to pierce through their skulls, and most importantly, one must not harbor fear towards them." Su Yu reassured, then rose to observe the surroundings while leaning against the vehicle. "Rest assured, Xiaoyu Jiang understands." "Thank you." Aunt Jiang, being a perceptive individual, naturally felt more at ease after Su Yu's guidance. Her willingness to accompany Su Yu to gather supplies indicated that she had formed her own expectations and decisions. The electric cart proceeded forward slowly, traversing about 10 meters along the road, revealing a substantial cluster of zombie corpses beneath the windows. The passage of time had perhaps lingered too long, as a pungent odor permeated the air, accompanied by the buzzing of flies and mosquitoes. Upon witnessing this, Su Yu promptly retrieved a mask from his backpack, offering one to Aunt Jiang. The two exchanged no words, donning their masks as the vehicle continued onward, navigating through several rows of houses. In the narrow alleys between the buildings, the sight of fallen zombie corpses was not uncommon. Aunt Jiang had adapted considerably. As the cart advanced, She merely cast a few glances without uttering a word, directing the tricycle electric vehicle straight towards the targeted convenience store. Chapter 53. A renewed encounter with agile zombies. Having traversed the residential area, the cart reached the riverbank, where the road bridge lay ahead. Similarly, in the vacant spaces between the houses and the riverbank, numerous zombie bodies were scattered. Outside, the scene was dominated by the sight of lifeless corpses, devoid of any movement from the zombies, which afforded the elderly man a remarkable sense of calm as he drove. With practiced ease, he maneuvered around several fallen bodies at the edge of the bridge. Moments later, they crossed the highway bridge and arrived at the entrance of a small supermarket. The vehicle gradually came to a stop, and Suyu promptly exited, standing at the roadside to survey the surroundings. "Aunt Jiang, please remain in the vehicle and adjust the car's direction slightly," Suyu gently advised. "All right, I'll reposition the car closer to the store entrance for loading." "Please stand clear," Aunt Jiang responded. Upon hearing this, Suyu stepped forward a couple of meters towards the road. At that moment, the electric vehicle executed a 1.5 turn and began to reverse. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed, "Reversing, please pay attention. Reversing, please." The announcement blared from the electric vehicle. Startled, Suyu jumped, and Aunt Jiang immediately slammed the brakes, halting the vehicle just shy of 1 meter from its initial path. The piercing alert, typically unremarkable, became jarring in the eerie silence of the village, causing Suyu's heart to race. He quickly surveyed the area, gripping his weapon in readiness. Meanwhile, Aunt Jiang's face drained of color, leaving her speechless as she gazed at Suyu. "Aunt Jiang, it's all right. I have already dealt with the zombies in this vicinity. Should any more appear, I can handle them," Suyu reassured his elder, confidently promising his protection. Just now, neither of the two individuals reacted to the fantastical and thunderous reversing sound of the electric vehicle. Suyu had not driven in a long time and had forgotten about this detail, while the elderly man, likely accustomed to the sound of reversing vehicles, had yet to adapt to the habits and mindset of the post-apocalyptic world. Although Suyu reassured Aunt Jiang, he had already drawn out his long-handled axe with his right hand, wielding both a gun and an axe as he swiftly surveyed the surroundings. At that moment, low growls of zombies echoed from the riverbank, indicating that it was not merely one or two zombies making the noise. Suyu glanced to either side of the bridge and, finding no zombies on the embankment, turned back to Aunt Jiang with a reassuring smile, saying, "Aunt Jiang, do not be afraid. There are quite a few zombies I sent down into the river beneath the bridge. The ones that haven't perished are all calling out down there." He spoke with a nonchalant air, as if discussing a trivial matter, attempting to stabilize the anxious mind of his aunt. While Suyu was observing and softly conversing, two zombies staggered into view not far ahead, within 20 meters of them, apparently attracted by the sound of the reversing vehicle. Suyu quickly said, "Aunt Jiang, do not move. I will take care of this," and swiftly jogged towards the zombies, keeping his eyes fixed on the alley beside the road. After running for over 10 meters, he noticed another zombie emerging behind the two he had initially spotted. At this moment, Suyu did not hesitate. Instead, he quickened his pace, swiftly closing the distance to approximately 2 meters before the first zombie. His steps remained steady as his left hand thrust the red-tasseled spear forward. As the spearhead began to penetrate the zombie's skull, he continued moving, angling himself to the right and charging forward, colliding with the body of the slain zombie. Suyu promptly retreated 2 steps, causing the fallen corpse to crash into the adjacent zombie, momentarily halting its momentum and visibly slowing its advance. At this juncture, Suyu lifted his spear once more, aiming for the second zombie, which appeared momentarily dazed, and delivered a fatal strike. The undead creature gradually succumbed to the ground. However, a more distant zombie was rapidly closing in on him. By the time Suyu looked up, it was already within a mere 10 meters. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he recognized that this particular zombie was significantly faster and appeared leaner, exuding an aura of agility. Was this a nimble variant of the undead? The thought sent a shiver down Suyu's spine, as if he were being stalked by a predator, every hair on his body standing on end. In that moment, he realized that there were no nearby courtyards or adequate cover, and his uncle remained in the vehicle. If this zombie reached the car, his uncle would undoubtedly be in grave danger, a scenario Suyu was determined to avert at all costs. Bereft of the luxury for protracted contemplation, the zombie had encroached within a mere 4 or 5 meters of Suyu. He advanced a step, his right foot executing a forceful kick against the supine cadaver's lumbar region. The corpse, in an instantaneous contortion, was propelled skyward, hurtling towards the approaching zombie several meters distant. The airborne cadaver, exceeding a meter in stature, collided laterally with the onrushing zombie's claws. In a swift, instinctive maneuver, the zombie shifted its posture, resulting in mere contact between its arm and the cadaver. However, Suyu's kick, executed with considerable force over the reduced distance, possessed formidable power. The cadaver, momentarily impeded by the zombie's arm, veered askew, impacting the earth to one side. The agile zombie, in turn, suffered a rearward flinging of one arm, while the other exhibited a conspicuous and unnatural contortion at the wrist, revealing a stark, osseous bifurcation. Despite the zombie's adroit evasion of the airborne cadaver, it failed to dissipate the force of the impact upon contact with its claws, opting instead for mere deflection. Consequently, its own equilibrium was compromised, rendered unsteady by the cadaver's oblique trajectory. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Suyu advanced 2 short paces, his right hand wielding the axe in an upward arc towards the zombie. With a mere 3 meters separating them, the agile zombie, its momentum arrested, now teetered precariously. The axe landed a resounding blow upon its chest. While the force of this impact may have been less than that of the flying cadaver's initial collision, it served as an additional external force exerted upon an already destabilized form, resulting in the zombies toppling to the ground at an angle. The agile zombie instinctively attempted to rise after collapsing, yet it seemed only capable of supporting itself with a single arm. Its agility and speed in attempting to climb back up were significantly diminished. Before it could fully regain its footing, a gun barrel accurately pierced through the back of its skull. The zombie then helplessly fell to the ground, its body relaxing into stillness. It was only then that Suyu withdrew his red tassel spear and thrust it twice into the creature's head. Noting its lack of response, he finally exhaled in relief. The entire encounter, from discovery to elimination, had transpired in a mere 10 seconds. Suyu transitioned from a passive position to delivering a decisive kick to the corpse, discarding an axe, and ultimately executing a fatal shot. This remarkable feat was a result of his recent battles with over 100 zombies, which had fortified his psychological resilience. Additionally, his enhanced physical capabilities from absorbing crystal fragments provided further assurance. Most importantly, Suyu possessed a tenacity and adaptability that surpassed that of ordinary individuals, enabling him to achieve this near-perfect 10-second counterattack against the agile zombie. In reality, Suyu's speed and close-range reflexes might have been slightly inferior to those of the agile zombie. However, the nature of zombies dictated that unless their vital points were targeted, they remained undaunted, clawing, entangling, and biting. Conversely, a normal person who fell victim to their grasp could easily succumb to infection, transforming into a zombie. Chapter 54. A perilous acquisition of a crystal fragment. Suyu had previously encountered the agile zombie and had contemplated strategies, resolving never to allow it to come within striking distance. The agile zombies, when engaged in close combat, pose a significant threat. If they are not swiftly neutralized, the likelihood of sustaining severe injuries becomes alarmingly high. This is precisely what renders the agile variant so fearsome. Suyu retracted his spear, carefully surveying his surroundings as he retreated to the side of the electric bike. Addressing his uncle, he instructed, "Jiang, please remain inside the vehicle and keep the door secured. Allow me to clear the nearby zombies." Although his back was drenched with sweat, he maintained a calm demeanor to reassure the elder. Having spoken, he turned back, gripping the red tassel spear, and first retrieved an axe from the ground. Upon inspecting the blade, he found it unscathed, which filled him with relief. He then wielded the axe, aiming a decisive strike at the head of the agile zombie, which resulted in a sickening crunch as the skull split apart. Setting down the red tassel spear, he transferred the axe to his left hand and swiftly donned a pair of rubber gloves with his right. He began to search within the severed cranium, soon discovering a crystal. Upon examination, it was indeed, as he had anticipated, a small diamond-shaped gem. A smile crept across Suyu's lips. His perilous encounter had not been in vain, for he had vanquished the zombie. His quick decision-making had led to the most effective strategy, allowing him to eliminate this extraordinary foe in a mere instant. Risk and opportunity coalesce. And after examining his palm, Suyu noticed that the crystal had completely absorbed and melted away. He then gradually approached a few zombies on the ground, resuming his task of cleaving their skulls. After a thorough search, he was fortunate enough to discover a crystal embedded within one of the zombies' heads. However, it was an ordinary crystal, distinctly different in shape, size, and hardness compared to the previous ones. Swiftly, Suyu flicked his axe, sheathing it at his waist, and then, clutching the damp tissue-wrapped crystal, he hurried to the sidecar. With a sense of urgency, he addressed the elderly man in the vehicle. "Jiang, extend your hand." Upon opening the car door, he placed the pink crystal into his uncle's palm, speaking rapidly. "Hold this crystal tightly and do not let go." The elderly man, having previously failed to discern the differences in the agile zombie, sensed Suyu's tension. This was a stark contrast to the ease with which he had dispatched the earlier zombies. He had kicked the corpses, thrown his axe, and even returned to caution him. Now, he was being handed the crystal that had been mentioned the day before. Confused, Jiang gazed at Suyu and inquired, "Xiaoyu, why are you giving this crystal to me? You should keep it. After all, it took considerable effort for you to obtain." Suyu smiled gently, saying, "Jiang, I've absorbed dozens of these crystals. One more or one less makes no difference." He continued earnestly, "However, if you absorb it, it could enhance your physical condition. I am curious to see the effects for yourself." The elderly man felt a sense of anticipation upon hearing this. Following Suyu's suggestion, he clenched his left fist. Meanwhile, Suyu removed his rubber gloves and retrieved a bottle of purified water from his backpack. He uncapped the bottle and sipped it slowly, his eyes continually scanning the nearby roads and the corners of the surrounding buildings. At that moment, the roars of the zombies beneath the river began to diminish, and tranquility returned to the bridge. Suyu drank his water and gradually closed his eyes, focusing his mind on the spiritual center within his brow. At that moment, 3 small crystal stones manifested within the center, floating closely together, emitting a faint crimson glow. However, Suyu was unsure of the specific changes that would arise from this phenomenon. After gazing intently for 4 to 5 seconds, he opened his eyes, assessing his physical state. He sensed that the internal injuries and lingering effects had seemingly vanished, and he no longer felt any signs of bodily impairment. His external injuries remained unchanged, yet he felt an enhancement in his strength and overall physical condition, as if he had become more robust and powerful. After a few minutes, his uncle had also absorbed the pink crystal in his hand. He stared blankly at his empty palm, somewhat astonished, and remarked to Suyu, "You, is that all it takes to absorb the crystal? In just a few minutes, it has vanished without a trace. It's truly remarkable." As his uncle stepped down from the vehicle, he stretched his legs and shrugged his shoulders. "I feel significantly more comfortable in my joints, and some of my chronic ailments have lessened." The elderly man joyfully recounted his discoveries to Suyu, brimming with excitement. Such an extraordinary occurrence had left him in disbelief. When Suyu had first shared it the previous day, he had thought Suyu might be exaggerating, spinning tales filled with fanciful notions. However, just moments ago, he witnessed Suyu vanquishing a horde of zombies and absorbing the crystals. Having personally experienced the sensation of absorbing one of these crystal fragments, he felt a transformation within his body. This profound change filled the elderly man with gratitude, prompting him to express his thanks to Suyu repeatedly, insisting that such a precious treasure should not be squandered. Initially, Suyu had not intended to give the crystal to the old man. It was only upon encountering a swift zombie that he considered the vulnerability of his uncle, who was alone in the village. Although the elderly man might manage to slay a zombie or two under favorable circumstances, facing a nimble zombie left little room for survival. Suyu hoped to enhance his uncle's physical condition, allowing him to become healthier and more robust, thus improving his chances of survival in the future. After all, his uncle was not merely a stranger. He was a respected elder who had watched Suyu grow up, a fellow villager. Observing the old man happily moving his limbs, Suyu seized the opportunity to speak again. "Jiang, even if you choose to remain in the village and refrain from venturing out, you will inevitably encounter zombies. They are mobile beings, drawn by sounds, humans, and vehicles, wandering and dispersing in all directions." Suyu spoke with earnestness, and the elderly man paused to absorb the gravity of the changes in this apocalyptic world. "Jiang, you must also learn to eliminate zombies, evade hordes, and steer clear of formidable special zombies." "Special zombies?" The elderly man inquired with a hint of confusion, having just dispatched an agile zombie moments ago. He had kicked the lifeless body on the ground and hurled an axe at the creature. Suyu chuckled, gradually explaining some crucial points to his uncle. For him, slaying ordinary zombies had become as effortless as slicing a watermelon, or rather, akin to piercing one. A few swift actions sufficed. However, this proficiency stemmed from absorbing numerous crystal shards. His rigorously trained physique, and the experience garnered from vanquishing nearly 100 zombies. Such skill was unattainable for an average person, let alone a man in his 60s. Given that Suyu remained in the village, he felt a duty to enlighten this elder, aiding him in adapting to life in the post-apocalyptic world, ensuring his survival. After all, providing him with the entirety of the supermarket's resources would be futile if he lacked the means to utilize them. Chapter 55. The duo lures zombies together. Suyu thoroughly conveyed the situation to his uncle and presented a pink crystal shard for him to personally experience its transformative effects. They decided to postpone their entry into the supermarket and instead venture out to clear the nearby zombies, thereby enhancing the safety of the vicinity. Transporting the supermarket's supplies was not an endeavor that could be completed hastily, and Suyu was in no rush. A half day or a full day was ample time for their journey. This time, it was still his uncle who drove the three-wheeled vehicle, with the elderly man seated in the cabin, which featured doors and windows, rendering him relatively safe from a couple of wandering zombies. Seated inside the vehicle, Suyu began to meander through the alleyways nestled between the houses on this side of the bridge, contemplating whether he could encounter any villagers. After all, they were fellow townsfolk, and any assistance would be welcome. He had already dispatched 3 scattered zombies, marking the first instance where his uncle had come into such close proximity to the undead. Suyu had vanquished these creatures using his red spear and axe, subsequently searching for crystal shards. As he progressed to a more distant alleyway, he observed 5 or 6 zombies wandering about. Urgently, he instructed his uncle to halt the vehicle, softly advising, "Jiang, if the zombies are not clustered together, it is not difficult to eliminate them. As you saw earlier, I was careful to avoid being surrounded and evaded their claws." He downplayed the earlier violence and proceeded to outline his strategy. With 6 zombies in proximity, they constituted a group, necessitating a strategy to disperse them or leverage the terrain for a swift and safe extermination. Pointing to a row of small courtyards with metal gates and railings, he remarked, "Jiang, these barriers can effectively separate the zombies, providing an advantageous position for their eradication." Once the vehicle was parked, the two made their way to the second courtyard. Upon entering, Suyu meticulously inspected the security door of the building. He then mentioned to his uncle, "Jiang, we shall begin attracting the zombies now." With that, he rummaged through the courtyard, finding a mop, a plastic bucket, and a small flower pot, which he began tossing outside. He extracted the axe and handed it to his uncle, instructing him to strike the courtyard gate with a rhythmic clang. In less than a minute, 4 zombies were drawn to the entrance. Suyu took a few steps back and noticed one zombie lunging towards him, while another, farther away, was merely startled and had yet to advance. He retrieved a slingshot from his backpack, stood upon a chair in the courtyard, and launched 2 steel balls towards the direction of the zombies. One of the projectiles shattered the window of a nearby residence. The sound of breaking glass provoked the nearby zombie into swift movement. In a moment of resourcefulness, Suyu began to gather various objects from the courtyard, plastic basins, small toys, and old shoes, and hurled them into the fray. Meanwhile, his uncle continued to hammer against the metal door, inciting the ferocious zombies outside to violently assault the entrance and railing. After approximately 20 seconds, the gathering zombies were relentlessly colliding against the door and barriers, driven by instinctive, frenzied behavior, their grotesque and terrifying visages on full display. His uncle, faced with these foul-smelling creatures just 1 to 2 meters away, wore an expression of pale dread. Suyu glanced back, retreating to the elder's side, and reassured him in a loud voice, "Jiang, there is no need for fear. The attacking power of ordinary zombies is not greater than that of a regular person. Their true menace lies in the virus they carry. For now, they cannot breach our sanctuary, and we are quite safe within the courtyard." With a comforting tone, he lifted the red spear and took a step forward, gently prodding the forehead of a zombie just beyond the railing. This time, Suyu's movements appeared to unfold in slow motion as he gently pressed the tip of the spear against the zombie's forehead, gradually exerting force. The zombie's head was pushed back, its claws thrashing desperately in the air. Although the spearhead was sharp, it lacked initial velocity, merely piercing the scalp and pushing the zombie back 2 steps with the spearhead pressed against its skull. At this moment, Suyu seemed to toy with the creature, swiftly retracting the spear and stepping back to address the elder with a loud voice. "Jiang, did you see? I hardly exerted any effort. It was effortless to strike the zombie. If I applied more force and aimed for the eyes, nose, mouth, ears, or temples, I could easily dispatch a zombie." The elder observed as the zombie, recently pushed away by Suyu, instinctively lunged towards the railing, roaring. He felt less fear, his emotions visibly stabilizing. Noticing this, Suyu once again aimed at the same zombie, the spear extending steadily as he chose to target the mouth this time. The spearhead slowly penetrated the zombie's mouth, burying itself within, causing the creature's hands to drop motionless and its body to cease its assault. At that moment, Suyu quickly withdrew the spear, and the zombie collapsed lifelessly to the ground. This demonstration was intended to enlighten his uncle about the nuances of dispatching zombies. He then stepped back a few paces, and his uncle, having grasped the concept, turned to Suyu and said, "Ayu, let me try as well. Should I use an axe or a club?" Suyu smiled and replied, "Both are viable options, but I suggest you refrain from using the axe just yet. Using a long object to pierce and stab the heads of zombies proves to be both convenient and safe, while also conserving energy." Suyu took the long axe from his uncle's hand and additionally grasped a less than 1 meter long jujube wood spear. "You should first try this spear of mine. At the beginning, you can hold it with both hands and aim for the face," he advised, handing the red tassel spear to his uncle. He then took 2 steps to the left, clearing a position directly facing the zombie beyond the railing. Suyu patiently guided his uncle to the appropriate spot before instructing the elder to grip the spear with both hands, advising him not to exert too much force. The elder attempted to stab the zombie in the head, but the spear struck lower than intended, piercing between the zombie's chin and throat, only partially penetrating. As the zombie writhed in the air, its claws flailing, it did not succumb to the first strike. Seeing that his uncle had not managed to eliminate the zombie in one blow, Suyu remained psychologically prepared for this outcome. After his uncle retrieved the spear, Suyu positioned himself behind the elder and gently pushed on the spear shaft. This time, the red tassel spear accurately penetrated the zombie's nostrils, and within mere seconds, the second thrust was precise, driving the spear deep into the zombie's skull, causing it to collapse lifelessly to the ground. His uncle, still somewhat anxious, stepped back while gripping the red tassel spear, his fingers turning pale around the shaft. Suyu, brimming with excitement, encouraged him, "Jiang, you have vanquished a zombie. Experience truly does yield wisdom." He chuckled and jested, alleviating the tension in the atmosphere, despite the 4 zombies outside creating a ruckus. The elderly man observed Suyu's calm demeanor as he pointed out the vital points for dispatching the undead. Gradually, he came to understand that remaining within this courtyard provided a relatively secure environment, which eased his own state of mind considerably. Chapter 56. A man remains young at heart until death following Suyu's guidance. The uncle once again aimed for the face of a somewhat shorter female zombie with his weapon. Though the spear's speed was not particularly swift, it accurately penetrated one of the creature's eyes, swiftly leading to its demise. The success of these 2 kills allowed the elderly man to adapt significantly, diminishing his fear of the zombies. At that moment, Suyu suggested, "Jiang, why don't you try using this pointed jujube wood stick?" "All right, I feel this spear is a bit too long. It's cumbersome when I retreat. I'll try a shorter stick instead." The uncle, eager to engage further in the zombie hunt, brought a smile to Suyu's face. It was clear that this uncle had once been quite a formidable individual in his youth, at least the type who was bold, ruthless, and a man of few words. A true doer. After exchanging his weapon, Uncle firmly grasped the nearly 1 meter long jujube wood staff, aiming the sharp tip directly at a zombie's eye and thrusting it forward. With a sharp sound, the staff penetrated the eye socket, delving approximately 10 centimeters deep. Perhaps emboldened by a surge of confidence, Uncle exerted too much force, causing his body to lurch forward uncontrollably. Observing this from behind, Suyu swiftly grasped the elder's shoulder, steadying his somewhat unsteady form. "Uncle, while the zombies outside cannot reach us, do refrain from offering yourself up for their bites," Suyu admonished as he supported Uncle, who had begun to unleash a flurry of strikes. "You thank you. I lost my grip for a moment, but I feel an unusual strength in my hands today," Uncle replied, a hint of laughter in his voice. Suyu chuckled, suspecting that the effect of the crystal fragment was making Uncle's newfound strength somewhat disorienting. This was an experience he could relate to, though it had been less pronounced for him at the time. He had quickly adapted. At that moment, only 3 zombies remained outside. Suyu, in a teasing tone, suggested, "Why not take a break, Uncle? Allow me to handle the remaining zombies." Upon hearing this, Uncle's face flushed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, responding firmly, "No need for that. I can manage these few. Just stand by and support me." Hearing Uncle's words about support brought a smile to Suyu's face. Uncle was like a child at heart, and with a little encouragement, he no longer appeared tense or fearful. With a jujube wood stick in hand, he lunged once more at a nearby zombie, this time piercing accurately into its throat, the sharp tip likely having punctured through completely. He swiftly withdrew the pointed stick, and upon inspection, Suyu noticed that the tip had begun to splinter. Furrowing his brow, he contemplated the necessity of providing his uncle with a more formidable weapon. The jujube stick was adequate for temporary use, yet lacked durability and longevity. It would soon be rendered useless after dispatching a few zombies. After eliminating another zombie, the elder had completely acclimated to the rhythm and techniques of slaying the undead. He moved on to confront a notably larger zombie, aiming for its eye socket. However, this attempt was slightly misaligned, and the stick's sharp end struck the edge of the zombie's eye socket, resulting in the tip breaking off. Staring at the damaged stick in bewilderment, the uncle seemed uncertain of his next move. Suyu quickly interjected, "Uncle, it's all right. You can still take down the zombie. Just aim for the eyes." Upon hearing this, the elder remained silent, steadied his stance, and lunged once more towards the zombie's eye. This time, the stick successfully penetrated the creature's eye, causing it to collapse to the ground, motionless. "Bravo, Uncle. Your skills remain sharp. I am truly impressed," Suyu exclaimed, showering compliments that left his uncle somewhat bashful. The area proved advantageous for exterminating zombies. As long as one was unafraid, even a dull stick could suffice for the task. Suyu earnestly advised his uncle, "Uncle, there's only one left. Why not try using the axe for a change?" According to Suyu's suggestion, Uncle Jiang exchanged his weapon for a jujube wood stick and wielded a small axe that measured nearly half a meter in length. The elderly man swiftly struck the railing several times with the long-handled axe, successfully diverting the attention of a nearby zombie towards himself. He then delivered a powerful blow aimed at the side of the creature's head. The zombie staggered, leaning against the railing as it moved. Suyu observed as Uncle Jiang executed a precise and cunning strike, embedding the axe deep into the zombie's skull. The creature collapsed, yet the axe remained lodged within. At that moment, the elder took a few steps back and extracted the axe, turning to Suyu and remarking, "I have finally slain them all. I must admit, I felt a twinge of fear earlier. Jiang, you have truly excelled, single-handedly dispatching 5 of them. More impressive than my own first attempt." Suyu sincerely praised his uncle. After all, a common man had managed to independently eliminate 5 zombies on his first encounter. Although he had lured them into a more favorable position outside the courtyard, it still required considerable bravery and initiative to confront such terror. Most importantly, he had overcome his fear. "Jiang, while you observed, allow me to assist you in severing their heads and searching for crystal shards. We have yet to find any from the 3 we encountered earlier." Having taken the axe, Suyu handed the red tassel spear and jujube wood stick back to Uncle Jiang and proceeded towards the courtyard door. With a swift motion, he opened the door and forcefully pushed aside the body of a fallen zombie. Stepping outside, he surveyed the surroundings and stated, "One must first assess the safety of the vicinity before embarking on a search for crystal shards. If it feels unsafe, we can drag the zombie corpses back into the courtyard for further examination. Furthermore, after dispatching the zombies, it is imperative to promptly seek out the crystalline fragments. These fragments will gradually dissipate from the cadaver's head after a span of 20 to 30 minutes. Suyu, while donning rubber gloves, elucidated safety protocols and points of vigilance to his uncle, who trailed behind him. With a deft motion, Suyu crouched down and commenced cleaving with his axe. The craniums of the deceased yielded to his forceful blows, bisecting with each strike. Suyu's command over his strength was remarkably precise and effortless. His swings were executed with alacrity, yet the force applied was meticulously calibrated, sufficient to cleave the skull without excessive impact that might cause the axe blade to grind against the concrete and compromise the integrity of the tool. On this occasion, Suyu intended to complete the entire sequence of cleaving before meticulously searching for the crystalline fragments, affording his uncle a close observation of the process. As he cleft the 5th cadaver's head, his uncle beckoned Suyu, expressing a desire to attempt cleaving a skull himself. Without hesitation, Suyu flicked the viscous fluids from the axe and exchanged it with his uncle, assuming a vigilant posture with his own weapon at the ready. Uncle, presumed to possess some experience in slaughtering chickens and butchering meat, feigned 2 strikes at the zombie's head before raising his weapon high and delivering a powerful cleave. The severed head immediately split in 2, revealing a dark, viscous substance within, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. Yet, Uncle E merely displayed a fleeting grimace. Stepping back a couple of paces, emulating Suyu, he swung the axe with a sense of pride, surveying the fallen corpses of the zombies. This sight nearly elicited a laugh from Suyu, who mused that despite Uncle E nearing 70, he retained the heart of a child. There is a saying that men remain youthful at heart until death. Suyu hoped to embrace such a commendable mindset as he aged. Chapter 57. The significance of crystals in the apocalypse. Since reuniting with Uncle E yesterday, Suyu felt a significant alleviation of the loneliness and oppression that had weighed on him in this apocalyptic world. Uncle E, embodying the essence of a paternal figure, had cradled him in his youth alongside Aunt Xiaojun and Aunt Jiang. Their affection for Suyu was steeped in genuine rural camaraderie. Encountering Uncle E again in this desolate reality, Suyu instinctively regarded him as kin. This was why he unhesitatingly entrusted Uncle E with food and supplies from the supermarket. He also imparted his knowledge of the apocalypse and the characteristics of zombies in great detail. Suyu was pleasantly surprised by Uncle Yi's boldness in joining him to scavenge for resources and confront the undead. He patiently guided the elder in adapting to and vanquishing the zombies. However, upon encountering the agile zombies, Suyu unhesitatingly offered a crystal fragment to his uncle for absorption. At that moment, Suyu was wholeheartedly assisting his uncle in understanding and adapting to the apocalypse. This sentiment stemmed from his upbringing in a single-parent household. After the passing of his mother, he felt an immense sense of comfort and joy in having met his uncle, a figure akin to a paternal guardian amidst the chaos of the world. Had it been someone else, Suyu would undoubtedly not have displayed such selflessness and generosity. He believed that, regardless of their relationship, the kindness he extended to his kin was always worthwhile. As Suyu crouched, searching for more crystals, he contemplated the current situation. Upon discovering the fourth skull, a hint of pink emerged within, prompting him to exhale in relief. He swiftly extracted it, momentarily disregarding the other zombie skulls. Rising to his feet, he cleaned his hands before promptly presenting the pink crystal to his uncle, exclaiming, "Jiang, take this into your hand." Grabbing his uncle's left hand, he quickly placed the crystal into his palm. This sudden gesture left his uncle, who was wielding an axe and observing Suyu's search for crystals, momentarily stunned. "Why are you giving this to me? Xiaoyu, I cannot accept any more crystals," his uncle replied, his face slightly flushing as he hurried to return the crystal. However, Suyu's strength and reflexes were swift. He had already resumed his search among the remaining zombie skulls. This time, he crouched down, searching slowly and meticulously, saying, "Jiang, do not worry about absorbing the crystal. I can easily find more when I hunt zombies. As you can see, it is not difficult for me to slay them now, and I will not be lacking in crystals. At this point, ordinary crystals hold little significance for me." As Jiang prepares to absorb the second crystal, the effects are expected to be remarkable, with the earlier crystals having shown the most pronounced results. Suyu engaged in a somewhat coaxing conversation with his uncle while he had already inspected the severed zombie heads on the ground. Not finding any more crystals, he gradually rose and turned his gaze toward his uncle, who was now exhibiting a hint of redness around his eyes, murmuring with excitement, "Xiaoyu, I understand your intentions for Aunt Jiang, so I shall accept it this time, but let this not become a precedent. When you are out alone, you must be cautious with others. Keep your wits about you. Do you understand?" Suyu observed his uncle, who, with his left hand clenched into a fist and the right holding an axe, was earnestly imparting his advice. He could only nod in agreement, reassuring him, "Rest assured. Uncle Jiang, you are not just anyone. I will remain vigilant when I am outside. Moreover, this crystal is a reward for your own efforts in vanquishing the zombies. It is rightfully yours to absorb." Seeing Suyu still attempting to comfort him, his uncle could only shake his head in resignation. As his uncle absorbed the second crystal, he once again experienced a transformation within his body. It felt as though he had regained some youth. Ailments that had plagued him began to dissipate, and he sensed an increase in his strength, feeling more spirited and vibrant than before. His heart was filled with myriad emotions. This crystal was the greatest secret and shortcut to strength in the present moment. For an ordinary person in a post-apocalyptic world, the value of the first pink crystal was immense, so much so that at times it equated to half a life. If one were to confront a zombie alone, even with knowledge of the crystal's efficacy, the quest to obtain one would undoubtedly require risking one's life. Yet, upon absorbing the crystal, the body would gain strength, allowing for a somewhat easier endeavor in vanquishing zombies and acquiring more crystals. thereby entering a virtuous cycle. This is akin to the arduous journey of an ordinary individual seeking their first fortune. Now, as a nearly septuagenarian, he had absorbed 2 crystals in a single day, while Suyu had only managed to absorb 1, which was clearly given to him. The elder understood this very well. After 2 minutes, the uncle slowly released his palm. The crystal entirely vanished, having been absorbed by the elder. Yet, he remained transfixed, rubbing his hands together and bringing them to his nose for a sniff. Noticing Suyu's gaze, he sheepishly remarked, "There's no scent at all. It's completely clean and utterly vanished. How marvelous." "Indeed, Jiang. Why not see if you notice any changes?" Suyu urged with curiosity. The elder lowered his left hand, stretched his body, stamped his feet, and further stretched his waist and shoulders. "I feel utterly at ease, invigorated, as if I have returned to my youth." After speaking, he swung the axe a few times. The whoosh of the air it sliced through resonating clearly. Congratulations to Jiang on the issuance of the second village. If Aunt Xiaozhen were to return, it would surely bring immense joy. Upon hearing the teasing remarks from the younger generation, Uncle's face flushed with embarrassment. "You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting?" Nevertheless, he understood that his solitary life in the village would be significantly smoother and safer. With the enhancement of his own capabilities, he no longer viewed the future with the same despair as in previous days. If his beloved spouse and family could return, it would be a blessing. In this apocalyptic world, the elderly were well aware of the dire circumstances if their loved ones could not come back. Simply surviving another day in their hometown would offer a glimmer of hope. The duo took a bit longer to draw the zombies in before dispatching them, but the outcome was satisfactory. They meticulously stowed their weapons and boarded the electric tricycle, steering towards the supermarket. At that moment, the nearby zombies had vanished from sight. Arriving in front of a row of houses, Suyu instructed his uncle to halt the vehicle. He surveyed his surroundings before approaching the front courtyard of a house and stepping inside. Uncle inquired, "Xiaoyu, is this your cousin's home? Would you like to take a look?" "Indeed, Jiang. Having come this far, I must ascertain the situation inside," Suyu responded, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. He gently pressed down on the handle of the entrance door. It was unlocked. With caution, he cracked the door open and peered inside, only to swiftly close it again as the unmistakable low growl of a zombie reverberated from within. Suyu turned with a pained expression to close the door. The anticipated events had indeed transpired. At that moment, his uncle also emerged from the vehicle and stepped into the courtyard. He too had heard the low growl, yet chose to remain silent, casting a glance at Suyu, indicating that he awaited his decision. Chapter 58. The transformation into a proficient mover at the supermarket. Suyu handed the long gun to his uncle and said, "This is for your protection. Once I unlock the door, you will slowly assist me in pushing it open with the long gun. Do not worry, Ayu. I shall cooperate with you." His uncle replied as he accepted the long gun, setting aside the jujube wood stick. He tested the distance between the long gun and the door, gauging the situation with a few tentative movements. Observing his surroundings, Suyu spotted a small table nearby, lifted it with one hand, and positioned it in front of the metallic security door. With an axe in his left hand, he approached the door, using his right hand to swiftly press down on the doorknob and push inward. Instantly, he felt resistance from behind the door. Reacting quickly, Suyu stepped back half a pace, his gaze fixed intently on the crack of the door. At that moment, the right side of the security door swung inward, the hoarse growl from behind growing increasingly pronounced. Subsequently, a withered, gray-brown hand clawed at the door as a decaying head emerged, its claw reaching outward, pressing against the however. The zombie's waist collided with the table at the center of the door, causing its upper body to lurch forward and crash onto the table. In that instant, Suyu delivered a decisive axe strike to the zombie's forehead, cleaving its head in two from top to bottom. A viscous, dark brown liquid splattered everywhere, staining the table and the security door with filth. Suyu swiftly withdrew the axe and retreated, his senses on high alert as he began to observe his surroundings. The zombie lay motionless on the table, and the atmosphere inside and outside the room was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. "Ayu, this one should be dead. Did you see the zombie's face clearly?" The inquiry from his uncle shattered the tense moment. Suyu offered a wry smile, admitting, "I didn't catch a good look. I was focused on how to deliver a fatal blow to the zombie." At that moment, his uncle, armed with a long gun, prodded the corpse's shoulder and swiftly rolled it over. The side of the zombie's face, half visible, revealed a grayish-blue visage, bulging eyes, and a network of veins coursing across its skin, evoking an unsettling chill. Yet there was no mistaking it. This was indeed Suyu's cousin. Shaking his head, Suyu chose not to search for the crystal fragment this time. Instead, he pushed open the door, circumvented the main entrance and the metal table, and stepped into the hall on the first floor. Suyu inspected the first floor and found nothing unusual. At that moment, his uncle entered the house silently, proceeding directly to the kitchen for a brief examination. He then tossed an object into the stairwell leading to the second floor, which produced a series of clattering sounds. After a short wait, Suyu ascended to the second floor. A few minutes later, his uncle, somewhat anxious while clutching a red tassel spear on the first floor, observed as Suyu gradually descended the stairs. Once again, Suyu entered the kitchen and began rummaging through the supplies. An elderly man from downstairs also made his way to the kitchen. There, Suyu gathered various food items: rice, noodles, vermicelli, instant noodles, beverages, condiments, and liquor, placing them all on the dining table. Noticing his uncle's arrival in the kitchen, Suyu smiled and explained, "Jiang, there is no one and no zombies upstairs. These items are usable. We should take them with us. Indeed, let us carry them back. If they can be of use, we must not let them go to waste. It will be convenient for transport outside," the elderly man replied, setting aside the red tassel spear to assist Suyu in organizing the items. Suyu found 2 bags and began packing the primarily food items, with one hand grasping 2 heavy bags and the other holding an axe. He called out to his uncle and descended the stairs, exiting directly to the tricycle. His uncle followed from behind, not forgetting to secure the front door. The 2 individuals drove away from Suyu's paternal uncle's home in a contemplative silence. Suyu's relatives were few, and this uncle had always treated him kindly since he could remember. They maintained regular contact, especially during festive seasons. When Suyu entered university, his uncle had extended a considerable favor, demonstrating genuine concern for his family. As the apocalypse unfolded, Suyu found himself witnessing the anticipated events firsthand, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened and melancholic. They exchanged no words during the journey, and after 3 to 4 minutes, the tricycle arrived at the supermarket's entrance. This time, his uncle executed a graceful arc, parking the vehicle at an angle by the entrance. Suyu alighted and instinctively knocked on the door a few times. Nearby, not a single zombie was in sight. He had thoroughly cleared the majority of the wandering undead from the village, leaving only a few scattered zombies residing in more remote buildings. For the moment, the possibility of a small-scale horde emerging seemed unlikely. Additionally, many zombies were trapped inside residences. As long as they were not provoked and the rooms remained undisturbed, they posed no immediate threat. Suyu ambled into the supermarket, ready to commence his zero-cost shopping endeavor. Previously, he had only brought a backpack and had to carry water bottles back, so he did not gather many supplies. Initially, Suyu had contemplated relocating these resources to a building, establishing a makeshift depot for safekeeping. Compared to the open supermarket on the roadside, it felt more secure. However, with his uncle's electric tricycle, which was a veritable marvel for short-distance transport, this endeavor became significantly easier. Suyu felt no concern any longer. He began to load large items such as bottled water, cooking oil, and rice onto the vehicle. The boxes, sturdy and substantial, were swiftly transported, with strength now exceeding that of an average person by over 50%, nearing 300 kilograms. He effortlessly grasped a 50-pound bag of rice in one hand, while cradling a box of cooking oil in the other. In a few swift strides, he reached the doorway and deftly placed the items into the trunk, arranging them neatly around the periphery. The center was reserved for various scattered supplies. Turning back, he called out to his uncle-in-law, "Jiang, could you find a box to organize the miscellaneous items? I will handle the lifting." Indeed, Suyu's strength was akin to that of a bull, a statement not at all exaggerated. As he clutched the items, his muscles swelled, revealing an explosive power. He transformed into a diligent mover, tirelessly transporting goods back and forth, filling the vehicle within 4 to 5 minutes. After surveying the supermarket, he silently calculated that it would take at least 2 more trips to complete the task. This endeavor exceeded his initial expectations, as he had envisioned merely acquiring essential supplies rather than settling in the village long-term. Fortunately, with his uncle-in-law's electric tricycle, the manual labor seemed less daunting. Otherwise, Suyu felt it would have been quite laborious. At that moment, his uncle-in-law approached, carrying 2 large bags of provisions. As he walked, he remarked, "Ayu, shall we head back first?" Suyu promptly replied, "Yes, Jiang, let us return. But where shall we store all these items? Chapter 59. The off-road vehicle from the neighboring village. The question posed by the uncle left him somewhat bewildered. Xiaoyu, what do you mean? Upon noticing his confusion, Suyu took a sip of Red Bull, lit a cigarette for his uncle, and then shared his thoughts. His suggestion was to refrain from placing all the items together. Instead, some should remain at his uncle's home, while 2 to 3 nearby vacant rooms could serve as hiding spots. This was particularly important for items that could be stored for an extended period, given that his uncle was the sole resident in the village, which made him uneasy. Moreover, he emphasized that not all eggs should be placed in one basket. Listening intently to Suyu, the elder began to ponder and promptly replied, "Those items that cannot be stored for long should all be kept at my house, as they need to be consumed swiftly. We can leave some in the wine cellar of a neighboring house." At this moment, Suyu discovered that among the row of houses belonging to his uncle, one family had excavated a basement, primarily used for storing liquor. The temperature regulation in the cellar made it an ideal location for food preservation. Suyu found this idea quite appealing. However, he insisted on having 2 additional storage locations for safety. After some contemplation, his uncle proposed utilizing a nearby newly constructed building. Although it lacked interior finishing, this 3-story structure was merely a framework, currently cluttered with various items. Concealing some packaged goods in a designated area that would likely go unnoticed. "Jiang, you truly are remarkable," Suyu exclaimed. "This approach is brilliant. In a village filled with inhabited homes and essential supplies, no one would pay attention to the clutter in an unfinished building." Suyu couldn't help but admire Jiang's seasoned wisdom. Following this line of thought, Suyu recalled the moment when he had dispatched over 20 zombies by the roadside, their decaying bodies still lingering in that foul-smelling building. After contemplating, he shared his thoughts with Aunt Jiang. He proposed that there might be valuable supplies hidden within that house, and suggested luring some zombies inside, using the stench of the rotting corpses as a cover to safeguard the resources. Additionally, he considered placing a small portion of supplies at the neighboring house, facilitating access while also serving as a strategic diversion. Upon hearing Suyu's suggestion, the elder deemed it a sound plan, and they proceeded to discuss which supplies would be most appropriately stored in each location. After finishing their cigarettes, they set off in the car towards Uncle's house. Within 3 minutes, they arrived at the back entrance. They agreed to move some items into the first floor while leaving others at the entrance for storage elsewhere. With Suyu's formidable strength, they swiftly completed the unloading. Without pausing, they turned around to head back to the supermarket. Uncle, now cautious, refrained from reversing. The ominous sound of the vehicle's backward motion could be heard by half the village, having once attracted a particularly agile zombie that had left Suyu drenched in fear. Now, Uncle navigated in circles, attempting to avoid any noise that might arise from reversing. In less than 3 minutes, the electric bicycle swiftly arrived at the supermarket entrance. After parking, Suyu promptly dismounted, ready to enter the store. Her uncle had yet to alight, but at that moment, the sound of an approaching vehicle resonated from the distant road. This sound, often subtle, became jarringly pronounced in the eerie stillness of the post-apocalyptic village. Suyu quickly discerned that the car was coming from the upstream village and was drawing nearer. Once her uncle opened the car door and stepped out, he too noted the distant vehicle. He pointed towards the right road and inquired, "You, is that where the car is coming from?" Suyu, keeping her gaze fixed on the road, replied, "Jiang, be cautious. There are outsiders driving along the road." Approximately a minute later, a vehicle emerged in the distance, swiftly traversing the road. Even from afar, Suyu noticed the smudges on the windshield and the damage to the front bumper. On this bright day, the car's wipers swung back and forth despite the clear skies. The two of them watched as the car approached from several dozen meters away, maintaining a brisk speed of around 60 to 70 miles per hour. After another 10 seconds or so, as the vehicle neared the supermarket, Suyu observed it noticeably decelerating. In truth, the village roads were relatively well maintained, as Suyu had cleared the area of any zombies. Along the roadside, scattered remnants of zombies lay in disarray, crawling about. Yet the vehicle traversing the highway remained unaffected. However, it was evident that this car had originated from a village upstream by the river. Its unexpected arrival in this post-apocalyptic setting heightened the vigilance of Suyu and his companion. The car came to a halt approximately 7 to 8 meters from the supermarket, its engine still humming. Almost simultaneously, 2 men emerged from the front seats, and shortly after, a young woman stepped out from the rear door. Among the men, one was a tall, slender youth, exceeding 6 feet in height, likely in his early 20s, wielding a fire axe adorned with conspicuous red spray paint. The other was a robust, middle-aged man, of similar stature to Su Yu, though appearing somewhat older, gripping a lengthy rebar exceeding 1 meter in length. The young woman, also in her 20s, carried a modest backpack. After disembarking, they advanced 3 to 4 meters towards Su Yu, positioning themselves near an electric tricycle, scrutinizing the two of them. At this moment, Su Yu appeared somewhat lean, yet possessed a well-proportioned physique. He could not be described as muscular, but rather as a somewhat sharp and mature man. In contrast, his uncle, nearing his 70s, had absorbed 2 crystal cores, though his outward appearance remained largely unchanged. If any transformation were to be noted, it would be Su Yu's observation that his uncle's posture had become somewhat straighter, and with improved nourishment, his complexion was no less vibrant than usual. However, the trio across from them bore expressions that hinted at a degree of malnutrition. The 2 men exuded a rugged demeanor, yet their current state was slightly disheveled. A tall, slender figure inquired in the local dialect, "Gentlemen, have you cleared these monsters outside the supermarket? Your village is truly impressive. I noticed a significant reduction in monsters since my arrival. As I approached the small bridge in this village, I found not a single living creature." The tall figure smiled and continued, "I admire you. I envy your village. Unlike ours, where monsters abound, even on the roads, we dare not stop while driving. My name is Ajin, and these are my companions, Minggu and Xiaowan." As he spoke, he gestured towards his 2 companions, reiterating which village they hailed from. Su Yu exchanged a glance with his uncle, realizing they were from the neighboring village situated alongside the asphalt road. At that moment, Su Yu spoke up. "What brings you here? If you're merely seeking directions, you can follow the road ahead to exit the village and reach the city." His tone was rather brusque, lacking any semblance of courtesy or camaraderie. In essence, he was urging them to leave. It was evident that these individuals did not come with good intentions. The sudden halt of their vehicle and their collective descent indicated they harbored ulterior motives. With a substantial stockpile of goods behind him in the supermarket, which would undoubtedly attract those from the apocalypse, Su Yu had gleaned from their tone that their village's small grocery store could not possibly transport supplies in such an unceremonious manner. Furthermore, the demeanor and expressions of the trio suggested their primary aim was to pilfer the resources from the supermarket. Given the circumstances, Su Yu felt no obligation to engage in pleasantries or superficial niceties. He directly articulated his stance, effectively halting any attempts to establish familiarity. At that moment, a middle-aged man addressed his uncle, saying, "Elder, we left in haste and did not bring any provisions or water. We were hoping to procure some from the supermarket. Would that be convenient for you? Given the state of the world, filled with monsters, we consider ourselves fortunate to encounter kind souls like yourselves, as most others have either transformed into beasts or met their demise." This individual's approach and choice of conversational partner were significantly more adept than that of the tall, slender man, displaying a shrewdness aimed at eliciting sympathy. Upon hearing the mention of himself, Su Yu's uncle immediately turned his gaze towards Su Yu. Su Yu scrutinized the middle-aged man coldly for 2 to 3 seconds before responding with a measured tone. "I regret to inform you that food and water have now become non-renewable resources. Should you require them, you may seek out the village convenience store ahead. Our village's supplies are not freely distributed." Su Yu's words carried a firm authority, justified by the circumstances at hand. He was within the confines of his own village and felt no inclination to extend courtesy to outsiders. These individuals had arrived with ill intentions, armed upon their descent. Yet their words were deceptively pleasant, as if it were a matter of course for them to take what they desired. However, those resources were earned through his own peril. Even his elderly uncle had fought against zombies and assisted in transporting supplies. Why, then, should they be bestowed upon transient visitors? The tall, slender figure beside him, exhibiting a hint of impatience, brandished an axe and struck the side of the electric vehicle with a resounding thud. With a peculiar tone, he remarked, "There are plenty of items in this supermarket. It is not excessive for us to take a share of food and water. Moreover, this supermarket does not belong to you. Why should you be entitled to take everything while we are not?" Su Yu turned his head, furrowing his brow and directing a piercing gaze at the young man. "Oh, why not? This is our village's provision. We have labored to clear away the monsters you speak of. Do you intend to reap the rewards without effort?" Su Yu unleashed a torrent of verbal confrontation. "Why don't you procure supplies from your own village's supermarket? Do not stand here, demanding resources as if it were your right. I have already informed you that a few hundred meters ahead, There are shops along the roadside where you can gather supplies for yourselves. If you think you can take our resources without consequence, I am afraid you are mistaken." His words, though devoid of profanity, were laced with a biting sharpness, reminiscent of his fervor during the frantic slaughter of the undead. The provocations from these individuals ignited the pent-up resentment within him. Why should you, a fool, benefit at our expense with such entitlement? Why not come and seize it yourself? Though these thoughts lingered unspoken, as his uncle was nearby, Suyu refrained from voicing them, fearing to frighten him. Additionally, his own cultivated demeanor and refinement forbade such crude aggression. As a member of the Special Operations Bureau, Suyu possessed an inherently distinctive and formidable presence in certain respects. In times past, during his sojourn abroad, Suyu had engaged in certain barbaric or unreasonable acts. Upon uttering these words, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow, his smile transforming into a frigid grimace. The slender, tall individual, clearly on the brink of an outburst, violently swung his axe towards the edge of the carriage, exclaiming, "What do you mean by this? Acting so arrogantly?" The axe struck, creating a dent in the metal frame of the rickety vehicle, causing some of the blue paint to flake away. Observing this, the nearby uncle frowned, gripping the jujube would stick tightly but remaining silent, deferring to Suyu's judgment. "I mean no harm. This supermarket is ours now, and I am in charge," Suyu declared, his gaze sharp as he addressed them. "Ah, Jean, don't act recklessly. Listen to Minggu," the girl beside him urged the lanky figure anxiously. Turning to Suyu, she spoke politely, "Sir, my apologies. My friend can be rather impulsive. We were merely passing through, and upon seeing you, we felt delighted. We hope to replenish some water and food. We mean no offense." Hearing the girl's sincere apology and explanation, the uncle's face softened into a faint smile, clearly relieved. However, Suyu remained unchanged, casting a glance at the girl before fixing his stare upon the two men once more. He then calmly remarked, "Which of you is trustworthy? Do not let just anyone make a ruckus here. This is no longer the past. Should we awaken a monster, we shall all bear the consequences." Casually tossing aside the half-consumed can of Red Bull, it landed with a resounding splash into the river to the left. Almost immediately, eerie zombie-like howls echoed from the water below the bridge, accompanied by a cacophony of splashes. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three individuals across darkened. The tall, slender man, poised to raise his axe and issue a fierce retort, was abruptly stilled by the commotion of the undead in the river, and he glanced nervously around. The woman, visibly startled, retreated a step towards the car, her demeanor betraying her alarm. The middle-aged man, though his countenance was grim, maintained a calm composure as he scrutinized Suyu intently. After a few moments, noting the absence of any zombies, he appeared somewhat reassured and addressed Suyu in a measured tone. "My friend, I apologize for our earlier demeanor. My companion here has a rather impulsive temperament. We harbor no ill intentions. We merely pass through your village seeking to replenish our supplies of water and food. We are but 3 travelers in need of a modest amount, seeking only a drink of water without any ulterior motives." Upon hearing this, Suyu's expression softened slightly as he regarded the tall man anew. At that moment, the woman hurriedly exchanged glances with him, prompting Suyu to grasp their unspoken intentions. However, he chose to remain indifferent, merely observing them for a few moments before turning back to the trio and speaking slowly. "If your intent is merely to ask for water and food as you journey, we can certainly extend our hospitality. Yet, should you attempt to manipulate the situation for your gain, that would not be the conduct of those genuinely seeking assistance." Suyu slowly articulated those imposing words to the middle-aged man. Observing Suyu's cessation of confrontational remarks, his uncle felt a slight sense of relief. Suyu then shifted his gaze towards the woman, fixating on her as if contemplating something profound. His brow furrowed, and his sharp eyes bore into the young girl standing nearby, causing her to feel unnerved and prompting a desire to retreat. In Chapter 61, the frustration intensified as Suyu continued his intense stare for a full 5 to 6 seconds. Not only did the girl feel unsettled, but the two individuals beside her, including her uncle, also found Suyu's demeanor peculiar. It appeared as though he was in deep thought, his gaze devoid of any ulterior motives. Otherwise, the other two might have struggled to contain themselves. At that moment, Suyu, seeming to regain his composure, spoke. "The lady earlier expressed a desire for additional water and food. I am willing to grant you this favor. You may go to the supermarket alone, carrying items in your arms, pockets, or backpack. However, You must return within 1 minute and cannot use any other means to transport the goods. Take as much as you can. He gestured towards the small supermarket behind him. Suyu's conditions were relatively lenient. It was certainly feasible for one person to hastily gather some food and water. Given that the supermarket was privately owned, acquiring a substantial amount without force was unlikely. They needed to depart swiftly, and thus the three of them abandoned any plans to forcibly seize large quantities of provisions. The girl named Xiaowen nervously glanced at the middle-aged man, Minggu, who responded with a slight nod. With a radiant smile, she expressed her gratitude to Suyu and her uncle, saying, "Thank you. Thank you. We will only take a few essentials for the journey, nothing more." She pressed her palms together in a gesture of appreciation. Subsequently, the girl gracefully maneuvered between Suyu and her uncle, making her way into the supermarket. At that moment, a peculiar scene unfolded outside. Four men stood in a tense standoff, fixating on one another while occasionally glancing at their watches. Inside, the girl had opened her backpack and was frantically stuffing it with an assortment of biscuits, delicatessen items, chocolates, and small packaged snacks. Once her backpack was brimming, she discreetly tucked several smaller bags of food into her clothing pockets. After securing her backpack on her back, she reached for some beverages, including milk and mineral water. Meanwhile, a voice resonated from within the supermarket, announcing, "You have only 10 seconds left." It was Suyu's timely reminder. The girl, quick-witted, had just arranged the assorted bottles on the counter. Upon hearing the countdown, she organized them, grabbed a large bottle of coconut milk, and swiftly gathered the remaining bottles in her arms. With her backpack and pockets filled to the brim, and her hands cradling over 10 bottles of water and drinks, she walked awkwardly towards the supermarket exit, leaning slightly backward, her arms full, and cautiously taking each step to avoid dropping anything. Moments later, the girl slowly approached the doorway, merely a meter away from her uncle. Suyu stood nearby, and she intended to slip past the two of them. At that moment, Suyu, positioned sideways, extended his hand to obstruct the lady's path. "Wait a moment." Though uttered softly, the words startled the four individuals at the supermarket entrance. One middle-aged man shot a fierce and anxious glare at Suyu, immediately demanding, "What do you mean? Xiaowen hasn't he been gone for a minute? And she too is carrying items. Why the change of heart?" Another tall, slender man remained silent, yet tightened his grip around the fire axe in his hand, nervously facing Suyu. Suyu regarded the two with a cold smile, lifting his hand to gesture towards the girl. "I have not changed my mind, Jiang. You should keep an eye on this woman." Then, he articulated slowly and deliberately a statement that left the onlookers somewhat perplexed. "You mentioned wanting water and food, and I agreed to allow one of you to enter and retrieve what you could. Now, your companions have emerged with water and provisions. Are you satisfied?" He cast a sardonic glance at the two outside, while the girl remained still, clutching her items, too intimidated to move. Upon hearing Suyu instruct the elderly man to watch her, she grew even more hesitant, refraining from speech and merely gazing outside with a pleading expression directed towards the middle-aged man. She had been somewhat greedy, having stuffed numerous items into her clothing, and now, with her arms laden with heavy bottles, she was beginning to struggle. Upon witnessing the young woman's plight and hearing Suyu's inquiry, the middle-aged man promptly responded, "Friend, we are content. This is more than sufficient for our needs." Suyu, unperturbed, turned his gaze towards the gaunt, lanky figure, posing the question with a calm demeanor. "And you? You must be a Jean, correct? Are you also satisfied?" The lanky man, initially displaying an air of arrogance and provocation, found himself restrained by his two companions. Gripping his axe, he hesitated to respond to Suyu's query, his eyes fixed on him. At that moment, the young woman interjected, her voice tinged with urgency, "A Jean. Just say you're satisfied. I can barely hold on any longer." "I am satisfied," a Jean swiftly replied to Suyu's inquiry. "Huh." Suyu chuckled. "I am a fair man. I have honored your request, and the water and food have been retrieved from the supermarket. This fair maiden has taken it upon herself to carry the items, so I need not inquire further. You are all content, whether through mischievous intent or deliberate prolongation." Suyu's words and inquiries left the young woman stranded at the entrance, laden with goods and hesitant to move. However, Suyu continued, "There remains a matter unresolved, a source of great dissatisfaction." A murmur of surprise rippled through the onlookers as Suyu slowly extended his right hand towards the lanky figure. "Our vehicle was vandalized for no apparent reason. Is this the act of a mere passerby? We acceded to your request for water and allowed you to pilfer a considerable amount of goods from the convenience store. You are all satisfied. Yet the damage to our vehicle remains unaddressed. We, too, seek a resolution that brings us contentment, regardless of whether it is the past or the present. Especially in these extraordinary times, it is indeed a matter of both sentiment and reason. After Suyu articulated his thoughts, the gazes of several individuals converged upon the electric tricycle that was haphazardly parked at the entrance. On the rear side of the left compartment door, there was a dent the size of a bowl, with some blue paint chipped away beside it. This damage had indeed been inflicted moments ago by a lanky individual wielding a fire axe. Suyu aptly pointed out this situation. His reasoning was sound. If one were to approach others seeking water or food, and those individuals graciously invited one to help oneself, taking as much as one could carry, yet one subsequently damaged their vehicle, one would undeniably be in the wrong. However, this is an apocalyptic world. A broken electric cart, much like a small car or luxury vehicle, holds little significance. Everyone understands the underlying thoughts, weighing the rationale against each other, yet such sentiments cannot be openly expressed. To imply that one could take the offered water and food while dismissing the damage to a trivial electric tricycle as inconsequential is not a jest. Was it merely a playful exchange? Were they simply granting you face by allowing you to damage their vehicle? Perhaps it is both true and not true. Yet as long as one retains a modicum of logical thinking from the world before the apocalypse, one would hesitate to voice such notions. This predicament ensnared Suyu's recent actions and left them unable to articulate a counterargument. The impulsive, lanky individual, now with a flushed countenance, took a step forward, glaring at Suyu, unsure whether he intended to hurl insults or resort to violence. Chapter 62. The compensation for the steel rod. The lanky Akin found himself at a loss for words, fully aware that he could not contend with Suyu. Yet, he felt a profound sense of grievance, realizing that the fault lay in their initial intention to visit the supermarket merely to gather supplies. They had envisioned selecting their desired provisions, but upon encountering Suyu's formidable presence, they were deterred from demanding anything outright. Instead, they resorted to a form of moral coercion, attempting to disguise their motives as mere requests for assistance, a ruse that Suyu saw through with ease. Employing a few clever tactics, he ensnared them in their own game of moral manipulation, presenting arguments that were not only more compelling, but also seemed entirely justifiable. What exacerbated their predicament was the sight of a girl clutching an armful of items, yet being barred at the entrance of the store. Suyu, emboldened by this situation, continued to articulate his so-called rationale, leaving them utterly speechless, nearly causing them internal distress. They could not possibly admit to their original intention of seizing their possessions. They had only taken a modest amount of food and water, and had merely nudged an old electric cart, all in an effort to save face. Akin, incensed, contemplated violence, a reaction that Suyu had anticipated. He stepped forward, lunging with intent, his right hand raised, brandishing an axe aimed at Suyu. At that moment, a middle-aged man intervened, exclaiming, "Stop! Akin, what do you think you are doing?" Simultaneously, Akin, having barely taken 2 steps forward, halted abruptly. Before him loomed a metallic blade reminiscent of a red-tasseled spear, less than a foot away, aimed squarely at his face. Should he dare to advance further or attempt to thrust, he would undoubtedly find himself at the mercy of its sharp edge. Akin merely perceived Suyu's left hand rising slightly beside him, the gun's muzzle suddenly appearing before his eyes. The middle-aged man attempted to subdue Akin, turning sideways, and thus failed to discern the entirety of the situation. He promptly declared, "Let us not act impulsively. This is a misunderstanding. Akin, step back and lower your axe." The middle-aged man, Mingo, retreated a step while grasping a rebar, pulling Akin backward. He had already formulated a plan for retreat. The 2 individuals before him were enigmatic. While he could not ascertain the elderly man's capabilities, the younger man presented a formidable challenge. His agility was uncanny and his demeanor menacing, coupled with a quick-witted mind and a sharp tongue, making it prudent to avoid provoking such a person. "Friend, we are responsible for damaging your vehicle. What do you propose we do about it?" This statement implied a concession. Not only did he physically restrain his agitated companion, but he also posed a question indicating a willingness to cooperate, clearly displaying a gesture of submission. Suyu recognized that this individual was capable of restraint, which explained his position as the leader among the trio and their ability to escape the zombie-infested village. If we have damaged someone else's property, we must offer compensation. Upon hearing this admission of concession, Suyu immediately interjected, What form of compensation is required? The middle-aged man inquired with calmness. What do you suggest regarding this iron rod in your possession? Suyu replied, if it were to be welded onto the vehicle, it would just suffice. Upon hearing this, the uncle's expression shifted to one of intrigue, while the other three were left astonished. The middle-aged man, Ming, held a rebar that was roughly the thickness of an adult's index finger. The entire piece had been meticulously polished, its surface smooth with only a few specks of rust, as if it had been carefully wiped clean, giving it a subtle reddish-brown hue. The gripping section was encased in leather, fashioned into a handle, while the very tip had been distinctly honed to a sharp triangular point. The man's expression fluctuated between gloom and determination. He hesitated to part with this weapon, a product of considerable labor and effort, through which he had dispatched several zombies. He noticed the girl at the door clutching her belongings, trembling slightly, and realized he had been deceived. She had gone to fetch something, only to find herself nearly taken hostage. After a few seconds of contemplation, the man resolutely declared, very well, I can offer this iron rod as compensation. Could you allow Xiao Wen to place her things in the vehicle first? At that moment, Suyu smiled. From the moment he laid eyes on the long rebar, he deemed it superior to the jujube wood staff, nearly on par with his red tassel spear. The rebar could serve as a formidable weapon, albeit lacking in sharpness. It would be quite suitable for his uncle. He contemplated the idea of retaining this weapon for himself. However, it would be unwise to overtly seize it in front of his uncle, and doing so could easily result in harm or even death to an innocent person, which was unnecessary at the moment, though he had encountered death before, both directly and indirectly, that had occurred abroad. When he observed their shift in tone, demanding supplies, implying they wanted less, Suyu conceived a strategy to acquire the rebar spear. Beside him, a Jin reluctantly protested, no, we cannot give it to him. This is our fault, and we must make amends. He glanced at Xiao Wen, burdened with food and water, considering these as compensation for their goods. The middle-aged man sought to justify himself, reasoning that food is irreplaceable, whereas a few steel bars could easily be procured again, allowing for the possibility of crafting something of superior quality later. Well then, have you reached a consensus? Who is in charge here? Suyu interjected, expressing his dissatisfaction, portraying himself as the innocent and disadvantaged party. This time, the middle-aged man noticed the beads of sweat on the young woman's forehead. It was evident that she was struggling to hold the food. Resolutely, he declared, I agree to give it to you. I will place the iron rods in your vehicle first. Let Xiao Wen carry the items back to the car. Fine. Suyu replied nonchalantly. As long as you agree. It belongs to me. If you dare to go back on your word, I'll enlighten you on why the flowers are so red and why there are so few zombies here. From the very beginning, Suyu had felt no fear towards these three individuals. With the recent absorption of crystal blocks and stones, his physical condition had not only surpassed his pre-injury state, but seemed to be more than 3 times stronger than during his peak. Having observed the 2 men among them, he surmised that they were indeed stronger than his uncle, yet still only marginally more formidable than an average person. He estimated that they had not absorbed many crystal blocks. Even if they had, the quantity would likely be limited. Naturally, Suyu had no intention of disclosing the matter of the crystal blocks to them. The middle-aged Ming Gu tilted the rebar into the compartment of the electric tricycle. Suyu, with a wave of his right hand, gestured for the girl to approach the vehicle. It was only then that she mustered the courage to laboriously embrace the supplies and began to move. Upon witnessing this, Ming Gu whispered a few words to the lanky individual, who then gradually made his way towards the vehicle. After a brief pause, the girl reached alongside a Jin, who opened the rear of the vehicle, and together they placed the supplies inside. Subsequently, a Jin took his seat in the driver's position. Suyu recalled that a Jin had initially occupied the passenger seat. Take your time, and please refrain from any tricks. Suyu's voice resonated at the entrance of the supermarket. He had remained in this position, which not only shielded the entrance of the supermarket, but also provided side protection for his uncle. Noticing that Xiao Wen and the others had boarded the vehicle, the middle-aged man slightly spread his arms, took 2 or 3 steps back, and then turned to head towards the car, this time opting for the passenger seat. Chapter 63. Deciding the departure time from the novice village. Once all 3 were aboard, the engine of the car, still running, roared to life. Suyu, stationed at the supermarket entrance, watched as the vehicle slowly maneuvered past the supermarket and traversed the overpass, proceeding along the road towards the outskirts of the village. After exchanging a few words with his uncle, Suyu unburdened himself of his backpack, retrieved his binoculars, and sprinted swiftly towards the supermarket building behind him. This supermarket was equipped with stairs leading to the rooftop terrace. His strength and stamina had significantly improved, enabling him to ascend from the first floor to the top in one breath. In less than a minute, he stood at the pinnacle of the top floor, peering through binoculars towards the village entrance. Suyu recalled that near the welcome sign at the village entrance, a few cars had been abandoned by the roadside after a collision, obstructing much of the roadway. The first agile zombie had emerged from that direction. At the time, he had been intrigued by this peculiar type of zombie and had searched that area, pondering the issue of vehicular passage while clearing the nearby zombies. Suyu felt that the large off-road vehicle he had just seen would find it difficult to navigate the blocked road. Indeed, from the vantage point of the rooftop, he observed that the vehicle had come to a halt at the village entrance. Bringing the binoculars closer, he noticed individuals disembarking from the vehicle, who then began manually pushing the obstructing cars. The high-powered binoculars provided a clear view, yet the trees and foliage along the roadside obscured some of his sight. He could only faintly discern that two men were engaged in pushing the cars, without being able to ascertain the precise situation. He was keen to discover whether any of those individuals had knowledge of crystal blocks, had absorbed crystal energy, or had encountered crystal stones. Their earlier arrogance seemed to provoke a few, and should a confrontation arise, it would provide valuable insight into their circumstances. After 2 or 3 minutes, it appeared that the obstructing vehicles had been moved, and the cars began to advance, exiting the village's archway. They did not pause at the nearby roadside shop in the adjacent village, and soon the vehicle drove out of the binoculars' range. After observing for a while longer, Suyu lit a cigarette and slowly made his way down from the upper floor. Unbeknownst to him, after leaving the village, the vehicle that had just departed made its way past the neighboring village and traveled for another mile or two before the middle-aged man directed the off-road vehicle towards a spacious clearing by the roadside. This relatively open expanse showed no signs of zombies. Upon entering, the vehicle turned around and came to a halt, the engine silenced, seemingly preparing for a brief respite. As soon as they had settled, the tall, lean individual began to voice his grievances, saying, "Brother Ming, why didn't we take action earlier? That kid was far too arrogant. Damn it, he was so cocky. There are 3 of us, and only 2 of them, one of whom is an old man." The middle-aged man accepted the food passed to him from the driver and shared some with the tall, lean man, first taking a generous swig from a bottle of mineral water. He then spoke slowly to the 2 individuals in the vehicle. "Do not be deceived by the fact that there is only one young man who appears to possess combat skills. You are unaware of whether there are other survivors in their village. Even if it is just that one person, he is not someone we can confront directly." Upon hearing Brother Ming's analysis, the tall, lean man considered the possibility of other individuals being present, feeling somewhat disgruntled at the thought that one person could be more formidable than they. Meanwhile, the girl in the back was eating without any objections, merely selecting her preferred snacks and comfortably enjoying her food and drink while eavesdropping on the conversation between the 2 men. Brother Ming's subsequent remarks quelled any lingering doubts from the girl. "Ejin, do not think that just because the 2 of us have absorbed a few crystals." He appeared to deem himself superior. "Do you recall if you observed a zombie near the village's bridgehead? After crossing the bridge, you all witnessed a multitude of zombie corpses by the roadside. Did you discern anything peculiar?" At that moment, the girl in the back promptly pointed out the anomaly. The zombies' heads had all been severed. "I mentioned that I felt something was amiss at the time. Indeed, they too were decapitating zombies and were aware of the existence of crystalline entities. Having eradicated a significant portion of the village's zombie population, they undoubtedly acquired more crystals than we did. The more crystals one absorbs, the greater the enhancement to one's physical attributes. I surmise that the elderly man also absorbed crystals, and Ajin might not necessarily be able to subdue him. I personally believe that I would be unable to defeat the young man, even without their assistance. Furthermore, even if we were victorious, can you guarantee that we would not sustain injuries or losses?" Alas, the middle-aged man sighed, refraining from voicing a particular sentiment. They were already content with the current situation. He further cautioned the other 2, instructing them to refrain from provoking the young man should they encounter him again, and to avoid inciting his anger at all costs. Meanwhile, Jiang Suyu, descending from the upper floor to the ground floor, remarked to his uncle, "They have driven out of the village, taking the provisions with them. They should not be returning. Ayu, did you initially intend to provide them with some supplies, but you also sought to acquire that rebar?" "Indeed," Jiang Suyu responded, harboring no secrets from his uncle. They disembarked, undoubtedly contemplating the supplies from the supermarket. Yet we cannot allow them to take without restraint, reaping benefits without effort. If we do not confront them, they might perceive their numbers as an advantage, potentially creating further complications. Suyu smiled and remarked, "Of course, I also believe that weapon crafted from rebar is quite remarkable. Perfectly suited for you, uncle, and far more durable than a jujube would stick." Directly requesting it would likely lead to considerable trouble. Hearing this, the elder was momentarily taken aback, as he assumed Suyu intended to acquire the weapon for his own use. Upon this note, the elder extended the rebar gun in his hand for Suyu to inspect. Suyu had initially examined this weapon. Its tip was polished to a gleaming point, intriguingly shaped like a triangular spike, reminiscent of a bayonet. Could it be that those two had military experience? The grip was wrapped in leather, with fine copper wire coiled within. The rebar's surface bore rust, exhibiting a reddish-brown hue. Bringing it to his nose, Suyu detected a foul odor, indicating it had been tainted by the blood of zombies, likely from a prior encounter where it was inadequately cleaned. After his assessment, he concluded that the weapon required no further modifications at this moment, as he lacked the tools and conditions for such alterations. "Uncle Jiang, this will be your primary weapon from now on. Its length and weight seem ideally suited for you." "Xiaoyu, your consideration is truly commendable," replied Jiang, accepting the weapon with gratitude. Satisfied, he produced a cloth from somewhere and began to wipe it down. This situation amused Suyu, as his uncle displayed certain childlike traits, reveling in the joy of acquiring a beloved toy. After this amusing interlude, having exchanged a modest amount of supplies for a primary weapon suitable for his uncle, Suyu felt quite satisfied with the bargain. Subsequently, he contemplated the provisions available in the supermarket, concluding that the time to formally depart from the village had arrived. Chapter 64. Striving to empty the supermarket, the two took turns examining their newly acquired weapon, which the uncle placed in the driver's compartment of the electric vehicle. They then commenced the meticulous task of categorizing and packing the supermarket's items into cardboard boxes, with greater attention to detail than the previous day's selection and organization. They grouped the contents by storage type, purpose, and category. After a little over 10 minutes, the first fully loaded cart was dispatched. The uncle drove at a leisurely pace, while Suyu, wielding a red spear, jogged alongside the electric vehicle, resembling an ancient escort guarding the cargo as they approached the rear entrance of a house at the end of the road. Suyu entered through the front door, opened the back door, and together with his uncle, they began unloading the neatly organized boxes from the vehicle. The uncle transported each box to the hall on the first floor of the residence, which was the very building where Suyu had lured a horde of zombies through the kitchen window. Suyu had already opened all the front and back doors, as well as the windows, allowing the stale air within the rooms to dissipate. They divided their tasks. The uncle was responsible for moving the goods into the house, while Suyu swiftly transported the items to the third floor. He had already located the key in advance and unlocked the security door on the third floor, which contained 3 rooms capable of storing numerous items. Suyu intended to concentrate the supplies on the third floor, subsequently concealing the key. When the time came to depart, he would open the kitchen window for a brief period, allowing the foul odor from the zombies outside to permeate the first floor. In this manner, the provisions stored on the third floor could be effectively concealed. Additionally, when time permitted, he planned to find a way to unlock all the front and back doors of the surrounding houses. If anyone were to enter the village, they would likely only access the nearby buildings, thereby safeguarding this storage point. Suyu also contemplated the necessity of clearing several nearby buildings adjacent to his uncle's home, allowing his uncle to traverse between them via the rooftops. While diligently transporting goods, he reflected on and refined his strategy, resolving to leave his hometown the following day. Bidding farewell to the novice village where he had spent 8 to 9 days, he aimed to leave ample assistance and contingency plans for his uncle, ensuring his uncle's safety as he ventured forth. After more than 20 minutes, the two arrived at his uncle's residence, where they deposited some items and loaded a few boxes they had brought back the previous day. This time, the electric scooter reached a building beside the third row at the village entrance, an unfinished villa, merely a cement framework. Inside, various miscellaneous and old items were scattered across each floor, with the first floor littered with garbage. This was a structure half built by a villager, lacking any renovations, with even the partition walls left unconstructed, presenting a stark contrast to the orderly buildings surrounding it. The idea of placing items in the dilapidated building was indeed an astute one. Yu and his companions piled the supplies against the wall on the third floor, covering them with some miscellaneous debris. After a flurry of activity, the two rested on the cement staircase, sipping water and smoking. Having absorbed 2 crystal blocks, Yu's uncle found his physical strength enhanced, allowing him to carry items with a prowess not vastly inferior to Yu's, albeit with heavier loads necessitating more trips. After a brief interlude, Yu and his uncle returned to the supermarket entrance on a 3-wheeled cart. Yu began to inventory the remaining supplies, noting that they would require 2 more trips to complete the task. As he circled the supermarket with a cigarette in hand, he assessed the materials while conversing with his uncle, who had just set down a box of food. Turning to Yu, he remarked, "Once we finish moving the items, we must secure this entrance." Understanding the implication immediately, Yu agreed without hesitation. The two resumed their efforts, meticulously sorting through what could be utilized and what could not for the time being. Gradually, the supermarket's shelves became noticeably emptier, with a significant reduction in boxes and goods. Once again, a fully loaded electric cart was dispatched to 3 separate storage locations. After unloading the last of this load, they had been diligently occupied for the entire morning. Despite Yu having consumed several bottles of water and drinks, alongside some packaged snacks during the process, their labor remained extensive. Yet hunger still gnawed at him, and his uncle was drenched in sweat from fatigue. Upon returning to his uncle's abode, Yu retrieved some noodles and pointed to a large box of eggs he had carried back from the supermarket. He also produced some braised meat and chicken legs. "Jiang, please freshen up. I will boil water using purified water and ensure that our meal is prepared with sealed, pristine mineral water. I shall venture to the garden to gather some fresh vegetables. I find myself craving cucumbers and other greens." With that, Yu armed himself, took a large bag, and stepped outside, making his way toward the riverbank. As he traversed the parking lot, he spotted the corpse of a zombie he had dispatched. After a moment's contemplation, he hurled the decaying body into the small river and continued down the riverbank until he reached the expansive garden. There, he observed 3 zombies wandering amidst the greenery. Utilizing stones, Yu lured them one by one, dispatching them with the tip of his gun and severing their heads in search of crystals. To his surprise, he unearthed a pink crystal. After cleaning it, he glanced at the distant buildings and began to absorb its essence with his right hand. While absorbing the crystal, he scoured the garden for vegetables, successfully locating some green beans and lettuce. He then hurried to pick a few cucumbers before retracing his steps. Upon arriving at his uncle's kitchen, he placed the vegetables down and greeted his Yu carefully placed his weapons and equipment aside, then shed his clothing and entered the bathroom, where he began to shower. At noon, the two of them prepared a simple meal of noodles, adding a generous portion of fresh lettuce and the homemade sauce concocted by his uncle. As Yu stirred the noodles, he discovered an abundance of diced ham mixed within. On the table, there lay a dish of cold cucumber dressed with garlic, alongside a substantial platter of fried eggs. This time, they had brought back an entire box of eggs from the supermarket, all stored in the living room on the first floor. His uncle had mentioned they needed to consume them quickly, as eggs have a limited shelf life, and without a refrigerator, they cannot be stored for long. The two had also been quite busy in the morning, engaging in labor-intensive tasks, as both storage locations were situated on the 3rd floor. After finishing their meal, Yu assisted his uncle in tidying up the kitchen, and then they made their way to the living room on the 1st floor. There, they observed a large pile of boxes on the floor. As they smoked cigarettes, Yu discussed his future plans with his uncle. Upon hearing that Yu intended to leave the village the following day, his uncle expressed a hint of surprise, but promptly asked, "Yu, what do you need to take with you? How do you plan to leave? Will you be driving?" Yu had already contemplated the means of transportation. At present, he preferred not to drive. The electric scooter was out of commission due to a power outage, and the 3-wheeled vehicle, like his uncle's, would likely be unreliable after only a few uses. Additionally, fuel-powered vehicles would generate considerable noise during travel, especially since many routes were not easily navigable. Ultimately, he would have no choice but to abandon the car if he wished to proceed alone. Moreover, he preferred to travel light. If there were accessible paths, he would consider acquiring another vehicle for convenience. As this was his first venture outdoors, the exact conditions beyond the village remained uncertain. The village was not far from the city, and he contemplated riding a bicycle. He had noticed a relatively new bicycle in the small courtyard of a nearby house. Yu conveyed all this to his uncle and expressed his regrets for not being able to stay longer in the village. The elder quickly reassured him, stating that he was a burden to Yu and encouraged him to venture forth. The uncle was acutely aware that had it not been for his presence, Suyu might have already left the village for the outside world. He remained primarily to store supplies and assist in combating zombies, even relinquishing 2 precious crystal fragments for Suyu's benefit. As Suyu had remarked, the effects of these changes in his body were remarkably evident. After a morning spent transporting goods, he felt a significant increase in strength, as if he had returned to the vigor of his youth, experiencing none of the fatigue that typically accompanied such labor. All of these transformations were attributed to Suyu. Thus, despite his reluctance, he was nonetheless concerned for Suyu's safety as he prepared to leave. After conversing and resting for a while, they returned to the supermarket, diligently clearing it out. They opened the power-off refrigerators and freezers, discovering that many ice creams and frozen treats had spoiled, leaving the adjacent beverages sticky and unpleasant. The uncle fetched a bucket of clean water to wash all the bottled drinks and alcoholic beverages before drying and packing them into boxes for transport. With a meticulous and thorough approach to organizing the items, Suyu initially believed that 2 vehicles would suffice to transport all the supplies. However, reality proved otherwise, necessitating the use of an additional vehicle to completely empty the supermarket, leaving behind a space devoid of edible provisions. Suyu's uncle even rummaged through the kitchen of a villager associated with the supermarket. The elderly gentleman searched for items not with the discernment of Suyu, who selectively chose what he preferred and deemed useful. Instead, the uncle gathered everything that could be utilized, regardless of personal preference, ensuring that nothing went to waste, even items that were not immediately necessary. This compelled Suyu to refrain from voicing any objections, and he simply assisted in loading the items onto the vehicle. Their labor extended until past 3 in the afternoon, after which the transported goods were stored in several designated locations. Suyu managed to locate his backpack amidst the collected items and meticulously selected a portion of food and drinking water to place inside it. Subsequently, he parted ways with his uncle and returned home, where he set down the backpack before heading to the neighbor's residence. Upon entering the room housing the chickens, he discovered 2 eggs while attempting to catch the birds, which he collected and brought back to his uncle's home. Upon inquiring about his uncle's plans, he learned that the uncle intended to raise chickens in his rooftop room, facilitating their care, feeding, and egg collection, while also providing him with a means to occupy his time. Suyu arranged the 2 precious native chickens on the rooftop and suggested to his uncle, Jiang, "Let us clear out the neighboring houses on either side. This will ensure a safer and more convenient living environment for you in the future, but I will need your assistance to make the task easier." Upon hearing this, my uncle, without hesitation, grasped the rebar gun and accompanied Suyu to the balcony. Typically, one could traverse from the balcony to the adjacent building, a route both convenient and discreet. Initially, I relied solely on this method to seek out resources. My uncle nodded in agreement, recognizing that Suyu was not merely requesting assistance. He was imparting vital survival techniques and experiences. The 2 of them vaulted over the balcony and arrived at the rooftop entrance of the neighboring building, which opened effortlessly with a press. Once Suyu entered, he scanned the rooftop for any anomalies, then adeptly tossed a bottle into the stairwell. A cacophony of clattering sounds erupted within the building as Suyu remained still, attentively listening for any disturbances below. Moments later, the unmistakable growl of a zombie echoed from downstairs. Turning to the elder, he remarked, "Uncle Jiang, should there be any zombies inside the rooms, there will certainly be a response. We shall descend gradually and eliminate them." With that, he took the lead down the stairs, brandishing an axe in his right hand. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, all appeared normal, but as they descended to the 2nd, a zombie had begun its ascent from the 3rd. Observing this, Suyu sheathed the axe at his waist, lifted the red-tasseled spear, and leaned over the railing, swiftly thrusting it toward the zombie, which fell lifelessly to the ground. As he retracted the spear, he explained, "Zombies within the building can be dispatched by piercing downwards from the railing. In the absence of a railing, it becomes somewhat troublesome. Descending from a height is both safer and more efficient." The elderly man observed Suyu swiftly and efficiently eliminate the zombies, patiently imparting his knowledge and key insights. He nodded in response, assuring, "Rest assured, I shall remember these details and remain vigilant." After descending the stairs, Suyu severed the head of a zombie with his axe, yet found no crystals. He then surveyed the 2nd floor before checking the kitchen and the 1st floor, discovering no issues. Subsequently, he unlocked both the front and back doors of the 1st floor, thereby facilitating his uncle's access to the household. This time, neither of them sought food. as it was the neighbor's house adjacent to his uncle's, accessible whenever they desired. Thus, Su-yu and his uncle proceeded to clear the neighboring residence as well, this time entering by striking the glass on the top floor. As his uncle had mentioned, the neighboring home was unoccupied. Su-yu's efficiency in clearing the building was remarkable. He did not specifically search for ingredients or supplies, thus expending little time. After some contemplation, he and his uncle took a bag and a backpack, returning to the storage building to thoroughly search the surrounding 4 to 5 households. They encountered 3 zombies, and to their pleasant surprise, while dispatching one of them, Su-yu discovered a pink crystal. He insisted upon giving it to his uncle, with 3 pink crystals enhancing his physical capabilities. His uncle's overall condition now resembled that of an ordinary man in his 30s, as he later conveyed to Su-yu after absorption. Following each clearing, his uncle meticulously organized and collected various items, primarily unlocking the front and back security doors of each ground floor apartment, utilizing the end building that concealed stored supplies. The kitchen window of that very structure now stands ajar. The stench of decay and the unmistakable odor of death permeate the entire first floor. Should one take the time to close the window after a while, the scent wafting from the living room would serve as a natural cover. Chapter 66. A lavish and cozy dinner throughout the afternoon. Su-yu busied himself energetically within the village, his tireless endeavors evident as he collaborated with his uncle to address various apparent dangers. They undertook the necessary aftermath of storing supplies, and fortuitously, Su-yu acquired a pink crystal. After much persuasion, he convinced his uncle to absorb it. As a result of absorbing 3 crystals, the elderly man experienced a notable enhancement in his physical condition, particularly alleviating some of his long-standing ailments. Now, his uncle's movements no longer reveal the frailty of a man in his 60s. Su-yu felt that the decision to part with these crystals was both valuable and rewarding, allowing him to venture forth with peace of mind. This act not only fortified his uncle, but also ensured the presence of a guardian in his village, sowing a seed of hope for his homeland. No matter how long or far he roamed, a part of him would always remain tethered to his hometown, a sanctuary untouched by the rampant forces of decay and desolation. Such a place could never be deemed a home if it were overrun by the specter of death. Devoid of life, this is not the memory that stirs the warmest sentiments in the hearts of wanderers. In recent days, he had been unconsciously endeavoring to purge the village of zombies, a task that had escalated his ferocity and brought his negative emotions to the brink. A primary reason for this was to preserve a modicum of warmth in his heart. Su-yu meticulously undertook the cleanup, eventually packing all of his outdoor gear into 2 backpacks. Essential items included a power bank, satellite phone, mobile phone, first aid kit, magnesium fire starter, knife, and a mess kit containing seasonings such as salt. He also packed a few changes of undergarments, some spare food, and 2 bottles of Scream energy drink filled with purified water, favoring these bottles for their quality and convenient squeeze nozzle. Additional items included rubber gloves, a towel, condoms, a rechargeable flashlight, and several homemade candles. Finally, he added a few packs of soft lilac cigarettes to his backpack, leaving the remaining items untouched at home. Selecting only the most essential items and equipment, Su-yu streamlined his load as much as possible. As the saying goes, home is a haven, but travel is a trial. Su-yu knew that no matter how much he packed, it would never be enough. Although his current physical condition allowed him to carry 40 to 50 kilograms without hindering his movement, he reasoned that some items could be scavenged later. When the time came, he could discard everything except for essential and critical items like the power bank and satellite phone. As evening descended, Uncle had already made arrangements in advance, inviting Su-yu to dine at his home. Su-yu graciously accepted, preparing his belongings and bringing a bottle of well-aged Maotai with him to Uncle's residence. Not bothering to knock, he effortlessly opened the door and leaned a red tassel spear against the living room wall before making his way to the kitchen. The kitchen was adorned with several lit candles, and a solar lamp hung from a cabinet nearby, an item they had salvaged from a villager's home earlier that afternoon. With fair weather ahead, they planned to charge it on the balcony for illumination on several nights to come. Su-yu contemplated the possibility of acquiring a smaller, more portable camping solar lamp in the future. The evening's feast was bountiful and hearty, featuring stir-fried potato slices with sausage, a platter of salted duck, a generous bowl of steamed eggs topped with delicate green onion, stir-fried cucumbers with ham, and a large bowl of loofah and egg soup. At the center of the table lay a grand assortment of marinated chicken legs, wings, duck necks, lotus slices, and dried tofu, clearly sourced from the supermarket, a testament to Uncle's culinary efforts. Additionally, there were small plates of peanuts, cold seaweed salad, and dried radish shreds as accompaniments. Gazing at such a lavish spread, Su placed the Mao on the table and spoke. Jiang, tonight I shall join you in a toast with this fine liquor. You have truly outdone yourself with this splendid feast. I am quite fortunate this evening, and I must admit, with my recent indulgence in food, I feel a tad embarrassed by the abundance you have prepared. Xiaoyu, you jest. Having moved so many items back without spending a single penny. Is it too much to ask for a little extra to eat? Uncle Yin continued to peel the century egg, adding, it would be perfect with one more dish of spinach and century egg. Just wait a moment. Time was of the essence. Otherwise, we could have prepared 10 dishes today without a second thought. Jiang was in high spirits. You haven't brought over any wine, but I am ready to share a couple of drinks with you. Suyu noticed the red wine and beer on the adjacent table, along with a bottle of Wuliangye. This scene left Suyu both amused and perplexed. Uncle Yin had transformed entirely since their last meeting just a few days prior. Not only had his physique strengthened, but his mindset had also become considerably more youthful and cheerful, a rare quality in these apocalyptic times. Eagerly, Suyu seized a duck neck with his left hand and began to gnaw at it. It felt somewhat disconcerting to use his right hand for both handling the zombie's skull and eating. Moments later, the final dish, the vibrant spinach with century egg, graced the table. Today's meal was a delightful combination of meat and vegetables, a complete spread that marked Suyu's most sumptuous feast since the onset of the apocalypse. However, upon seeing the spinach and cucumber among the vegetables, Suyu felt compelled to remind Jiang, in the future, no matter how far you go, it is best to carry a weapon. As he spoke, he produced a short blade he had selected, one of the finest among the several knives he had scavenged. He had long intended to give it to Uncle Yin, but had only just remembered to bring it along during his preparations. Jiang, not only should you take your rebar gun, but this short knife should remain close at hand. In the current environment, such actions are imperative. Observing Suyu's serious demeanor, the elder joyfully accepted the knife, unsheathed it briefly, and then placed it beside the table. Indeed, you are correct. I shall procure a belt to secure this knife, ensuring it remains upon my person at all times. The uncle added with a chuckle, except when bathing, or during sleep or restroom visits, of course. Just as Suyu took a sip of the Mao Tai, ready to savor its flavor, the elder's comment caused the liquor to slide down his throat, provoking a sharp cough from the potent alcohol. Exhaling a deep breath, Suyu promptly picked a piece of spinach from his plate and placed it in his mouth. The combination of the fiery liquor was quite overwhelming. As he typically indulged in beer during the summer and a modest amount of red wine or local yellow wine in winter, he belonged to the category of individuals who did not have a particular craving for alcohol but could partake occasionally. Perhaps this was a habit developed during his time in the Middle East, as he had almost entirely abstained from drinking while abroad. Noticing Suyu's reaction, the uncle quickly served him a spoonful of steamed egg into his bowl. The two began to converse as they dined. Gathering in a candlelit restaurant illuminated by a solitary lamp, they discussed everything from the circumstances of the uncle's young nephew to the lives of his son and daughter-in-law, reminiscing about the past when the old couple would quarrel over spending the new year elsewhere. Suyu selectively shared some experiences from his time abroad and aspects of his current work and life, subtly conveying to his uncle the importance of remembering his advice and arrangements. Chapter 67. A shared affliction with the canine. It was quite late. Suyu glanced at the mechanical watch adorning his wrist, noting that it was already 10 p.m. He had just spent the evening in conviviality with his uncle, engaging in spirited conversation over drinks. Time had flown by swiftly, from the early hours of 6 until well past 9. After assisting his inebriated uncle to his room, he quietly made his way to the kitchen. A bottle of Mao Tai and another of Wuliangye had been entirely consumed by the two of them, leaving only remnants of loofah soup and a modest amount of cold dishes on the table. He disposed of the scraps and efficiently tidied up the kitchen. Armed with his belongings, he departed from his uncle's residence. As he casually discarded the trash into a nearby stream, he realized it was nearly 10:30 p.m., prompting him to hurry back home, mindful of the need to rise early the following day. The village at night was tranquil and cool, enveloped in a profound stillness. Under the moonlight, Suyu made his way home, with a few solar-powered lamps flickering in the distance. He estimated that he had consumed about a gin of liquor that evening, feeling only a slight warmth in his body, perhaps a touch of redness in his cheeks. However, his mind remained remarkably clear. While assisting his uncle upstairs and tidying the kitchen, he had not sensed any intoxication. His tolerance for alcohol had evidently increased. Previously, consuming more than 6 or 7 taels would have resulted in pronounced effects, leading to discomfort and symptoms such as dizziness and nausea, experiences he had not forgotten. In his current state, he mused that he could likely handle another half a gin of liquor without issue. Could it be that the absorption of crystals had somehow enhanced his capacity for alcohol? Suyu, feeling a sudden urge to abandon his previous thoughts, swiftly approached his home along the vacant stretch by the river. It was then that he noticed a figure moving in the distance, a rather diminutive silhouette. A jolt of alertness surged through him, and the effects of the alcohol began to dissipate. Grasping his red-tasseled spear, he hurriedly pursued the shadow. Perhaps due to the lingering influence of the drink, Suyu acted without a second thought, dashing forward into the inky darkness of the night with reckless abandon. One might question whether he was truly courageous or merely foolhardy. After sprinting for over 10 meters, he caught sight of the creature in the alleyway. It was a medium-sized yellow dog, which, upon noticing Suyu's approach, timidly shifted to the side. "Oh, is this a dog from the village?" he pondered, somewhat perplexed. Over the past few days, Suyu had roamed the village, yet he had not encountered a single dog that once roamed these streets. He had worried that perhaps these dogs had fallen victim to the zombies, yet he had found no remnants of their presence, neither corpses nor bones. At that moment, Suyu retrieved a packet of braised beef from the bag he was carrying, deftly unwrapping it. He broke off a small piece and tossed it gently towards the yellow dog, which landed with a soft thud beside it. Gradually, Suyu inched closer, scrutinizing the creature and realizing it was a Chinese rural dog, commonly referred to as a native dog. It seemed to understand Suyu's benevolent gesture. Slowly moving towards the piece of beef on the ground, he took a whiff of the beef, then began to chew slowly, likely driven by hunger. As Suyu approached cautiously, he realized that the yellow dog was not a mere adolescent pup, but rather a rather frail adult canine, not quite emaciated. Yet it appeared to be just skin stretched over bones. The yellow dog lay on the ground, its head lowered as it gnawed at the beef, revealing its evident hunger, which reminded Suyu of his own plight upon awakening from unconsciousness. He felt a kinship with this dog amidst this cursed apocalypse. Observing the scene, Suyu tore off a piece of the beef he held and tossed it gently, playfully coaxing the animal. Thus, he fed the yellow dog while gradually inching closer, making soft smacking sounds with his mouth. After approximately 2 to 3 minutes, the package of marinated beef in Suyu's hand was reduced to small morsels scattered on the ground, all of which the yellow dog devoured without leaving a trace. Suyu clapped his hands to signal that the beef was finished, then slowly retreated, heading back home. The yellow dog merely lifted its head to watch him, remaining silent, having only emitted a few soft whimpers, as if bidding farewell to Suyu as he faded into the distance. "Ah, my uncle must bring me back that marinated beef. It's not a waste to feed the village dogs." Suyu still had several packages of cooked food in his bag, for he was not fond of carrying excessive items when venturing out. In the past, one could easily procure suitable items with money, yet now, even without spending a dime, one can obtain what they need. Suyu had grown accustomed to traveling light, perceiving excess belongings as burdens. The yellow dog he encountered seemed somewhat familiar, likely a resident of the village. Otherwise, it would not have displayed such docility upon seeing him. As Suyu walked, he pondered aloud. In this apocalyptic world, a life sometimes holds less value than that of a dog. Upon returning home, Suyu placed his weapons and bag aside, sensing a lingering warmth akin to intoxication, prompting him to take a shower. He momentarily forgot about the yellow dog that had shown a hint of understanding. On the 9th day of the apocalypse, Suyu awoke to the bright morning light, glancing at his watch to find it nearly 8 o'clock. Although he had gone to bed at a reasonable hour, the consumption of over a pound of liquor had ensured a deep slumber after his shower. The urgent tasks assigned in the village had been completed satisfactorily, and with a sense of relaxation, he had inadvertently slept in, a stark contrast to his previous routine of rising at 5 or 6 in the morning. Admittedly, part of his slumber was induced by hunger, yet his appetite had improved significantly. He no longer felt perpetually famished, and his body had adjusted to hunger and thirst. A stark difference from those days when he felt as if his stomach were pressed against his back, experiencing a thirst that was truly unbearable. Suyu promptly rose, freshened himself up, donned his gear, and slung his backpack over his shoulders. He made his way to the living room on the ground floor, first securing the back door with a firm lock. Subsequently, he proceeded to the front courtyard, turning back to secure the main entrance as well. After a brief glance at his front door, Suyu tucked the key behind a flower pot. Only then did he unlock the courtyard gate. Pushing out a bicycle that was parked nearby, he secured the red tasseled spear onto the crossbar of the bicycle, fastening it with a piece of Velcro attached to the central beam of the bike, which he ensured was tightly bound. Mounting his bicycle, he set off toward his uncle's house. Just as he rounded a row of houses, a yellow dog stood up beside the alley. Upon seeing Suyu cycling past, the dog decided to follow, trotting along at a leisurely pace behind him. Upon arriving at his uncle's doorstep, Suyu scanned the vicinity for any signs of unusual activity before dismounting. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, he stepped inside and called out, "Jiang, did you sleep well last night? What delicious food do we have today?" His tone was casual, devoid of any pretense, as he spoke with familiar ease. Chapter 68. Today marks the official departure from the novice village. As Suyu entered, he spotted his uncle busily working in the kitchen. His lively chatter filled the air, a reflection of his desire to dispel any melancholy that might accompany their inevitable separation. In this apocalyptic world, farewells often carried the weight of finality. Leaving could mean never returning. Many individuals often navigate life with their heads held high. Hence, in such circumstances, the external zombies may not be the most terrifying entities. Rather, certain survivors, those who unleash their true natures, can be far more fearsome. However, figures like Uncle, who can be as comforting as a father or a cherished elder, are held in great esteem and affection by Suyu. As he savored the egg noodles prepared by Uncle, adorned with 3 fried eggs, shredded carrots, garlic, green onions, and a fragrant layer of oil, the aroma was utterly delightful. "Is this the pork lard-infused noodle dish?" he inquired between bites. "Indeed, your nose is quite discerning. Has it been enhanced by crystal absorption?" Uncle replied jovially, engaging in playful banter with Suyu. Suyu commenced his battle with the noodles. Having taken a couple of bites, he soon discovered a bottle of fragrant vinegar on the nearby stove. Pouring some into his noodles and stirring them together before resuming his meal. The table was also adorned with an array of side dishes, dried fish strips, pickled mustard tuber, and shredded dried radish, which further tantalized Suyu's palate. He indulged heartily, finishing 2 large bowls of noodles. Only after consuming a substantial portion did he broach the subject of Uncle's drunken escapade the previous night. "Did anything happen after you got drunk?" he asked. "I wasn't drunk. I was merely enjoying myself, feeling a tad lightheaded," Uncle insisted, refusing to concede. While he had indeed been somewhat disoriented, if not for Suyu escorting him to the bedroom, Uncle might have ended up sleeping in the kitchen. Suyu chose not to press the matter further, continuing to enjoy his meal while pondering another question. "Inquiring about the whereabouts of the village dogs, I noticed that previously there were 6 or 7 roaming nearby. Yet in recent days, only 1 was spotted last night. Where have the rest gone?" My uncle, too, was perplexed, mentioning that he hadn't seen any dogs upon waking. Perhaps they were frightened away by some lurking menace. Upon hearing Suyu mention the sighting of a dog, my uncle grew curious, prompting Suyu to recount the events from the previous day. My uncle listened intently, expressing his thoughts. "A loyal dog, when faced with upheaval at home, will not abandon its family. Even if it temporarily departs, it shall return. If that is the case, then the yellow dog you saw yesterday is indeed a commendable creature." As the conversation unfolded, Suyu finished the noodles in the pot. Arriving late today, he found that his uncle had already had breakfast, leaving the remnants solely for him. Once satiated, Suyu, without pretense, rose and addressed his uncle. "Jiang, take good care of yourself at home. I shall be venturing out today. Rest assured, I will remain vigilant for any news regarding Aunt Xiaozhan and the others." With a smile, he spoke, and at that moment, his uncle handed him a red bag. Upon opening it, Suyu discovered 6 boiled eggs inside. He understood that this was a customary practice in their hometown, where elders and parents often prepare several eggs for their children to take along on their journeys. During his school days, Suyu frequently carried these boiled eggs, enjoying them cold, in instant noodles, or mixed with milk. Suyu did not hesitate to accept the bag, placing it into his backpack. He turned to his uncle and said, "Jiang, I have noted down the address you provided, including the school where my little niece attends. If convenient, I will certainly visit her and keep an eye on things, so do not worry." His uncle hurriedly replied, "There is no need to force yourself. I know you possess remarkable skills, but safety must come first in this world. One cannot impose their will. Some matters are simply destined to unfold as they will." Thus, the 2 of them made their way to the courtyard on the 1st floor. Just as Suyu was about to open the door to ride his bicycle, he noticed a yellow dog not far away. It was the very same dog he had seen the previous night, the one he had fed with braised beef. Jiang, look, that is the yellow dog I saw yesterday. His uncle turned his head to gaze at the canine and, after a moment, called out its name. Lai Pai? Little Lai Pai? Upon hearing its name, the yellow dog wagged its tail and approached. Su Yu, who had fed it the day before, felt a tinge of disappointment as it had not wagged its tail then. He observed quietly. This dog belonged to a Chong and was quite intelligent, seemingly the undisputed king of the local dogs. You do not return often, so it is not very familiar with you, but it knows the people around here well and is quite perceptive. Oh, Su Yu exclaimed in surprise. That is wonderful. Uncle, you should take it in. Its owner is likely no longer around, but this village is still its home. The return of the dog is indeed commendable, likely aligning with the thoughts of my uncle. The dogs in the village were frightened away by the zombies, retreating to the nearby mountains. Now that the village has been cleared of the undead, this yellow dog has returned, signifying it is a loyal companion of the Gu family, cherishing its homeland and village. Is this not akin to my own sentiments? Without hesitation, Su Yu urged his uncle to take the dog in, for it would provide companionship far superior to the 2 chickens they kept. The elder had remarked on the dog's intelligence and its connection to the Gu family, affirming it to be a fine creature. There would be no justification for allowing it to continue wandering aimlessly. It had grown weak, and in a desolate village, the yellow dog would inevitably perish from starvation. Furthermore, considering the corpses of the zombies, there lies the risk of the dog consuming one of them and potentially transforming into a monstrous being akin to the undead. Su Yu promptly advised his uncle, Jiang, you must devise a plan in the coming days to dispose of those zombie corpses. They can either be buried or cast into the river. This will help prevent disease outbreaks and the possibility of animals consuming the remains, which could lead to further mutations. If not, I shall remain another day to address this issue, a concern I had previously overlooked. Upon seeing the yellow dog, Su Yu realized the potential complications and spoke hastily. Ayu, there is no need for your assistance. I can manage the disposal of these corpses alone. I will load them onto my electric cart and discard them into the river. This should expedite decomposition and have minimal impact on the village. I can handle this entirely on my own. Uncle resolutely rejected Su Yu's proposal. Ayu, when you step out today, you must not waver. Such signs are ominous. Unless absolutely necessary, there should be no turning back. Hearing his uncle's words, Su Yu understood that this was the wisdom of the elders. He had often heard similar sentiments from his mother. Without any pretense, Su Yu mounted his bicycle, adjusted the travel bag on his back, and headed towards the village road. After making a turn, he pedaled toward the village entrance without looking back, maintaining a steady yet unhurried pace. Behind him, an elderly man and a yellow dog observed Su Yu's departing figure. The dog remained silent this time, taking a few steps forward before being called back by the old man's playful banter. Chapter 69. Riding in nature's oxygen bar while riding his bicycle. Su Yu felt content with his choice of a high-end mountain bike, its wheels significantly larger than those of ordinary bicycles, instilling a sense of reliability. Should a tire fail during his travels, he would have no option but to abandon the bike for another mode of transportation. Although he considered driving, the village boasted numerous private vehicles. He feared that the noise of a gasoline engine might attract zombies. In contrast, electric vehicles were quieter, yet the inconvenience of recharging posed a challenge. With the village located merely 10 kilometers from the city's edge, a bicycle offered a convenient and swift means of transport. There was no need for a car, which would likely burden him with excess supplies. Additionally, his current physical fitness and stamina bolstered his confidence in choosing to ride a bicycle. Primarily, he possessed a thorough understanding of the external roads. Some routes were utterly impassable for vehicles, with numerous abandoned and dilapidated cars haphazardly parked. Su Yu, however, had the capability to push aside a few minor obstacles, yet he deemed such laborious endeavors unworthy of his effort. After cycling a few hundred meters, he encountered several cars obstructing the roadway. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that one vehicle had been displaced, presumably moved by the trio that had departed the previous day. Having maneuvered past these cars, he halted his bicycle and dismounted, approaching the aforementioned vehicle. Bracing himself against its rear, Su Yu exerted his strength, and the car gradually began to shift. With increased effort from his arms, the vehicle slid approximately 7 or 8 meters, fully obstructing the road. Observing that the car weighed nearly 2 tons, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Having reinforced his physique, Suyu rode forward with a sense of satisfaction. After traversing several dozen meters and passing through the welcoming archway at the village entrance, he encountered a fork in the road approximately 7 or 8 meters ahead. To the left lay the entrance to another village, flanked by several houses, one of which housed a small shop that appeared to offer package collection services. Most villages in this area boasted small supermarkets equipped with postal services for package storage and delivery. In the vicinity, more than a dozen zombies were aimlessly wandering about. Earlier, Suyu had observed through his binoculars that the supermarket still contained supplies, albeit in a disordered state, with several zombies interspersed among the scattered goods. Assessing the distribution of zombies on the road, Suyu mounted his bicycle and retrieved his axe. Gripping the axe in his left hand while resting it on the handlebars, he began to exert force with his legs. After propelling himself forward for 4 to 5 meters, the speed of the bicycle increased significantly. As the bicycle drew nearer, the sounds it emitted attracted the attention of several zombies on the road. They all turned towards Suyu, lunging at him with intent to bite. With agility, Suyu deftly evaded the 2 closest zombies, successfully navigating past them. However, ahead lay 4 zombies, blocking his path. 2 of them were particularly close together, leaving him no choice but to adjust his trajectory. He aimed towards the right side of one zombie, charging forward until he was within 2 meters. With a swift motion, Suyu raised his axe and swung horizontally with his left hand, targeting the chest area of the zombie. The powerful strike severed the zombie's arm and made contact with its chest, showcasing the strength behind his blow. The zombie staggered backward and collapsed to the ground. While Suyu's upper body remained largely unaffected, the bicycle merely swayed slightly, as his right hand firmly maintained control over it. In less than 2 seconds of contact, the bicycle had already distanced itself from the zombie. At that moment, Suyu swiftly adjusted the bicycle, turning sharply to the left to evade another zombie lunging from the right. Although 2 other zombies lunged from a bit farther away, their distance of 3 to 4 meters posed no real threat to Suyu, allowing the bicycle to accelerate away from the area. Ahead, the road lay desolate, devoid of both vehicles and zombies. With a slight increase in pedaling force, the bicycle surged forward. This stretch of road was a winding asphalt mountain path, a provincial route that meandered alongside a small river, which flowed serenely downhill. Scattered along the riverbank were quaint villages, though primarily, the roadside was bordered by vegetable fields and woodlands, with only a few structures of the villages visible. As he descended the slope on his bicycle, a refreshing mountain breeze, imbued with the scents of trees and grass, enveloped Suyu, providing him with immense comfort. Typically, this mountain road buzzed with activity in the evenings, as many urban dwellers flocked here for outdoor cycling and running to enhance their fitness. The lush greenery flanking the road, coupled with the crisp air, offered a temperature 4 to 5 degrees cooler than that of the city, creating a natural oxygen haven. This was far more enjoyable than driving a car. Lately, he had been plagued by the odor of zombies, leaving his senses feeling sullied. Suyu contemplated the refreshing air he was inhaling, treating it as a holiday for his sense of smell, allowing his nose to indulge in a fragrant sauna. He reveled in the invigorating ambience of this natural oxygen bar as he pedaled along the winding mountain road, the trees flanking the highway swiftly receding into the distance. The road meandered alongside the river, extending towards the horizon, where a small bridge emerged in the not-so-distant view. Nearby, 4 or 5 zombies lurked at the roadside, and on the ground lay the lifeless body of another, surrounded by a pool of foul liquid and scattered plastic debris. Suyu accelerated, deftly gliding past the scene, drawing closer to discern that the scattered remnants were likely parts of an automobile's exterior. He surmised that a vehicle had overturned a zombie while attempting to navigate this stretch of road, resulting in the current disarray, an incident that he concluded was a consequence of the post-apocalyptic world. Continuing onward, he was aware that a primary school lay ahead, situated across the river, with a small bridge marking the entrance. From a distance, he spotted 2 vehicles parked askew at the school gate, yet no zombies were visible nearby. Suyu slowed his pace, cautiously approaching while vigilantly surveying his surroundings. At 20 meters, then 10 meters, he drew nearer when suddenly, the low growl of a zombie echoed through the air. Reacting swiftly, he engaged the brakes, bringing his bicycle to an immediate halt. He placed one foot on the ground, scanning the vicinity with keen eyes. He noted that there were no anomalies on the bridge, at the entrance of the school, or within the premises. A glance over his shoulder revealed no zombies trailing behind him either. In this peculiar situation, Suyu found himself at a loss. Could it be that there were zombies lurking in the river? Chapter 70. Pursued by mutated zombies. However, the waters of the river were rather deep, and no sounds of splashing could be heard. The continuous howls echoing through the air undoubtedly belonged to the undead. Suddenly, Suyu noticed something unusual inside a vehicle further back. He cautiously approached his bicycle and came to a halt about 3 to 4 meters away. Through the window of a nearby car, he discerned a shadowy figure moving restlessly within. Drawing his axe, he pushed his bicycle closer. At approximately 1 meter from the vehicle, Suyu gained a clearer view. Inside was a disheveled individual, seemingly frenzied, clawing at the interior. Outside, the chorus of growls intensified, leading Suyu to conclude that this was indeed a zombie, likely transformed and trapped within the confines of the car after infection. Observing the formidable nature of the creature, evidenced by several cracks in the car's glass, he pondered his next move. He halted his bicycle, retrieving a long spear. With the red tassel spear held firmly in his left hand and axe raised in the other, he approached the vehicle. Testing the axe against the glass of the car door, he struck once, then twice, shattering the window. The zombie's hand reached out through the opening, only to be met by the glimmer of the spear. The cacophony of growls within the vehicle ceased abruptly. With precision, Suyu plunged the spearhead into the zombie's skull, ending its life instantly. He then wielded the axe to cleave the creature, still entangled in the window, into 2 halves. In a matter of moments, he triumphantly discovered a fragment of pink crystal. A wicked grin spread across Suyu's face, revealing a hint of his mischievous nature. Indeed, there are crystals. This time, the decision to eliminate the zombie was initially unnecessary, a mere expenditure of time and energy, not to mention the waste of a disposable latex glove. However, upon noticing the cracked car window and the robust physique of the zombie, he felt that the likelihood of discovering a crystal within its skull was significant. Thus, he paused, and in a matter of minutes, effortlessly dispatched the creature, acquiring the coveted crystal. Suyu considered this a remarkably astute choice, further validating his judgment that stronger and larger zombies were more prone to yield crystals, a revelation that would undoubtedly assist him in future endeavors. Afterward, Suyu meticulously cleaned his weapon, ignited a cigarette, and leaned against his bicycle to rest, his gaze sweeping the surroundings in a vigilant observation. As he absorbed the crystal, he pondered the recently confirmed patterns of crystal emergence. To be frank, his daily routine of probing the skulls of zombies felt somewhat grotesque. Despite wearing gloves, the dark brown, putrid brain matter, reeking of decay, was profoundly repulsive. Moreover, there was a troubling aspect to consider. The pink crystals bore a time constraint. Approximately 30 to 40 minutes after a zombie's demise, the crystal within its skull would inevitably vanish, and those exposed to the air would dissipate even more rapidly. This invisible pressure instilled a sense of urgency, and the added stress of dispatching zombies heightened the inherent danger of his actions. To ascertain and comprehend the emergence patterns and characteristics of the zombie cranium crystals, it is prudent to forego the pursuit of those undead heads that evidently lack crystalline formations or possess a minimal probability of containing them. Thus, there is no necessity to cleave the skulls of every zombie in search of these crystals, which would conserve time and mitigate personal risk. Currently, he finds himself outside, rather than within a village, and in the future, there will undoubtedly be numerous instances where a meticulous search for crystals will be infeasible. Suyu's thoughts are gradually refining as he adapts to the post-apocalyptic environment. After finishing a cigarette and sipping some water, he slowly mounted his bicycle and resumed his ride, having already absorbed all the crystals he had encountered. Ahead, the road veered towards a slightly larger village, flanked by several small supermarkets and shops, 3 to 4 in total, along with various other establishments. Suyu contemplated briefly, deciding to disregard them for the time being and proceed to assess the situation more closely. Moments later, he spotted several rows of buildings not far down the road. Adjacent to the village's entrance and exit, where a handful of shops were situated. He reduced his speed, striving to remain silent to avoid attracting the attention of nearby zombies. Strangely, there were only 2 to 3 zombies on the road, allowing him to cautiously pedal past while heightening his vigilance, maintaining a steady pace in the center of the roadway. At that moment, as he scanned his surroundings, he unexpectedly caught sight of a large throng of zombies congregated at the village exit to his right. Upon realizing this, he felt a jolt of fear, immediately accelerating forward. He had now discerned the situation clearly. Dozens of zombies were huddled together in a tight formation. As Suyu activated the acceleration, he heard a desperate call for help emanating from his right. Reacting instinctively, he turned his gaze in that direction and noticed a vehicle trapped at the entrance of a village, ensnared by a horde of zombies. The car seemed to have stalled, and the cries for assistance were coming from within it. After a fleeting glance, Suyu did not halt. Instead, he quickened his pace, propelling his bicycle forward with remarkable speed. Within 3 to 4 seconds, he had surged 10 meters ahead. As he gained momentum, he cast a backward glance at the swarm of zombies, but the sight sent a jolt of fear through him. A diminutive zombie had begun to pursue him, closing the distance rapidly. This particular zombie, though not tall, exhibited an impressive physique, especially in its robust legs, as it sprinted ferociously towards Suyu. With only 7 to 8 meters separating them. Behind it, several other zombies were left trailing far behind. Goodness, this was a mutated zombie, one of the agile types he had previously encountered and defeated. It appeared exceptionally strong, running at speeds comparable to that of a human. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Suyu could not afford to be complacent. He immediately intensified his pedaling, the bicycle emitting creaking sounds as it sped forward. After swiftly covering over 100 meters, the zombie remained a distance of about 17 to 18 meters behind, joyously vocalizing its pursuit. Meanwhile, Suyu, slightly out of breath, recognized the urgency of his predicament. Determined to escape, he bent forward, gripped the handlebars tightly, and pedaled with all his might to accelerate further. At last, he managed to distance himself from the zombie by approximately 30 meters, at which point the creature gradually came to a halt. Suyu, having cycled a further stretch, also came to a stop about 60 to 70 meters away from it. Observing the disproportionately muscular legs of the zombie, he confirmed it to be a formidable mutated variant. At that moment, a sense of eagerness stirred within him. Slaying mutated zombies yielded crystal stones, treasures far superior to mere crystal blocks. Having previously experienced the benefits of such treasures, it was akin to an addiction, a craving that compelled him to seek them once more. However, he realized that a well-thought-out strategy was essential. A reckless confrontation would not suffice. The objective was to eliminate the creature, reap the rewards, and simultaneously rid the world of a menace. Such thoughts, however, seemed overly ambitious. Chapter 71. The square playing cards appears. Suyu surveyed the vicinity, noting the absence of any objects or structures, save for the trees lining the road and the banks of a small river. Upon spotting the trees, a bold idea sparked in his mind. There lay an opportunity to eliminate this agile mutated zombie. He understood that the strength of agile zombies was not particularly formidable, comparable to that of a slightly more robust ordinary zombie. Suyu procured a piece of timber, nearly 3 meters long and as thick as his forearm, and secured it between 2 trees. He then tethered his bicycle to the trees and the wooden beam using climbing ropes. Subsequently, he gathered several stones from the ground and began to approach the zombie, utilizing the principles of kite flying to lure the creature closer, step by step. Suyu retreated to the edge of 2 trees, swiftly hurling a stone from his hand before drawing his axe and brandishing a red tassel spear. He provocatively whistled at the approaching zombie, which charged towards him with ferocious intent, its claws swinging menacingly. As the zombie closed in, within a mere 2 meters, Suyu struck. He thrust the spear towards its head with remarkable ferocity. The agile creature seemed to sense the imminent danger, extending a claw to intercept the spear's tip with astonishing speed and fierce determination. However, Suyu's reflexes matched the zombie's aggression. He promptly withdrew the spear by half a meter before lunging again. This time, the spear made contact with the zombie's face, but the creature, tilting its head to evade, managed to shift slightly aside, causing Suyu's thrust to miss. The zombie hesitated momentarily, yet continued its relentless advance, now nearly upon the wooden staff. In a moment of urgency, Suyu, with fierce resolve, swept the spear horizontally, striking the side of the zombie's head. The force of the blow caused the rapidly advancing creature to stagger, its balance faltering, yet it still lunged towards Suyu, colliding with the wooden staff. In that critical instant, Suyu raised his axe, delivering a powerful chop aimed at the zombie's skull. The axe cleaved through the zombie's skull, yet only managed to sever a substantial portion of its scalp, leaving a portion of the side of its head and ear violently dislodged. The force of the blow sent the creature staggering backward, teetering on the brink of collapse. However, just before its body fell, the zombie's right hand seemed to brace against the ground, stabilizing itself as it prepared to lunge forward once more. In that critical moment, the tip of a long spear pierced through one of its eyes, driving deep into its skull and pinning it firmly to the earth. How formidable is this zombie? So exceedingly difficult to dispatch, Suyu murmured, reflecting on how perilously close he had come to being overwhelmed, almost allowing it to close the distance. Fortunately, his vigilance had prevailed. The encounter was indeed harrowing, leaving his back damp with perspiration. Navigating around 2 trees, Suyu approached the fallen zombie. Upon breaking open its skull, he was rewarded with the discovery of a small crystal core. He felt a sense of satisfaction at this find, though he remarked aloud that this recompense hardly covered the toll of his efforts and the mental strain incurred. Nevertheless, he promptly began to cleanse the core for absorption, while simultaneously retrieving his water bottle. He squeezed some fresh water into his mouth, gargled, and took several swigs before slowly surveying his surroundings. With a cigarette drawn from his pocket, he lit it, allowing himself a moment of genuine relaxation to ease the lingering tension. This zombie had proven to be the most formidable he had encountered thus far. Despite his body having undergone substantial enhancement and his caution, the encounter had still been alarmingly perilous. A sense of unease washed over him. Suyu recalled the individual who had earlier sought help, clearly harboring ulterior motives. With such a vast horde of zombies, their plea for assistance directed solely at him could only be a ruse to divert disaster. Lacking any connections, it was absurd to expect him to rescue them. The convenience and agility of his bicycle far surpassed that of a car, which could easily become ensnared by the undead. In that moment of overwhelming danger, his instinct had been to flee. Yet, he had still managed to lead away the mutated zombie, earning himself a precious crystal core in the process. As for what would transpire next, he was resigned to fate. After indulging in a cigarette, Suyu untangled the climbing rope, stowing the longer end in his backpack. He secured the shorter end to his bicycle, then mounted it, taking a sip from his water bottle in preparation for departure. Just then, with one foot on the ground and perched on his bike, a sudden thought struck him. He closed his eyes, concentrating on the point between his brows, where his spiritual platform manifested. However, an anomaly unfolded before him. 3 small crystals floated in the air, whereas there should have been 4. Instead, a diminutive red playing card hovered nearby, resembling a square 5, approximately twice the size of the crystals, radiating a similar crimson glow. This unexpected transformation left Suyu bewildered. How had the 4 crystals morphed into a square 5? The quantity seemed amiss, yet after absorbing the energy, he felt a slight increase in strength and an enhancement in physical condition. What, then, was the purpose of this red square 5 card? Images of playing cards flooded his mind. Would he become a gambling king? With a throbbing headache, he lit another cigarette and strained to think. The first 3 had yielded no results, but the 4th had triggered a change. However, other aspects remained largely unchanged. There were no significant alterations in his physique or strength. This change seemed akin to an upgraded playing card, undeniably potent or useful. What exactly was the situation? Perhaps he should consult the boss. With that thought, Suyu retrieved his satellite phone and dialed a series of numbers. Moments later, the call connected to the Special Operations Bureau, and through the transfer, he heard the voice of Director Tang. "Hello, boss, this is Liaoing. How are you all doing? Are you still at home?" Director Tang inquired directly, bypassing a response. "I've already left. I'm now on the outskirts of the city, preparing to search for some relatives before heading to the military base. You needn't worry, but has your body improved since the injury? Have you absorbed the crystals well?" Tang's inquiry revealed details about Suyu's condition, including the crystals, leaving Suyu momentarily astonished. It seemed the Special Operations Bureau was familiar with the crystal's effects. "Boss, I followed your advice and found some crystal fragments. They indeed enhance strength and aid in recovering from old injuries. I am nearly fully recovered, but it appears there are 2 types of crystals, one smaller and harder than the other." Suyu hastily recounted the details, feeling that the Special Operations Bureau was well informed and that there was little left to conceal. Impressive indeed. Before I could even mention it, you have already vanquished the mutated zombie. Was it the swift kind or the one endowed with immense strength? On the phone, Tang Lauda continued without pause, referring to the formidable mutated zombies that Suyu himself had little knowledge about. Chapter 72. Crystals can generate extraordinary abilities. These were 2 fast-moving zombies, and I had absorbed 2 smaller crystals. After absorbing them, I managed to recover from my previous injuries. Suyu slightly concealed the details, but the situation was generally similar. The smaller crystals are now referred to as crystal nuclei. Their energy is significantly enhanced, and the effects of absorption are even more pronounced. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "You are quite fortunate to have discovered 2 crystal nuclei within a single village. It also speaks to your capability in slaying mutated zombies. I need not elaborate on ordinary zombies, as encountering a mutated one poses considerable danger for the average person. Moreover, these mutated crystal nuclei do not vanish naturally and can be preserved for an extended period. Research suggests they can remain viable for 1 to 2 months without issue. Further experiments are ongoing, but crucially, crystal nuclei can induce remarkable transformations in individuals. You may interpret this as extraordinary abilities, such as instantaneous acceleration, a sudden increase in strength, or the ability to emit powerful forces like flames and torrents of water. This is not merely a gradual enhancement of power and physical prowess through absorption. It is a wondrous force that can be unleashed through sheer willpower. The implications of Tang Lao Da's words left Su Yu momentarily astounded. Was this not akin to becoming a superhero? After all, extraordinary abilities are nothing less than transcending the limits of ordinary humanity. Then, my friend, why is it that after absorbing the crystals and cores, my strength and physique have indeed improved, yet my old injuries have merely healed gradually, and nothing else has changed? Su Yu pressed on with his inquiry. After a moment, the voice of the elder resounded once more. This transformation requires a quantitative accumulation to achieve a qualitative change. The energy from your 2 cores is likely insufficient. Typically, one requires 4 to 6 cores to manifest extraordinary abilities. Furthermore, the nature of the powers generated remains uncertain. With various potential directions of evolution, currently, we are aware of nearly 10 distinct types. For instance, regarding attributes such as strength and flame, the potency will vary based on individual circumstances and the diversity of crystals absorbed, producing differing effects. The specifics of your situation must be explored personally. However, once the requisite quantity is achieved, you must concentrate and envision transferring and releasing an energy sphere, thus enabling the manifestation of extraordinary abilities. Nevertheless, such abilities are not limitless. After utilization, you will need to recuperate gradually, with crystal absorption facilitating this recovery. Tang, the elder, introduced concepts that left Su Yu bewildered, as he struggled to comprehend the amalgamation of new and unknown information. Is this phenomenon widespread? Su Yu could only inquire. Indeed, you are faring well, having absorbed crystals. You have also healed your old injuries, and extraordinary abilities will manifest in due course. Thus, I am genuinely pleased for you, as this misfortune has turned into a blessing. Given the present circumstances, we must confront them. Take care of yourself, and do not hesitate to seek my counsel should you have any uncertainties. The onset of this apocalyptic era may not necessarily spell doom for certain matters or individuals. One must exercise caution while traversing the outside world. The transformation of the undead is swift. They are growing stronger, or perhaps evolving, with the emergence of speed and strength variants among them. Should you discover any latent abilities, feel free to contact me, and I shall assist you in acquiring pertinent information to circumvent unnecessary detours. Upon receiving such earnest advice and concern from his former leader, Su Yu felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and responded appreciatively. Rest assured, my leader, I will strive to expedite my progress. And soon I shall be able to serve under your command once more, which has always been my fervent aspiration. In response to Su Yu's display of loyalty, the voice on the other end of the line merely remarked that such formalities were unnecessary, emphasizing the camaraderie that existed between them. The conversation then transitioned to other plans regarding the Special Operations Bureau, topics that Su Yu was currently unable to partake in but chose to listen attentively. Holding the phone in his hand, Su Yu closed his eyes and envisioned the red playing card. By concentrating his thoughts and casting it forth, could he indeed awaken his latent powers? He recalled the key points from the earlier conversation, realizing that he would have to seek an opportunity to test this theory later. His leader had also mentioned that the use of these abilities required gradual recuperation or the absorption of crystals, what Su Yu often referred to as crystal blocks. It was imperative not to misuse this newfound potential. After all, he had only been outside for less than 2 hours and had already encountered peril. The outside world is vastly different from the safety of home, where a secure refuge is always at hand. Thus, Su Yu continued his steady journey along the road, his eyes vigilantly surveying the surroundings. He passed through 2 villages, encountering only a few scattered zombies along the way. With one hand gripping the bicycle and the other wielding an axe, he deftly maneuvered past them. In a swift motion, he struck down one zombie, his enhanced strength allowing the axe to cleave through its skull, rendering the creature lifeless. However, Suyu had little interest in scavenging for crystal shards and quickly moved on. After approximately 20 minutes of cycling, he approached the outskirts of the city, where the elevated highways and high-speed rail tracks became visible in the distance. Ahead lay a sizable nursing home situated at the foot of a small hill across the river, its entrance connected to the road by a small bridge. Given the potential for a larger gathering of individuals in that area, a traffic light had been installed at the bridge's junction with the road. From a distance of 200 to 300 meters, Suyu spotted several cars, most of the road obstructed by a traffic jam, with several vehicles having collided. Numerous zombies wandered about the vicinity, and as Suyu approached, he began to count their numbers. 1, 2, 3. There were over 15 zombies. This posed quite a headache. While it was no challenge for him to dispatch 10 or so at once, the unfavorable geography of the area, barren and devoid of cover, made it difficult to execute a strategic attack. What to do? At that moment, his bicycle gradually came to a halt. Now less than 100 meters away from the gathering, Suyu observed the gap remaining on the road. While it was feasible to navigate through on a bicycle, attempting to drive through would likely be quite challenging. The vehicles alongside the passage bore marks of prior collisions, suggesting that someone had already attempted to force their way through. However, a bicycle could not afford such recklessness, especially with a horde of zombies encircling the area. If he found himself cornered, it would be a certain death. This was the inherent disadvantage of a bicycle. It required cunning and agility to circumvent danger. After contemplating for a while, Suyu took stock of his surroundings and began to ride slowly, maintaining a pace akin to a brisk jog. At a distance of merely 30 to 40 meters, most of the zombies had already reacted and begun to advance, with a few in the forefront already howling and lunging. At that moment, Suyu halted his forward motion, instead steering his bicycle sideways toward the roadside. After moving a few meters, he reversed direction and started pedaling back, maintaining a steady speed while keeping a vigilant eye on the zombies' reactions and proximity, emitting a sharp whistle as he rode. As he zigzagged back to the other side of the road and then turned again, he noticed that most of the zombies had been drawn into the chase, with the nearest ones now about 10 meters away. Suyu quickened his pace, adjusting his zigzagging route to swiftly break free from the horde, gradually dispersing them and increasing the distance between them. After retreating approximately 70 to 80 meters, Suyu had successfully lured the zombies into a straight line. A few in the front were still in pursuit, while several in the middle had slowed down and began to fall behind. At the rear, a number of them had become stationary, clearly the elderly and frail zombies. Suyu skillfully maintained a distance of around 15 meters from the first 3 to 4 zombies. And after cycling back another 40 to 50 meters, only 2 zombies continued to follow. The ones behind had been completely left behind, their movements aimless. At this point, Suyu dismounted and parked his bicycle by the roadside. He released the red tassel spear, grasping a long gun in one hand and an axe in the other, and began to advance slowly. The zombies approached one by one, each met with a precise strike from Suyu's spear. After dispatching 4 zombies, he used the axe to cleave open their skulls in search of crystal shards. Upon examining the second zombie, he discovered a pink crystal, which he held in his palm to absorb its essence while simultaneously preparing to strike the third zombie. He then decapitated the leading male zombie that had been pursuing him, uncovering yet another pink crystal within its skull. This discovery invigorated him, and he absorbed both crystals in his hands before sprinting back to his bicycle. This time, he sheathed the axe at his waist, wielding the long gun once more as he charged towards the nearby zombies. He successfully attacked, however. This time he did not find a single crystal. Suyu once again rushed towards the scattered zombies on the road, slaying 4 more, yet still failing to uncover any crystal shards. This peculiar phenomenon piqued Suyu's curiosity. Initially, 4 zombies had yielded 2 crystal shards, but after dispatching 7 more, none were found. He began to harbor an inkling of the underlying issue. Stopping by the roadside, Suyu retrieved a bottle and squeezed fresh water into his mouth, opening wide to savor the refreshing liquid as it quenched his thirst. Suddenly, he closed his mouth, causing water to dribble down his chin, prompting him to cease squeezing the bottle. Just moments ago, he had noticed a new red diamond crystal core appearing beside the red square at the center of his brow. Much like the 4 crystal cores he had discovered in the village, Today's encounter with the mutated zombies had yielded a fifth core. Subsequently, an additional transformation occurred. The 5 crystal cores coalesced into a square resembling a 5 of diamonds playing card. Suyu sensed that this was a manifestation of his powers. Yet he remained uncertain of how to wield them or what effects they might entail. While he was still enveloped in a mix of confusion and eagerness, he recalled having absorbed 2 pink crystal shards, and now a small crystal core had emerged. Could it be that he had accumulated enough energy for the crystal shards to transform into a core once more? Previously, he had absorbed 11 shards, 2 of which were half shards, leading him to speculate that 10 shards might coalesce into a single crystal stone. In this instance, Suyu recalled the crystalline fragments he had acquired later on. It seemed he had gathered approximately 10 pieces. He felt a twinge of uncertainty, as a portion of the crystals obtained from the slain zombies had been given to his uncle, leaving him somewhat muddled regarding the exact quantity. For now, he could only estimate that it was around 10. He sighed, realizing that from this moment forth, he ought to maintain a small notebook to meticulously record the number of crystal shards and cores, lest he end up with a disorganized account. This habit was rather uncharacteristic of him, was it not? Continuing, Suyu closed his eyes to mentally scrutinize the playing cards alongside the red crystal core. The two emitted an identical luster when compared side by side, further affirming his hypothesis that the square 5 represented an advanced transformation of the crystal core. Moreover, as the elder Tang had mentioned, it would require 4 to 6 pieces for the potential enhancement to extraordinary abilities, which aligned perfectly with his findings. With a slight sense of relief, Suyu observed a few zombies in the distance, as he harbored another idea and hypothesis he wished to test and validate. After taking a sip of water, he stowed the bottle and pedaled his bicycle slowly towards the distant zombies. A few minutes later, he had dispatched the remaining zombies one by one, only to confirm that not a single crystal shard was found. This preliminary conclusion suggested that only the robust zombies possessed crystal shards, while the weaker ones did not. Inadvertently, he stumbled upon a method of differentiation. Akin to walking a small dog, he managed to lead a group of zombies out. The faster and stronger zombies at the front had a higher likelihood of producing crystal shards, whereas those trailing behind exhibited a significantly lower chance, if not none at all. Suyu found himself somewhat admiring his own ingenuity, having discerned such a pattern and method of selection. Indeed, the situation was as he observed. The agile zombies, swift in their movements, led the pack, each harboring crystalline cores, albeit small ones. As for the powerful mutated zombies mentioned by Old Tang, they were assuredly robust, and it was likely that their defeat would also yield crystalline cores. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Suyu cycled to the edge of the nursing home bridge. The vehicles near the traffic lights remained congested, and he noticed only 3 zombies wandering at a distance. Without hesitation, he parked his bicycle nearby, grasped his red tassel spear, and charged forward. Utilizing the cars as a barrier, he systematically separated and dispatched the zombies one by one. Upon decapitating one, he unexpectedly discovered a pink crystal fragment. Delighted, he wiped it clean and leisurely returned to his bicycle, lighting a cigarette as he absorbed the crystal while gazing ahead. At this point, the elevated bridge was clearly visible. The high-speed rail and expressway ran parallel along the city's outskirts. Not far from the bridge, the village houses were densely clustered, yet the road showed no sign of any obvious zombies. Minutes later, having absorbed the crystal, Suyu gathered his belongings and continued on his journey. He moderated the speed of his bicycle, pedaling slowly while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. The few zombies within sight posed no significant threat. Circumventing or eliminating them was relatively easy, especially since the sound of his bicycle was minimal. On the now broadened highway, a solitary figure rode along the 4-lane road. Although it felt somewhat peculiar, evading a couple of zombies on the path proved to be rather simple and secure. After a few minutes, he arrived beneath an overpass. Having smoothly traversed the village, which lay across the river, this side was devoid of houses, only featuring a few small bridges. Some zombies lingered, yet they did not fully take notice, allowing Suyu to accelerate past them. Upon reaching the underpass, he proceeded towards the city, his objective being to make a right turn and navigate beneath the overpass to access the national road, where the population density would be significantly lower. Chapter 74. Slaying the mutated zombie. The direction of the national road aligned with that of the high-speed rail and expressway, all 3 running parallel in this area. Ahead lay a fork in the road, and at this junction stood a gas station, already visible from afar. This gas station was typically situated at a three-way intersection, serving as the closest refueling point for the nearby expressway entrance a few kilometers away, so you could discern several vehicles intermingled with zombies. He halted at a distance and took out his binoculars for a closer inspection. Numerous vehicles were haphazardly parked, while nearly 10 visible zombies posed a potential complication. After a moment's contemplation, Suyu hesitantly glanced back towards a small bridge several dozen yards away. He promptly turned around and approached the bridge, which was devoid of zombies, with a few vehicles parked along the roadside across from it. Suyu was quite familiar with this area. Crossing the bridge would lead him to the national highway, albeit along a narrower path that would allow him to circumvent the nearby gas station. He felt this route would be safer, as the gas station gave him a rather unsettling impression. Thus, Suyu retrieved his red spear and cautiously pedaled onto the bridge. Upon reaching the opposite side, he noticed two zombies wandering to his right, while the left side was obscured by elevated pillars, momentarily revealing no anomalies. After crossing the bridge, Suyu parked his bicycle beside the railing and stealthily approached the two zombies on the right. With swift precision, he dispatched both of them, refraining from searching for crystal shards. Instead, he retreated behind a nearby car, having noticed several zombies in the distance had been alerted, yet they did not pursue him. His earlier actions had been executed with remarkable speed and efficiency, and as he gradually backed away from the vehicle, he cast a glance behind him. Observing that there were no zombies within a range of 30 to 40 meters in his line of sight. Returning to the bicycle, I retrieved the axe and, grasping the red-tasseled spear in my left hand, swiftly pedaled to the left. In mere moments, I covered the distance of several dozen meters. Only a short ride of less than 20 meters remained before I could merge onto the national highway. Suddenly, I spotted a towering zombie beside a few vehicles ahead. This creature stood nearly 2 meters tall, previously obscured by a truck. Its size was significantly larger, with arms that had clearly ripped through its clothing. Clad in a tattered garment that seemed vastly oversized, the pants it wore were cropped, presenting a rather chilling yet absurd appearance. It was evident that this was not an ordinary zombie. The mention of a strength-type zombie by the Elder Tang flickered in my mind. Could this be a mutated variant? Heightening my vigilance, I gradually brought the vehicle to a halt. The imposing zombie, however, did not cease its advance, staggering towards me with a familiar gait, albeit at a pace somewhat swifter than that of a typical zombie. At that moment, I found myself in a quandary. Behind me loomed a throng of zombies, from which I had narrowly escaped. Now, this formidable giant zombie ahead appeared to be a formidable foe. I was uncertain whether to press onward or to retreat, drawing this mutated creature towards me like a kite on a string, which also posed its own risks. Just then, the hulking zombie was a mere 20 meters away. After a moment of contemplation, I resolved to take a chance. After all, it was just a single zombie. If I could vanquish it and acquire crystal stones. The temptation was undeniably great. Moreover, he had undergone numerous enhancements himself, and now his strength undoubtedly surpassed 300 kilograms. He also contemplated whether his extraordinary abilities could be utilized. Yet this particular zombie remained an enigma. It was uncertain not only if he could wield his powers, but also whether their application would be beneficial. Thus, Suyu brandished his red tassel spear and unsheathed the axe from his waist, approaching the roadside concrete pillar with a demeanor akin to facing a formidable foe. He observed that the agility of the zombie was comparable to that of an ordinary one, and he felt confident that his own agility surpassed that of this hulking creature. If necessary, he could always evade by maneuvering around the pillar. A few moments later, the oversized zombie advanced to within 3 to 4 meters of him. Suyu cautiously took a step forward, thrusting the red tassel spear towards the zombie's mouth. As the spearhead approached within half a meter of the creature, the zombie's massive hand swung out to block the attack. Witnessing this, Suyu exerted greater force, driving the spearhead into the zombie's hand. Upon piercing the palm, the spear halted, only for the zombie to swat it away with a dismissive motion. Suyu attempted to retract the spear, but was met with a jolt, causing his body to sway as the creature's strength was considerable. He quickly retreated 2 steps to his left, pulling the spear back as he did so, finding himself nearly pressed against the concrete pillar behind him. At this moment, Suyu found himself cornered. The prospect of a forceful attack fraught with the risk of being caught or bitten by the zombies. Retreating was not an option due to the imposing column behind him. Suddenly inspired by the sight of the large pillar, he deftly maneuvered away from it and began to circle around, swiftly traversing half its circumference. He bent down to gather several stones from the ground, casting them aside, which drew the attention of the towering zombie that lunged after him. Indeed, while this zombie possessed great strength, its speed was rather ordinary, not significantly superior to that of a typical zombie. At that moment, Suyu felt a surge of confidence. He could easily overpower a standard zombie. The current challenge lay in its strength, but its lack of agility and speed posed no threat to him. He continued to hurl stones, enticing the zombie to pursue him in a circular chase around the column. Having circumnavigated more than half of the pillar, he took several bold strides forward, discarding the remaining stones against the column. With his red spear in hand, he maneuvered swiftly yet cautiously. He could now see the back of the zombie's head just 2 to 3 meters ahead. Gripping the spear with both hands, Suyu launched himself forward, aiming for the nape of the formidable zombie's neck with all his might. With a slanted thrust, the weapon penetrated deeply, and at that moment, the zombie seemed to sense an anomaly behind it, tilting its head backward. However, it only managed to turn halfway, for a long spear had already pierced through its neck, the tip relentlessly driving upward into its skull. The creature twisted its body from left to right, but Suyu pressed forward, taking 2 steps to the right while firmly gripping the red tassel spear against the zombie's back. Gradually, the zombie ceased its roaring and movements, its towering form collapsing forward. Only then did Suyu retract the spear, taking a few steps sideways to gaze at the fallen zombie. Observing the motionless figure on the ground, he cautiously prodded its back with the spearhead. Receiving no response, he confirmed the demise of this mutated zombie. Subsequently, he drew an axe and forcefully struck down upon its head. Once again, the axe cleaved through the large skull, brain matter oozing forth. Suyu felt no discomfort. Instead, he eagerly began to search. As anticipated, he discovered a red crystal within, which he meticulously wiped clean. Sensing that this crystal was slightly larger than that of the agile zombies, its shape and luster were identical, and without hesitation, he placed it in his palm to absorb its essence. Chapter 75. Encountering a familiar face in an off-road vehicle, Suyu leaned against the concrete pillar beneath the overpass, gazing toward the nearby gas station. With his left hand, he squeezed the last remnants of water from a bottle of screaming beverage. Alas, it had scarcely been half a day, and he had already drained the entire bottle. Earlier, he consumed 3 boiled eggs prepared by his uncle-in-law this morning, accompanied by a modest half bottle of mineral water. He felt a twinge of regret. With increased physical exertion and irregular eating patterns, his need for fresh water had escalated. Typically, he could manage with 2 bottles a day, but considering the weight and space that water occupies, he had opted to bring only 2. Now, just a few hours later, he had already depleted half. He pondered whether to check the nearby gas station, known for its convenience store. He found himself in a quandary. Having just dispatched a formidable zombie, the threat level had diminished within 100 meters of the gas station. Yet, this location was a thoroughfare, and he could see 10 or so zombies lurking outside. To venture in for a mere bottle of water seemed unwise. Given that the apocalypse had only commenced a little over a week ago, he surmised that there would still be some vehicles on the national road, likely leading to sources of clean water. After much contemplation, he ultimately abandoned the idea of visiting the gas station. He glanced at the crystal in the palm of his right hand, now fully absorbed. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, feeling a new small crystal core emerge in the center of his forehead. Indeed, he now possessed a poker card square with 5 additional crystal cores. However, the poker card likely represented a unique ability, the nature of which remained unknown to him. He had yet to harness it and resolved to seek an opportune moment for testing this potential life-saving power. He prepared his belongings, carefully wiped the axe, and tucked it into his waist. After surveying his surroundings, he approached his bicycle, leaned the red spear against the crossbar, secured it with Velcro, and began to pedal towards the ramp a few dozen meters ahead. Alongside the elevated road, several cars were parked by the roadside. He gradually drew near, and upon making a right turn to ascend the slope, he entered the national road. Suyu noticed 3 zombies on the ramp, which posed a dilemma. The incline was considerable, and gaining speed while cycling proved challenging. The 3 zombies needed to be dispatched to clear this section, while bicycles had their advantages. Had he been in a car, he could have easily accelerated past them. At that moment, he realized that for slightly longer journeys, a car would indeed be more convenient. His thoughts still lagged behind the reality of the apocalyptic world, with so many vehicles lining the road. If progress was impeded, abandoning the car entirely was a viable option. unlike the pre-apocalyptic days when one was bound by the constraints of transportation. The stark contrast between imagined scenarios and actual circumstances left him pondering. Was he truly just a novice freshly emerged from the starter village? With a sense of helplessness, Suyu halted his bicycle behind a vehicle, retrieved the red spear, and, with his travel bag slung over his shoulder, cautiously began to make his way up the slope, weaving between the parked cars. As he carefully maneuvered around a truck and approached a family sedan, a sudden roar erupted from within the adjacent car. A withered, greenish hand reached out through the partially open window, mere centimeters from Suyu, startling him into a hasty retreat of 2 large steps. What the hell? Suyu was filled with expletives as he discovered that a zombie was lurking within the vehicle. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a female zombie with disheveled long hair. At that moment, she extended both hands, her head frantically pressing against the partially opened window. However, the gap was too narrow for her head to escape. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu swiftly swung his left hand and thrust his spear directly into her, delivering a decisive blow that pierced through her skull. His strength and stability had significantly improved, allowing him to wield the red tassel spear with the precision of an extension of his own body. The spear struck with swiftness and grace, yet possessed formidable explosive power. With just a bit more force, the zombie's cranium was easily penetrated, including instances where he could ambush the more powerful mutated zombies from behind, piercing from the nape of the neck straight through to the head. Although mutated zombies exhibited increased speed and strength, their bodily resilience, particularly in the head, was comparable to that of ordinary zombies. Having dispatched the zombie that had been crouching by the vehicle, Suyu noticed that 2 more zombies on the road ahead were alerted and began to approach the car, one of which had already charged within mere meters of him. Drawing his spear once more, he took 2 steps to the left and slightly turned his body to conceal himself behind a small truck parked ahead. He then raised the tip of his spear, aiming toward the direction from which the zombies were advancing. Moments later, a zombie lunged toward the car, only to be impaled through the face by the spear's tip, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. It was almost as if the creature had delivered itself to its demise, humorously colliding with the spearhead, a foolish act indeed. Cursing inwardly, Suyu unsheathed his lance, maneuvering to the roadside. He awaited the second zombie, which lunged ravenously, and dispatched it with a single, precise thrust. Casting a glance at the last zombie, slightly more distant, he advanced swiftly along the road's edge. Closing to within approximately 7 to 8 meters, Suyu accelerated, reaching his target in a few strides. Simultaneously, his lance pierced the zombie's temple. The creature, barely registering the attack, was felled without so much as a whimper. Retrieving his crimson-tasseled spear, Suyu swiftly cleaved the heads of the fallen. With only a few zombies present, a search for crystalline fragments was feasible. He had become adept at decapitating the undead and scouring for these shards, each task now consuming less than 20 seconds, a routine as familiar as a smoke or a drink. In recent days, Suyu had dispatched well over 100 zombies, his hands stained with their ichor. Finding no crystal on the first zombie, he returned to the others, repeating the grim task of splitting skulls in pursuit of the coveted fragments. Even the zombie within the car was not spared. Suyu opened the door and probed its cranium, but to no avail. Undeterred, he rummaged through the vehicle, opening the trunk in hopes of discovering useful provisions, particularly bottled water. Alas, his efforts were fruitless. Somewhat disheartened, he returned to his bicycle, arranging his gear before ascending the small incline to the national highway. As far as the eye could see, not a single vehicle or zombie was present, the road eerily deserted, like a newly constructed thoroughfare. This was a bridge spanning the road below. After a moment's contemplation, Suyu mounted his bicycle and crossed to the opposite side. This vantage point offers a commanding view of the gas station located 40 to 50 meters away, where a motley assortment of vehicles is parked haphazardly, some bearing the marks of collisions. Surrounding the area, more than 20 zombies roam aimlessly. Suddenly, Suyu spots a familiar off-road vehicle, a brown SUV that passed through his village just yesterday. The distinctive color and appearance of the vehicle linger in his memory. Upon scrutinizing the license plate, he confirms it is indeed the Nissan SUV driven by the trio from the previous day. Adjusting the focus of his binoculars, he begins to examine the wandering zombies one by one, pondering whether the 3 individuals have succumbed to their fate and transformed into the undead after just a single day. Chapter 76. An initial exploration of the private boarding school. As Suyu meticulously identifies each zombie, he suddenly notices one that stands slightly taller, its clothing strikingly familiar. He fixates on this particular zombie, waiting for it to shift its position, as the binoculars provide a clearer view of its face. Suyu is certain that it is the young man named Jean, whom he encountered yesterday. Continuing his observation of the other wandering zombies, he scans the area repeatedly, but fails to find any semblance of Minggu or the girl. After approximately 10 minutes of vigilant watching, Suyu lowers his binoculars, settles onto his bicycle, and lights a cigarette. With one foot resting on the roadside barrier, he gazes at the gas station and the adjacent road, exhaling a long plume of smoke. In his mind, he speculates whether these individuals are obstructed by the gas station or if they intend to refuel or gather supplies. Certainly, things have gone awry, a life has been lost, and a vehicle has been abandoned. The trio possesses considerable abilities. Suyu surmises that the two men are likely stronger than the average individual. After all, they managed to escape the village and boldly approach the small supermarket armed for supplies, although they were forcefully repelled and even extorted for a rebar gun. It is alarming how easily calamity struck in this area, which still falls within the suburban outskirts of the city, not even reaching the urban center. The precise reasons remain unclear to Suyu, yet it was undoubtedly wise to avoid the gas station. He had previously circumvented the small river via a bridge and encountered a formidable zombie, which posed a slight danger before he ultimately vanquished it, earning a crystal in the process. One must ponder whether their misfortune is linked to this mutated zombie. Had the three of them encountered that powerful creature, the outcome would have likely been dire. After finishing his cigarette, Suyu turned the vehicle around and began to ride along the national highway. Gradually, he increased his speed, as he was quite familiar with this newly constructed route. The sides of the road are sparsely populated with houses, lined instead with recently transplanted trees, starkly contrasting the winding mountain path before his home. He finally comprehended why so many favored cycling along suburban mountain trails. The experience here felt quite lackluster. The road was dusty, and as the clock approached 11, the sun bore down mercilessly upon his scalp. Suyu contemplated acquiring a hat, for riding under the glaring sunlight was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. He had not ridden a bicycle for over a decade, yet after traversing this stretch, many memories flooded back, primarily due to the commendable quality of the mountain bike he now rode. As he ascended a steep incline, he approached a pedestrian bridge, beneath which two vehicles were parked haphazardly, their positioning clearly askew. At that moment, he began to descend, the bicycle swiftly gaining momentum. From a distance, he discerned shadows moving beneath the bridge. With one hand steadying the bike, Suyu drew an axe with his right hand, subtly shifting to the side as he pedaled past. When he was merely 20 meters away, he realized that the figures were zombies, two of them, meandering near the vehicles and along the roadside. Reacting quickly, he accelerated, initially leveraging the inertia from the downhill slope. With a powerful push, the bicycle surged forward, exceeding speeds of 60 kilometers per hour as he darted past. In that instant, the zombies seemed to be roused, emitting low growls as they lunged towards him. In the hollow space beneath the bridge, their roars echoed ominously. Suyu's speed, propelled by both inertia and vigorous pedaling, intensified further as he zipped past the first zombie, narrowly missing it by 3 to 4 meters. The second female zombie, just then, lunged into the middle of the road. Within 2 to 3 seconds, he had sped beyond the bridge, leaving behind the pursuing undead, deftly eluding them. This route was familiar to Suyu. After several kilometers, he could turn onto the road leading to his girlfriend's hometown. Not far ahead, a fork in the road led to a school, a newly established private middle school from a few years prior. Suyu recalled his uncle mentioning his niece, Xiao Jin, who was enrolled at this institution. Xiao Jin was the eldest daughter of his uncle's family, currently in the 8th grade at this private school. After a few minutes of cycling, he spotted a sign indicating the presence of an international school. He had heard that this establishment was a fully enclosed private institution, yet Suyu was unfamiliar with it. He would not have visited if there were no pressing matters, and he certainly would not venture inside. He considered the scale of such schools, often housing thousands of students, which stirred a sense of apprehension within him. He remembered his promise to his uncle and felt it would be remiss not to at least take a look since he was passing by. Xiao Jin's full name was Zhang Xinjin, and he had met her when they were both much younger. The last encounter had been a year or two ago, and all he could recall was a slender girl wearing glasses. I might as well visit. I'll be cautious and it should be fine. If he were to find Xiao Jin, he could take her back to the village. The thought of returning to the village was feasible for him. He could make the journey in 1 to 2 hours. For his uncle, having a close relative nearby in these tumultuous times would be a source of great comfort. If he failed to find her, or if she was no longer there, at least he would have honored his promise to his uncle and himself. As Suyu pondered, he unconsciously reduced his cycling speed and resolved to take a detour to the nearby school. He slightly accelerated and ventured into the side path leading to the right, which appeared to be a designated one-way road constructed by the school, wide enough for only a modestly sized vehicle. After traversing several dozen meters and rounding a gentle hillock, he soon beheld the grand entrance of the school not far ahead. At that moment, Suyu halted his bicycle by the roadside, his gaze drawn curiously to a rather peculiar area near the school gate. There lay an astonishingly disordered array of dozens of vehicles, occupying nearly half of the available space. Among them were both fuel and gasoline-powered cars, yet a striking characteristic prevailed. Nearly all were extravagant and high-priced automobiles. Suyu found this rather typical, considering the affluence of families associated with private schools. However, what struck him as odd was the chaotic manner in which these vehicles were parked. The school gate stood ajar, and several cars at the entrance appeared to have been involved in a severe collision, with some having sustained significant deformities, effectively blocking the entryway. Surprisingly, in the vicinity of the gate and the playground beyond, Suyu observed only a few zombies. Despite the presence of dozens of cars at the entrance, there was not a single zombie in sight, leaving Suyu bewildered by the circumstances, feeling that something was amiss. In light of this unsettling scene, he lifted his bicycle and took several steps toward the trees along the roadside. Seeking a somewhat concealed thicket, he positioned his bicycle flat, retrieved his red tassel gun, and, with his backpack slung over his shoulders, commenced his advance toward the foreign language school on foot. Chapter 77 Encountering Survivors on Campus. Suyu ambled approximately 40 to 50 meters, approaching the cluster of vehicles he had just glimpsed by the school's perimeter wall. The scene revealed unmistakable evidence of a vehicular collision, with several cars displaying deployed airbags. Many of the vehicles had their windows sealed, yet the interiors were entirely vacant, devoid of both the living and the undead. The entrance to the school was completely obstructed, rendering it inaccessible to motor vehicles. Scattered across the ground nearby were numerous automobile components, and upon closer inspection, Suyu discerned several dark, dried bloodstains. At that moment, he leaned against the school's wall, finding himself in a blind spot relative to several zombies. He peered into the guardhouse, which appeared disheveled, but was fortunately free of any undead presence. After a moment's contemplation, he resorted to his usual tactic, tossing 2 small stones against the luxurious car parked at the entrance. The noise immediately captured the attention of the zombies within, provoking a series of guttural roars as they began to shuffle toward the door. Observing 2 zombies approaching from different angles, Suyu waited patiently before making his move. He sprang forward, confronting the zombie closest to the guardhouse, dispatching it with ease. Without delay, he dashed to another vehicle, maneuvering around it to eliminate a middle-aged zombie lurking nearby. Meanwhile, 3 zombies from the inner courtyard commenced their shrill cries, brandishing their claws as they converged on his position. Positioning himself beside a slightly shorter sedan, Suyu awaited the oncoming assault of the zombies, which consisted of 3 in total. In less than 2 minutes, he deftly dispatched all 3 adversaries. Subsequently, he commenced cleaving the heads with his axe, at which juncture he discerned an anomaly. The ghouls were invariably adult specimens. Given that schools typically harbor a preponderance of students over faculty, the quartet of revenants he had just dispatched were all mature individuals. Their attire and accoutrements suggestive of parents rather than educators or staff. One female ghoul, in particular, bore traces of cosmetic application and was adorned with gilded ornaments on her digits and auricles. Following a bout of cleaving and rummaging, he unearthed a crystalline shard within the cranium of a male cadaver. Considering this a supplementary perk, Suyu promptly cleansed and assimilated it. After ascertaining the immediate vicinity to be devoid of peril, he retreated towards the vehicles and attempted to gain entry, embarking on a scavenging expedition. Subsequent to examining 4 vehicles, he discovered 2 unlocked and 1 with its portal ajar. He procured several hermetically sealed phials of potable water, a carton of crisps, and a packet of confectionery, all of which were stowed in his rucksack. Having replenished his hydration with 4 phials of aqua, Suyu's gaze shifted towards the school. He ambled towards the gatehouse, where he perused the school's regulatory edicts and a schematic representation of the campus. Upon scrutinizing the institutional layout, He noted the presence of both junior and senior divisions, erroneously presuming the institution to cater exclusively to junior scholars. Suyu realized the school's magnitude exceeded his initial estimation. Having arrived, he was determined to reconnoiter the premises. As he contemplated stepping out of the guardroom, he walked for more than 10 meters along the right-hand side of the wall, passing beneath what appeared to be an office building. After traversing half of the playground, he found himself facing a row of dormitory buildings, where he concealed himself, observing through binoculars. Approaching the vicinity of the office building, he noticed some scattered zombies outside. Utilizing his agility, Suyu swiftly dispatched 3 of them without drawing the attention of the distant undead. This time, he refrained from attempting to sever their heads in search of crystal shards. Instead, Suyu chose not to enter but to circumvent the area, making his way to a teaching building at the rear, where no signs of zombies were present nearby or beneath the structure. He proceeded directly toward a dormitory at the back, its main entrance ajar. Upon entering, he glanced at a nearby room resembling a dormitory supervisor's quarters, which also stood open. He stepped inside to investigate. This was a boys' dormitory, specifically for high school students. Having been on the move since he set out, he now felt a bit fatigued. He plopped down onto a chair by the window, took a sip of water, and pondered his next steps. Now that he had safely entered the school, it would be prudent to seek assistance. Navigating such a vast campus and dormitory without direction, especially with so many zombies lurking about, was a daunting prospect. Realizing he had entered the boys' dormitory, which seemed decidedly out of place, a headache began to throb in Suyu's mind. This venture had become somewhat perilous. A few minutes later, he quietly exited the dormitory building and retraced his steps, recalling the location of the girls' dormitory as seen from the guardroom. Having traversed 2 dormitory-like buildings, Suyu looked up to see numerous shadowy figures of zombies lurking above. He pondered that he had likely entered a den of the undead. If that were the case, escaping could prove to be quite challenging. Yet, emboldened by his skill, he resolved to search further. As long as he avoided plunging into a horde of zombies or being besieged by multiple mutated creatures, he felt confident in his ability to extricate himself from danger. At that moment, Suyu found himself before a row of dormitories adorned in a shade of pale pink. Upon observing the surroundings and the garments hung outside, he surmised that this was likely the girls' dormitory. With this thought, he circled to the front, dispatching 4 zombies that obstructed his path. He had grown increasingly fierce in his combat, wielding a crimson spear in his left hand and an axe in his right. He could effortlessly eliminate 2 or 3 zombies simultaneously. Just moments ago, he had cleaved one zombie with a single swing of his axe, sending another, a female student turned zombie, sprawling aside. He then lunged forward, swiftly slaying a more distant female zombie, and with a half-turn, he thrust his spear into a student zombie that had yet to rise. In a mere 10 seconds, 3 zombies lay lifeless, with only 2 emitting faint growls before succumbing to their fate. After the skirmish, he quickly concealed himself in the corner of a balcony on the first floor, a mere 20 to 30 meters away from another zombie that had only just been stirred. After waiting for a brief period, Suyu cautiously approached the adjacent balcony, preparing to enter the dormitory's main entrance. At that moment, he heard a faint call from behind, a hoarse voice uttering "Hey." It was barely audible, yet in the stillness of the building, Suyu heard it distinctly. He swiftly retreated a few steps, returning to the recessed corner of the balcony on the first floor. Raising his gaze, he noticed a half-open window on the second floor of the adjacent balcony, where a girl's head was peering out, intently observing him. Suyu glanced over and hurriedly placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. She appeared to be a student and quickly leaned slightly to the right. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Suyu, her eyes filled with urgency. After a few seconds of mutual observation, he gestured simply, indicating that he would enter through the dormitory's main entrance to find her, accompanied by a hand signal that conveyed both a pause and an okay, soothing the anxious girl. At that moment, Suyu swiftly moved to the edge of another balcony. Chapter 78. This was completely unexpected. Scattered in front of the dormitory were a few zombies. Suyu had initially planned to navigate around and enter the dormitory. However, upon discovering the survivor, he realized that the re-emergence of these zombies could obstruct their escape route, potentially encircling them. Assessing the positions of the 7 zombies along with the concrete ground and flower beds ahead, Suyu contemplated a quick and efficient plan to eliminate them. He drew out a long-handled axe, gripping it firmly with the blade facing forward. Prepared, he dashed out without concern for noise, covering approximately 10 meters in just 2 to 3 seconds, positioning himself behind one of the zombies. approximately 3 meters away from the zombie. Suyu extended his left hand forward, thrusting the red tassel spear with precision. Without pausing, he stepped forward, firmly driving the spear's tip into the creature's head in a swift motion. In the same instant, he pivoted to the right, delivering a powerful kick to another approaching zombie. The creature was sent sprawling, its body flying over 2 meters before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, rolling over in the process. Simultaneously, Suyu flicked the red tassel spear, withdrawing it from the lifeless head of the fallen zombie. As he retracted the spear, he employed its length as a makeshift staff, sweeping it laterally towards the neck of a nearby zombie that resembled a student. The blow connected solidly, causing the creature's neck to bend at an unnatural angle of 90 degrees, leaving it struggling on the ground but unable to rise. At that moment, 2 more zombies surged forward, one of them already in an instant. Suyu unleashed a flurry of strikes, delivering powerful kicks that sent 5 zombies sprawling to the ground. In the distance, 2 more zombies approached. One was still oblivious, while the other had just begun to swipe its claws menacingly. With no time to ponder the fate of the fallen undead, Suyu leaped over the corpse of a zombie that had been pierced by a spear, ready to confront the remaining 2 threats. As he vaulted over the lifeless body, something snagged at his right calf, throwing his balance into disarray and propelling him forward. He stumbled towards a flower bed, where another zombie lurked ominously close. At that moment, Suyu forcefully pushed off with his left foot, propelling himself nearly half a meter into the air, now less than 2 meters away from the approaching zombie. With no other option, he adjusted the angle of his spear midair, aiming directly at the creature's chest. In an instant, the spear's tip penetrated the right side of the zombie's chest. Although he encountered resistance, the combined strength of his left hand and the momentum of his lunge allowed him to thrust the zombie backward. Simultaneously, Suyu executed a roll into the flower bed, landing on his side. His travel backpack cushioned the impact, allowing him to roll only halfway before coming to a stop. The force of his thrust sent the zombie tumbling backward, while the spear slipped free from its chest. This sudden fall caught Suyu off guard, yet his remarkable coordination and control enabled him to thrust forward once more, pushing the menacing zombie away and using the momentum to soften his landing in the flower bed, thus avoiding a disastrous fall. He fell onto the soft flower bed, his body smeared with green grass juice, appearing somewhat disheveled, yet miraculously unscathed. Rising swiftly to his feet, he maintained a firm grip on his spear and axe. With the axe grounded, he took 2 steady steps to the side and, upon stabilizing himself, glanced at his left calf, where he had been ensnared moments ago. There was no sign of injury or damage. With a fierce glare directed behind him, he noted that 5 zombies were present, 3 of which had fallen still. One on his right struggled to rise, likely the one that had snagged his leg earlier. To his left, another zombie was grotesquely contorted, struggling yet unable to stand. Annoyed, Suyu swiftly dispatched the crawling zombie with a shot from his spear. He then turned to see the zombie that had been knocked down by his spear attempting to rise once more, frantically lunging forward with biting motions, seemingly unfazed despite having just been pierced in the chest. However, it hardly advanced a few steps before the red-tasseled spear pierced its face, penetrating its skull, and it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. At that moment, Suyu moved forward quickly, deftly retracting the spear with a flick of his left hand. He jogged towards the last zombie, which met the same fate with a single shot. Only then did Suyu allow himself a moment of respite as he slowly made his way back, dealing with the struggling, crooked-necked zombie still writhing on the ground. Observing his surroundings, his gaze fell upon the female student on the balcony, who was now fixated on him, likely shocked by the fierce battle he had just waged against the zombies. In that instant, Suyu performed an act that nearly caused the girl to faint from shock. He wielded an axe, cleaving through the skulls of the fallen zombies strewn across the ground. With gloved hands, he began his search, primarily intrigued by the fact that these were all transformed students. He pondered whether their demise would yield crystal shards. Previously, he had never discovered such gems within the heads of juvenile zombies. In front of the dormitory, there were a total of 10 zombies, and after meticulously inspecting each one, he acquired 2 crystal shards. This outcome brought him immense satisfaction, as his venture to the school proved fruitful. While dispatching these student zombies was relatively straightforward, the potential for crystal acquisition seemed quite advantageous. Absorbing the shards, he stepped through the dormitory entrance, having lured the zombies outside. Observing his surroundings, he proceeded down the corridor to the right, The first floor of this dormitory housed more than 10 rooms, arranged along either side of the hallway. At the far end, a zombie detected his presence and charged towards him, flailing its arms and growling ferociously. This solitary zombie posed little threat, easily dispatched with a single shot. However, within mere seconds, the chorus of zombie growls erupted from the adjacent rooms, startling him into taking a significant step back. To his astonishment, both sides of the corridor were teeming with zombies. This was an eventuality he had never anticipated. Chapter 79. The fortunate senior high school girl. Upon the sudden appearance of this scene, Suyu was taken aback, nearly bolting in fright. However, after a few moments, as the zombies approached, and with no signs of any emerging from the adjacent rooms, he cautiously retreated, wary of an ambush. He had backed himself up to the site of the dormitory entrance, realizing it had merely been a false alarm. With a swift motion, he wielded his left hand and dispatched the juvenile zombie with a precise strike. Instead of searching for crystal shards, Suyu opted to survey his surroundings. Gently gripping the handle of an adjacent door, he discovered it was securely locked. Armed with his weapon, he proceeded cautiously forward, aware that a staircase led to the upper floor. Listening intently to the low growls and the sounds of claws scraping against the doors from both sides, Suyu had a revelation. The zombie outbreak occurred at night, and there were regulations in the school dormitories mandating that students remain in their rooms after dark. Lights out for sleep. This explained the limited presence of zombies outside. They were all confined within the dormitory, which alleviated Suyu's anxiety, dispelling the sensation of walking into a den of wolves or a lair of tigers. Gradually ascending the staircase to the second floor, he encountered 3 zombies, which in turn stirred the ones in the nearby rooms, unleashing a cacophony of growls and the sounds of clawing and collision. However, the corridor of the dormitory was narrow. Thus, even if 2 zombies attempted to rush him simultaneously, only a maximum of 2 could squeeze through at once. Suyu easily dispatched the 3 zombies, even finding the leisure to cleave open their skulls. Although he did not find any crystal shards this time, he remained undeterred. Having ascertained my location, I arrived at a dormitory door and gently rapped upon it. Initially, the room seemed devoid of sound, but suddenly, the guttural growls and violent impacts of a zombie emanated from within. Oops, my mistake. I had misremembered the room's location. Just then, the adjacent door creaked open a sliver. I turned to observe a figure peering out into the corridor. Excuse me, are you the student I encountered outside the dormitory earlier? I inquired with genuine warmth and amiability. The door widened slightly, revealing the surviving female student. She appeared to be approximately 1.6 meters tall, clad in a rumpled and soiled beige school uniform, her hair disheveled. Her figure was slender, and her countenance, though youthful and radiant, was pallid, like a flower on the verge of withering. I offered a reassuring smile and whispered, "It's safe now, you have nothing to worry about." I took a step back and gestured with my axe, signaling her to come out and observe. Upon witnessing the scene, the girl cautiously opened the door halfway, peering left and right. Confirming that the zombie outside had indeed fallen, she gingerly opened the door and uttered softly, "Thank you. Kind sir, are you here to rescue us?" However, before she could complete her sentence, the guttural roars of the zombie from the neighboring room echoed through the hallway, accompanied by the incessant scratching and pounding against the adjacent door. The girl, startled, instinctively took a step back, her immediate reaction being to close the door. Suyu gestured gently, pressing his hand down and mimicking a silent gesture with his lips. Approaching the doorway, he softly inquired, "May I enter?" His voice was barely audible, just loud enough for the girl to catch. A flush crept across her face, yet she quickly sidestepped, granting him access to the threshold. Without hesitation, Suyu seized the opportunity, weapon in hand, and stepped into the room, allowing the door to gently close behind him. The room was designed to accommodate 4 individuals, featuring bunk beds with a desk and cabinet underneath each. The color scheme unmistakably indicated it was a girls' dormitory. Once inside, Suyu made himself comfortable, pulling up a nearby chair and placing his rifle and axe beside the table. However, he refrained from setting down his backpack. After surveying the surroundings, he turned to the girl who stood awkwardly nearby and asked, "What is your name, and which grade is this dormitory for?" The girl, standing by the table, bit her lip nervously before responding, "I am Chun Jingyi, currently a sophomore. Most of the residents here are also in the 2nd year." At that moment, Suyu took a sip from a bottle of mineral water. Chun Jingyi's gaze fixated on the water bottle in his hand. Upon hearing her mention being a sophomore, Suyu felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he also recognized the value in finding a survivor, as it would significantly ease the process of locating others in the future. With a sense of reassurance, she exhaled softly. However, upon noticing the unmistakable yearning in the eyes of the girl across from her, she quickly recalled, "Your name is Chunjingi, correct? I shall call you Xiaojing." This approach of establishing familiarity was characteristic of Suyu in his interactions with others. As the saying goes, speak to a person in their language, and to a ghost in theirs. Suyu was equally adept at conversing with foreigners. "I am Suyu, slightly older than you. You may address me as brother Yu or Ayu." He conversed with the young girl in a calm and unhurried manner. It turned out that Chunjingi, a sophomore, was quite fortunate to have survived. Originally, her dormitory housed 3 students, but that fateful day, she was the only one present as she had retired early to bed. One classmate had to leave for home after evening study due to family matters, while the other was engrossed in a romantic conversation with a male classmate, not returning to the dormitory until after curfew. She recalled returning to the dormitory around 9 o'clock, washing up, shutting the door, and curling up in bed with a book, gradually succumbing to sleep. Unbeknownst to her, she experienced feverish discomfort while asleep, only to awaken the following afternoon. By then, the outside world was overrun with zombies. From her balcony, she witnessed the chaos and dared not venture outside. Fortunately, there was still water available. She had filled several basins with tap water, and the dormitory was equipped with a water dispenser they had installed themselves. The provisions for the past 8 to 9 days consist of the meager supplies available to the 3 individuals in the room, some snacks, packaged foods serving as breakfast alternatives, and instant noodles. Typically, students harbor a disdain for the cafeteria's offerings, particularly those residing in the dormitories, who often stockpile food within their quarters. Now, she finds herself consuming the remnants left behind by the other 2. The girl eats sparingly and engages in little physical activity. Over this past week, she has not felt the pangs of hunger, yet the large container of drinking water is nearly depleted. Thus, when she spots Suyu with a bottle of mineral water, her eyes widen with longing. The young girl promptly presents her remaining snacks, several packets of biscuits and chips, a bag of sunflower seeds, and 2 packets of instant noodles for Suyu to see. This leaves Suyu both amused and exasperated, as if she could ever be the kind of person to suffer from food scarcity in a post-apocalyptic world. After all, she is accustomed to savoring home-cooked meals and sipping on fine liquor. Alas, this is the reality of their situation. Having ventured outside earlier to scavenge for supplies, she had managed to acquire a few bottles of mineral water, which had brought her some joy. While recounting this, Suyu graciously offered the girl an unopened bottle of mineral water. She watched as the girl took small sips from the bottle, drinking with enthusiasm. Chapter 80. The school rescue duo. Suyu directly inquired about the purpose of her visit. "Xiaojing, are you familiar with a classmate named Zhang Xianjin? She is a student in the 8th grade at your school. I cannot recall her specific class, but I am a family member, here to find her." Upon hearing this, the girl named Xiaojing pondered for a moment before shaking her head and responding, I am not acquainted with that name. In the middle school section, there are 6 classes in the 8th grade. I know which dormitory they are in. If Zhang is present, she should, like me, be in the dormitory building, or perhaps. Her words lingered on the tip of her tongue, her voice fading to a whisper as a thought struck her, causing her to pause. Or could she be there? Suyu inquired, furrowing her brow. The young girl, noticing the gravity on Suyu's face and her apparent displeasure, quickly added, "It is also possible she is in the cafeteria. A few days ago, some had entered the school from outside. They wandered near the dormitory, but none were as formidable as you, brother Yu, capable of vanquishing so many monsters alone. I caught a glimpse of them from a distance, but they seem to have been forced to retreat. Later, I heard considerable commotion coming from the cafeteria. There must be some survivors there." Xiao Jing articulated her observations and analyses clearly to Suyu. She mentioned that even the teachers residing at the school had started to announce over the intercom that we should await rescue in our dormitories and the cafeteria. She refrained from elaborating further, as she suspected that there was little hope for rescue. Some parents might rush to the school to save their children, but the prospects seemed grim. Individuals with skills and abilities like Suyu's were already struggling upon entering the school, having been forced to roll around in the flower beds to escape the zombies. Reflecting on this, Suyu felt a twinge of shame. After grasping the overall situation, Suyu did not hasten to leave. This place felt relatively safe, providing a sense of reassurance. The young girl had managed to remain here alone for over a week. Suyu felt that there was no need to be overly cautious. He could take a moment to rest here and enjoy a bite to eat. The earlier endeavor of searching for and dispatching zombies had drained a considerable amount of his energy and strength. He pulled out a newly opened bottle of mineral water, pouring it into the empty bottle that had been screaming for life, and then accompanied the refreshing drink with a boiled egg. He understood that such boiled eggs would not last long, yet they were quite filling. After consuming two, he noticed the young girl across from him watching, and he extended the last egg towards her. The girl, Xiao Jing, immediately shook her head, insisting she did not want it, claiming she had food of her own. Take it, your snacks are insufficient. Besides, you just mentioned you would help me find someone. Eating something will give you strength. I have plenty of food in my bag. So do not worry. Do I appear to be someone who would starve? As Suyu puffed up his chest and boasted. He relished the fact that boasting bore no tax. Indeed, he still had a fair amount of food in his bag, though most of it was cooked meals, biscuits, and chocolate. He had no rice, flour, corn, or even potatoes or sweet potatoes. He possessed only a few noodles, instant noodles, and a box of self-heating rice, barely sufficient for a normal diet. He took out some beef jerky and chicken legs, sharing a packet of roasted chicken wings with the girl, and then began to eat slowly in the room. Turning to Xiao Jing, he said, "Please take me to the 8th grade dormitory first. I must see that place. You should know which building and floors I mean, right? I am aware, that the junior high girls have 2 dormitories situated towards the rear, adjacent to one another. I recall the specifics regarding the 8th grade dormitory floors. I can verify this with the dormitory supervisor's quarters when the time comes. When young girls speak of their school, they exhibit remarkable attentiveness, a stark contrast to their demeanor when confronted by the external threats. Very well, if we do not uncover anything in the dormitory, we shall make our way to the school cafeteria. Rest assured, as long as you guide me, I can ensure your safe passage out of the school. Your home is in the town, which offers a greater hope of return than the heart of the city. We shall devise a plan subsequently." At this moment, Suyu requires guidance to lead this high school girl out. She finds herself in a predicament. Despite their tender ages of merely 16 to 17, they possess a considerable understanding of the world. For instance, the girls in her dormitory have already begun to engage in romantic relationships. However, Suyu's intention is merely to escort her out of the school. The subsequent arrangements for her return home are not equivalent exchanges. Unlike the provisions of bottled water and some food, which Suyu is more than willing to share, as she understands the importance of sustenance in their quest to locate others and escape the school. Everyone needs to maintain their strength. After consuming some food, Suyu produced a cigarette, ignited it, and began to discuss the finer details of their next steps with the girl. These are Suyu's strengths. He first took out a pen and paper, sketching a rough map of the school's layout, asking the girl to assist in verifying and annotating it, detailing the various personnel passages and the purposes of the locations, as well as the entry and exit paths of each door. The focus was particularly on the specifics of the junior high girls' dormitory and the relatively convenient routes to the cafeteria, culminating in how to safely exit the school, including any back doors or paths that could help them avoid zombies. After the two had eaten something, they communicated for another half hour, with most of the inquiries coming from Suyu and Xiao Jing patiently responding and explaining. Xiao Jing also posed a question. Why did Suyu want to decapitate the already deceased zombies? Upon hearing this, Suyu was slightly taken aback. The girl displayed considerable insight, her observation and critical thinking nearing that of an adult. It seemed that her solitary confinement in the dormitory over the past few days had matured her considerably. Suyu merely smiled, refraining from a direct answer, and said, "You will understand this later." Her inquiry, along with her observations during their conversation, led Suyu to decide that if he were to find a crystal shard on their journey, he would give one to this young lady, helping her to acclimate to the apocalyptic world and comprehend its greatest secrets. This would enhance her strength and physical capabilities, making it easier for Suyu to escort her out of the campus. Promises made by Suyu were rarely broken, and the idea of the crystal shard had occurred to him the moment he laid eyes on the young girl. Otherwise, he would not have so boldly dispatched the zombies before her, cleaving their skulls to search for the crystal shards. Half an hour later, the two individuals prepared their belongings. The young girl carried a modest backpack containing some clothing and remaining food. Suyu gently opened the dormitory door and stealthily made his way into the corridor. He gestured for Xiao Jing to follow, and together they descended slowly to the first floor, the hallway echoing with an eerie emptiness. save for the lifeless body of a recently dispatched zombie. The two cautiously stepped outside the dormitory entrance, Suyu feeling little concern, while Xiao Jing, on the other hand, was overwhelmed by the sensation of freedom. Had it not been for the extermination of the zombies outside, her escape from the room would have been impossible, thus denying her any chance of survival in this terrifying campus. This moment could very well represent a rebirth or a pivotal turning point in her life. Chapter 81. Re-entering the girls' dormitory, the young girl, Chun Jingyi, closely followed Suyu as they exited the dormitory. Traversing the open space before the girls' dormitory, she was taken aback by the sight of numerous zombie corpses strewn across the ground. The most shocking aspect was the thick, murky black liquid, remnants of shattered brains, which she had only glimpsed from a distance before. Witnessing it up close was a far more jarring experience. Earlier, Chun Jingyi had been unable to suppress her curiosity and had inquired of her elder brother Suyu, but received no definitive response. Now, confronted with the gruesome scene before her, she dared not ask again, her gaze fixated on Suyu's long spear and axe. Following the route discussed within the dormitory, they maneuvered to the left, circumventing a row of trees, which led them to two more dormitory buildings, known to Suyu as the residences of first-year high school and third-year junior high students. The dormitory for the second-year female students is situated at the rear side of these two buildings. At that moment, approximately 6 to 7 zombies lurked near these dormitory rows. Suyu, having adjusted his strategy, took advantage of the concealment provided by the row of trees behind him to lure 3 zombies closer, which he dispatched with ease. He then moved to the edge of a slightly elevated flower bed, swiftly eliminating 2 more zombies. The remaining 2 zombies, scattered at a distance, were confronted head-on and swiftly killed. Following this, he engaged in a gruesome and violent act of cleaving open their skulls, searching for the potential presence of crystal shards within. Fortune seemed to favor him, as upon splitting open the second zombie's skull, he discovered a crystal shard. After cleaning it, he grasped the vibrant pink, bouncy crystal in his hand to absorb its essence. Simultaneously, he approached the trees, preparing to continue his grim task of extracting the remaining zombie heads. When he found the second shard, Chun Jingyi was observing closely, her attention unwavering. Initially, Suyu intended to merely go through the motions of dispatching the zombies lying on the ground, but to his delight, he stumbled upon the second crystal shard. Though pleased, he refrained from absorbing it immediately. Instead, he cleaned it and offered it to the nearby female student, saying, "Would you like to know what I am searching for? Extend your hand." Chun Jingyi, after observing Suyu's prior actions, hesitated not and extended her right hand. Having seen the older boy retrieve an object and present it to himself, she obediently opened her hand. Suyu placed a pink object, resembling a small piece of fruit candy, into her palm. "Keep your hand closed and slowly absorb it," he instructed. As Suyu opened his palm to reveal a pink fruit candy to Chun Jingyi, she noticed it was slightly smaller than hers. Instantly, she tightened her right fist and inquired again, "Ayugo, did you find this in the heads of the zombies? What purpose does it serve once you have it in hand?" While adjusting his weapon, Suyu began to navigate towards the side of the dormitory, responding simply, "This is a crystal fragment from the zombie's skull. Absorbing it will enhance one's physical capabilities. After you absorb it, take note of any changes." He offered no further explanation. As they rounded a dormitory, he turned to Chun Jingyi and asked, "Is it the one on the left?" The girl, trailing closely behind, her right hand half raised in a clenched fist, glanced sideways and nodded. "Yes, that building is for the second-year girls." Upon receiving her confirmation, Suyu dashed ahead. Spotting 2 zombies meandering in the vicinity, their positions somewhat dispersed, he swiftly approached and dispatched one, then wielded his axe to fell a smaller zombie. With the same precise strike, he cracked open its skull in search of the crystal fragment, and to his delight, he uncovered a pink crystal. Surprised by the abundance of crystal fragments within the school, he refrained from sharing this one with the girl, choosing instead to absorb it himself. Clearing the area of zombies, Suyu led the way, weapon in hand, with the young girl following closely as they briskly entered the girls' dormitory ahead of them. Upon entering, he immediately noticed a figure in the dormitory supervisor's room to the right. Through the window facing the door, he could see the slightly plump female zombie had already spotted Suyu. As she began to shriek and extend her claw-like hands through the half-open glass window, Suyu did not hesitate. He swiftly advanced, thrusting his long spear through the window. The red tassel spear pierced into the zombie's mouth and into her skull, silencing her instantly. At that moment, The young girl behind him had just stepped inside the dormitory. Suyu's speed and agility had now far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Observing Chun Jingyi behind him, she felt a mix of admiration and envy, tinged with anticipation. She recalled hearing Suyu mention that the red crystal could enhance one's physical abilities. Could it be that she, too, could become stronger? If she possessed even half of Suyu's prowess, she would no longer fear these zombies and could return home. She imagined the outside world must be teeming with zombies and recalled Suyu's warnings about the dangers lurking in the city center. As she pondered, she noticed Suyu had entered the supervisor's room through the side door. Immediately, she followed him inside and heard him instruct from within, gently close the door. After Suyu's reminder, he approached the zombie's head and struck twice. The skull shattered like a fruit, and to his surprise, he uncovered another crystal. Excitement coursed through him as he cleaned it and held it in his palm. The first crystal he had absorbed had only a small portion remaining, and now a third crystal had presented itself. Including the one for little Jing, he had acquired 4 crystals in less than 20 minutes. Such a bounty filled him with joy, a smile gracing his lips. At this moment, classmate Xiao Jing had already arrived at the window desk, searching intently. Suyu inquired, "Is there a dormitory for 8th grade students here?" He had recently observed clothing on the balcony, confirming the presence of a girls' dormitory. Yet he remained uncertain whether it belonged to the 8th grade girls and was unaware of the specific floor. Upon seeing Chun Jingyi rummaging through items without responding, he too began to search the walls for clues. Moments later, she exclaimed, "Brother Ayu, this is the 8th grade girls' dormitory." The 8th grade dormitories are located on the 2nd and 3rd floors, though the exact room remains unclear. Suyu noticed the young girl examining a duty roster for sanitation checks. He realized that having a general understanding of the area sufficed. The probability of survival after the zombie transformation was something he could discern by observing his classmates. Suyu voiced his inner thoughts, acknowledging that the chances of locating his surviving niece were slim. After exploring so many places upon entering the school and considering the living and management conditions, he had nearly abandoned hope. However, having come this far, he was determined to take a look. Suyu was not one to give up easily, especially since he possessed the opportunity and capability to succeed. He glanced at the crystal fragment in his hand, noting that only a small piece remained. Turning back, he asked, "Xiao Jing, how do you feel after absorbing the crystal?" Hearing this, the young girl released her tightly clenched right hand, discovering it empty. She opened her palm, staring blankly at Suyu. "Is this what absorption feels like? I seem to feel a bit more comfortable, and my spirits have improved significantly." Chapter 82. Knocking on the door of the girls' dormitory. Upon hearing this, Suyu instructed the young girl to test the weight of the nearby chair. Obediently, Xiao Jing lifted the wooden chair, but after a considerable time, she was unable to determine whether it was indeed heavy or not. Suyu, perplexed, decided to set that aside for the moment and led the way out of the room. They proceeded down the corridor towards the staircase. Although there were no zombies in sight, they noticed bloodstains on a section of the floor and wall, dark and dried. Neither of them paused. Instead, they cautiously ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor. Just as they rounded a corner, they spotted a diminutive female zombie. Suyu swiftly dispatched it with a single shot, sending it lifeless to the ground. The commotion, however, alerted 3 more zombies further down the corridor. "Keep up," Suyu urged, sprinting towards the approaching zombies. His shots were rapid and precise, taking down the first 2 with ease. At that moment, he heard a commotion behind him. Having covered a distance of about 10 meters, he realized that the young girl had fallen behind after reaching the 2nd floor. As he turned back, he heard her cry for help. "Brother, there's one behind me." He saw Xiao Jing running towards him from about 5 to 6 meters away, with a zombie emerging at the staircase, merely 3 to 4 meters behind her. Without hesitation, Suyu rushed back, taking 2 quick strides before delivering a powerful kick to the abdomen of the 3rd zombie, sending the petite female zombie flying as if struck by a motorbike, soaring 4 to 5 meters through the air, delivering a blow of unreserved force. Suyu's kick landed with devastating impact. The female student zombie, propelled through the air, collided violently with the wall, her cranium collapsing upon impact. As her lifeless form slumped to the ground, Suyu pivoted, dashing back towards Chun Jingyi. Whether fueled by the recent absorption of a crystal or a natural aptitude for speed, the young girl, spurred by terror, fled with a velocity that outstripped even the pursuing undead. Intercepting her path, Suyu swiftly adjusted the angle of his axe, the blade arching upwards as he pivoted on his heel. Embracing Chun Jingyi in a protective hold, he arrested her momentum, her slight frame momentarily engulfed in his embrace. Releasing her, he pivoted to confront the encroaching horde, his spear finding its mark with lethal precision. The pursuing zombie, as if willingly embracing its demise, impaled itself upon the weapon, collapsing into a lifeless heap. Chun Jingyi, transfixed by the spectacle, watched in awe as Su Yu decimated the undead, dispatching them with a swiftness and efficiency reminiscent of a seasoned martial artist or a deadly assassin. Each strike was a coup de GRC, each movement a symphony of deadly precision. Recalling the brief embrace, she found herself captivated by the potent aura of masculinity that emanated from him, an intoxicating blend of strength and maturity that sent her heart racing. Rooted to the spot, she remained a silent observer, enthralled by the ballet of death unfolding before her eyes. After Su Yu dispatched the zombie, he turned to observe the unfortunate creature he had just kicked away, now struggling on the ground as if it were incapacitated in the corner. At that moment, the chilling howls and scratching sounds of other zombies began to emanate from the rooms lining the corridor, startling the young girl, who instinctively moved closer to Su Yu. He shook his head reassuringly, signaling that all was well. Meanwhile, he began to methodically search the fallen zombie for any crystalline shards. However, despite his diligent efforts in cleaving through each zombie, he found not a single shard. Frustrated, he discarded his gloves and beckoned Xiao Jing to join him. Su Yu then commenced a systematic knocking on the dormitory doors, calling out, "Xiao Jing, Zhangxian, are you there?" As he struck the wooden doors, gentle taps echoed back from within, accompanied by the frantic responses of the zombies, which became agitated and began to violently collide with the doors, emitting their furious roars. After inspecting nearly 20 dorm rooms, Su Yu discovered that almost every room housed a zombie, with the exception of 2 open doors that revealed empty spaces. He ventured inside to examine the contents and confirmed that they were indeed 8th grade student dormitories. Together, the two of them calculated the number of rooms on the floor and estimated the population of the 8th grade students, concluding that the girls resided on the 2nd and 3rd floors of this building. After spending over half an hour on this floor without encountering a single survivor, Su Yu's intention to investigate the 3rd floor had shifted to mere curiosity. At that moment, he addressed the young girl. "Please wait for me in that vacant room for a moment. I will search the 3rd floor and return to find you." The zombie that had just charged down from the 3rd floor led him to believe there would be even more undead lurking above. Xiao Jing gazed at Su Yu with a pitiful expression, wanting to voice her concerns, but hesitating. Su Yu offered a reassuring smile and said, "Lock the door securely behind you. I will leave my backpack here. Just keep an eye out. I will gently knock 3 times when I return, and then you may open the door." Hearing Su Yu's words, the young girl understood her current role as a liability, a little burden. She promptly nodded in agreement and helped Su Yu remove his backpack, lifting it with both hands and placing it on the bed beside her. This backpack likely weighed over 30 pounds. Yet Su Yu carried it with such ease that one might mistake it for a mere bundle of clothing for a leisurely outing. For an ordinary person, carrying such a weight for an extended period would undoubtedly hinder their mobility. Su Yu affectionately ruffled the girl's hair before turning to exit the room. He swiftly made his way to the staircase, twisting his neck to ease any tension. Now armed solely with his weapon, he felt somewhat unencumbered. Listening intently to the sounds from above, he treaded lightly, step by step, until he reached the 3rd floor. He first surveyed the staircase, then leaned his head around the corner to gaze down the corridor. The layout was akin to that of the 2nd floor, with zombies wandering in the passage. However, there were only 2 in sight, one positioned farther away, nestled in the innermost part, while the low growls of others echoed from several dormitory rooms nearby. Su Yu contemplated that coming here was his last effort, and his hopes were exceedingly slim. He surveyed the surroundings, weapon in hand, and ventured into the corridor. Below, a young girl awaited him. He needed to resolve this swiftly. As it was nearly noon and he felt a pang of hunger, he had yet to have a proper meal that morning. As Su Yu walked steadily towards the zombies, he had taken only 2 steps when the creature ahead stirred and lunged at him. Simultaneously, a more distant zombie also became agitated and began to move. Su Yu felt a flicker of unease but did not falter in his stride. Within 2 seconds, the zombie was upon him, and with decisive force, he struck it down. The creature collapsed slowly to the ground, but Su Yu's expression shifted. He had been momentarily distracted by the zombie in front of him and failed to notice the one approaching from behind. Now, he beheld a zombie charging towards him with alarming speed. Its robust legs resembled those of a muscular figure, and though not particularly tall, its powerful limbs instilled a sense of urgency in Suyu. This was a mutated zombie. Chapter 83. Encounter with a mutated zombie. On the third floor, this female zombie, clad in a youthful, pale yellow school uniform, exhibited remarkable speed, and her well-developed legs clearly indicated that she was a fast-moving type of zombie. At that moment, the mutated zombie had drawn perilously close, within a mere 5 to 6 meters. There was no time to contemplate alternatives. He adjusted his stance with 2 swift steps and forcefully swung the axe in his right hand upward towards the diminutive mutated zombie. As the axe left his grasp, it was barely 3 meters away from the agile zombie. The long-handled axe soared through the air, reaching the zombie in an instant. The agile creature attempted to evade, slightly turning to the side. However, the narrow corridor left little room for maneuver. With Suyu's considerable throwing strength, the axe was upon it in the blink of an eye. The mutated zombie managed to evade the blow to its chest and neck. Yet the axe still lodged itself into its shoulder. The creature momentarily faltered, its body swaying slightly from the impact. In that instant, a long spear pierced through its temple from the side. Suyu's left hand extended, gripping the spear as it pressed against the zombie's skull. The mutated zombie's entire form was lifted off the ground, suspended in midair by the spear, its body slackening and its ferocious roar abruptly ceasing. After a brief 2 seconds, Suyu withdrew the red-tasseled spear, taking 2 steps back to catch his breath. Although he had just dispatched 2 zombies, the difficulty and risk associated with the kills had significantly escalated. Compared to the several zombies on the lower floor, this encounter felt exhausting. The zombies below posed no threat or challenge to him alone. However, the mutated zombies above exhibit a certain ghostly quality. They conceal themselves behind a zombie in front and suddenly charge forth, akin to a surprise attack, moving with astonishing speed. Currently, Suyu finds himself at a slight disadvantage in terms of speed. Their rapid approach, without engaging in prolonged entanglements, poses a lethal threat to survivors lacking adequate armor, as a mere scratch or bite from a mutated zombie could spell doom for them. Suyu believes that, in open spaces, the brute strength of zombies no longer poses a significant threat to him. Leaning against the wall for a moment of respite, he bent down to crush a zombie's skull and, as expected, discovered a small, diamond-shaped crystal core. As he listened to the roars of zombies in the adjacent rooms, he began to absorb the crystal core while lighting a cigarette, pondering over the red square of the spiritual platform. What kind of supernatural ability might it bestow? He had yet to find an opportunity to test it. With the absorption of this crystal core, he now possessed 3 cores alongside the red card, prompting him to seek a chance to experiment with his newfound abilities. If it turned out to be a formidable power, he could utilize it to anticipate dangers in the future. Conversely, if it proved to be somewhat trivial, he could circumvent its weaknesses to maximize its effectiveness. In Suyu's mind, there is no such thing as the best ability, only the one that is most suitable. After finishing his cigarette, he recalled that a young girl awaited him downstairs. He proceeded to gently knock on the dormitory doors, calling out his niece's name. In one room, there was silence, and despite his eagerness to open the door, he found it was unfortunately locked. Otherwise, he would certainly have gone in to take a look. Having come this far, it would be a pity to miss anything due to negligence. He knocked on every room on the 3rd floor, but not a single room yielded a response from any survivors. In truth, if he could locate a survivor from the same grade, it would undoubtedly confirm Zhang Xian's dormitory room number, and Suyu would find a way to enter the dormitory to ascertain the situation. However, with 30 to 40 girls' dormitory rooms, he had no means to search each one individually. Moreover, if they had transformed into zombies, most would be students in uniforms, making it difficult for Suyu to recognize his little niece. After more than 20 minutes, Suyu slowly made his way back down to the 2nd floor, armed. He directly knocked on the empty dormitory where classmate Xiao Jing was staying. Upon entering, he set down his weapon and collapsed onto the bed, grabbing a pillow to begin cleaning his weapon. The young girl, upon seeing Suyu return safely alone, was clearly filled with joy. However, noticing his somewhat regretful silence, she grew concerned and said to him, "Brother Yu, there is still a chance that classmate Xiao Jing might be in the cafeteria. I saw some students rush out, and they were heading in the direction of the cafeteria to evade the zombies. I also thought that if the food ran out, they would go to the cafeteria. It's impossible to starve to death in the dormitory." The young girl's suggestion was not lost on Suyu. However, he deemed the cafeteria a less plausible option. Even for a high school boy, let alone a junior high girl, venturing out without meticulous planning to a cafeteria 700 to 800 meters away, amidst various structures, would be fraught with peril. Suyu proceeded to the lavatory, where he turned on the faucet. Upon seeing potable water flowing, he promptly filled a basin and began ablutions, cleansing his hands and body of grime and soil. Subsequently, he retrieved a clean towel from his rucksack and luxuriated in washing his face and wiping his exposed skin. Finally, he returned to his rucksack, from which he extracted a water bottle, gently squeezing it to direct a stream of mineral water into his mouth, replenishing his fluids in small sips. "Xiao Jing," he said, "do take a seat and rest. Haste is not advisable at this juncture. While the cafeteria is a necessary destination, the open expanse outside is likely more perilous than the dormitory. The zombies within the dormitory are confined to their rooms, a consequence of the timing of the outbreak and your school's regulations." Xiao Jing listened, nodding in agreement. Having spent nearly 10 days within the dormitory, she was acutely aware of the situation. During Su Yu's brief absence, she had been fraught with anxiety. Had it not been for the incessant howls emanating from the zombies above, she might have entertained the notion that her Ayu Gij had abandoned her. Now that her task of guiding him was nearing completion, unbeknownst to Su Yu, the young girl was preoccupied with such thoughts. Pausing to take another sip of water, he continued, "Furthermore, I have observed that the zombies that have escaped are comparatively robust, or rather, the robust ones have remained. I have also witnessed the corpses of zombies slain within the campus, indicating that there must be other survivors in the school. Indeed, I have seen classmates who managed to escape," Xiao Jing interjected. "However, my little niece is in dire straits." She merely glanced at the cafeteria. "I shall not lead anyone else out of the school, and you must adhere to my directives when the time comes." Upon hearing Su Yu's serious half-warning, Chun Jingyi nodded resolutely. "Brother Au, rest assured, I will follow your lead." Hearing the young girl's words, Su Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. Was she now relying on me? "She intends to heed my every word. I promised to escort you out of the school. Yet I have not ventured far into the outside world during this apocalypse, nor do I possess any familiarity with it." Nevertheless, he responded, "Very well. Let us have something to eat, and then we shall proceed to the cafeteria. We must exit the school by afternoon, if night falls. It would be greatly disadvantageous for us." After speaking, he took out some biscuits and prepared food to eat. The young girl pulled out all her snacks from her bag, placing them on the table to indicate that she was willing to share her provisions with Su Yu. Then, Xiao Jing daintily retrieved the bottle of mineral water that Su Yu had given her, sipping it slowly before beginning her meal. Chapter 84. A journey to the school cafeteria. At this moment, Su Yu glanced at his mechanical wristwatch. It was 12:40 p.m. After the two had replenished their food and water in the girls' dormitory, Su Yu signaled for a brief rest before setting off again. Leaning against the dormitory bed to catch a short nap, he set off from home early in the morning, cycling along the way and dispatching numerous zombies. Among them were 3 mutated ones, truly indicative of his departure from the novice village. The outside world was indeed terrifying, especially upon arriving at the school. He heightened his vigilance as he entered such a densely populated area, which was exceedingly draining. Moreover, he was accompanied by a young girl. Su Yu understood that he needed to be in prime condition to execute his subsequent plans. As he leaned back, attempting to catch some rest, his companion, Xiao Jing, was actually wide awake. She had been sleeping quite a bit in the dormitory over the past few days and felt relatively alert. This morning, she witnessed a valiant boy burst in, akin to a divine warrior, who swiftly dispatched the multitude of zombies downstairs and subsequently rescued her from the girls' dormitory. He had consistently positioned himself in front of her, navigating through the zombie-infested school until now. The harrowing ordeal of the past hour had left Zhang Xuanji profoundly impacted. She gazed at this somewhat assertive and enigmatic figure, Brother Yu, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the manga character Sakata Jintoki. When Su Yu awakened, he immediately noticed the girl stealing glances at him. He merely smiled faintly before rising to drink some water and lighting a cigarette. Observing the somewhat gaunt and slightly disheveled young lady, whose features were delicate yet youthful, he pondered what she would do once they left the school. Alas, he decided not to dwell on such thoughts. Escaping the school was the foremost priority. He had already relinquished hope of finding anyone. Upon this thought, Su Yu gently called out, "Xiao Jing, we are ready to depart." Her voice, though soft, roused the girl feigning sleep, who promptly opened her eyes and rose. The two gathered their belongings, slinging their backpacks over their shoulders, and descended from the second floor of the girls' dormitory. Following their earlier plan, they traversed the expansive area outside the dormitory, arriving beside a small sports field. The absence of zombies in this vicinity prompted Su-yu to quicken his pace, while Chun-Jingyi jogged to keep up, quietly remarking, "Brother Yu, ahead lies an office building, and behind it is the cafeteria." Having just traversed the unusually desolate area without encountering a single zombie, Su-yu sensed an unsettling abnormality. After walking a further 10 meters, he halted and inquired of the girl behind him, "Aside from the route directly to the cafeteria, are there alternative paths to circumvent this area?" "Indeed. There's a small path beside the sports field leading through to the school office building," she replied promptly. "However, it is somewhat longer and leads to the back entrance of the office building." Xiao Jing, having lived here for over 4 years, was exceedingly familiar with the layout and spoke almost instinctively. Without hesitation, Su-yu turned around, stating, "Let us take that route." As he spoke, he retraced his steps, and Xiao Jing followed closely, refraining from further inquiries. She gestured towards the narrow path adjacent to the small sports field, which was evidently more constricted. Observing this, Su-yu resolutely made his way towards it. After navigating 20 meters and rounding a corner, they beheld the school's office building. As they approached, a zombie came into view from a distance. Su-yu swiftly advanced toward it, and before the creature could let out more than a few low growls, he dispatched the adult zombie with ease. He then paused to wait for the young girl, and upon receiving her guidance, prepared to traverse the building through the back entrance. Upon entering, they found themselves beneath a staircase, facing a spacious lobby. Noticing the absence of zombies, the two proceeded cautiously, treading lightly while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. After a few steps into the corridor of offices, Su-yu scrutinized the lengthy passageway on either side but detected no anomalies, which furrowed his brow in concern. He halted and quietly gestured to the girl behind him, pointing towards the right ahead, inquiring about the main entrance. The young girl nodded promptly, and Su-yu responded with an affirmative gesture. They cautiously approached the large door, from which they could glimpse the outside. The terrain beyond was significantly lower, necessitating a descent down several steps. Not far from the base of the stairs stood a 2-story dining hall, with the office entrance offering a clear view of the second floor. In the vicinity of the dining hall, a considerable number of zombies were aimlessly wandering about, while a basketball court further away also harbored a few of the undead. Observing this unsettling scene, Su-yu sidestepped to create space for the young girl to take a closer look. Half a minute later, the two individuals surveyed the situation outside and concluded that venturing directly to the cafeteria was unfeasible. In this relatively spacious area, encountering zombies posed a significant challenge. Xiao Jing tentatively suggested to Su-yu, "Brother Yu, we could circumvent through the hot water room beside the office building. That route leads to the cafeteria. However, we are uncertain if there are any zombies in that area." Upon hearing of an alternative path, Su-yu reflected and replied, "Let us first investigate. It is likely to be much better there and not worse than here." The two retreated, with Xiao Jing leading the way. After traversing a short distance along the side of the back door, they came upon a narrow path. Descending a few steps, they soon spotted the hot water room Xiao Jing had mentioned, where the silhouettes of zombies were visible. Su-yu signaled for silence and swiftly approached the hot water room. He quickly drew his weapon and eliminated a smaller zombie, simultaneously luring 2 others towards the railing of the hot water room, where he dispatched them with ease. After surveying the surroundings and confirming the absence of other zombies, Su-yu gestured for Xiao Jing to follow and proceeded cautiously. He soon beheld the cafeteria ahead to his left, with a few steps leading down to the path that would take them there. At this moment, Xiao Jing had reached Su-yu's side and quietly pointed to the right, whispering, "Brother Yu, there's a back door leading directly to the cafeteria's kitchen." Su-yu gestured and swiftly made his way to the side of the cafeteria. After navigating a few meters, he spotted the back door, where 2 zombies were lurking. In the distance, several more zombies could be seen. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su-yu instructed, "Stay close to me. Once we eliminate those 2 zombies, I will open the back door. If we cannot enter, we will retreat to the office building we just left." After a few more urgent reminders, he dashed forward. At a distance of over 10 meters, as one of the zombies let out a terrifying roar, he swiftly thrust his spear, ending the creature's life. The other zombie lunged at him, but he met it head-on with a powerful swing of his axe. Meanwhile, Xiao Jing hurried over from behind. Su-yu pressed against the back door of the cafeteria, which opened outward with a push. Inside lay a somewhat dimly lit kitchen, with 2 stainless steel tables, each over a meter high, blocking the entrance squarely. Glancing to his right, Suyu noticed that the commotion had attracted nearby zombies, as several of them were already charging toward him. Xiao Jing, hurry inside, he urged, pulling the young girl forward, allowing her to nimbly leap onto the stainless steel table. Outside, Suyu placed his red spear on the table and quickly pulled the back door shut. He then entered and crouched on the stainless steel table, inhaling the unmistakable scent of cooking oil lingering in the air. The power outage had cast the kitchen into shadows, yet Suyu sensed that it was quite spacious. In front of him, beneath a row of windows, stood another set of stainless steel tables. Suyu speculated that these two tables had been moved to block the back door. The two of them jumped down, acclimatizing to the slightly dim surroundings. At that moment, the sounds of scratching and growling from the zombies outside the kitchen's back door became increasingly intense, resonating clearly within the rear kitchen area. However, Suyu merely glanced at a wooden door not far away, seemingly indifferent to the commotion outside. The young girl quickly remarked, "Brother Yu, that's the partition door to the dining hall." Suyu approached and cautiously attempted to open the door, and at a glance, he beheld the expansive dining hall beyond. Inside, a series of tables and chairs were arranged. The pale green metal tables and chairs were inseparable, neatly positioned throughout the spacious hall, yet it was eerily empty, devoid of any zombies. Suddenly, a noise erupted from the side, startling both of them. They noticed a few individuals descending from the far left staircase, 3 middle-aged men and 2 women. All appeared somewhat disheveled, their complexions rather poor, and some of the men wielded metal rods resembling table legs. Upon seeing Suyu and the young girl, they expressed surprise. "Who are you?" inquired a slightly portly middle-aged man at the front. After scrutinizing the group, Suyu glanced behind the staircase and retorted, "Are you the only 5 survivors here?" Noticing Suyu's silence, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow, remaining mute. Behind him, a woman in her 30s interjected, "I am a school teacher, and there are still some students in the dining hall. Sir, are you also a parent?" Suyu smiled faintly and took a few steps forward, gently leaning the red spear against the nearby dining table. This gesture evidently relieved the others, for in his hands he wielded a spear tainted with the blood of the undead, and at his waist hung an axe, fully equipped and exuding an inexplicable aura of ferocity. To an ordinary observer, his presence could be somewhat intimidating, especially since many had yet to adapt to the apocalyptic mindset. Or perhaps it was only natural for them to feel fear towards him. As Suyu moved away, the timid Xiao Jing followed suit, instinctively believing that she was safer alongside her older brother, Yu. "I too could be considered a guardian of the school, having come in search of my niece." I inquired about the esteemed teacher's surname, wondering if she was acquainted with a female student named Zhang Xianjin from the 8th grade. Though Suyu held little hope, he articulated the primary purpose of his visit. "Zhang Xianjin, a girl from the 2nd-year class? It seems there is no such student on this floor." The calm female teacher replied, "My surname is Liu, and I am the science instructor here." Her response confirmed that Zhang Xianjin was indeed not present upstairs. Determined, Suyu promptly expressed his desire to ascend the stairway for a closer look, but was halted by a middle-aged man who inquired, "Esteemed parent, what is the current situation outside?" "I am also a parent," he replied. "Monsters have just emerged, and I have come to find my son." Another slightly shorter man added anxiously, "Yes, we were forced to retreat before we could reach the dormitory, and we have been here ever since." Outside, official rescue efforts have commenced. "Have they begun to clear away those creatures?" Suyu glanced at them, responding with a hint of impatience. "I'm not certain about the situation in the city, but in the countryside, the monsters you mentioned do exist. I will first check on my niece, and will speak with you later." In truth, Suyu was speaking honestly. However, he found no necessity to divulge all that he had heard or understood. With that, he grasped the red spear beside him and began his ascent up the staircase, while classmate Xiao Jing followed closely behind like a fledgling chick. As Suyu passed a few individuals, he noticed their eyes fixated on his backpack, their gazes filled with avarice and longing. He paid them no mind, merely smirking inwardly, hoping they would not entertain any nefarious thoughts. He ascended the stairs with composure, the young girl trailing behind him. One of the female teachers, spotting Xiao Jing in her school uniform, inquired about her class. Xiao Jing merely glanced at the teacher without responding and hurried to catch up with Suyu. Suyu found this amusing. At her age, Xiao Jing, a high school student, possessed a substantial understanding of matters and exhibited a relatively mature and resilient disposition. A few moments later, their group arrived on the 2nd floor. The cafeteria on this level was slightly smaller than that on the first floor, adjacent to which were several rooms resembling private booths. At this time, several doors stood ajar, revealing numerous students within, all clad in beige school uniforms, unmistakably from this institution. Among them was a slightly older woman, whom Suyu surmised to be another teacher. Suyu approached the room, observing that there were over 10 male students present, accompanied by 7 or 8 female students. He raised his voice slightly and inquired, "Fellow students, are there any from the 8th grade? Do any of you know Zhang Xianjin?" Standing outside the private room with a red spear in hand. His words left the students bewildered, plunging the atmosphere into an awkward silence, as no one responded. A somewhat older female teacher interjected, asking, "Mr. Liu, who is this?" At that moment, another female teacher spoke up, "Dear students, this individual is also a parent, here to seek his niece." Mr. Liu promptly alleviated Su Yu's predicament, offering an explanation to the survivors upstairs. After a brief pause, a male student finally replied, "I am in the 2nd year of junior high, but I have not heard of your niece. Is she in our class?" Su Yu furrowed his brow, uncertain of Zhang Xuanjin's class, as his uncle had not mentioned it, likely unaware of the specifics himself. "Are there any 8th grade girls here? Or anyone familiar with the circumstances following the dormitory disaster?" he asked. "Please share any information, and I can offer a pack of biscuits as a reward." Su Yu, eager not to waste any more time, contemplated one last inquiry before preparing to depart. He sensed that the gathering of survivors here was substantial, which would inevitably attract the zombies lurking outside, rendering the situation even more perilous. Upon hearing Su Yu's remarks, a boy from the 2nd year of junior high quickly interjected, "I passed by the girls' dormitory in the junior high section from a distance, and I heard numerous screams and cries for help. What transpired afterwards remains a mystery to me." Chapter 86. A struggle for food. Su Yu nodded thoughtfully, and then turned his gaze towards the group of female students. At this moment, one of the taller girls spoke up, "I am in the 3rd year. The 2nd year girls' dormitory you mentioned is directly beneath my dormitory building. There are no 2nd year girls here, nor did any girls from that dormitory appear to have emerged." She added somewhat sheepishly, "If we are to locate that classmate, we might have to search the dormitory." Su Yu found this response to be within his expectations. The absence of Zhang Xian was a foregone conclusion, even if she were fortunate enough to be hiding somewhere. Without any rescue efforts, a junior high girl would find it nearly impossible to survive within the confines of the campus. Observing the approximately 20 students and 6 adults who were trapped, he realized that ordinary individuals, unprepared in the face of zombies, were likely to face dire consequences. With a sense of resignation, Su Yu shook his head and retrieved 2 packets of biscuits and a small portion of cooked food from his bag. He first tossed 2 packets to the students who had spoken to him, then handed the portion of cooked food to the female teacher, Ms. Liu. He then remarked, "Since my niece is not here, I shall search elsewhere. Take care." Su Yu, clutching the red spear, began his descent down the staircase with remarkable composure, as if the monsters lurking outside were merely children from a kindergarten, posing no real threat. He regarded them as mere obstacles to be sidestepped, exhibiting no concern for the creatures beyond. However, a portly man suddenly interjected, "My friend, please do not rush off. The outside is swarming with monsters. We should deliberate on how to escape this school together. After all, there is strength in numbers." Su Yu paused, casting a glance at the man without uttering a word, while the anxious Xiao Jing sidled up to him, adopting a mute demeanor, offering no verbal response. This peculiar behavior piqued Su Yu's curiosity. It seemed unnecessary. "I am merely seeking my niece. You may proceed as you wish," he communicated clearly, effectively rejecting the man's suggestion. The nearby female teacher, possibly with good intentions, turned to Xiao Jing and inquired, "Dear student, you can join us. Together we can devise a way to return home." Xiao Jing disregarded her entirely, focusing her gaze on Su Yu, remaining silent. In that moment, Su Yu comprehended her unspoken request for him to take the lead. This little girl intrigued him, and with a smile, he replied, "I am acquainted with this student. I brought her in, and I shall see her out. Rest assured, teacher." With that, he continued his descent without a backward glance. At that moment, 2 men stepped forward, blocking his path. What was their intention? Su Yu furrowed his brow, confronting the duo with a hint of hostility in his tone. "There is no ulterior motive. My friend must have brought a considerable amount of provisions. Look at us, a multitude from the same school." Another man, who had been silent until now, remarked, "May I borrow some food for the moment? Once we are outside, we shall repay you doubly. or I shall purchase it." A somewhat shorter man gradually approached, and the two women did not impede him. One of the women then spoke up, not mentioning food directly, yet urging everyone to return to safety together. Suyu chuckled silently within, yet maintained an impassive expression. "What I possess bears no relevance to you. In this apocalyptic era, do you truly believe money can procure anything? Are you contemplating resorting to violence?" As he spoke, he lifted his red tassel spear. Meanwhile, classmate Xiao Jing shifted further behind Suyu, while students in the distance stared blankly at the adults embroiled in conflict. Their minds lingered in the past, still perceiving themselves as children, as students, who ought to heed their teachers and elders. Suyu perceived that they were of an entirely different maturity compared to Xiao Jing behind him. Observing his unwavering stance, along with their somewhat moralistic rhetoric, Suyu remained indifferent, raising his long spear in a clear display of defiance. The taller man could no longer restrain himself, stating, "Friend, you refuse to heed advice and persist in your obstinacy. Do consider the girl beside you. We mean well and hope that we can all unite to weather this storm." The words were eloquent, yet the underlying threat was unmistakably conveyed. Suyu felt there was nothing more to discuss. He had no interest in continuing this conversation and would not accompany them. The belongings were his, and he could give them to whomever he pleased. "Xiao Jing, let's go," he said. The tension had escalated to a point of no return. In this post-apocalyptic world, who had time for idle chatter? After finishing his words, Suyu prepared to leave once again, but the two men in front of him blocked the staircase. This time, without uttering a single word, Suyu took action. He swiftly sidestepped and delivered a powerful kick, sending the tall man who had threatened him crashing against the wall. The other, slightly rotund man appeared far more aggressive, immediately seizing a metal rod and swinging it towards Suyu. This man possessed considerable strength and seemed adept at fighting, targeting Suyu's left arm that gripped the long spear. Suyu deftly sidestepped, evading the horizontal swing of the iron rod. He then positioned himself in front of Xiao Jing, lifting his spear. The tip of the spear lunged towards the rotund man's right hand, piercing into his shoulder. The spearhead likely grazed the scapula, penetrating only slightly, yet the iron rod clattered to the ground as a result. Simultaneously, Suyu delivered a forceful kick to the man's abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground, unable to rise. At this moment, Suyu felt a surge of anger. It was evident that this man intended to incapacitate him. Was it merely because he refused to join forces and instead coveted Suyu's backpack filled with provisions? Suyu realized that the man would not survive long. The tip of his spear was tainted with the blood of the undead. Observing the forceful kick, Suyu understood that it was the injury from the spear in the shoulder that would prove fatal. The short man behind was so frightened that he dared not move, clutching an iron rod and merely staring at Suyu, gradually retreating a step. At that moment, some students gasped, and several courageous young men approached, most of them wielding iron rods as weapons, seemingly surrounding Suyu and his companion. Suyu chuckled, dismissing these individuals entirely, if they were zombies. He might have felt a twinge of caution, fearing infection from bites, but a mere 10 or so men were insufficient to pose any threat to him. At this juncture, the female teacher spoke up. "Everyone, please refrain from acting impulsively. This is a misunderstanding. If this gentleman is unable to stay, we will not insist. However, we would be immensely grateful if you could share a portion of your food with these students. We have been without supplies for nearly 2 days." Upon finishing her plea, her face flushed, as she still held a small bag of cooked food in her hand. The surrounding students began chattering in agreement, and those who had fallen were helped to their feet. Although it appeared that Suyu had struck heavily with his earlier kicks, he had not targeted any vital areas. The only decisive blow had been inflicted upon the slightly plump man, where the gun had penetrated. Now, the bleeding was minimal. Suyu had moderated his force, understanding that as long as the gun's tip pierced the flesh, excessive effort was unnecessary, lest blood splatter. Particularly since he had not brewed Chapter 87. The mutated zombies rushed to the door upon hearing their somewhat pleading and conciliatory words. Suyu smiled and turned to the girl beside him, casually inquiring, "Xiao Jing, do you think we should provide them with food?" The sudden question caused the young girl's eyes to widen in surprise. Chun Jingyi was momentarily taken aback. She had never anticipated that Suyu would address her. Since entering the cafeteria, she had remained notably silent, despite encountering her former teachers and classmates. However, she felt no joy or elation at the sight of them. Observing their predicament, despite their larger numbers occupying the cafeteria, she realized that life here was far less comfortable than her secluded existence in the dormitory, which, though lonely, felt safer. In the brief hours of their acquaintance, Suyu's formidable presence and his adeptness in navigating this apocalyptic landscape filled her with admiration. Encountering such a capable older brother made her optimistic about survival and the prospects of leaving the school. Her experiences, marked by repeated encounters with zombies and evading peril, served as testament to her newfound hope. He had protected her, assuring her that she would not be abandoned. At this moment, even if her teachers or classmates were to arrive, she would still support Suyu's decision. His inquiry towards her clearly indicated a desire to avoid unnecessary dialogue with the others, perhaps even testing her resolve. Yet, Chun Jingyi was unaware of the reasons behind this assessment. These thoughts merely flitted through her mind. Stunned, she instinctively reacted, but ultimately, she voiced her conviction, prompting a smile from Suyu in response. Brother Au, food is exceedingly precious at present. We have neither the obligation nor the surplus to share with others. Certainly, if you wish to take something, I have no objections, including the food in my bag. This response is remarkably calm and thoughtful, entirely uncharacteristic of a high school student. At that moment, Suyu glanced across, noticing that even a young girl could articulate such wisdom. Do you, who seek to gain without effort, consider yourselves clever? Or do you deem us foolish? Or perhaps you believe that sheer numbers can intimidate us into relinquishing our provisions. The weight of the word take resonated deeply as Suyu spoke, his expression betraying a fierce intensity. In recent days, the zombies he had slain could, if one were to count, amount to a formidable tally. Even the vendors at the market, who butcher chickens and fish, exude a certain ferocity. Thus, Suyu's presence alone was enough to command the attention of the crowd before him. Enough, he declared. I have no time to waste with idle chatter. Should anyone dispute my words, you are welcome to step forward for a demonstration. Otherwise, we shall take our leave, and I advise you to act wisely. With that, he gestured toward the staircase, indicating for the young girl to proceed. Her earlier remarks had greatly pleased him. A girl with conviction, who is able to swiftly comprehend the gravity of their current predicament in this apocalyptic world, is indeed remarkable. Without Suyu's presence, she would undoubtedly fare better than the individuals before them. The two descended from the second floor of the cafeteria, Suyu trailing behind with his red spear, while the young girl moved ahead with purpose, displaying neither hesitation nor fear, maintaining a distance of 4 to 5 meters in front of him. Only after Suyu descended to the first floor did the occupants above begin to utter words, seemingly engaged in a discussion interspersed with accusations and quarrels. Suyu paid them little heed. A group of individuals bewildered by their surroundings sought to impose their moral standards upon him. In a world on the brink of collapse, he would not indulge them, just as he would not have in the past. His urgency to leave was further compounded by the fact that the individual wounded by the red tassel spear might soon exhibit signs of transformation into a zombie. He had no desire to remain there and risk being caught in the fallout or to clean up their mess. Those who dared to lay hands on him and resorted to weaponry would face the consequences at his hands. He recalled the ambush 2 years prior in the Middle East, where a sudden attack by local militants resulted in the sacrifice of a comrade from his team, leaving Suyu gravely injured as the intelligence team leader. Less than 6 months later, while recuperating at home, he learned that the leader of that organization was now a wanted man in neighboring Arab countries, causing the entire region to sever ties with them. The local militia was subsequently absorbed by other factions, while that leader remained oblivious to the offense he had committed, leading to his abrupt isolation and demise. Eventually, Suyu and her companion arrived at the kitchen of the cafeteria, where, at that moment, the outside world remained devoid of the sounds of zombies battering the back door. However, there were undoubtedly numerous zombies. Suyu instructed the young girl to step back and then pushed aside a table that was obstructing the door. At that moment, a stainless steel table, about 1 meter in height, was the only barrier at the entrance. The commotion of zombies could be heard outside. Suddenly, he leapt onto the table, forcefully twisted open the kitchen's back door, and with a powerful kick from his left foot, he propelled himself backward, jumping down from the stainless steel table. The rear, which was encased in metal, immediately swung open, and the sound of zombies collapsing outside became apparent as the door swung ajar, revealing a distinct footprint above it. This sudden and forceful kick echoed resoundingly, catching the outside zombies off guard, and even startled the timid classmate, Xiao Jing, who was behind. It was likely that the individuals upstairs were also becoming increasingly anxious due to Suyu's antics. In truth, Suyu was deliberately instigating this. He had no intention of considering those above. His objective was to quietly exit the cafeteria without provoking a horde of zombies. Such concerns were far from Suyu's mind. His sole desire was to leave the school as swiftly as possible. In a densely populated area like this, the number of zombies was significant and the danger was immense. Although he had not achieved his initial goal, he had fulfilled his purpose of wanting to escape quickly. Just then, zombies began to surge through the doorway, but they were thwarted by the stainless steel table. At that moment, Suyu seized the red spear that lay beside him, methodically dispatching the zombies at the entrance. One by one, after slaying 4 zombies, Suyu was about to glance sideways at the door when another zombie charged at him. This one was notably smaller, yet remarkably agile. It lunged forward, managing to scramble onto a stainless steel table that was less than a meter high, startling Suyu. Realizing the abnormality of this zombie, he tightened his grip on the axe in his right hand and urged, "Quick, hide." At that moment, the zombie was nearly atop the table, but its claws slipped slightly on the smooth surface, slowing its advance. There was no time for Suyu to stab it with his spear. Instead, he swiftly swept the red tassel spear towards the zombie's front claws. Although the force was minimal, it effectively knocked the zombie's support off balance, causing its upward momentum to concentrate on its head. With a resounding thud, the zombie's chin collided harshly with the stainless steel table. Reacting quickly, Suyu raised his axe and struck with precision. The blade severed a significant Chapter 88. The invocation of a beam of white light, Suyu continued to eliminate another zombie, and, upon surveying the surroundings, noted the temporary absence of any more undead. He then donned his gloves and dragged several corpses from beneath the table. Initially, he began to inspect the cranial remnants of the mutated zombies, one of which had only half of its head intact. After 2 thorough searches, he found nothing. Turning to a nearby fragment of a skull, he was delighted to discover a small, diamond-shaped crystal core nestled within. At this moment, Suyu's spirits lifted. He quickly cleaned it and placed it in his gloved hand to absorb its energy. Upon examining the remaining zombies, he managed to extract another crystal. Contemplating for a moment, he wiped it clean and promptly handed it to the young classmate, Xiao Jing, who stood behind him, stating, "This crystal is for you to absorb." Taken aback by this unexpected gesture, the young girl paused for a brief second before swiftly catching it and beginning her absorption. "Thank you, brother Yu," she responded softly yet earnestly, her voice tinged with excitement as she lingered behind Suyu. This marked her first experience with such a remarkable crystal, and witnessing Suyu absorb one only confirmed its value. Although she did not immediately feel the strength increase that brother Yu had mentioned after their prolonged exertions outside, she sensed an improvement in her stamina, agility, and speed. She felt significantly better than before, no longer as fatigued as usual. This transformation was undoubtedly a gift from the crystal, especially considering she had been trapped for over a week without any physical activity, merely surviving on the bare essentials to avoid starvation. After organizing his equipment, Suyu began to move the table and prepare to exit. At that moment, he noticed some commotion behind him, but paid it no mind. It was merely someone from upstairs who had come down and was peering from a distance on the first floor. Suyu promptly signaled for Xiao Jing to follow him, and they slipped out from the back. Upon leaving, Suyu made sure to close the door behind him. Dislike does not equate to malicious intent, as there were still some students and teachers inside whom he had not offended. Based on the earlier discussion in the kitchen, Xiao Jing suggested they head right to exit the school, passing by the hot water room. Although it would take them slightly farther, it was the route they had taken to arrive, providing a sense of reassurance. The outside was devoid of zombies. But after walking about 5 to 6 meters and turning around, Suyu was taken aback. Just moments ago there were no zombies in sight. Yet now over 10 had suddenly appeared. Their presence immediately attracted the attention of a few nearby zombies, leading to a chain reaction of growls and lunges towards them. At this juncture, the hot water room to the left was no longer an option, as it lay nearly 20 meters away. Ahead, approximately 10 meters away, was the entrance to the office building. Retreating was also feasible, though Suyu was reluctant to engage with the cafeteria crowd. He quickly exclaimed, "Run towards the office building," and began to take small, hurried steps towards the office. Xiao Jing obediently darted to the left behind him. That direction led uphill, characterized by numerous steps, which Suyu felt could provide a means of defense against the approaching zombies. The coordination of the zombies leaves much to be desired. They appear frenzied, yet their ascent up the stairs is slower than that of a human. Though these steps are relatively gentle, they undoubtedly impose a delay on the undead. A young girl darted swiftly past Suyu, racing towards the entrance of the office building. He observed her lightness and agility, and after dispatching one zombie, he began to retreat, eliminating another that had been drawn towards the girl. Midway through her flight, Hiyu suddenly noticed zombies charging from a distance, an alarming sight. Their diminutive stature and robust legs indicated they were speed-type zombies, and another was trailing closely behind. This was a grave predicament. Encountering two speed-type mutated zombies in this position could cost them their lives. Suyu, realizing the urgency, shouted towards the front, "Hurry, to the stairs inside." At that moment, classmate Xiao Jing was nearing the entrance, where the spacious glass doors stood wide open. Suyu felt that even if he managed to close them, it would do little to hinder the nearly 20 zombies approaching from behind. Moreover, there were likely 2 or 3 mutated zombies inside. Anxiety and fear began to creep into Suyu's mind. In such circumstances, facing 2 opponents, he could easily escape from ordinary zombies on his own. The mutated ones might not outpace him significantly even at full speed, providing an opportunity to lure them into position and eliminate them. However, that was no longer an option. If he were to flee, Chun Jingyi would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Moments later, Suyu arrived at the entrance, having abandoned his pursuit of the zombies to sprint towards the gate. As he turned at the threshold, he noticed that 2 mutated zombies had breached the rear of the horde, yet a dozen or so zombies in front obstructed their rapid advance. What filled Suyu with dread was the sight of numerous zombies trailing behind the mutated ones, lunging forward. Upon entering the gate, classmate Xiao Jing promptly veered upstairs. Observing this predicament, Suyu devised a singular plan. He pushed through the entrance and forcefully kicked one of the tempered glass doors, which crashed shut, momentarily impeding the zombie's progress. Following this, he swiftly turned and shot down the foremost zombie, retreating towards the stairwell. At that moment, he spotted Xiao Jing waiting at the corner of the staircase. Glancing back at him, "Hurry, don't worry about me," she urged. Ignoring her plea, Suyu shouted back, turning once more to eliminate another zombie. He then noticed a smaller mutated zombie crashing through half of the door. In a few swift strides, Suyu reached the corner of the staircase, pivoting to face the advancing horde below. At the forefront stood 2 taller male student zombies, rapidly closing in, with the mutated ones trailing closely behind. Suyu delivered a powerful kick to the head of the nearest zombie, sending it tumbling backward like a rolling gourd. Without hesitation, he followed up with another kick, striking a second zombie in the chest, toppling it in a similar fashion. At this moment, more than 10 zombies had already gathered below, with more continuously emerging from behind. The most perilous threat came from 2 speedster mutated zombies. Suyu had no choice but to take a desperate gamble. He concentrated deeply, closing his eyes for merely a fraction of a second, during which a vision manifested in his mind. He envisioned a red playing cards soaring from his right hand, while simultaneously his axe was forcefully swung diagonally forward. At that instant, a series of sounds echoed, puff, 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 clang. Suyu immediately opened his eyes to witness the scene below the staircase. The group of zombies appeared to be swept away by a diagonal beam of laser. The majority were cleaved in 2, collapsing to the ground, with only 3 or 4 still managing to charge forward. Among those remaining, one was limping noticeably, its right foot devoid of a soul. Suyu himself was taken aback. Was this truly his supernatural ability? A flash of laser lightning? Just before he opened his eyes, he had glimpsed a tail of white light, seemingly emanating from the angle at which his right hand struck, slicing through the approaching zombies with lethal precision. The floor and the walls of the corridor bore a thick, slanted black line, reminiscent of scorch marks from a fire. Chapter 89. A bountiful harvest of crystal blocks and cores. Upon seeing the remaining 2 or 3 zombies, Suyu swiftly charged down, dispatching them with alacrity. He then advanced forward, eliminating the 2 zombies that had just entered the doorway. One of them surged toward the entrance, prompting him to glance outside, where only 3 zombies remained. He made a decision not to retreat, instead positioning himself beside the partially ajar door. With precise shots, he eradicated all 3 zombies. Afterward, he used his foot to maneuver the lifeless corpses, hastily securing the other large door. Just as he took a moment to catch his breath, he heard a voice calling from upstairs, "Brother Au." Suyu turned, taking a few steps back toward the staircase, where a multitude of zombies awaited him. A significant number of them were still alive, their lower halves missing, desperately crawling with their hands while growling and gnashing their teeth. "What is happening downstairs?" Suyu inquired. No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Jing rushed down from above. Upon reaching the bend of the staircase, she urgently exclaimed, "There are 2 zombies upstairs." In response, Suyu kicked aside a corpse obstructing the way, sending it tumbling toward the staircase, colliding with the struggling zombies below. At that moment, Xiaojing swiftly descended the stairs, followed closely by 2 zombies stumbling down in a clumsy manner, one an adult male zombie, and the other unmistakably a female student zombie. Curiously, the 2 adult male zombies were notably devoid of trousers, their male attributes swaying freely. Although the female zombie's upper body was smeared with blood, it was evident that she bore no clothing on her chest, only a grimy mixture of red and black that stained her once proud bosom a deep brown. Suyu discerned her status as a student from her hairstyle, a typical student cut, while her lower half was adorned with a 3/4 length skirt akin to that of Xiaojing. What could have transpired to cause such a transformation? Setting aside these thoughts, Suyu approached and dispatched the 2 rogue zombies with 2 precise shots. At that moment, Xiaojing, pale and obedient, hid behind her elder brother, Suyu. After ascending the stairs, she had watched from the 2nd floor when a blinding white light erupted below. Before she could comprehend the situation, she heard a roar to her right and glimpsed a zombie approximately 6 to 7 meters away. In a panic, she fled down the stairs, calling out for her brother. Upon reaching the 1st floor, she was met with a nightmarish scene. Zombies strewn across the ground, some severed in half, others crawling in their last throes, all creating a hellish tableau of blood and chaos. In that moment, she could not spot Suyu, and fear gripped her, draining the color from her face. Steeling herself, she continued down the stairs to escape the pursuing zombies. Upon reaching the landing, she finally heard Suyu's voice, which instilled a sense of reassurance within her, making the descent feel interminable. Without a second thought, at this moment, Suyu observed that there were no apparent threats from the nearby zombies. He turned to the back and said, "Do not move. Rest here for a while." Subsequently, Suyu closed his eyes, concentrating on his spiritual platform. He beheld the square number 5 within the platform, which had transformed into a somewhat translucent gray hue. Beside it lay 4 crystal cores, vividly red and tangible. Was this the altered form resulting from the use of supernatural abilities? It appeared to be energy in a state of potential charge. Setting aside such musings, Suyu, wielding his red spear, began to pierce the still struggling, half-dead zombies beneath him, dispatching them with a series of thrusts. After delivering over 10 strikes, he finally eradicated the remaining zombies that were still writhing on the ground. Only then did Suyu lift his head to survey the surroundings once more, wiping the sweat from his brow. Meanwhile, his classmate Xiaojing, having just regained her composure, watched in awe as Suyu skillfully dispatched the zombies like a whack-a-mole game. She felt a sense of admiration. He was incredibly strong. If only she could achieve half of that prowess, she would be able to assist her brother Au. Currently, the sight of zombies only prompted her to flee, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, she had also absorbed crystal blocks, which Au had said could enhance strength and speed. Why then did she feel such fear towards the zombies? Noticing Suyu resting and wiping his sweat, she promptly took out a tissue from her pocket and handed it to him, saying, "Thank you." Suyu accepted it and inquired, "Earlier, when you went upstairs, did you encounter only these 2 zombies, or were there others?" Xiaojing replied, somewhat shyly, "I only saw these 2 zombies on the stairs before I came back down." Suyu took a couple of breaths before he began to cleave the heads of the zombies sprawled on the ground with his axe. He first struck at the heads of 2 mutated zombies, each containing a small crystal core within. Without hesitation, Suyu meticulously wiped them clean and absorbed their essence. Then, he laboriously dispatched the remaining 20 or so zombies, carefully severing their heads one by one. With gloved hands still gripping 2 crystal shards, he meticulously searched each head for more treasures. A hypothesis began to form in his mind, and as his search continued, it solidified into certainty. From the 22 ordinary zombie heads, he discovered 6 crystal fragments, adding to the 2 cores he had already obtained, a truly bountiful harvest. Feeling a slight mechanical numbness in his arms from the exertion, Suyu plopped down onto the staircase, pulling out a bottle of mineral water. With one hand, he squeezed the bottle, spraying fresh water into his mouth while the other hand used a damp cloth to wipe the crystal shards. At that moment, the 2 crystal cores in his right hand had been fully absorbed. After a moment's contemplation, he offered 2 of the crystal shards to the young girl beside him. This time, she hesitated, refusing to accept. "Brother Au, I don't need them. I've already absorbed 2. I feel a bit swifter, but my strength hasn't changed much." You should absorb them. It's a waste for me since I can't even kill zombies. Suyu chuckled softly, insisting as he extended the shards towards her. After taking a sip of water, he remarked, the effect of absorbing crystal shards isn't as miraculous as you think. You only have 2. Do you have any idea how many I possess? The young girl continued to hold the crystals in her palm, her mouth forming an O as she inquired. Brother Au, how many are there? 20? 30? Suyu pondered for a moment, mentally calculating the approximate difference between the crystal stones and the crystal blocks. Altogether, including the 2 cores he had just absorbed, he estimated that there were over 100 pieces of the type she held. Upon hearing this, classmate Xiao Jing's mouth widened in astonishment, her previously small O now large enough to accommodate a ping-pong ball. But Brother Au, didn't you kill hundreds of zombies? I figured it takes quite a few to yield crystal blocks. Indeed, she is a clever girl, Suyu thought to himself, impressed by her swift grasp of the underlying principles, which were fundamentally correct. Chapter 90. Trapped in the school, powers changed. Suyu smiled and replied, not quite that many. Within these are crystal stones whose energy and efficacy are roughly equivalent to 10 crystal blocks. You absorb these first. I will step outside to inspect the corpses of those zombies. With that, he took up his axe and the red spear, gradually making his way to the door. Through the glass, he observed that there were no more moving zombies outside. On the ground lay 5 zombie corpses, and he quickly exited to begin cleaving at their skulls in search of crystal blocks. As anticipated, he uncovered 2 crystal blocks among the remains of 2 of the zombies. This also validated Suyu's hypothesis. The likelihood of encountering crystal blocks among the roaming zombies was significant. This school was rather unique. The zombies that managed to venture outside were stronger and included quite a number of mutated ones. Today, he had already slain 4 mutated zombies. Having tidied up, he swiftly dashed back into the office building, urging his classmate Chen Jing to follow him as they hurriedly ascended the stairs, the 2 crystal shards in his hand still uncleaned. Earlier, while searching for the crystals outside, he had heard some distant commotion emanating from the opposite side of the cafeteria. Moments later, he found himself leaning against a window on the 4th floor of the office building, peering through a monocular towards the entrance. The apocalypse had persisted for over 10 days. Artillery shells had failed to claim my life before. Now, this damned end of days shall not deter me. Though he uttered these words, his gaze fixed upon the entrance of the foreign language school, a sense of gloom enveloped him. The area was overrun with zombies, with more than 50 of varying heights crowding the entrance and its vicinity. Upon closer inspection, he discerned at least 1 mutated, speed-type zombie among them. Through the monocular, he observed the grotesque scene where the zombies were tearing at each other on the ground. Some were newly transformed, their uniforms tattered, blood still fresh and undried on their bodies and the ground. They had slightly parted their lips, emitting low growls, and many bore bloodied faces, evoking both disgust and horror. He had grown accustomed to such sights, yet beside him, Chen Jing appeared increasingly anxious. Her frail visage had turned pale, yet she leaned against the windowsill, stealing glances at the outside world. Just moments ago, he emerged from the cafeteria, having perilously vanquished a horde of zombies. He utilized a golden poker card, a supernatural ability stored within his spiritual platform, unleashing a white laser beam that served as Suyu's trump card. By a stroke of fortune, he managed to eliminate 2 mutated zombies at once. Despite acquiring numerous crystals, he found himself utterly exhausted, as this was the most formidable group of zombies he had encountered in this post-apocalyptic world. What frustrated Hiyu the most was that the survivors inside the cafeteria, taking advantage of the distraction caused by Hiyu and his companion, recklessly surged towards the school gates, armed with an array of weapons. They chose a relatively short route, but Suyu sensed that it would be treacherous. Indeed, the cacophony of their frantic escape soon attracted nearby zombies, and one by one, they were caught and overpowered. This disorganized and impulsive action by the group of survivors ultimately resulted in their complete annihilation, as they transformed into zombies, now aimlessly wandering the area around the school gate. This unforeseen turn of events completely obstructed Hiyu's route of retreat, plunging him into a state of helplessness. He desperately pondered his predicament. Facing a horde of zombies numbering in the dozens was an insurmountable challenge, especially with the added burden of a liability like Xiao Jing by his side. Presently, they found themselves within an administrative building of the school. Fortunately, they had not encountered any zombies during their ascent, likely due to the outbreak occurring at night, leaving this building almost devoid of the undead. Upon reaching the upper floor, they opened a door that was fortunately unlocked, revealing the scene of the remaining survivors assaulting the school gate. Let Suyu vent his frustrations. He, too, felt quite fatigued, particularly after the recent exertion of his extraordinary abilities, akin to having sprinted several kilometers. While the power of his abilities had been formidable, he was not without consequences, or perhaps one might call them after effects. Upon witnessing the last adult male being mercilessly torn apart by zombies against the school's perimeter wall, Suyu averted his gaze, directing it toward his right hand, from which the collected crystal fragments had already been absorbed. He retrieved his water bottle to replenish himself with some fresh water and took out a cigarette to indulge in. Meanwhile, the young girl, Chun Jingyi, leaned against the window, gazing outside, lost in her thoughts. The silence between them was palpable, as their current predicament was evident. They were trapped within the confines of the campus. The two found themselves in a modest meeting room on the 4th floor of the office building. Most of the adjacent offices remained locked, leaving this small conference room as the only accessible refuge nearby. A long conference table dominated the space, flanked by several upholstered chairs, while a few genuine leather sofas adorned the area by the window. As Suyu inhaled his cigarette, fatigue enveloped him, prompting a gradual approach to the table where he set down his weapon and shouldered his backpack. He sank into one of the nearby sofas, reclining in preparation for a brief respite. Suddenly, a thought struck him, causing him to extinguish his cigarette and close his eyes. In that moment of mental clarity, he beheld a startling sight within his mind's eye. 2 playing cards floated before him, accompanied by a red crystal core. Curiously, the previously gray square, which had appeared after utilizing his powers downstairs, now radiated a vibrant red glow once more. Additionally, 4 small crystal cores have vanished. No, just a moment ago. 2 cores were absorbed, so there should be a total of 6, yet now only 1 core remains. Strangely, there is an extra playing card, the suit being the 8 of spades, which glimmers with a red light. At this moment, Hiyu quietly calculates. It should suffice to gather 4 to 6 crystal cores to transform into a unique ability, the last time. 4 cores coalesced into the 5 of diamonds, while this time, 5 cores have morphed into the 8 of spades. He is well aware that collecting 10 crystal fragments will yield 1 crystal core. Over the past 2 days, he has amassed 16 fragments. Having given 2 to the young girl, leaving him with over 10, he just absorbed 6, after all. Could it be that the crystal fragments can replenish the abilities of the gray playing cards? He recalls that Tang, the leader, mentioned that after activating the ability, one needs to absorb crystal fragments to expedite replenishment. Since he had previously absorbed some fragments and just now consumed 6 more, he should have replenished the energy expended during activation, thus restoring the 5 of diamonds ability. Does this imply that he can emit white laser beams once more? Furthermore, does the 8 of spades ability also manifest as a white laser? Or could it be that both playing cards, when used simultaneously, unleash a magnificent beam of light? Oh, he will have to experiment gradually. Tang also noted that there are numerous types of abilities now, and it seems he had not mentioned anything about the playing card aspect of his powers. Suyu lies there with closed eyes, the half-burned cigarette in his hand becoming too hot to hold, prompting him to open his eyes and sit up abruptly, brushing off the ash from the hem of his pants. Chapter 91. Seeking a few hints for nourishment in the eyes of classmate Xiaojing. This scene was filled with an overwhelming admiration for Hiyu. Brother Au is truly astute, she thought, as he reclined to rest while igniting a cigarette as a cautionary signal. It had been said in books that lighting a stick of incense could serve as a reminder to awaken, and in ancient times, there existed a unit of measurement based on the duration of incense burning. In truth, she overthought the situation. Suyu was merely deep in contemplation. Although he felt somewhat fatigued, he was not sleepy. However, he did experience a pang of hunger. The clock approached 2 in the afternoon. After having breakfast at his uncle's house and supplementing his energy with food twice along the way, the recent adrenaline rush from vanquishing a horde of zombies had left him exhilarated. Now, upon realizing he was trapped within the school campus, relaxation set in, and he found himself disinclined to move. The gnawing hunger reminded him of the weakness he had felt a few days prior. He glanced around and then addressed Xiaojing. Is this the school's administrative building? Let us search for some combustible items to prepare a warm meal. Xiaojing, it seems we cannot exit just yet. Upon hearing Suyu's words, the young girl timidly responded, Brother Au, I have burdened you. If you were alone, you could have escaped earlier. Oh, what makes you think I could have left the campus alone? Suyu curiously retorted. Xiaojing pressed her lips together as she articulated her reasoning, revealing that she had witnessed Suyu effortlessly dispatching zombies on his own, including the mutated ones at the kitchen door, where he had effortlessly triumphed. Facing several zombies alone, he had eliminated them in mere moments. It is precisely because I have hindered him and, in my quest for self-preservation, found myself ensnared in this predicament. Thus, Suyu squeezed some fresh water into his mouth, then lit a cigarette, taking the time to explain everything clearly to the young girl, lest her imagination run wild and lead to unfavorable outcomes. He succinctly shared the essence of his supernatural abilities with her, emphasizing that the crucial requirement for acquiring such powers is the assembly of 4 to 6 crystal cores. These cores can be formed by gathering 10 crystal shards or by vanquishing a mutated zombie, which may also yield a core. The activation of these abilities requires only a brief moment, but subsequent utilization necessitates a gradual recovery or the consumption of approximately 10 crystal shards to continue. There are also certain side effects. The user experiences notable fatigue and an insatiable hunger, potentially requiring an increased intake of sustenance. It remains uncertain whether the continuous use of these powers will induce further changes within the body. Furthermore, he candidly recounted their encounter with 2 swift mutated zombies downstairs, admitting that, in the presence of a horde, he would have no assurance of escaping unscathed had he not been able to eliminate the 2 mutated zombies instantly with his abilities. This outcome is unrelated to her presence. In conclusion, Suyu addressed the young girl with utmost seriousness. Look in that nearby room. There are books and other items. Let us prepare something to eat, for I am exceedingly hungry. Oh, very well. I know there is a storage room nearby that should be unlocked. I will go to find it. The young girl blushed yet stood resolutely, determined to step outside. Suyu called to her, handing her an axe from nearby. Take this for self-defense. If you encounter anything unusual, shout. Without hesitation, Chun Jingyi stepped forward to receive the axe, weighing approximately 4 to 5 pounds. She swung it lightly in her hand and found it manageable before shouldering her backpack and venturing out. Suyu was confident that with the 2 crystal blocks he had given the young girl for absorption and enhancement, she would wield the axe with ease. He recalled how, at one time, his right hand still bore the aftermath of injury, yet he had managed to fell several zombies with it. At that time, his strength had not exceeded Chun Jingyi's now. In his most severe moments, even the simplest tasks such as eating and dressing were a challenge for Suyu. However, through rehabilitation, he had regained significant functionality. After absorbing several crystal blocks, he had repaired some lingering injuries and had begun to use his right hand to dispatch several zombies. Now, trapped within the confines of the school, the survivors in the cafeteria had recklessly turned the school in trance into a gathering point for zombies. Hence, if they wished to exit, it was imperative for Jingyi to possess some means of self-defense. 2 crystal blocks might not suffice. He would need to seek out a few more. The campus felt peculiar, as the likelihood of encountering zombies outside seemed significantly greater than elsewhere. Perhaps only the strongest and most formidable zombies could emerge. Contemplating these circumstances, Suyu felt a pronounced pang of hunger. He opened his backpack, retrieving food and water, and rummaged until he found a stainless steel folding lunchbox. Upon opening it, he discovered it filled to the brim with sealed bags. He initially placed all the resealable bags aside. There was white table salt, crimson chili powder, a medicine bag, which contained smaller pouches, and a few condoms. Subsequently, he extracted 2 vacuum-sealed packets of spiced beef, 3 packs of instant noodles, the 3 hard-boiled eggs left over from breakfast, and an additional assortment of pre-packaged chicken legs, dried tofu, and dried beef jerky. These items were all placed on the table, still unorganized when the young girl entered. Clutching a stack of books and several thin wooden planks, she carried them all in her arms before depositing them in a heap on the vacant ground nearby. The wooden planks bore evident signs of having been hewn. Among the books were what appeared to be ledgers and reports. As she looked up, her gaze fell upon the array of items on the table. Her eyes were immediately drawn to the condoms in the transparent bag, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Ms. Jing was no longer a child, nor was she naive. The 2 of them were stranded in a single room, and the elder brother figure had produced such items, making it difficult for her not to have certain thoughts. Suyu, still occupied with organizing the items, had not yet noticed. However, upon seeing where the young girl's gaze had lingered, he, too, recognized the issue. Without missing a beat, he stated, Ms. Jing, condoms can also serve as resealable bags, water carriers, and moisture-proof pouches when outdoors. They can even be used for bandaging and isolating wounds, or as makeshift ties. Outdoor enthusiasts often carry a few in their backpacks. However, Suyu refrained from mentioning that their intended purpose could also be indispensable, potentially preventing loss of life. After this brief interlude, Suyu wielded the axe once more, chopping through the leg of a wooden chair with a backrest. He then opened 2 windows to allow fresh air to circulate, igniting a fire to heat his meal. Suyu first poured half a box of pure water into a multifunctional container, ensuring the 2 supports were firmly in place. He then introduced some paper to the flames, gradually adding small pieces of wood until the fire blazed robustly. Finally, he tossed in the solid wooden chair leg, which, though it emitted a paint-like odor, proved to be resilient against the flames. In this setting, there was little to critique, and Suyu was already savoring some beef jerky. The gnawing hunger he had felt days prior resurfaced, urging him to consume more sustenance. Perhaps the lingering inclination to seek food in this post-apocalyptic world had yet to be tempered. Should he procure a few old hens to stew for nourishment? Chapter 92. A wild notion. In just over a minute, the water in the container reached a boiling point. Suyu added 2 packets of instant noodles, along with a vegetable pack and a beef sauce packet. He then meticulously sliced the chunks of braised beef into smaller pieces with a clean knife, adding them to the container as well. After covering the lid, he placed the chicken legs and dried tofu on top of the lunchbox lid to warm them up. It is preferable to consume warm food whenever possible, as it brings a sense of comfort. Suyu, bowing his head, busied himself with the ingredients while preparing this simple lunch. Instant noodles possess a peculiar trait. Their aroma is often more delightful than their taste. The entire room was filled with the fragrant scent of boiling noodles, intermingled with the enticing aromas of chicken legs and braised beef. Having just finished chewing a piece of beef jerky, Suyu reached for 2 small packets nearby, intending to offer them to his classmate, Xiao Jing, who was busy stuffing wooden pieces and rolled-up paper into the box beside her. However, she did not accept his offering. Suyu glanced up and noticed that this young girl was fixated on the square box, her hands mechanically inserting scraps without acknowledging him. A dark mark marred her face, and her gaze reminded Suyu of the moment he had awakened from a faint after a day of relentless hunger, having eaten 7 meals. Yet, this girl had neither fainted nor run out of provisions. She still had several packets of food in her bag. Why did she seem to yearn for the instant noodles even more than he did? In truth, Suyu was unaware that Chun Jingyi had initially consumed only minimal food each day in the dormitory, spending the remainder of her time observing the outside world from the balcony or cocooning herself in her blanket for long slumbers. She had been conserving her energy and minimizing her consumption of food and water from the very start. Had it been a boy in her situation, he would likely have succumbed to hunger long ago. Most importantly, for nearly 10 days, she had not tasted a morsel of warm food, subsisting instead on cold water accompanied by a variety of snacks and packaged goods. A few packets of instant noodles were consumed dry, while the seasoning and vegetable packets were soaked in cold water, sipped slowly. The girls' dormitory lacked a lighter, and although there was a kettle typically used for boiling water for noodles, it was devoid of electricity. She herself remained oblivious to this predicament, and had it not been for Suyu gifting her 2 crystal blocks, she would likely have struggled to keep pace with Suyu's search around the campus. At this moment, encountering the tantalizing aroma of steaming noodles, she could no longer suppress her salivation, her hunger rivaling that of Suyu's, though she felt too shy to voice it. After approximately 2 minutes, Suyu removed the wood from under the stove and lifted the cover to reveal the ingredients. She balanced a lunchbox on a few books on the table with 2 textbooks. Chun Jingyi was perplexed as to where Suyu had procured a metal spoon, which she used to pry open the lunchbox, revealing it brimming with instant noodles and generous chunks of beef. Suyu flipped the lunchbox lid aside and used the spoon to scoop some beef and noodles into the container. Then, she presented the spoon to the young girl, urging her to eat first, assuring her that if it wasn't enough, she could prepare more. Chun Jingyi gazed at Suyu, feeling a surge of excitement, her eyes glistening with emotion. "Thank you, Brother Ayu, thank you." This was the first time Suyu had witnessed such fervent excitement and impatience from the young girl. The allure of food was indeed overwhelming. With a smile, he handed her a spoon and placed a chicken leg along with some dried tofu in front of her. Meanwhile, he moved to the ground nearby, found a wooden board, and began to carve it with the military knife he carried. Within less than a minute, 2 pairs of chopsticks materialized in Suyu's hands, as if by magic. At that moment, the young girl was diligently blowing on spoonfuls of noodle soup, continuously scooping up instant noodles and braised beef to savor. The freshly cooked, steaming soup and noodles brought her immense satisfaction, and Suyu observed that, in no time, the food in the container had diminished by half. He handed her a pair of chopsticks and added more noodles to her bowl, quickly joining her in the meal. Out of the large container of instant noodles, Suyu consumed about 2/3, along with several packets of chicken legs and tofu. Both of them, in unison, savored the remaining broth until it was entirely finished. Suyu felt comfortably full, perhaps around 70%, yet he thought it wise to nibble on some beef jerky. Given the challenging circumstances for cooking and the availability of clean water, there was still a considerable amount of food in the package. Although he wasn't particularly fond of instant noodles, it was evident that the young girl enjoyed them far more than he did. Had he not been so famished, he would have willingly given her all of it, and thus their simple lunch came to an end. With her cheeks flushed from the meal, the little girl, upon Suyu's reminder, used a wet tissue to wipe away the remnants of food from her face. Suyu rose comfortably and made his way outside. Meandering on the 4th floor, he observed the nameplates on the office doors, searching for any unlocked rooms. Unfortunately, after checking 4 or 5 offices, he found them all securely locked. Eventually, he stumbled upon the office of the vice principal. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick to the door, which swung open with a resounding thud that echoed through the narrow hallway. The noise startled a nearby young lady, who peeked out to see what was happening. But Suyu paid her no mind and stepped into the office. Upon surveying his surroundings, he approached the corner where a water dispenser stood, still boasting more than half a barrel of purified water. It had likely been there for about half a month, and while it might still be drinkable, Suyu deemed it unwise to consume open water. Besides, he had no immediate need for it. His intention was to use it for washing dishes and for personal hygiene. Casually, he lifted the barrel with one hand and glanced at the table, pocketing a pack of tissues before returning to the conference hall. Meanwhile, Chun Jingyi had already cleared away the clutter. Upon seeing Suyu return with the water, she assumed it was for drinking and took out a mineral water bottle to fill. Suyu called out to her, "Xiao Jing, we are in an apocalyptic scenario now. It is best to drink only unopened purified water. We still have enough bottled water here, and it can be found outside. So there is no need to take unnecessary risks. Drinking familiar purified water in the dormitory should be fine, but try to avoid it outside." Upon observing Suyu's grave expression, the young girl nodded incessantly and remarked on another matter. "Brother Au, it's rather difficult for us to exit through the main gate. I know there is a breach in the school wall adjacent to the gymnasium. I've heard from the boys in class that one can climb out from there. Additionally, there is another secluded spot to the right where boys often go out to fetch takeout and buy things." Hearing this, Suyu chuckled softly. "As for going out, who in your school would dare scale that wall? I would find it a trivial endeavor. Outside, I merely have a bicycle. It's not a concern. The main issue lies with you. I suspect you have never climbed a wall before. Even though you have absorbed 2 crystal blocks, it's still insufficient." At this, Xiao Jing's face flushed crimson. She felt she was indeed a burden to him. Brother Au had promised to take her out, but with the school gate blocked, her presence complicated matters. "It's not that I consider you a hindrance. Circumstances have changed. What I am contemplating now is a direct exit through the main gate." Upon hearing this audacious idea, Xiao Jing's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Suyu. He took a puff from his cigarette and slowly divulged his thoughts to the young girl. Chapter 93. The gradual transformation of a high school girl initially. Suyu felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of a throng of zombies loitering by the entrance. He had yet to encounter a situation where he could eliminate more than 50 zombies, especially in the open expanse of the school gate. Among them, there was at least one mutated zombie mingling in the crowd, accompanied by a young girl named Chun Jingyi. Having just vanquished over 20 zombies, he felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. He had no confidence in breaking through the school gates. It seemed akin to courting death. Moments ago, he discovered that the Ling Tai had revealed a second playing card, the 8 of Spades, while significantly, the previously used 5 of Diamonds had been restored. Moreover, he was quite satisfied with the combat capabilities and power of this particular card, the 5 of Diamonds, which he had tested at noon. It was reminiscent of a person who had nearly exhausted their funds, feeling weary and famished. A rational individual would not seek a lavish hotel for a meal and rest, but rather opt for a more modest and economical establishment, such as a fast food restaurant, for a quick bite and a moment of respite. Suddenly, he found that his wallet had unexpectedly doubled in wealth since the beginning. Thus, someone who had just enjoyed a meal at KFC and regained some strength would certainly not settle for a shabby inn for the night. They would revert to their initial inclination, seeking a more upscale hotel for a proper rest, perhaps even ordering a sumptuous feast, for they were no longer constrained by financial worries. Money emboldens a person, as the ancients said, a full belly inspires ambition. Presently, he possessed two ace skills, and with a trump card in hand came confidence. Although the ordinary zombies at the entrance had a higher probability of yielding crystal blocks, he regarded them with indifference. However, the one or two ability-enhanced zombies were a source of great temptation for him. Furthermore, Suyu informed Xiaojing that, in his estimation, the zombies from the office building, cafeteria, and adjacent low-rise structures had all been lured to the main entrance of the school. Conversely, the area near the school gate was the safest, with all adversaries and hazards in plain sight. Wandering aimlessly around the campus would be far more perilous, given the risk of encountering mutated zombies. Suyu refrained from mentioning that with the young girl at his side, providing protection would be challenging, and he lacked the absolute certainty to confront and eliminate a mutated zombie in an open area. At that moment, Suyu lit a cigarette, meticulously explaining the current circumstances and his intentions to Xiaojing. The young girl diligently cleaned the tableware, sweeping all the clutter into a corner. Xiaojing sorted the miscellaneous items on the table, transferring them into Suyu's backpack, including the condoms that had made her blush, which she carefully placed into a lunchbox. Upon hearing Suyu's decision, Xiaojing inquired with wide eyes, "Brother Yu, what can I do?" After a moment's contemplation, Suyu outlined the specific steps of their plan. Her primary role would be to assist in attracting the zombies, concentrating them as much as possible. Subsequently, Suyu intended to experiment with his new Black Spade 8 skill, hoping to eliminate a portion of the zombies. Additionally, she would serve as an observer, monitoring the surroundings and providing early warnings. Upon learning that she would be luring zombies, Xiaojing did not suspect that Suyu was using her as bait to abandon her. However, after hearing Suyu's plan, she was somewhat apprehensive, fearing she might not execute it well and cause trouble for Brother Yu. After meticulously organizing their backpacks, they descended to the first floor. At the foot of the staircase, a chaotic scene unfolded, littered with the scattered corpses of zombies and decapitated heads. On the corner landing lay two unruly zombies. One resembled a middle-aged teacher, completely bare below, with a third leg exposed. Nearby, a somewhat alluring female student was without a top, revealing her D-cup bra, strikingly pale and firm. Suyu found himself involuntarily glancing several times, having been deprived of such sights for quite a while. Recently, he had felt physically weakened, startled by the abrupt changes brought about by the apocalypse, which had rendered his existence fraught with tension and an overwhelming instinct for survival. Now, emerging into this vivid scene, which demanded no payment for such allure, it was only natural for a healthy man to steal a few glances. Curiously, he inquired, "Is that bald man one of your school teachers?" Little Jing, who had already matured, noticed Suyu's gaze fixated on the unusual zombie on the ground. Upon hearing her brother's question, her face flushed a deep crimson. Suyu, regretting his words as soon as they escaped his lips, felt his own cheeks warm. How had he let his curiosity slip? He wondered if the two had been engaged in private tutoring sessions at the school's administrative building during the night. What might those solitary lessons entail? The female student certainly possessed an undeniable allure. Were she not in uniform, one might not recognize her as a student. Could it be possible that she was also a teacher or some other adult? Yet, observing her physique and upper body features, it was evident she was quite youthful. Certainly not a woman who had experienced childbirth or nursing. With ample time available, Suyu, also in need of rest and recuperation, began to speculate with a touch of inquisitiveness about the relationship between the two figures, pondering if they were teacher and student or perhaps father and daughter. After a brief moment of contemplation, Suyu refocused his attention on the task at hand. "Xiaojing, you may commence as per my previous instructions." Beside him, the young girl, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, wore a somewhat displeased expression. Her lips were pursed, yet her countenance remained composed as she turned her gaze towards Suyu. Her brother, Yu, offered an encouraging nod, prompting a look of slight reluctance to cross her face. However, as if steeling her resolve, she gradually lowered herself, extending her hand to palpate the middle-aged man's pockets. From within, she retrieved an object, a mobile phone, which she promptly presented to Suyu with a gleeful expression. Subsequently, she descended the stairs, meticulously searching the pockets of each zombie. This marked her first intimate encounter with the undead, and the repugnant odor of decay compelled her to hold her breath. The sight of cleaved skulls and bisected corpses caused her considerable discomfort. Despite having witnessed these creatures for several days and observing Su Yu's dispatch of numerous zombies, she had always maintained a safe distance, never daring to approach them so closely or physically interact with their remains. This was once an inconceivable endeavor, something she would never have dared to undertake. Yet now, after having touched 4 or 5 corpses, she found no more phones, and while fear had not entirely dissipated, she had begun to acclimate. She finally grasped the rationale behind Su Yu's insistence that she search for phones among the zombies. In this apocalyptic world, teeming with such monstrous entities, only by confronting the undead with courage could she hope to survive. This was further bolstered by the 2 crystal shards her brother, Ayu, had selflessly provided, which significantly enhanced her physical capabilities. Chapter 94. A hands-on tutorial for Xiao Jing. Particularly today, Chun Jingyi, through Su Yu's guidance, gradually came to understand the function of the crystal shards. Reflecting on the sensations following her physical enhancement, she now heeded Su Yu's words with utmost respect. She recalled the anxiety and confusion she felt when absorbing the first crystal shard. She had merely held it in her palm, unaware of the tangible benefits it would bring. In contrast, she consciously monitored the changes while absorbing the second shard, noting improvements in her strength, agility, and flexibility, and she felt an invigorating surge of energy. In hindsight, had it not been for the fortifying effects of the 2 crystal shards, she would have likely found today's strenuous exertion utterly exhausting. However, her current physical condition was quite satisfactory, and she could evade zombies with greater swiftness and agility than ever before. This was Ayu's way of training and preparing her for the harsh realities of this dystopian existence. He not only imparted a wealth of secrets and experiences, but also provided her with opportunities for direct encounters with the undead, guiding her meticulously and, in essence, saving her life. After meticulously rummaging through more than 10 corpses, Xiao Jing searched with great care, exploring every pocket of clothing, including the trousers of male zombies and the chests of female ones, leaving no potential hiding place for a phone unexamined. Ultimately, she discovered 2 mobile phones. However, one was completely dead, while another had run out of battery and was switched off. The last device, upon powering on, still retained a modicum of charge. Handing them all over to Su Yu, she paid no mind to the grime clinging to her hands. Bringing them together in a gesture of gratitude and bowing slightly as she expressed, "Thank you, brother Yu. Thank you for what? You are the one doing the work, and it serves a purpose for what lies ahead. I, too, could take a moment to rest," Su Yu replied nonchalantly, engaging in conversation with the young girl while harboring an appreciation for this high school student. Chun Jingyi had managed to withstand solitude in the dormitory for 8 to 9 days, demonstrating herself to be a clever, composed, and mature individual. Her ability to accompany Yu in traversing the campus without outbursts or errors further attested to her intelligence and meticulous nature, coupled with a remarkable steadiness. Although initially hesitant and fearful in her quest for mobile phones amidst the horde of zombies, her demeanor gradually became more relaxed and at ease, indicating her resilience and admirable mindset, as well as her capacity for gratitude. One may ponder whether, at their current age, they would surpass the capabilities of the young girl. Undoubtedly, the myriad experiences endured in this apocalyptic world have accelerated personal growth and maturity. The mindset and circumstances of such a dire existence can either foster strength and progress or lead some individuals to the precipice of despair, unveiling the darker facets of human nature. However, those who remain stagnant and resistant to change have largely succumbed, becoming either the undead or sustenance for the undead. Su Yu, clutching 3 mobile phones tucked within his clothing, commenced his stride towards the exit. Upon opening the door, the 2 swiftly made their way to the rear entrance of the cafeteria kitchen. There, a pool of crimson zombie blood marked the threshold, while the interior was strewn with lifeless bodies, resembling a veritable slaughterhouse. Unperturbed by the gruesome sight, Su Yu deftly navigated through, with his companion, Xiao Jing, appearing remarkably composed and adapted, following closely behind him. They traversed the kitchen and arrived at the grand dining hall on the first floor, where the entrance stood ajar. Su Yu quickened his pace, gliding towards the entrance to observe the disarray of footprints scattered across the floor. Upon reaching the doorway, he detected no anomalies outside. Leaning cautiously out, he caught sight of the playground to his right, with the school gate a mere few dozen meters beyond. Previously, the zombies outside had been drawn towards the administrative building, including the 2 mutated ones. The remaining few were scarcely noticeable, not far away. He spotted the corpses of 2 zombies. The bloodstains on the ground were conspicuous, likely the result of the cafeteria patrons rushing out to slay them. As Suyu had anticipated, they had successfully lured these zombies into the office building. Outside, only a couple of zombies remained, while the people from the cafeteria took a desperate gamble, charging out through the main entrance. Their chaotic and disorganized approach, with so many individuals acting without a coherent plan, managed to draw out approximately 20 zombies from the vicinity. However, among them was a mutated zombie, causing the group of over 20 to scatter in panic, ultimately leading to their annihilation. Suyu's conjectures were largely accurate. Had he himself charged into the open space, the outcome would have been equally grim, particularly if he refrained from utilizing his abilities. After observing for several minutes, Suyu moved to a corner to survey the horde of zombies at the school gate. Meanwhile, classmate Xiao Jing boldly leaned against the entrance, gazing outside. She looked towards the nearby dormitories and the distant teaching buildings, lost in thought. She understood that if she were to leave the school now, returning to her familiar campus would be exceedingly difficult in the future. She pondered the nature of what awaited her outside, her fate intertwined with that of the man she referred to as her brother. Her thoughts were a mystery, but a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. A few minutes later, Suyu and his classmate Xiao Jing ascended the stairs once more to the second floor. The vacant expanse of the second floor, adorned only with a few chairs and some spacious private rooms with wide-open doors, indeed bore no sign of life. Traces of habitation were scattered about, and Suyu meticulously inspected each room before guiding Xiao Jing to his central private room. Evidence of previous occupants lingered within. Cardboard boxes lay strewn across the floor, accompanied by various sundries and refuse. Suyu opened the outer window, which provided a slanted view of the school entrance. Approximately 300 meters away, there, the zombies roamed aimlessly, having dispersed. He retrieved his binoculars to scrutinize the mutated zombies, but many of them were clad in school uniforms, and a number of the student zombies appeared relatively diminutive. He found it challenging to ascertain which were the mutated ones, a category that posed a significant threat. Despite examining them twice, he could not definitively identify his targets. Consequently, he resolved to exercise caution in due course. At that moment, Suyu had begun charging his phone and took out 2 additional devices from his bag. These were phones he had collected that lacked a power-on password. After a few minutes of charging, he retained one functional phone to continue charging with a power bank, while the other 2, rendered useless, were casually discarded in a corner. Just then, Chun Jingyi remarked, "Brother Yu, I have a phone here that can be turned on, but it has no battery." Suyu smiled and replied, 3 phones are more than sufficient." After some contemplation, he added that you could take out your phone to charge it a little, keeping it as a memento. There is no need to waste it. Once the phone has gained some charge, I will instruct you on how to operate it. Chapter 95. Hosting a musical gathering for the zombies, Suyu closely observed the situation of the zombies in the cafeteria and at the school gate. He meticulously conveyed the next steps to Chun Jingyi, detailing what actions to take at specific times and how to respond to any anomalies or changes. He emphasized the precautions that should be taken. After speaking for about 3 to 4 minutes, Suyu glanced at his watch. It was nearly 3 p.m. The time was about right. The sooner they exited the school, the safer it would be. He clearly instructed her to leave her backpack in the room, understanding that this gesture represented a form of comfort and trust for the young girl. Lighting a cigarette, he organized his weapons, then turned to Chun Jingyi before opening the door, saying, "Relax. The zombies below will pose no significant threat according to my plan, but you must be bold and unafraid." He then proceeded to the staircase, descending to the ground floor, where he approached the slightly ajar main door. Once outside, Suyu cautiously made his way to the corner, gazing at the distant horde of zombies. He retrieved his phone, which displayed the adjusted software, and, bending slightly, began to move forward slowly. After covering a distance of approximately 10 meters, he glanced back to see the young girl on the second floor watching him anxiously. Suyu signaled an OK with his hand and continued to advance diagonally for nearly 20 more meters. At this moment, he paused to observe the horde of zombies at the school gate, the nearest one approximately 120 meters away. About 30 meters ahead lay a patch of grass. Suyu considered throwing his phone, but hesitated, fearing it might be damaged or fail to function if thrown too far. He cautiously advanced another 10 meters, reducing the distance to merely over 10 meters. Resolutely, Suyu halted, transferring the red spear to his right hand while retrieving his phone with his left. He navigated to his music application and selected a pre-chosen song. verifying that the volume was set to maximum before pressing the play button. The phone emitted a resounding melody, beginning with a sound reminiscent of a flute. Simultaneously, he gently tossed the phone towards the grassy expanse. Once the device left his hand, he did not look back and immediately sprinted in the opposite direction. The phone soared through the air, producing the female vocalist's haunting refrain, "You are the most beautiful sight on the horizon." By the time the phone landed on the grass, Suyu had already retreated 5 to 6 meters, yet the phone continued to play. "Let me use my heart to keep you here." This sound, echoing in the quiet campus, felt eerily discordant. The commotion attracted the attention of the zombies at the gate, who began to shuffle towards him, with some already lunging to bite. At that moment, Suyu hastened towards the cafeteria, running with all his might, and without pausing, he turned right, heading towards the main entrance of the cafeteria. The resounding music behind him pierced through the air, transforming in Suyu's ears into a charge call, compelling him to sprint at a 100-meter pace, though in reality, he had only traversed a mere few dozen meters. With a sharp turn, Suyu reached the corner of the cafeteria in just over 10 seconds, exhaling a breath of pent-up air. He had been holding his breath while racing back, primarily due to the pressure exerted by the mutated zombies trailing behind him. It wasn't fear of being caught. Rather, he was eager to discern the nature of the mutated zombies. Crouching in the corner, Suyu surveyed his surroundings for any anomalies. Finding none, he leaned against the wall to peer outside. At that moment, a vibrant female voice filled the air with the ringtone of "Let Love Sweep Away All the Dust. I Know You Are the Most." This catchy tune, the most dazzling national-style ringtone, had been deliberately set by Suyu on his phone. He imagined a spectacle at the school gate, where a multitude of zombies would dance together, capturing the moment on film to share online, garnering significant attention. However, the girl's voice was undeniably piercing. The lyrics might have been familiar to the zombies in their previous lives. As the song played, the zombies began to stir, drawing an increasing number of them towards him. Suyu focused intently on the moving figures, observing and comparing their movements. It was then that he noticed an anomaly among a short-haired male student zombie. This particular zombie exhibited markedly superior speed and agility, pushing past several others with a domineering presence, gradually making its way to the front. At that moment, he confirmed it was a speed-type zombie, and behind it, a female zombie also emerged from the throng. In an instant, Suyu dashed to the forefront, promptly grasping the binoculars hanging around his neck. He scrutinized the leg of the zombie before him, noting its considerable bulk. This was indeed a mutated creature. Through the lenses, he surveyed the horde of zombies behind him. While numerous, they surged forward in a chaotic frenzy, their speeds nearly identical. Yet, in the distance, several zombies remained agitated, disconnected from the thrumming mass, leaving Suyu uncertain whether any further mutations lurked among them. He lowered the binoculars, observing that 2 mutated zombies had already reached the vicinity of the mobile phone. They were on the hunt for the scent of fresh blood, yet all that could be heard was a melodic tune, with no sign of the singer to be found. As for the current whereabouts of the enigmatic Phoenix legend, Suyu had no inkling. Moreover, these mindless zombies were merely capable of howling and clawing in disarray. After a prolonged wait of over 10 seconds, the horde began to draw closer to the source of the phone's sound, encircling it. Some zombies even grasped the device, causing it to shift, yet the music persisted. Playing a song, "Pour the fine wine to make you stay." At this moment, Suyu extended his hand, signaling an okay gesture, while Xiao Jing, observing from above, watched in bewilderment as the zombies congregated around the mobile phone, entranced by the music. Though momentarily dazed, she recalled her brother Ayu's instructions and frequently glanced towards the left corner. Finally, she spotted a signal, promptly unlocking her phone screen to check the position of the flower bed below. With a swift tap on the play button, an English song resonated from the device. She, unhurried, gently tossed her phone towards the flower bed above. The device traced a graceful parabolic arc before landing softly within the blooms. The fortunate melody continued to play, and classmate Xiao Jing exhaled in relief, grateful she would not need to attempt another throw. With her left hand, she silenced her other phone, then fixed her gaze below. The vibrant strains of the most dazzling folk style were drawing to a close, a refrain eternally celebrating the beauty of the sky. Suddenly, the ringtone ceased, and the horde of zombies nearby seemed to pause for a fleeting moment. At that instant, the playground resonated solely with the music emanating from Xiao Jing's discarded phone. Although the volume had diminished, lacking in brilliance and resonance, It was an English song nonetheless. The zombies showed no disdain. Any sound was preferable to silence, especially with a mere 30 meters separating them. Thus, led by the two mutated leaders, they ambled forth, swaying their claws in rhythm with the melody. The entire horde gathered around the flower bed, drawn to the foreign tunes, eager to listen regardless of their prior exposure. Meanwhile, Suyu concealed himself around the corner, a mere 20 meters from the gathering of the undead. As the zombies clustered together, he took a half step forward, facing them, closed his eyes, and concentrated, channeling the power of his Black Spade 8. Chapter 96. The unique abilities of the Black Spade 8 after taking a small step. Suyu positioned his body against the corner wall. Having previously discarded his mobile phone, the long-handled axe now hung at his waist. With his left hand gripping the long gun, he closed his eyes to unleash the powers of the Black Spade 8. In this moment, he could only swing his left hand towards the horde of zombies, approximately 10 meters away. Drawing upon his previous experience, Suyu believed that the emitted white light would reach its target. However, an unexpected event unfolded. Before he even opened his eyes, a resounding explosion echoed beside him. Feeling the proximity of danger, he instinctively took a step back and simultaneously opened his eyes. What lay before him was a scene both shocking and surreal. Suyu's left-hand long gun was enveloped in a swirling mist of violet-black flames. His left hand still grasped the gun's shaft, while his palm was also ensnared within the ominous haze. The length of the flames extended beyond that of the gun itself, resembling a flamethrower that had unleashed a torrent, now embedded within the wall of the cafeteria to his right. The sound he had heard while his eyes were closed was the wall being carved by the gun's fiery projectile. Quickly, he yanked the long gun back to his left, revealing the fully formed weapon before him. Now, in his left hand, he held a solid long gun, encircled by a thickening column of violet-black flames, approximately the diameter of a thermos. This fiery extension exceeded the length of the red-tasseled spear by over half a meter. However, upon examining the rear portion of the gun's grip, he noticed a significant segment that remained unwrapped by the swirling mist, with the cylindrical violet-black gas measuring less than 1.5 meters in length. However, the power it exhibited was immense. When it struck the wall, it resembled a heated iron rod slicing effortlessly into butter. Suyu did not perceive the force with which he wielded his weapon. His spear was not intended to make contact with the wall. Yet, due to an unexpected elongation of the spear tip by nearly half a meter, the energy rod penetrated the wall. This abrupt transformation left Suyu momentarily stunned for 2 to 3 seconds, until he heard his companion Xiao Jing calling out, "Are you, brother?" Upon regaining his senses, he noticed that the zombies ahead had begun to turn in his direction, with those nearest to him already advancing, eager to pounce upon this living target. The earlier display of power felt entirely different from his first experience. He had not vanquished a single one, and it seemed almost comical, as if he were performing an exaggerated act of breaking through walls amidst the throng of undead. Suyu found himself in a blunder, his frustration mounting, as he brandished the black-purple rod in his left hand and charged forward. In just a few strides, he approached a zombie that was 2 meters away. Instead of aiming to stab, he swung his left arm horizontally towards the chest of the zombie. As the long energy rod made contact, it met with virtually no resistance, slicing through the zombie's body as easily as a sharp blade cleaving through tofu. The creature was severed in two, collapsing slowly to the ground. This only intensified Suyu's fury, prompting him to sweep towards another zombie, unexpectedly cleaving it in half as well. At that moment, a seemingly mutated zombie rushed forward with great speed. Suyu, disregarding everything else, swung his large stick in a sweeping motion. Centered on his left hand, a fan-shaped attack zone of purple-black energy, with a radius of over 1 meter, was formed. The front edge of this arc extended beyond 2 meters, and with each step Suyu took forward, the zombies approached him head-on. It was as if the zombies encountered an invisible line of death suspended over a meter high. Any that came into contact were effortlessly cleaved in two. The fiery purple-black energy penetrated the remains of these creatures, swiftly bringing down more than a dozen zombies, emitting a faint scent of charred flesh. However, there were no visible flames where the bodies and clothing made contact. Rather, it appeared as though they were melting away. From her vantage point above, Xiao Jing gazed down at her brother Ayu through the window, her mouth agape in astonishment. It was incred after advancing 3 to 4 meters. Suyu noticed that the energy rod in his left hand began to gradually fade. With renewed determination, he swept it back and forth twice more, until the once purple-black energy rod was reduced to a mere red hue, which quickly transitioned to a pale pink. Stepping back 2 paces, he found that his left hand's ability had become imperceptible to the naked eye, transparent until it vanished completely. Meanwhile, several zombies remained ahead, moving sluggishly yet relentlessly lunging towards him. Carefully, Suyu began to retreat, drawing an axe with his right hand to shield himself. As each zombie approached, he thrust forward with precision, dispatching one with a single strike. In a swift motion, he retreated several steps, and as the next zombie rushed towards him, he executed another lethal stab, efficiently eliminating 2 more. Soon, only 3 zombies remained. One moved with great difficulty, its legs appearing somewhat askew, while the other 2 were frail, advancing at a sluggish pace. Without hesitation, Suyu charged forward, taking down each one with a single shot. After clearing the immediate threat, he surveyed his surroundings, confident that danger had subsided. Glancing at his left hand, he flicked the spear, sensing a return to his former strength. This ability was intricately linked to his body, only effective at close range, unlike the previous instance with the Block 5, where he could unleash a white laser to annihilate a horde of zombies. Moreover, there was a time constraint. Having lingered for a few seconds by the wall, he had managed to eliminate over 20 zombies in a single charge, leaving a multitude of shattered corpses strewn across the ground. However, the time was exceedingly brief, merely around 10 seconds. After estimating, it was concluded that the manifestation of the supernatural ability, which produced a staff of violet-black flames, lasted at most a little over 10 seconds, certainly not reaching 20. The duration was indeed quite fleeting. Furthermore, the aforementioned ability appeared to create a staff of violet-black flames, which seemed to vaporize the air, leading Suyu to perceive it as a gaseous form. This staff was of a crimson hue, tinged with a deep purple that gradually darkened. At this moment, Suyu glanced around, contemplating his stillness. His classmate, Xiao Jing, observing from above, seemed puzzled and, filled with concern, gently called out, "You Gidge, are you all right?" Only then did Suyu raise his gaze towards the second floor, smiling as he replied, "I am fine. Xiao Jing, please keep an eye out for me while I search for the crystal blocks." Chapter 97. The most rewarding harvest. After instructing Xiao Jing to remain vigilant, Suyu placed his spear aside, donned a pair of gloves, and began his focused task of decapitating. He worked with a fluid efficiency, methodically severing heads and arranging them together. After cleaving through 4 or 5, he used the axe to press down and began a swift search within. Upon discovering a crystal block, he did not bother to wipe it, but rather wrapped it in a damp tissue, continuing his quest for more crystals. When he found a diamond-shaped core within one of the severed heads, he set down the axe and meticulously cleaned the 2 crystal blocks and the core with the damp tissue. He then simultaneously tucked them into his gloved right hand, gripping them tightly as he commenced the absorption process. He had just dispatched over 10 zombies in a single sweep, acquiring 2 crystal shards and a core. The harvest was commendable, aligning with his expectations. Suyu stood up, surveying his surroundings and exhaling a sigh, feeling a touch fatigued. It seemed that expending his abilities left his body somewhat weakened, a sentiment that would surely invite scorn if uttered aloud. He glanced around, noting the absence of any living zombies. A few hundred meters away, he observed sparse zombies lingering near the school gate, though their numbers had dwindled by 7 to 8%. Suyu was quite pleased with the outcome of this foray. He placed his axe on the ground, drew a cigarette from his pocket, and ignited it to indulge in a brief respite, aiming to recuperate his strength. Taking a moment to gather himself, he planned to continue the task of dispatching zombies. After all, an abundance of such work could be exhausting. There was no rush now, and he intended to absorb the crystals and core he had collected. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, the timid classmate Xiaojing observed Suyu stretching his neck and shrugging, clearly taking a break while dangling a cigarette. In a soft voice, she called down, "Brother Yu, may I assist you in finding crystal shards?" Suyu looked up at the young girl and shook his head, replying, "There's no hurry to find the shards. I'm managing well. Please keep an eye on the surroundings and fulfill your duty to guard against the wind." He spoke these seemingly frivolous words with a serious demeanor, yet inwardly, he mused that a man must never admit to weakness. This was merely a halftime break, preparing for the second half of the game. Even in football, there are pauses for hydration. He was simply enjoying a smoke. Yet, this little girl seemed to underestimate him, seeking to offer assistance. This time, Suyu took a leisurely respite of 4 to 5 minutes, idly inspecting the palm of his right hand, a cigarette dangling from his fingers, surveying the campus with a nonchalant demeanor reminiscent of a ruffian. Were he to don a mane of golden hair and wield an axe amidst a strewn battlefield of vanquished foes, he would embody the very essence of a streetwise rogue. Such a thought flitted through Xiao Jing's mind, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude at Su Yu's earlier refusal to permit her assistance. He had outright dismissed her, asserting that it was merely a matter of keeping watch, as if they were engaged in some nefarious deed. After a few minutes, Xiao Jing observed Su Yu discard his cigarette and resume his vigorous assault on the zombies, skillfully cleaving their skulls. She remained vigilant, her gaze sweeping the surroundings from her elevated vantage point, keeping a watchful eye on the commotion near the cafeteria. Nearly 10 minutes elapsed before Su Yu had completely severed the heads of the fallen undead, meticulously searching each one, ultimately uncovering for crystal shards and a core. With a weary yet accomplished posture, he lifted his tired back, wiping the crystals clean as he ambled toward the cafeteria, signaling to Xiao Jing with a nod before gradually entering. Upon cleaning the crystals during his walk, he entered through the adjacent door. After shutting the door behind him, he ascended the staircase to the second floor of the cafeteria. At this moment, the young girl had already exited her booth and was waiting at the entrance. He strode in, took a seat, and placed the red tassel spear beside him, extending 2 pink crystal shards toward Xiao Jing. This time, she did not decline, her desire to become stronger evident. However, she gently remarked, "Brother Au, 1 shard is sufficient for me. You must grow stronger to fend off the undead. My aim is merely self-preservation, not to hinder your progress." Su Yu, with a solemn demeanor, patiently elucidated the path to the young girl. In this apocalyptic world, where zombies roam freely, survival hinges on one's ability to combat them. Self-defense can often be equated to evasion. Although you did not directly confront the zombies earlier, your contribution was invaluable, something Su Yu could not achieve alone. The 2 crystal blocks were a reward for their collaborative efforts. The majority of the initially offered crystal blocks were compensation, alongside the essential resources consumed by classmate Xiao Jing. Lighting a cigarette, Su Yu reiterated his message with unwavering patience. Whether she remained by his side temporarily or ventured forth alone in the future, she needed to become stronger to survive. He would not coddle her regarding the crystal blocks. The effort expended in action would directly correlate with the rewards reaped. Sometimes, the pursuit of strength necessitates risking one's life. Finally, Su Yu remarked, "Xiao Jing, you are a clever and courageous girl. Reflect on my words." Urging her to absorb the 2 crystal blocks, he added, "Do you not recall that the crystals will dissipate into the air?" Upon hearing this, the young girl cast aside her doubts and promptly grasped the blocks tightly in her palms, beginning to absorb their essence. Perhaps her grip was too firm, as her fingers turned slightly pale. At that moment, Su Yu retrieved a water bottle from his backpack, diligently squeezing water into his parched throat. Taking small sips with utmost seriousness, he approached the windowsill, indulging in a cigarette while employing a telescope to scrutinize the zombies congregating at the campus entrance. His primary focus was to discern any mutated zombies, meticulously counting the remaining ones. There were still 14 zombies in sight, yet none of the mutated variety were detected. Indeed, identifying mutated zombies amidst a throng of student zombies proved to be quite the challenge. From a distance, it was nearly impossible to differentiate based solely on their physique. And in moments of stillness, the discrepancies between mutated and ordinary zombies were minimal. As the 2 took a respite, absorbing the crystals, Su Yu noticed a nearby chair and approached it, settling down for a moment of rest. At that juncture, Chun Jingyi had completed her absorption of the crystal. Feeling a palpable increase in her strength, accompanied by noticeable changes throughout her body, she rotated her wrist, reveling in the enhanced agility and speed of her arm. Observing the young girl's movements, Su Yu recognized her delight in experiencing her newfound strength. Without uttering a word, he handed her an axe. A bit taken aback, she accepted it with a look of confusion. "Go ahead and try chopping at that wooden table," Su Yu instructed, gesturing towards a long wooden table that resembled a workstation, likely used by the survivors for rest, adorned with scraps of cardboard. Complying, Xiao Jing grasped the axe, first testing its weight with a "Fei, do not be afraid. Simply strike as you normally would," Su Yu encouraged, gesturing for the young girl to proceed. Classmate Chun Jingyi, brimming with determination, took a couple of tentative swings before delivering a powerful chop. With a resounding crack, a substantial portion of the table's edge, several centimeters thick, was cleaved off and fell to the ground. Chapter 98. A girl's physical enhancement, the severed edge of the table was remarkably smooth and even. Yet it seemed that classmate Jingy had exerted too much force, propelling herself a step forward and nearly colliding with the table's surface. She steadied herself with her left hand, halting her forward momentum, and stood there, staring at the chunk of table she had effortlessly severed. She was astonished that she could so easily slice through the wood. As she touched the freshly cut surface, feeling the smoothness of the grain, a mix of surprise and delight washed over her. Her strength had increased significantly, nearly by half, which meant she could potentially fend off zombies now. Observing the dazed expression on classmate Jingy's face, Suyu chose to remain silent, casually tossing his cigarette but out of the window. He then removed his jacket, which bore some stains from the zombies. Feeling fatigued, he leaned back in his chair to rest for a moment. Outside, there were still over a dozen zombies to contend with. He needed to deal with them in the afternoon and leave the campus before nightfall. He had to find a suitable place to stay and gather some food. As their needs had increased, particularly after using his abilities twice today, which had intensified his hunger compared to the previous days. As Suyu leaned back, lost in thought, he heard the sound of the axe being placed on the table behind him. Then, the young girl seemed to approach, and soon a pair of hands rested gently on his shoulders. Softly, he heard his classmate, Xiao Jing, speak in a very light, slightly stuttering voice from behind. "Are you Gidge? May I give you a shoulder massage?" Her tone was tender and pleading. Suyu did not turn around, but merely nodded in agreement. Then, he felt the gentle pressure of her hands as they began to knead his neck, executing the movements with a delicate slowness. Rather than a vigorous massage, it felt more like a tender caress, imbued with care and concern. After a minute, her movements grew more adept, perhaps sensing the strength and tension in Suyu's muscles. She increased the pressure slightly and inquired, "If it's too hard, I can lighten up." Suyu remained still and offered a gentle reassurance. "This pressure is perfect, thank you." Encouraged by his praise, the girl gradually increased both the intensity and finesse of her touch, allowing Suyu to relax considerably in his chair. With his eyes closed, he savored this unexpectedly warm respite. The young girl diligently continued to massage his shoulders and neck. Although her technique was not entirely refined, it was consistent and patient. After more than 10 minutes, Suyu felt a significant alleviation of his fatigue. Having spent the day cycling and battling zombies, he had already exhausted 2 of his abilities. Were it not for his enhanced physique, he would likely have collapsed from exhaustion by now. Serenely and languidly, Suyu drifted into slumber, his entire being relaxing against the chair's backrest, his head tilting backward. Chun Jingy gradually moved her hands to his shoulders, tenderly caressing his broad expanse. A gentle smile graced her lips as she gazed at the nape of this elder brother's neck, a sense of accomplishment and contentment swelling within her. She wasn't sure what impulse had driven her to offer Yu Gidge a relaxing massage. It was an unconscious, natural inclination. This marked her first intimate contact with a male outside her father and elders. As her hands touched his wide, sturdy arms, a sudden thought caused her cheeks to flush crimson. Her hands subtly shifted from pressing to caressing. Composing herself, she gently stroked him a couple more times before withdrawing her hands. The young maiden slowly seated herself on the cardboard on the floor, leaning against the table leg with her knees drawn up, her chin resting upon them as she gazed in a daze at the soundly sleeping Hiyu. Initially, she remained vigilant, watching the doorway and listening to the outside noises, pondering her own thoughts, the situation outside, and whether to return home to her parents upon leaving. However, after a day of running around the school, her eyelids grew heavy, and she, too, succumbed to sleep against the table leg. When Suyu awoke, he stretched languidly, distinctly hearing the popping and cracking of his shoulder and back bones. Invigorated and utterly at ease, he noted the time, realizing he had succumbed to a refreshing nap of nearly half an hour. His body and mind found solace in the repose, yet a gentle hunger stirred within him. Habitually, Suyu reached for a cigarette, poised to ignite it, but then recalled the recent massage from the young girl. He glanced around, discovering Xiao Jing nestled on the floor, leaning against the wooden table leg, her arms encircling her knees, fast asleep. Suyu refrained from lighting the match. Instead, he pocketed the lighter and gingerly rose to his feet, casting his gaze out the window. The scene remained largely unchanged. A scattering of zombified corpses and severed heads lay strewn near the window, the ground stained black with their blood and grime. The open space remained devoid of the undead, and he could still discern the girl's discarded phone on the lawn. The music had long ceased, and he wondered if the device had been damaged by the trampling of the zombies. He mused on retrieving it later, as it could still prove useful as a disposable tool with a bit of charge. With this in mind, Suyu slowly retreated to the door of the private room and began to inspect several other rooms in the second-floor cafeteria, searching for usable items. As he distanced himself, he lit a cigarette, allowing it to dangle from his lips while he strolled through the second-floor kitchen, seeking remnants of the lives that once thrived there. He discovered a few pots and signs of recent fires. After a moment's contemplation, he decided it would be prudent to find a suitably sized pot. The lunchbox was too small for cooking, and storing it in his bag was inconvenient, while placing it on his bicycle was equally impractical, unless he was to drive a car, which, indeed, he could now do. He had already reached the national highway. He wondered whether the scarcity of survivors on the highway was due to the nighttime zombie outbreak or simply because it was quite spacious, allowing him the opportunity to find a vehicle and drive straight onto the road. Naturally, he could also stow the bicycle in the trunk for the time being, providing him with a place to store essential items, and in the event that he found no suitable location to rest at night, he could sleep in the car. Reflecting on this, Suyu glanced at the pots nearby, but shook his head. Surely, there would be more cookware in the kitchen downstairs, and acquiring an alcohol stove would be far more convenient and efficient than relying on firewood. While he was still pondering, he suddenly heard Chun Jingyi's voice calling out. Brother, are you there?" Her voice was soft, strained, and tinged with urgency. Upon hearing this, Suyu was equally startled. He quickly stepped outside the private room and responded, "I am here, what is it?" At that moment, he noticed the young girl anxiously searching for her brother Au at the doorway. Having just awakened to find herself alone in the room, she felt a disconcerting fear and instinctively began to call out. Upon hearing a response from outside, she hurriedly exited the room. Suyu smiled and said, "I saw you sleeping soundly, so I came out to check." After speaking, he discarded the cigarette butt in his hand and inquired, "Have you rested enough?" He then re-entered the room and retrieved some food, 2 cans of 8 treasure porridge, a few small bread rolls, and 2 boxes of milk. He encouraged her to eat something first and proceeded to show her the athletic facilities he had discovered earlier, sharing details of their subsequent plans with the young girl. After a brief interlude of over 10 minutes, the two replenished their energy with the food. They then organized their belongings and exited the cafeteria through the main entrance on the first floor. Suyu first retrieved 2 mobile phones. Checking to ensure they still functioned properly, he handed both phones to the slightly anxious young girl behind him, reassuringly patting her shoulder. "Take care of these." Earlier, Suyu had observed an athletic area equipped with both parallel bars and various climbing frames, several tiers of metal structures that were ideal for eliminating zombies. Several dozen meters from the school gate, slightly to the right, the 2 individuals cautiously approached the sports field without alerting the zombies. They placed their backpacks a short distance away, and this time, Suyu handed the long-handled axe to the young girl. According to their earlier plan to lure some zombies, classmate Xiao Jing also needed to attempt to eliminate a few. Although Chun Jingyi had felt a twinge of anxiety along the way, she remained silent. Such situations must be confronted, and encountering them in advance could only prove beneficial. Furthermore, having absorbed 4 crystal fragments, her physical capabilities had significantly improved, and the presence of her older brother provided her with a sense of security and a hint of anticipation. This time, Suyu refrained from using his phone to attract the zombies. Instead, he grasped the red spear and advanced slowly. The more than 10 scattered zombies began to react as 2 in the front showed signs of movement. Suyu halted his progress, standing still while slowly rotating the spear. The 2 snarling zombies, preparing to lunge, inadvertently provoked 3 others nearby to stir as well. He then retreated cautiously, meticulously scanning for any mutated zombies within their ranks. When the nearest zombies approached to within 4 or 5 meters, Suyu turned and sprinted back with urgency. Meanwhile, Xiao Jing stood anxiously beside the climbing frame, her excitement palpable as she watched Suyu draw the zombies closer. She noticed the creatures drawing near while Suyu merely stepped back, as if searching for something, and her impatience nearly compelled her to shout out. Later, as the zombies approached him menacingly, Suyu swiftly turned and dashed back, prompting the young girl to exhale in relief while tightening her grip on the axe. After running for more than 10 meters, Suyu glanced back at the pursuing undead, slowing his pace to maintain a distance of approximately 10 meters. At this juncture, Suyu's speed had surpassed that of the agile zombies. Yet he remained cautious due to the absence of suitable weapons or protective gear. Subsequently, Suyu reached the rear of a climbing frame. observing the zombies relentlessly colliding with the iron structure. He positioned himself strategically behind it, exploiting the gaps to deliver powerful blows that dispatched the undead. Within moments, only one zombie remained, foolishly clawing and gnashing its teeth through the iron frame. Suyu gestured for the girl to approach, and captivated by the scene of carnage. She felt a surge of bravery upon witnessing four zombies fall lifelessly to the ground at this moment. Xiaojing composed herself. Had she not followed her brother Ayu closely, and instead been among those people, her fate would have been no different from that of the female zombie before her. It was worth noting that one of the teachers among those individuals had even attempted to persuade her to stay. With this thought, Chun Jingyi swung her axe with fervor, striking the zombie's head with both force and precision. The blade of the axe cleaved through the zombie's skull with remarkable swiftness, splitting it cleanly in two. The young girl exerted her strength, but did not immediately withdraw the axe. It remained lodged within the sticky remnants of the creature's head, as the corpse slumped downward towards the ground. At that moment, Suyu urged from behind, "Pull it out." In her excitement, Xiaojing merely gripped the handle of the axe, and upon hearing the prompt, she abruptly yanked it upwards. The blade emerged from the head, but her excessive force caused the back of the axe to strike against the metal bar above with a loud clang. Startled, Suyu instinctively raised his hands to shield his head, while Xiaojing, realizing her clumsiness, felt her cheeks flush crimson. She turned slightly, lowering her gaze to Suyu's shoes, and stammered, "I'm sorry." As she quickly offered her apologies. "You just need to better control your strength. With a bit more practice, you'll improve." Suyu thought to himself. After all, it was remarkable for a young girl to decisively slay a zombie, whether it was a trapped zombie or one that was bound. If she could sever its head in one stroke, all he could do was offer encouragement and support. Was it reasonable to blame her for a lack of emotional intelligence? However, it is indeed true that further practice is essential. At this moment, Xiaojing, having heard the commendation, set aside her apprehension and asked, "Brother Ayu, the zombies in the distance won't come over, will they?" She posed a question that Suyu found perplexing. Assured that the zombies would not approach, Xiaojing promptly grasped her axe, maneuvered around the climbing frame, and began to cleave the heads of the zombies on the ground with remarkable precision, dispatching one after another in less than half a minute. Suyu was somewhat taken aback by her actions, initially. When this young girl expressed her desire to assist him in severing heads to search for crystal fragments, he paid little attention, as he had not permitted even his uncle to engage in such tasks. The fact that this young girl could accomplish it was indeed impressive, earning her great admiration from Hiyu. Contemplating this, Suyu offered her a pair of rubber gloves, which she joyfully accepted before squatting down to commence her search for the crystal fragments.